It is the second day of IEM Sydney. The year is 2023 and a new game has been released, so the long and fruitful history of CS continues. Coming up next, 6 games across 2 streams and a summary from Elvish about all of the action that happened yesterday on the B stream. But before all of that, let's go to the lobby.
No more Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson peak, now Shakira peak. We don't know what's going to be the next peak. Maybe Kangaroo peak at this tournament.
Shakira peak.
Yeah, we don't have a sniper
Yeah,
anymore.
we have a P9 to go.
We are back in sunny, beautiful Sydney for Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023, and I can't wait to see all the teams and what they're up to. We have the lobby to film, we've got CS2 on the menu, we've got 16 teams to ask all these questions as to how they think this is going to go down and where some of the players are as well, but more on that in a bit. Let's go see if they're ready. I've got G2 here for the lobby, and a couple of them are hiding. I don't know why. Nico, mate, have a quick chat with me. I know you don't want to. Hey, nice to meet you. I heard you had a 40-minute queue in Premiere today. How'd that go?
Today?
Was that today?
No, that wasn't today. I didn't have the 40 minutes queue. I played yesterday. I had the maximum was like 10 to 15 minutes queue. And 2 of those games were with cheaters, so it was great.
Beautiful, beautiful. Was that with Jim and Justin? Was that
Just with Justin and some other guys from Ence.
okay? Who did?
Him and Monashi tried to...
Right, okay. So they tried to queue today, had a 40-minute queue. Premiere in Australia, terrible way. Valve, please fix it. But CS2, as a game, what's your experience with it so far? I heard you only had the 3 days turnaround time from your last event to this one. So have you got enough prac that everyone's happy, or are you just not?
I feel like even if he had 2 months, I don't think they would feel ready for this event. So, yeah, I mean, the game is definitely not in a perfect spot, but... we have to accept and work around it. We are definitely not feeling ready. Maybe not happy either, but it is what it is. I think it's going to be an exciting event to watch and to follow as well. I think we're going to have a lot of surprises, a lot of outcomes that are going to be unexpected, I would say. So, yeah, overall, I think the whole event for the players, for the organizers, I think it's going to be just a learning experience.
Yeah. Limit testing, it's our favorite damn thing, isn't it? Now, on the top of that, it's LAN. I've heard that CS2 feels a lot better on LAN than it does online. So there's a few things that might surprise everyone tomorrow. Who knows? You know, do you think that's going to affect how people play the game? Do you think people are going to get caught off maybe swinging a bit too hard initially?
I mean, I was hoping like that's gonna solve a bit of the issues, but at home I was playing on like 30 to 40 ping, and then I was queuing here and I had 0 ping, so that should feel like on LAN, but it didn't really feel too much difference. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna help too much, but it should feel a bit better at least. But I don't know if that's gonna change anything on how people will play. We didn't really play against almost any of the top teams, so we have no idea how they're gonna approach the event or like what are they going to show or come up with. So it's going to be interesting to play some of these teams.
It's going to be a learning curve for everyone. Anyway, Nico, thanks for the interview. All right, I'm here with the always enthusiastic Justin JKS Savage. Finally back home in front of a home crowd. Are you, well, not yet, you know, you got to get through the groups first. Do you think you're going to make it through the groups? Are you feeling confident, or is it a little bit worrisome for everyone? What's your thoughts?
I don't fucking know, dude. I hope so. It would be pretty depressing if we didn't, right? So I hope so. Yeah.
I feel like everyone will be a little bit disappointed if you guys don't make it to the arena. Have you had a chance to go and look at the arena yet, or are you still just floating around here?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Have you have you had a chance to pop into the arena and see everything yet, or are you still just...
Haven't done anything yet, actually. We've just been at the hotel trying to fight off jet lag. So, yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully the jet lag goes. Hopefully you make it through groups. It feels like it's just a ball of fun at the moment with everything. Now, have you shown the boys around Sydney yet, or have you not really had a chance?
I showed Swanee around a little bit, but everyone else came a day later, so it was a little bit whatever. But I think everyone's like pretty fucked right now from jet lag, so we have pretty cooked sleeping patterns. Okay. Rasmus yesterday slept from like 1 p.m. to like 10 p.m., so it's pretty good effort.
Well, hopefully you guys get some sleep tonight. I'm going to let you go. It feels like you need some sleep. Good luck.
Hey guys, welcome back to the lobby. We're going to have a chat here with Mouse and see how they're feeling coming into IEM Sydney. It is the day before we kick things off. So mate, tell me, how's things sort of feeling in the camp at the moment? When did you guys get in?
Yeah, when I mean we all arrived yesterday. I arrived at like 6. They arrived pretty late, most of the team. So yeah, I think we're feeling pretty good, excited to play CS2 in Sydney.
What's the jet lag situation like? So, obviously you guys don't normally have to deal with this, but for us as Aussies coming and playing overseas, normally we're the ones that have to deal with the jet lag. How's that affecting you guys at the moment?
I mean, I think it's pretty crazy because I've heard stories about people sleeping the whole yesterday, like in the normal day. For me, I didn't really have an issue. I just woke up a couple of times at night, but I got a decent night's sleep. So for now, I didn't feel it. Probably will feel it the next few days.
Yeah. All right, well, let's jump over here then. Move on. How you guys going with CS2? Obviously, it's been, I assume, difficult for you guys to get scrims and stuff like that. How's things feeling with CS2?
Yeah, I feel like it's just like in the beginning now, like it's just all about trying new stuff and just, going with the flow and kind of just testing out new things and just seeing how that works. I don't think there's like a lot of stuff we can go off on like right now, but I think, yeah, it's just about feeling how the game is going to feel in this event and then going on from there.
What's the team's confidence levels feeling like coming off the win at Pro League? Obviously, that's got to be a big bonus. But again, how easily does that necessarily translate into a game that's now a little bit different?
I mean, I think the boys are, just still really confident and just I feel like they still have a lot of confidence. I mean, I wasn't there, but yeah, I'm just going to try to ride the high that they're on right now and just, do my thing.
Sweet, that's all right. Shui, I'll jump over to you. Now, I don't know if you know about shoeies in Australia. Have you thought about that? Is that a bit of a buff, do you reckon, coming into the event?
Man, I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to look into it. I thought about it. Maybe something's coming, maybe not.
If you make the arena?
Maybe. We'll see.
Okay, so what are the chances then of making the arena? Like, obviously, 6 teams make it through to the arena. I think a lot of the Australian fans would be quite keen to see MOUZ in the arena because this organization, not necessarily this team, but the organization has had a lot of instances at IEM Sydney in the arena. So, are we likely, do you reckon, to see you guys there?
I mean, it would be very nice. I think it's really hard to say because it's CS2. A lot of new things are going to show up, a lot of different meta and things like this. So it's hard to say right now, but we're hoping for the best and we're hoping to reach the arena for sure.
All right. And, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you do make the arena and you do get a win, will we see a shoey?
I cannot say now.
Okay.
I will decide myself.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, jumping on. Look, I guess just to wrap it up, I mean, how's things from your behalf? Obviously, looking at coming into CS2 and everything like that, is it just across the board feeling good?
Feeling a bit different, obviously. I think everyone's super excited and hungry and just playing a lot because we have a young group. But been a few hectic days. Also have a stand-in for this event.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. Yeah.
So do we know what the situation is like with that? Is that going to be a world where maybe he's going to come back and get involved after, a couple of days? Or is it not looking likely that he's going to make it at all to Australia? Do you know yet?
At the moment, it's not looking likely. Right. But if he gets his visa in time, we're flying him in straight away. Yeah.
I'm going to quickly use you before someone just steals you and pulls you away. Gentlemen, when did you land?
We landed yesterday at 11.
What's the jet lag situation?
I mean, I was really tired after we landed, so I slept a good amount, like 7 hours. So I'm feeling good now. So yeah.
Okay. Do you echo the sentiments here of your AWPA?
What's the jet lag?
Yeah, precisely.
I know what it is, but I don't have it.
You don't have it? Wow.
I mean, I landed the same time as him, took melatonin pills when we landed, and, got like 7-8 hours sleep.
Oh, perfect. All right. The hot question is CS2. I was talking to Alige on a podcast just the other day. He said it's going to be maddening. Boys, I'm tired. I just landed this morning at 6 a.m. I'm going to excuse myself for my lack of words here. But we're talking about, right, CS2. Do you think it's going to be all results are out the window for this one?
For sure. I think it's going to be a little all over the place. I mean, still some teams probably going to try to, or not try that, but they will keep the level. But I think still a lot of matches might be all over the place just because it's a MR12, like we're just all getting used to it pretty much. And yeah, it's like a big, like a rookie tournament.
Okay. And you are missing one of your boys. You're missing Jimmy. Jimmy's not going to be here. So what's the new lad got to offer?
Yeah, I mean, Bram is coming instead of Jimmy, and we didn't play a lot with him actually. And we played like 2 days of practice. So it's going to be interesting, But yeah, I think we will just have fun. We thought him just try to get comfortable, enjoy it, and yeah, I think he can show what he can do here. So
okay, and you're an AWPer. So how do you find AWPing in CS2? Everyone's saying they're moving really fast. The AWP's no good. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yes, I think it's really hard to hold angles. It's pretty difficult, but I think we just need to get used to it, I guess.
Yeah, all right. But it's LAN. It's LAN CS2. Do you think that'll be any different?
Yeah, actually, I was talking to my friends, and that was the only thing because like I think ping matters a lot now in CS2, and I'm pretty interested how it work out in LAN. I think it will be actually good. So yeah.
Michael, you're getting snuck up on. You're getting ambushed. He's having his coffee. We'll give him a bit of time, a bit of space. You know, tell all the people at home, well, how are you doing and what do you do?
Product manager for IEMs.
But what is that?
Manage the day-to-day of everything. So,
how do you do that?
Basically, I try and create things and get people to do jobs and do things which follow like one path. And yeah, it's pretty fun.
All right. And how are we doing?
Yeah, good. Big tournament coming up, you know, CS2. Got some probably surprises to come, which we are still probably hoping isn't going to be too bad. But yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. What's it like? So is a lot of your work like leading up to an event, prepping for it? Or is it just, you know, on the ground, stuff has to get fixed? What would you say like is your view of that?
Probably the best thing to say for me is coming up with a concept with the team and then guiding the ship. So I work with everyone when it comes from marketing to TV to social to sales to every department basically to make sure everyone's sort of following that one guiding star is probably the best way to put the position of a product manager. So yeah.
When you find out like CS2 is going to be coming and it's, I don't know, you don't know, I guess what's going to change or what's going to go down. Like how does that affect things?
I think for us, we have a really good team. So I'd say our tournament management team, specifically Steve, who does our Steve bot, so all of our server stuff with Mihao, are probably the most experienced in the industry. So I would probably say we feel confident going in, but as everyone keeps seeing over social media, there's lots of things that come up. So yeah, we're going to be on standby and we'll monitor it as we go, but hoping for a smooth tournament.
Just in general, based, you know, on Sydney and stuff. Are you excited to be here? Have you been here before, actually?
Yeah, this is my third Sydney. So I did 2018, 2019, but I was a tournament manager back then and then transitioned in the last couple of years. So yeah, really good crowd, really good environment. So excited to be in a new venue and see how that turns out. But yeah, huge crowd for this one. So it's going to be good.
All right, awesome. Thanks for your time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the event.
If it isn't a wild FaZe clan. And the first person I want to talk to, the man with the most words. What's up, Brokey?
Yo, what's up?
What's good, man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm happy to be here.
I can see that. So how happy are you that we're playing CS2 now?
CS2 is better than CSGO.
Okay. And, you know, ultimately, when you have to really dig into your feelings, are you ever going to miss CSGO?
No, shit game.
Okay. And that's it for the lobby. We'll see you guys next time. Just kidding. Thanks, Brokey. Appreciate that. Wait. Do I look at that one or this one? What's up, Kerrigan? What's this all about?
Not much. What about you?
There's just a bunch of jokers around here. Hey, man, so there's this observer, right? His name's Rushley. Yeah. And he's
really bad at the game, no?
Well, I mean, I was going to say that, but you know,
yeah, I heard about it from you all the time.
Well, I might have said that. What I can also tell you is he said this flight was too long for him to come down here. How's that make you feel? You've traveled around the whole planet, and he said that flight's too long for him to come to Australia?
That's just BM, bro. Like you guys, these guys always travel from down here to Europe, you know? So you have to, it's both ways, you know?
Yeah. Rushley, pull it together, bud. But on a serious note, tell me about CS2. What's it looking like for y'all?
I think it's interesting, you know, like the transformation from 1.6 to CSGO was way worse. Yeah. So I think we have a great game, a great foundation of the game. And hopefully over time, it's going to be better and better like CSGO, you know? CSGO wasn't perfect from day one, that I can tell you. Mm-hmm. But I like the many new tactical depth, and hopefully we'll see that the next following months, but people have to adjust first.
So let me ask the question that is, you know, is a new game with the team, right? So that's got to like ignite a spark, right? Like to get things going again, get the blood flowing.
Yeah, for sure. I think we always kind of stuck in this like loop. When is the game coming out? We've been together for a long time, right? So having the news game, it's going to be good for the team. You can feel it's very motivating for the guys, a lot of good energy and vibe. So just looking forward to play, but it is going to be chaotic. That I can tell you.
How far would you say we are from a great competitive version of the game?
4 out of 10.
4 out of 10.
I think there's still some adjustments over time. it can also be adjustment from players. So maybe if you ask me a few months, less updates, I would say 7 out of 10, you know. So first of all, I think a lot of strange things still happening in the game. Like in bugs, we see people jumping, can see through walls. Michael Jackson peak, now Shakira peak. We don't know what's going to be the next peak. Maybe Kangaroo peak at this tournament.
Shakira peak.
So
you see all the videos I see.
Yeah. So I think let's see. Let's give Valve a chance to fix it. And this is the right way to do it. People are going to play now. People are going to play tournaments. Valve can adjust, and we can kind of send more direct feedback than just from playing Premier.
So tell me about playing 12 rounds, max rounds.
I think over time it's going to be good for the industry. Something we have to adjust to. Some games are really fast, but on the note, in comparing to practice, I think it's good. You have like a 15-20 minutes break where you can actually talk about mistakes and give a little more fresh air between the practice. So just going to see how it unfolds, but definitely some faster games now. People have to adjust as well, and we have to see less saving, I think, as well, of what I've seen in practice. So
God bless.
Yeah. Game time is getting shorter now.
Game time is coming to a close. Coming to a close. Hey, did you get a ranking? Did you get an elo yet?
Oh yeah, it's pretty low. I'm solo queuing, so that's rough times. I don't recommend play with a buddy.
What'd they give you? Come on, tell us.
14K, I think.
Okay, I think that's respectable. Yeah.
For solo queuing.
Yeah, who do you want to talk to next?
Talk with Robs.
Oh, he loves it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. That was Kerrigan. Let's see what Rob says. Let me just bust this whole party up over here. Ah, yes, it's the guy with the microphone again. And Robs. Hey, Robs, what's good, bud? Yeah, it sounds good, man. So tell me a little bit about that. So how long have you known that we were going to be making the CS2 jump here in Sydney? Right. Is there anything that you'd like to say at all whatsoever? Okay. And on that notion, I think what he's saying is in protest to Rushley not attending the event because he said the damn flight was too long. So is that right or wrong? That's right. That's exactly right. Thank you very much for your time, Robs. Carry on. Guess who will talk, though? My man Philip here. What's up?
What's up?
What's good with you? What's going on with him?
I don't know.
Is he okay?
That's his thing.
He's in the zone. He's just thinking.
Yeah, getting ready for some games, you know.
How are you getting ready for the games? How is it going for you?
It's there's no coach option in CS2, so it's a little bit rough, you know.
That, and it doesn't help when they're they release an update every day, so the demos just they're gone. No demos right now.
It's like Christmas every day. You never know what gift they're gonna bring.
Yeah, it really is. So you've been down here before, right? You've been to Australia?
Yeah, Melbourne.
What are you? How are you feeling about that? Oh, you guys won that one, didn't you? The Crown Plaza.
Yeah. That was a one-day tournament. That was a different. More traveling than spending time.
Yeah.
And actually, I stayed for a week in Melbourne.
Yeah.
I said I'm not gonna go back home after such a long travel. So it was nice. It was really nice.
It's kind of hard to justify leaving after you get here, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
We are pretty far out there, all things considered. Who had the longest travel day?
I'm not sure. I mean, how he got here the last, so maybe it's him. Yeah, but it's a long travel.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a long one. Yeah, anything we should be looking out for too before we start the tournament? CS2, max rounds, all the things. What should we be looking for?
No updates mid-tournament.
That'd be nice. It happens, but
I mean, yeah, we'll see about that. I mean, you never know what's gonna happen. It's I don't know, totally random stuff might happen.
Yeah, and it certainly will. I can't wait for that first smoke to go through the textures and just be stuck in the wall. You seen that?
No, not this one, but I've seen some new peak.
Oh yeah, the Shakira peak. I think we were just talking about it. Actually, that's a wild one to wrap my head around. But I'll let you guys go. I think you got something to do, right?
Yeah. All right.
See you later, man. Cheers. Yeah, get his ass on camera one time. Get his ass on camera one time. Yeah, what time did you land, man?
6 hours ago.
Damn, how you holding up?
Good, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit tired, but all good.
How long was that travel day for you, pal?
30 hours.
30 hours, like a Kanye West song, right?
Sure.
Exactly. So are you excited at least to play while you're here? Or are you going to stick around afterwards? What are you doing in Australia?
Stick around. My flight is after the final, so yeah, I'm going to be sticking around for a couple hours.
Okay. Well, I don't know what y'all are doing, but I'm done with y'all. So this has been the lobby with FaZe. Wait, did I do it right? There we go. Yeah, that one. There it is. See ya.
We're down to 14 teams here in Sydney, with the likes of Vitality and Vertex packing their bags and going for the long trip, or maybe not so long trip back home. It is only the beginning of the day, so we have a lot of action coming your way, with G2 and Complexity and Monty facing Greyhound. Also, we're gonna hear from Mr. Rushley himself on CS2. But before all of that action happens, let's have the pre-show with Freya and the boys.
Masters Sydney is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, the United States Air Force, and Monster Energy.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollins win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Picture this, the year is 1815. You're taking a stroll along Sydney's Darling Harbour, colloquially known as Cockle Bay due to the oyster and shellfish trade. To your right, Australia's earliest steam engine. To your left, the first ever iron-hulled ship to be built. Fast forward over 200 years later, and alongside playing host to the Intel Extreme Masters, these waters also home to some modern-day vessels, including the HMS Vampire just over there. Come to think of it, Counter-Strike's quite a lot like a ship. So far, the dual engines of our vessels are Mouse and Betboom, cutting right through the tides and full steam ahead to the playoffs at lightning fast speed. Then we've got the boys from Ence, more akin to the keel, keeping it on the straight and narrow so far and navigating to the correct course for now. No signs of seasickness just yet for these guys. And finally, then we have the heavy, rusted, discarded anchors right at the bottom of the Pacific. Unfortunately, hometown heroes of Vertex and Vitality eliminated yesterday from the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023. Of course, elimination on the cards for some today, but also the chance to be qualifying for the playoffs. We've got plenty of action coming your way, 6 best-of-3s split over the A and, of course, the B string. For now, we're going to be starting off with the Analyst test. We've got Blair and Cassard, of course, holding down this ship. We are the captains now, of course, before the game's starting. Gentlemen, quite the day of events yesterday. I think Vitality, for our money, is probably the biggest upset we've seen thus far.
Listen, I don't know if ship is the right word right now for Counter-Strike, but we'll just keep it civil right here. But yeah, definitely Vitality getting eliminated early on is something that's, you know, very surprising for everyone. But if you take a look at all the factors coming into this event for them, losing coach, losing their sports psychologist, all the rumors, and obviously the turbulent situation for some of the players back home, it really adds up. So we don't need to be harsh on them right now. They obviously have their own worries. It's not the end of the world right now. They still have the end of the season to kind of figure things out and go along with the next one.
I just want to know what's uncivil about a ship. I thought that was, you know,
his year's starting to fail a little bit. It's got to make out a difference between a P and a T.
Right.
It's understandable.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I
forgot.
But
as
I
long
do.
as we understand each other.
Yeah, listen, I understand Frey. I don't know about you. Jokes aside, I agree with Cassad. I feel like we shouldn't be reading too much into the loss of Vitality. In fact, if they'd faced off against maybe another team which wasn't called FaZe, they might still be in contention here, right? So it was unfortunate circumstances. Not going to be reading too much into it.
Yeah, and of course we have to go back to the best of one where they did lose to Betboom in overtime, who have, I guess, for my money, surprised me, right, coming into this. But then it's like, well, was it not obvious that they had quite a lot of time to be preparing for this, just fully focused on
I do
CS2?
have to, like, formally, you know, acknowledge my mistake on Betboom. I think it was pretty obvious that they're going to play well, and I missed it completely. So props to them for, you know, qualifying qualifying for the playoffs. Nafani with his new team, new players, you know, all the kind of the rejects. In a way, he managed to get them together and get him in the playoffs for the very first CS2 event. It's a big thing for him. So it's just, for me, when I look back at it, it looked kind of obvious that they're going to perform decent, but I made a mistake, so I need to correct it right now.
Fair enough. I mean, we even got Maui to issue an official apology online as well. I do like the way they won it as well, right? Nafni, the way they were playing, very different from how it was back in Cloud9 as well. So clearly the team working out for him, and Nafni on his revenge arc. I love to see it.
Well, of course, unfortunately for Vertex, did mean the end of the line yesterday on home soil. But Greyhound obviously still in contention for the competition. We caught up with both of them on the media day to hear exactly how important it is that IEM is returning to Australia.
I feel like I'm not very experienced compared to all my teammates and everyone. Especially this guy. Is that 3 or 2 IEM Sydneys? 2. 2. That's a big guy. Nice. But it's first time here, and I'm just really excited to be a part of it. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully make the stage. That's actually a big goal for me.
It's cool to play at the first CS2 LAN that there's going to be. So I think all the teams are level playing field. We've all had 2 weeks of practice. So
it'll be good. Hopefully we can make it to the crowd and have a bit of a home crowd advantage. But yeah, otherwise should be fun.
I recommend everyone stays and watches after, even if you get eliminated, because the atmosphere, the whole event, the crowd, everything's just so enjoyable.
Especially for CS2. I think it'll just be exciting. I think we'll see a lot of underdogs and a lot of just random things happen.
I think this event actually is a great way for the other pro players in the scene to understand the sacrifices that Australian players make, because everyone's coming here, they're doing 30 hours of travel, they're jet lagged, there's layovers, there's all this stuff that, not just their game and how they play, but just physically as well and mentally.
I think Australia's practice is very, very slim. We've been pretty much practicing 1 or 2 teams just consistently. It's interesting seeing all the people coming down from Europe and seeing what it's like for us in terms of queue times. You could be queuing at peak times for 30 minutes.
With CS2 coming around, it's kind of just the perfect storm of chaos for us. So I think we're pretty happy that that's happened. Yeah. It's a good opportunity for us, and we reckon it's definitely possible.
Yeah, of course, still hope for Greyhound Jet that we'll be going up against Monty on the B stream, but we need to keep the Aussie tradition going. Alfish, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, thank you for having me.
How are you doing this morning?
Pretty good. I mean, obviously, we'll see how we go after this first match on the B stream. Greyhound playing for their lives, so maybe ask me in a couple of hours and we'll see a different answer.
Yeah, I saw you guys getting a little bit frustrated yesterday.
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah, not happy.
Yeah.
I mean,
tiny bit.
Look, it was a tough game to cast. Obviously, we were in that first half. I was just thinking, okay, this is done. There's no chance at all. And then obviously going into that second half, it started to look like Greyhound might be maybe making a bit of a comeback. And that's kind of the worst feeling, right? Is when that comeback starts and then ultimately untimely ends. And 13-11, pretty tough one.
I do want to ask you something, regarding, the Australian scene. I have my connections to them, obviously, but you're here on the scene, and the practice before, 2018, 19, even before that, was pretty slim. In Australia, it was always people complaining they don't have, anybody to practice against, and they need to go to Europe, which is super expensive. What's the situation right now in the community?
It's probably worse than what it was when you were talking to your
Wow.
friends in 2018, 2019. I think it's about as bad as it has ever been. Realistically, there's probably only 2 or 3 competitive teams within ANZ at the moment, and oftentimes you've obviously got Greyhound playing overseas, and then other times obviously Vertex and Rooster getting their opportunities as well. And so without those 2 teams or without those 3 teams, there isn't really much for those 3 to play against, and often you find situations where it's just Greyhound playing against Vertex for a whole week.
I don't have a lot of time to check out the Australian scene these days, but with the backside is there, Jay is there, Liaz. He's super talented still, but he's a bit of a veteran right now. Is there any upcoming talent that we don't know about, at least on the horizon, showing up at least in the Australian?
Yeah, I mean,
circles?
I think it's hard to say. I mean, at the moment, I would say no. I know that's probably going to make people a little bit disappointed, I suppose, but it's kind of hard to make that argument given the fact that some of those quote-unquote rising talents that we've seen semi-recently moving overseas or having the opportunity to play overseas still haven't quite managed to make their mark. So a lot of the up-and-comers, I think, are probably still developing over the next maybe 5 years or so. Like that timeline, that runway is probably not within the next 1 or 2 years. You're not going to see anyone new that's going to excite you within the first 12 months, let's say,
Do you
CS2.
think CS2, just the launch itself, is going to hopefully, just get you fresh talent out there? Or do you think maybe there needs to be more done?
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing about CS2 is that I almost feel like it's brought back more old players than new players have come in, if that makes sense. I'm seeing a lot of old names in the DM servers and in the Premier matchmaking games. So, I mean, on that side of the coin, I guess it's maybe a question of wait and see at this point. We don't know necessarily what's going to happen in 2024 for the AU scene. We've obviously got ESL Challenger coming as opposed to ANZ Champ. So that's a big change up for us. And I suppose that's something that we'll have to sort of wait and see whether or not it hits or not.
I think all of us are so hyped to be getting back into the arena here, because it's been 4 years since we've been in the arena in Sydney. Can you describe what an Australian crowd is like? Because I've never actually witnessed one in the flesh. It seems pretty hype.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? They're very, very passionate. I think, when we talk about passionate communities within Counter-Strike, ANZ is definitely up there, and you'll see that when you guys get to see the arena on Friday, particularly if we get to see at least some Australian representation there. I think it's semi-unlikely that we'll get Greyhound. They've got a long run to go.
Yeah.
Obviously pulling for them. We'll see how they go today. But G2 Fnatic, obviously reasonable shots. And if you get at least one or both of those, then that's where people are going to get really pumped.
The arena right there is like, I remember from the arena in the Olympic Park that we used to go into in the previous iterations of the IEM Sydney. Was amazing. The crowd is equal to any kind of crowd in Europe as well. The people are so passionate about Counter-Strike. They just filled up the arena and they just enjoyed it. And I'm happy that to be a part of the, I felt the atmosphere in the arena. And I think for the all 3 days here, the arena is sold out. So we're going to have a hell of a show. If we manage to get a Greyhound in, it would be great. Or at least
JKS,
Dexter.
surely.
JKS,
Surely, yeah. I hear they
like
even
that.
had to add extra seats, and those sold out instantly as well.
Yep.
Obviously, you're going to be holding down the B stream for this morning and the afternoon. Any kind of tidbits you can give us? Obviously, Greyhound coming up first.
Yeah, look, I'm somewhat hopeful. I thought Greyhound had their moments yesterday. It was a little bit tough, obviously, for them starting slow against G2. But when we're looking at how good these teams are coming into the event, I think you'd probably put Monty maybe a little bit behind G2. So if they can clash well with G2, get close, maybe an argument to be made that they can topple Monty, which is, look, no bias at all, but what we're all hoping for.
Yes.
I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but it seemed yesterday, in this crucial moment, it was a lack of leadership. I think that the passion is there. They wanted to win. They obviously, were in a position to win, but lack of leadership kind of towards the end decided that map. It could have gone either way. You saw I think it was the last round where they went on ramp. JK has got the 3 kills. Maybe something like that can be different in the future when it comes to Australians here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough call, obviously. I think Greyhound have made some fairly recent changes in terms of moving Ence back out to the wings. You saw him have a pretty impressive individual performance in those clutches. So there's a little bit of a different maybe calling structure or style or in-game leadership style coming through for the roster at this event, which I think helps Ence individually perform. But how is that affecting the team? I mean, they weren't
I got
too
one
great
little
anyway,
short
so.
question, Freya. Just
Yeah,
one little
one.
short.
Okay.
Would you take Ezra as a coach of Greyhound? What do you think about that one?
I mean, that's a hard one. Look, based on my conversations, I think they probably wouldn't actually take him. I think they're looking for someone who's currently involved in the scene within Europe. So I did actually have a conversation with Ence, and they are still looking for a coach. So if there's anyone watching, I mean, anyone from Europe, any tier 2 coach or something like that, they want a Mytha type situation. So that's what they're looking for.
You heard it here first. Thank you so much, Elfish, for joining
Well,
us.
good. Thank you for having me.
Really looking forward to seeing how that game does go down on the B stream. But sticking on the A stream side of things, we do have Bardolph and Hawker with a quick check-in ahead of their game.
We saw a ton of action in yesterday's games. Very different to CSGO. A lot of fast-paced action, lots of W being pressed, lots of HEs in the smokes grenades, lots of heavy, aggressive action on T and CT.
Ooh, got it. Boom. Perfect. Yeah, and I was also really excited by teams like Complexity. They were using the new nades really well, getting rid of those smokes, wiping them out. I think there was a lot more dynamic play, as you said, and just a lot of rounds where you're not just sitting behind smokes. There's more options. Teams are adjusting. I enjoyed it, and also definitely enjoyed seeing Bet Boom. They were throwing some P90s occasionally into the mix. Great to see. And you know what, James? I can't wait to get into it today either. I think maybe we should just get into it.
Bardolph, oh my lord, you had me sweating with that mic throw. But I do love to see the P90, and I do love to see the innovation that we're seeing thus far with the grenades and the smokes, right?
Yeah, I think we all expected the nades and the, I don't know what the official term is. Some guys are using dunking or whatnot, but nuking or whatever. But yeah, the interactivity between the smokes and the HE is something we saw quite a bit yesterday to a lot of effect. That's pretty cool. I also saw the P90 come into play. Not exactly a big fan of that, honestly. I prefer the shotguns. Anyway, but it's really cool to see how, there are obviously some few changes coming in the way the game is being played. One thing which I noticed, which everyone noticed as well, is the fact that much more faster rounds coming in from the CDs especially, because it's so hard to hold an angle. The AWP is suffering quite a bit, and the audio seems to be a little bit of an issue for a lot of players. So it's a bit chaotic, but as the days progress, we will start to have an idea of what kind of the rough meta is in CS2. So that, for me personally, for a nerd like me, that's exciting.
I love that. You know what I love? Chaos and Counter-Strike. We've got plenty of that coming your way on the A stream side of things. Of course, we have Complexity versus G2. On the B stream, it's going to be Monty versus Greyhound. Don't go anywhere. We're back with the games after this.
Statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. Let's go smoke so hard. Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
While we wait for the workshop to be flooded with fresh content for CS2, we're going to give you a look into what some of our community creators have been cooking up with all the new tools. The first map we will look at is DE_Biome, a map that was added to CSGO matchmaking back in 2018, now getting its own Source 2 upgrade. Designed inside a greenhouse with a lot of lush flora dotted around the map, we can certainly see JD40 taking advantage of the better lighting and more vibrant aesthetic of CS2. If I remember correctly, I even had a clean highlight back in the day, but no one will want to see that. Definitely don't show that. Oh, would you look at that? Pretty clean, honestly. Next, we have DE_Brewery, a wingman map that, as you guessed it, is based in a brewery. For this one, we will show you some before and afters, as this really shows what is possible when porting CSGO maps to a CS2 one. I think this is going to spark a lot of mappers' passion to go in and fully utilize these new tools and upgrade their older maps. The difference in the level of detail they can add in a much easier way is very, very apparent with this one. The map shows off nicely the use of the new metallic reflections you can achieve, turning these bland walkways into something that pops a lot more. This, along with the new lighting and vibrance, is really what we will see focused on going forward. Recognize this? It is of course FY Pool Day, a Counter-Strike classic. A small A map ideal for chaotic fights all based around a bright pool area. When talking to Leplulboldeslappen, who is remaking this map, says he has been working hard and it thinks it can bring joy and nostalgia to many CS players. Joy is one word for it. Depends if you're on the right side of the chaos. A great map to hop in a server with some friends and an all-time classic.
Time for a little bit of a grudge match to be starting off our day. As Complexity lock horns once again with G2. Of course, we're talking about a rematch from EPL, where Complexity started off very hot, but then Blair subsequently fell asleep, and G2 took full advantage of that.
Yeah, that is indeed going to be a bit of a grudge matchup. And we had JT yesterday on the desk as well after the win. They had a very convincing win, in fact, they had over Monty. And he said, you know what, we choked. We should have had G2. It should have been a 2-0 affair. And I agree with them as well. Inferno, they kind of just let their foot off the pedal, so to speak. And then in the final map, kind of just completely capitulated, right? So a revenge matchup here for Complexity, and what a time to do it as well.
Definitely. I mean, they showed really like a huge promise on that Pro League. They had that win in the bag. They dropped it in the Inferno. They got demolished in the last map.
Yeah.
But overall, yesterday they again showed solid performance after the qualifying for the Blast finals. They were right there. Nobody expected them to beat Monty, and they did it with a super good performance from JT, I believe, with more than 25 kills. But overall, they still riding their confidence wave right now. I don't think they're scared of G2 at all.
They shouldn't be.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair statement. You happy to see G2 warming up by playing a little bit of ping pong, Kassad?
Oh yeah, I saw Nico was pretty good with like handling balls. But the thing is like I wanna show you, like, I wanna tell you a little bit of a secret.
Right.
Not that kind of secret, Blaine. Not that kind of secret.
I think we need to pull this back.
I need to know how. What's the secret with your balls and Nico?
Abnormally good in playing snooker.
Okay.
Like back in 2015 when he was benched in mouse sports, all he did was playing Counter-Strike and playing snooker. He was unbelievably good.
I've never heard anyone describe someone's skill as like abnormally good.
Abnormally good. It's like unrealistically good.
Normally you say
that's
like
a little secret
but
before we head into the more serious stuff about Counter-Strike.
Right, okay, so
cool.
Counter-Strike plus Nico plus snooker equals maybe
balls.
a dub. I don't know, maybe we have to ask JKS about the situation.
So JKS, I keep on asking every player how is it to be in Australia. To you, I want to know, how is it to be back to Australia?
Well, it's great, obviously. Haven't been home in like a year and a bit, so it's really nice to be back. And I mean, Sydney isn't where I'm from, but it's pretty much the same anyway. So yeah, it's just really nice to be home with like, seeing familiar faces and friends and family, and yeah, it's great.
Talking about seeing familiar faces and maybe friends, you got to see them yesterday on the server. Greyhound, like right now, unfortunately, they dropped a bit like lower. Do you feel maybe in some kind of way sad or maybe like guilty for maybe potentially being the cause of their downfall?
No, I don't feel guilty really. I think it should have been like a bigger blowout, to be honest. I think they played a good T-side, but I think we also lost like I think it was like 2 rounds where we threw pretty bad, and we let them back into the game. So I mean, they definitely played a good T-side, but I think we should have won by a lot more. So, yeah. But I mean, they definitely played good, and hopefully they can get the win today.
Well, that was yesterday, and today you're going to play against Complexity, a team that you last played, a month ago during EPL, but that was still CSGO. Right now it's CS2. Should we like maybe base our conclusions of what might happen today in this best of 3 on what we saw back then?
I don't know. I think they've just been getting better over time, honestly. I think it's going to be a really difficult match, but I don't really know what they have planned for CS2, and like, I don't really know if they have any like tricks or gimmicks or anything like that on the map, so it's kind of tough to say. But I think, I think each day we just need to keep improving and getting better. And I think we're not really focused too much on the other team. We're more focused on ourselves right now. So, yeah. But I mean, if there's anything like the last match we played, I think it should be pretty close. And yeah.
All right, then thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks.
Yeah, it feels good for JKS and the crew, albeit netting the narrow dub yesterday, but feels good for him to be back in his home country.
Listen, we can skip the jokes aside and everything. Talking seriously about JKS right now, in my time with him, it was super important for him to be connected to his family. He loves his family very much. He loves his friends very much. He needs to be in touch with them, on a daily basis so he can feel more happy, and when he's happy, he's performing well. We saw that in 2019, in 2020. He's playing good right now. He won 3 big events so far, and one with FaZe, 2 with G2, and it's important in the team to make that guy happy and make him comfortable in his role, in his shoes, in his skin, and he's definitely a guy that kind of relies on his family and his friends.
I haven't seen Justin smile that wide.
Oh, he was ecstatic.
Right?
He was super happy to be back here. So yeah, looking good for Justin.
Yeah, of course, they did take down Greyhound yesterday, albeit quite narrowly. I was scared for a moment.
I agree with Justin when he said we should have closed it out in a bit more convincing fashion. I expect maybe a 13-8 score. I don't want to take away too much from Greyhound. I think they mounted a pretty commendable comeback. Ence in particular, top ranking in the server. But it should be, considering the 9-3 half, you should have easily closed it out. That being said, maybe it's a good wake-up call, right, for G2 that it's not going to be that easy.
Listen, I rewatched that game. And I think, you know, I was a part of this type of situations, these types of games on both sides, on the losing, on the winning end, right? You kind of feel that you have the game in the bag after the first half like this, 9-3, everything is going your way, and then you lose a couple of rounds that kind of bring them back, you know, and they don't have the momentum anymore. They start doubting their decisions, and it kind of turns out to be, you know, super close game. All of a sudden, JKS pops up in the very last round with a triple kill on ramp, and he delivers the win. So, in my opinion, G2 played well yesterday. They just kind of lost their way in the second half and kind of made it super close, but it wasn't really that close.
Yeah, of course, we're not going to read too much into the intricacies because we are coming into a fresh new title. But somebody I do want to be talking about, conversely on the other side, man like JT, he was showing up yesterday in that game versus Monty.
Yeah, JT's a guy who, you know, as an IGL, he is one of the more fragging IGLs, right? Even during the struggles of complexity, he was one who wasn't really trailing department. What impressed me more than JD's performance was overall how the team was looking, even with someone like Floppy not really having as much impact, so to speak, within the fragging department in the server. They were looking so very good against a Monty where all of us picked Monty to be the favorites, and I agree with that. Monty been putting a lot of work. They've been looking very, they've been grinding out a lot online in EU as well. They had a pretty solid run in EPL, and they were just made to look very amateurish on a map which they are also very comfortable on.
Great performance from JT. We discussed it even before. 27 kills, you saw it on your screen. Right now, it feels like when he is playing this, it feels like the whole team is vibing on Anubis. They're feeling the timings, they're feeling the rotations, they know what's going on the map, they know how to react. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually pick it today again. We can see that there's, what, 10-1? 9-1 so far.
And look at some of the names as well, like 16-4 to Liquid. We've taken down G2, obviously back at EPL as well. I mean, that was a qualification game.
Cloud9, G2, Liquid, all of them in that like winning column right there. So overall, they feel super good on the map, you know, and I wouldn't blame them if they go for it today. They beat them like 2 weeks ago on that Pro League playoff match, and it's something
convincingly as well.
Yeah, something they you know, they like to play, and I think they're going to pick it today.
And they should be picking this, and that's where things get interesting, right? Like, while G2 would still be, for me, the favorites here, they're not like massive favorites, because I really feel Anubis is definitely going to be going the way of complexity. The pick comes in. For G2, have a couple of options. They might go back to Inferno. We haven't really seen them on CS2 here.
Ancient should be the pick
or
for
Ancient,
them.
yeah.
Definitely, because they demolished them. Yeah, here we go. They might feel better on the map like Ancient right now, simply because of those results, and they went for it. I like the pick. I don't think they should be forcing Inferno if they feel better on the other map. We have the second stage vetoes. Nuke is out for complexity. They don't trust their nuke, and they don't want to allow G2 to have Inferno. But G2 went for a Vertigo. Now this is an interesting
This is the first Vertigo I think we're going to be seeing so far in IEM Sydney. Did we see it in B-Stream? I don't think we did.
I'm not sure.
If this is a CSGO, I would judge. Because you know what happened with Vertigo pick on Major when it comes to the main game against Fnatic, and it's like, you're not going to go back there, but definitely
uncharted territory right now, honestly.
It's a curveball, something that we didn't expect, you know, because they had a chance to leave Inferno in. Maybe they don't trust their own Inferno, or they think Complexity is a decent team, and it doesn't suit them on Inferno. So
and even Ancient, Kasad, if you think about it, right?
I think Complexity is happy with the veto.
They should really be happy, because the thing with Ancient is sure, G2 did demolish them in EPL, but that wasn't CSGO. That was once upon a time and a whole different game altogether. And CS2, we alluded to this fact yesterday as well. Ancient plays differently in CS2. You got to look at the spawns and how it plays out. So even though G2 have gone for this pick, I'm not necessarily feeling like super comfortable that G2 should get that win convincingly, but hopefully they've done their prep work and their homework.
Let's focus on Anubis, the first map coming up in this best of 3. I'm just looking at the round timeline from the last time these two teams played. Obviously, contextually, that was on CSGO, but looking at G2, you know, they were getting a decent start on that T side. Then Complexity adapted, completely shut them down, and G2 basically got 2 rounds for the remainder of the entire map. Where are they looking
Freya,
to adapt
once
today?
that happens in a normal like situations, like in a default situations, when you start well and the opponent adapts, then if you need to spend 2 timeouts, 3 timeouts to readapt and get yourself over this like on a 6-7 rounds lane, right? Then you do it. You sacrifice some of the timeouts to get those rounds going, simply because you know you need those rounds on the T side because the map isn't what it is. So right now, I think G2 should be starting on the CT side. But what I wanted to mention, like psychologically speaking, I was watching G2 right now because they're right behind us. They seemed very calm. They seemed very focused. They don't seem any. They don't feel any. I don't think they feel any stress right now. There is no tiredness on their faces at all. They seem very, ready to play this game. And it can be a very scary thing for Complexity. to be honest.
We just saw Floppy on our screen.
Yep.
Did either of you read the interview on HLTV from Floppy? Because man was sounding very emo, even though they won the game yesterday. He basically said, I hate how the game's feeling right now. I'm only able to focus on the audio. It's really screwed up with my role. Even that W didn't feel like a W for him.
I had the chance to work with Floppy for a short amount of time. He actually lived down the hall, you know, in my building. At the,
down the hall.
Unlucky
Floppy.
So we used to talk a lot, and he's a person that, you know, that kind of that's super emotional. He tends to feel things much harder than, you know, other people. So him expressing his feelings that way, I'm sure he feels that way, right? So, but I don't think it's anything critical. Things are gonna get better. It's just, you know, a momentary thing.
I just hope for a bounce back because he was one of the players that was instrumental in terms of the last time they faced.
Yeah, and that's something JT spoke about in an interview as well yesterday post a game, where it's like, you know, even though, yeah, sure, a couple of players weren't necessarily performing to the level they did, they really like in the system right now with Elish coming in because, you know, Floppy has been really activated despite a bit of an off day yesterday. Hopefully today's going to be better for young Floppy.
Yeah, new dawn, a new day, but not a new map for Complexity in the pool, of course. We're bringing in Anubis, a staple map of their map pool versus G2. So let's get into the game with Bardolph and Morgan.
Cheers, Freya Spears. Anubis is going to be quite an interesting one. I think a lot of people will be looking towards Complexity for another good performance, but G2 are not an easy team to defeat, even with the variance of CS2 at present. I'm sure everybody learned many lessons in yesterday's action, so we'll see what they can offer today. G2 will start on the T side. No P250s for the T squad. They'll be happy with the Glocks. Let's see what they can do. They've got quite a few flashes here. Love to see a chain flash. You can see JKS lining up some utility into the B-bomb site, which is bolstered with 3 defenders. 7 pistols for the 5 Complexity players. Grim's holding 2 of them. He and Hulzerk will deliver. This is a complete shutdown. I'm not sure if anybody's made a step standing into this bomb site for G2. Falling into it, they'll go. Lots of Crimson being spread. Not sure what else Hunter can really do with this. Even if he could just damage the Kevlar, that would be the slightest edge on some of these players, but nothing doing at all in that pistol round.
Those dualies from Grim just keep G2 trapped in that choke point. They can never get out and swarm the site. And G2 threw those smokes way before the rest of the play came in. I think they were going for something quite intricate, but all it seemed to allow was for JT to have time to be able to prepare that counter flash, which worked wonders. Made sure that G2 couldn't swarm out of position. Complexity had plenty of reinforcements on that site. They're going to have to stay focused in this round. It is still a force from G2, albeit without that bomb plant. So just the pistols in play on the T side for this one. You can see Complexity, plenty of rifles. They were doing this a lot yesterday. They love fading these smokes. It's worked for 1 kill, but Nico's able to trade.
Floppy's got his ankles wet. Not seeing much of anything just yet, though.
Those boots look solid. I think he'll be okay. A lot of aggression yesterday from Complexity. Here comes some more. JT fishing for information. And the information will be that it is clear for now. That flash would have been heard, though. So maybe G2 are hoping that Complexity are thinking that that's false info. They're thinking that B is clear, but actually G2 are coming back, and JT's alone here right now.
I love the lore on Nico's Deagle. Such a long time ago now, that Mouse Sports squad. Very storied player. Plenty of stories to write in CS2 as well. 39 seconds on the clock. G2 must expire in this round. If they don't win it, of course. Leach has got a very nice lineup, and Floppy to support as well. Bells being rung. Sorry, Floppy was elsewhere. He's on the rotation, but JT and Hulzerk will be here to clean up. Bomb planted. Nico will be dealt with. That'll be a quick one. Not too much damage done. 2 players lost in the round will be okay. That's kind of the precipice. That's the line you don't want crossed early. And it won't be. 2-0 for Complexity. A good start so far to the CT side.
Yeah, going well for them. They looked really composed there on their B site defense. know that player gets mollied, they don't try and swing out to help him. They realize they're still in control, still up in numbers and weaponry. I think it was important that NiKo committed to the plant, though, because look at what it allows for G2. The money is good enough to force again. So I think a really smart decision there from NiKo. Knew that the round win was unlikely, just commits to the plant instead, and now they've got 4 Galils and an AK. This is still scary.
It really is. Again, those Galils have got better, well, they had better armor penetration in CSGO than the M4s. I don't know if those numbers have been changed.
Seeing that same play from Spawn there from Complexity. They clear out B completely with their early utility. That should allow them to have fast responders to this A-bomb site.
They'll need fast response as well because the numbers are here for G2. Getting cut down to some degree by Floppy. Did some good damage to JKS as well, but Halsey can't follow up on that. And there will be a wipeout on this A-bomb site. Don't think there's anything left for Complexity in this round, so G2 will be on the board early. And now that damage from the round prior is important. 3 frags in this round, maybe more to come. We could see that Manassi is lurking. This is something that G2 can build upon here on Anubis. Let's not forget how many CT rounds we saw from Complexity on Anubis yesterday. That was basically, I feel they won the map on the CT side. So G2 will definitely want to stunt their growth immediately.
And that was without them winning the pistol on that CT side. They were able to find 6. So with them winning the pistol here, who knows what they're capable of? Man, the Galil, I think it's just too strong right now. Like, for the price, it's so tough being a CT. Complexity played the first 2 rounds very well, and now they're left in this position where, I mean, sure, they lost that round, but it just puts them now where they don't actually get a great buy into this one, even with a couple of guns saved. Well done by G2, though. Had to overcome these numbers. Elige not able to fight with his teammate there. They get the kill quickly enough. And even with the info, Complexity unable to hold. They've eked out a buy, but there are going to be 1 or 2 pieces missing here for Complexity. A rare slow start to a round.
Yeah, G2 just looking for Complexity to make a play. They know their economy's on the edge. They may detect desperation, urgency. But Complexity are not doing anything just yet. Holding on to much of the util they were able to bring into this one also. G2 will show presence early, invite a response from Complexity. Try to drain that util for a play to be made later on. Elige was a problem on the T side in mid in yesterday's action. He was a very key figure, holding down mid for the time being as G2 approach B.
Yeah, it looks like Elige has a real affinity for that position. Just popping ahead of the smoke. Gets his team off to a good start. And now Complexity, even a man up, look for further info. NiKo not that blind, though, because he's so far back. Still 45 seconds remaining, but this aggression will give them the info. They're already flanking as this play comes in. Trade's looking decent for G2. They should get that bomb. They can't get that bomb. It's dropped over in the river. And now NiKo's got a 1-on-2.
Doesn't know where both the players are just yet. 34 seconds on the clock. Well, sub 30 now. Floppy has been active in many of these rounds, looking to be so again, showing some elbow. NiKo solves the problem, but can he get that last frag? The pre-fire is there. He was close, but Floppy again, important in these early rounds for Complexity. Narrow victory. Did they lose too many players, though? We'll see what the situation looks like for G2 and their economy as well. Down to the wire. Dangerous adversary in G2. But Complexity are ready for the challenge. Great timing for Elige there as well.
Yeah, flash in from Halzerk too. And then at the end, just having those players coordinated enough. Didn't get the initial trade, but Floppy still favored in that final fight. And yeah, G2 are just going to keep forcing. They're going to keep on knocking at the door. And this time, they've got something out of spawn towards this A site.
4-man on road for G2. Support utility coming through as well. Floppy gets utterly deleted by a flying Mac-10. We heard how good it was, and there's a great example. Looking for more, but Elige will hold position. That's really important for the retake also. Halzerk holding angles with the scout up close. It's going to be a problem. He'll have to overperform as Grim gets decapitated. Only 3 remaining for Complexity. This could be a big reset if they lose this one. And it looks very likely indeed. There's Halzerk up close. 2v3. There are no kits on the players who are standing. It looks like they'll have to disengage from this one.
Yeah, I think they maybe could have considered disengaging when it went down to the 3-on-4, honestly, because G2 still had a fair bit of utility left for the post plant because of just how quick that play was. And that seems to be where G2 are finding their early success. Both their fast rounds towards A, they've been able to get onto the bomb site very quickly. I think m0NESY peeking just before that smoke blooms is what's so difficult to deal with there. You're expecting that smoke to come up. Instead, there's m0NESY just spots him.
Gymnastics with that Mac-10. Some teams talk about the P90, some teams talk about the Mac-10. That's what the consensus has been with the conversations yesterday. Timeout for Complexity. 20 years on their jerseys. Big hello to Jason Lake, one of the most storied organizations in Counter-Strike. Many great memories over different versions. Many more to come as well.
Yeah, I think coming into this series, you still have to have G2 as the favorites, but Complexity have been so good on Anubis that this map feels like it's quite likely to go their way, even with this start. 3 CT rounds already. They've got a chance to try and keep it up. It has been a hotly contested start to this first half. That's going to continue. Complexity still with enough money here.
MP7 enjoyer.
Hunter's got a few cheeky weapons. He likes a CZ as well.
That's the alternative to the MP5. It has statistically been better in practically every way to the MP5, save for the lack of tracers, which is more of a thing now in CS2. We are seeing people getting absolutely wrecked with every shot, giving a tracer on the unsilenced weapons. Let's see what he's able to do with it. Horzak ever capable with any scope, beat a Krieg or Scout or AWP.
Oof. Big damage through the smoke. This is an adjustment from Complexity. They reinforced the A site. They used utility there to take that map control. But G2 still leaving their options open.
These 5-7s are so scary in CS2 as well. We know that all these teams understand the game in its current situation. It's so important to be swinging with these weapons, and these 5-7s have been terrifying. Another flash comes through, but Nico is ahead of it. JT will get the trade and the information, and it's Hunter at range of the MP7. Can't get that final bullet though. 3 players remain for G2, 30 seconds on the clock, and they're quite spread out. JKS inviting rotation towards the A bomb site, but the bomb's headed elsewhere. How many players can he entertain? He's been dispatched off now, and they've lost all position on the B bomb site. JT doing 180s though, unsure of which way to go. Full committing in the wrong direction.
Oh, and a smoke down from m0NESY. That will really help buy time. They're going to get that bomb down any second. It's taking a little time. They were scared of that CT position, but finally planted. That nade only going to do a bit of damage, so a 2-on-3 post plant for G2.
Elige with 7 HP will take the scope. M4s for JT and Horzak. JT's the man with the kit, and he's the first one to get dropped by HooXi. Great angles from him. Surely Elige won't be far behind. HooXi playing his life at the moment with his teammate as well. And Elige trying to switch weapons. Will die holding a USP. That's a big round for G2. They can try and pull away from the opponent now.
Yeah, it's a big post plant. JKS getting this 1 kill on the fake was oh so important as well. And that angle from HooXi. Very well taken there. Just caught the opponent off guard. And working around that pillar can be really effective. You get those tight little angles that are sometimes unexpected. And so finally the back and forth might be over because that CT economy is hard to maintain. And Complexity have to effectively full save here.
1 pop flash for the CT squad. Not quite together though at the moment. JT's holding it in mids. Is there a rifle to be collected here? There won't be a transfer for HooXi. It's so blind, but Nico's got a very good angle to protect the weapon. JT utterly deleted by that AK. 1-on-3. Horzak's picked up a Mac-10. Wouldn't put it past him. Let's see where the bomb goes. JKS will be the man to find out if the A bomb site is clear. There's chances for 1v1s here for Horzak.
Oh, he'd love to steal this AWP. I don't know how likely that is, though. m0NESY will land a shot. Nothing being stolen this time. Hulzuk would have liked to kill as well because his money is at $4,900. So the AWP, a possibility, but he'd have to go without Kevlar if he wants it. Either way, G2 finally getting some control back on this favored T side. But they're going to have to do really good work here. Complexity only need a couple more rounds to get a good half here on their CT side. And another smoke out of spawn from Complexity. This time going all the way down, trying to block those players towards A early. Honestly goes straight through, and he hits the shot.
He doesn't miss. I don't know if you want to peek him, Grim. Rather you than me. Thought about it, showed some elbow. Maybe feeling the urgency there, wanting to find something for the team. Honestly, will show presence up close, and that'll raise concerns for Complexity.
That is a play Complexity ran yesterday, so you wonder whether Monasty's done a bit of homework there, realized he could beat that smoke, get there before Complexity can. That's a big man advantage here for G2 to work with. And again, Complexity, man down, they feel they have to go for aggression, but Monasty is always there, ready and waiting.
Surely they stack together somewhere now.
Yeah, gotta take a risk.
They want to die in isolation. They've got to make a play. They've got to do a coin flip.
Are they feeling lucky?
They'll merge together towards the A-bomb site. But G2 are still being careful, and they've got expendable personnel now. I don't think they'd be surprised to find all of the CTs in one place, so if JKS is to have a look towards this A-bomb site, I think the conclusion will be fairly straightforward. Should be. Bomb's still near that mid position though, 25 seconds on the clock. Nico heading into B first. Nothing doing just yet. No challenge per se. It seems they have found the right solution, but JKS having the choke point of the A-bomb site does not bode well for Complexity survival in this round.
Yeah, they are surrounded. They are boxed in like a fish right now. And Nico may be the first player to move on in. Pre-aimed the angle, but Grim faster on the trigger. G2 do have a bit of money in the bank, so more players look like they will be hunting here. They've even got the utility to clear out some of these angles. Nice kill from JKS onto the site. How much more do they commit? How important is it to get these rifles out of Complexity's hands? Hunter hits the deck. Monasy still waiting patiently, but that AWP a little too valuable, so no further hunting. 2-gun save for Complexity. Should give them some options in this one.
That's what oppression looks like in Counter-Strike. Looking for every edge they can find. 3 to 5 then. Monasy is so fast with the AWP, and he very rarely misses indeed. Punishing the opponent on that occasion. There'll be a timeout before things continue. A moment for reflection. As Complexity trail by 2 on the buy once more. That AUG save from the previous round. JT's turn on the FAMAS. I think we saw a lead with it in mid with some success.
This timeout may be a little surprising. I wouldn't have thought Complexity would be too worried with the current scoreline. But I suppose if they can find a quick solution to get a couple more rounds, they should have faith in their T side based on what we saw yesterday. So perhaps that is the idea that TC had in mind. Coach was taking some notes after that round. Does seem like G2 are pretty well prepared for the constant aggression and active play that Complexity have brought to this map. And it looks like that same smoke is being thrown by Complexity. Not sure if they're going to follow it up with the aggression this time though. Oh, the nade instead. Just a little late.
G2 are going to be collapsing on the B-bomb site very quickly indeed. Grim's in all kinds of trouble. How is he still standing? Traded by JKS. That gives many more angles to G2. And in they go. Elige on the chase, so that may take some attention away as JKS pulls the utility out, but JT's lost in the meantime. Hulzuk and Floppy make their way towards that B area. Huge fights, huge smokes on the bomb site. No HEs for the CTs. 3-on-3 bombs not planted just yet. Got a good idea of where these CTs are, G2. A minute on the clock, considering their options before they get to planting. Hoogsy trying to control the space. Floppy has the kit.
That smoke's going to delay for a long, long time. Alish trying to wrap back around, but Complexity have got to get a move on here.
JKS has got such a good angle as well. Floppy goes past the choke point though. There's two of them. Down he goes, and Manasi's in the clutch now. 1 versus 2. They lined up for a second, didn't find either one. That's a must-win round for Complexity. Very important round for them to win. They'll get an AWP from it as well. And that could be a difference maker in the rounds to come.
Yeah, quite a few slow rounds so far from G2, but a bit more urgency there as they get that initial kill on towards Grim with the 1-for-1 trade. It forced the Liege into that fast flank. But then, these post-plant fights don't go their way. I thought KS's angle was going to be good for at least 1 kill. He was in a pretty favorable position to try and lock out that retake. But instead, he goes down. m0NESY left with a really tough clutch on the site. G2 5-4 up. Still full gun rounds here as m0NESY quick again. Oh, he's so fearless!
Oh, he's gone back! Grim, you're crazy!
So is m0NESY though. I can't believe he just runs in like that with the AWP.
Hunter will pick up the slack, showing more presence. Oh man, these angles. Ulzak won't be happy with that one. JKS, big brain on this occasion. How many players can he pull over to the bomb site this time? Not a fake on this occasion though, the bomb is in tow. Floppy might have the sound cues, then again he might not. He has been vocal in a recent interview with HLTV about focusing on trying to figure out the situation with the sounds. And with Vertigo as a potential decider, that would be fascinating to watch. I do hope we get there. But Complexity won't come away with a W in this round. 4 from 10 is not a terrible situation for them. My God, what a start to this round, though. Love to see m0NESY piping hot at the beginning of a series.
Yeah, that was the fullest of full sense, running in like that through the flames. But if you get a 1-for-1 trade, it's worthwhile on the T side. Then JKS ready for the further aggression. Just got that tight angle. Landed a dink through the box, which then allowed him an easy kill against Ulzak. I think G2 have definitely come into this with some good prep. You can see they're ready for, well, not only countering Complexity's aggression, but even throwing some of their own in there.
Know your angles. JKS certainly does.
Oh.
Yeah, there's some frustration.
This goddamn game, man.
Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah. I would imagine the.
That's the new excuse, isn't it?
The directional sound is somewhat frustrating for Monsieur Floppy, for Flopzilla.
Still waiting for the floppy flip-flops to come out. Come on, Complexity, get on it.
Oh, again, this time an early frag for G2 towards the A bomb site. Been very busy in that direction, and there's more to do. Hootsie must be careful though, because he's carrying the bomb. Almost showed some elbow there. Trying to force the CTs back. So they synchronize the timing. G2 calming things down towards A. Who knows if that bomb drop can be heard?
Yeah. Flash should be good. Ooh, not that good. Ulzak hits the shot and gets away with it.
That is a big frag from JT as well. Numbers advantage now for Complexity. Minute on the clock. G2 somewhat spread out for now as the bomb looks to get rescued. m0NESY on the creep though. Did he realize that there are two there? JKS caught with the flashbang. Back and forth all over the map. But now Hunter's the last man standing. He's picked up the bomb, but he's got quite a lot of time actually. Can he find a 1 versus 1 though? That is the question. 1v3. Where does he imagine they might be? Who's holding down the mid position? Ulzak's on the way. 4 HP for him. I would imagine he's probably scoped in already. Hunter with the knife out, and that might be the end of the line. He's missed a shot there, Ulzak, and it gets so awkward. 2 players remain. He's got 23 seconds to figure out where the last guy is on the bomb site, but JT will be quicker on that trigger finger.
Big round for Complexity. 5 CT rounds now. That is already good enough, most likely, with how good they looked on the T side yesterday. And listen, that flash, not quite blinding Ulzak. He was maybe a bit far forward from where the flash landed. And with the fewer gun rounds you have in play right now, you have to minimize those mistakes. That was the first kill that got Complexity back into the round. Where is JKS's gun? There it is, Tech9.
That is a jumble sale by Holy potatoes. Look at that buy from G2. The UMP's coming out. That thing's a unicorn.
They're sending it A again.
Indeed
this
they
is
are.
what before.
There are 3 players here, not just Floppy. HE won't do all of the work. Trying to force their way in, but they can't see anything as they get railed by Complexity on the bomb site. JKS and Hooksy remain. A full send hasn't quite worked out for them. A brick wall from Complexity will be good, surely, to equal the score. JKS finds an AK-47. 1 versus 5. Much work to be done here. Floppy will surely be playing trade frag as well. 3 players remain on this bomb site for Complexity. JKS has the bomb and 1 minute to figure this puzzle out. Complexity will be confident with this score at half-time. Again, they've had a good enough CT side. Moving into that aggressive T side for them. And there's Horzerk with the last one. All tied up at half-time then. Are we going 3 maps? We'll find out in a while, actually. See you after the break.
Complexity are out for revenge against G2 from the previous matchup where they themselves have said they choked against G2 at Pro League. They've got off to a pretty good start here on their map pick. 6 CT rounds, the exact amount of rounds they got yesterday, and they're able to win on Anubis yesterday. Let's see if they can come through with as strong of a T side here today. They are going to be having a P250 drop to a Liege and a bit of utility for the pistol, while G2 are just going full Kevlar. None of that nonsense.
I want Vertigo. I want 3 maps. I want Complexity to win map 1. I want G2 to win map 2. I want Carnage and confusion on Vertigo. Trying to close the distance then. What will Nico's play be? He is not alone. m0NESY with 2. Great start from him. And the remainder will try to deliver, but there'll be a trade. Floppy moving through. Great headshot, but still more work to do. Clock at that range requires more. HooXi will pop him, and that's going to be a very swift pistol for G2.
Yeah, and not only the pistol, but also denying the bomb plant, which is honestly massive on that CT pistol now. Those second round force buys for the Ts can be so deadly. So great that m0NESY gets this early double kill towards mid. Nico there to back him up, as well as Hunter. Just so many CTs in position to deny that mid play. And G2 take the lead. And I think Complexity will be saving. Indeed, just 1 Deeg bought by Elige. So I'll look for a bit of damage.
Valve needs to add a pistol deathmatch. Free-for-all pistol deathmatch option in the game. Because that is one of the best ways to warm up. No helmet, no helmets. Running around with a P2000, P250 or whatever you like. Great way to warm up your aim. Very efficient, just like this anti-eco rounders from G2. On a side note, I saw 3 of the Complexity players just before this match started. Had a quick chat with Elige, asked him what switches he had in his keyboard. He's got the analog route, which will be quite interesting, especially for Shakira peaks, Michael Jackson peaks, and who knows what else to come. Not using the analog switches myself, but if you're an FPS player, they are definitely a consideration. That is a man who is switchless. He has a pen and paper. He needs a clipboard.
Yeah, honestly, if you're going to take that many notes,
It
might as well.
It just looks so awkward for him.
Yeah. Well, we've got the gun round now for Complexity. And again, smoke's out of spawn. Looks like G2 are using that B smoke that Complexity used themselves. Not going to aggress off the back of it, though. Just playing back on the bomb sites for now. Nade well dodged there by Complexity, sitting back early. They were very effective at mid yesterday, Complexity, on their T side. They were getting a lot of frags there, a lot of openers. But in this round, no focus on mid. They're all grouping outside B early.
Yeah, this is what a pinch looks like, but will it be successful? Response to the Molotov. Those sound cues will tell him of the push, and that's a great start for HooXi. He'll need to do more as Hunter is dropped and Complexity look to take more position. A lot of smoke on this bomb site though, trying to avoid flashes. HooXi will be dropped. 4 on 2 now. G2 lose control of the B bomb site. Nico still heading towards the B area though, so you do wonder.
Always worth remembering the bomb blast radius.
Slow creep from m0NESY on the other side with the FAMAS, so what are the intentions? Are they going for the round, or are they trying to make it as costly as possible? Trying to contain Complexity, maybe invite them to be exploded by the bomb.
Wow, they found the one exit path here, Complexity. G2 covering both other angles. But all of the Complexity players exit together, so all AKs saved.
It's an interesting element, actually. Even the threat of a potential late retake might invite people to be too close when that bomb explodes. That might be something to look out for as we get deeper into CS2.
I wonder if G2 there just aren't expecting the execute for Complexity to just have the smoke there on the left side. Because you see those players are playing around sort of CT, but there's not that much cover there, and they just kind of get caught in the open with those peaks from the right side of sight. So, well managed by Complexity, making the most of that. Now G2 have a bit of a half buy. We've got a Mag 7 out. Still haven't seen the full shotgun supremacy yet. Which a lot of people are worried about.
Oh,
that's
my
a crazy
days.
clip from m0NESY.
What are you doing? That's the French gun. Can't just be wide swinging like that. That's outrageous. With the mag as well. I wonder if the FAMAS is maybe better in this game. Lots of uncertainties. Oh, talk about peaks. Nico won't get that FAMAS out into the molly out in time. The trade will be there. Position will be taken. m0NESY's on the flank, though. Surely he goes straight through this. They can't be expecting that. Poor HooXi with the P2000 growing in popularity. Oh, m0NESY with the transfer. Great timing. Bomb lost, and Grim is about to lose an AK to these CTs. They only lose one player. That is a confidence round for G2. Great way to get back in control of this one.
A massive performance there from m0NESY, who was their highest rated player yesterday. Looks like he's adjusting well to the new game. Discussion about how well Orpers would be able to adapt. A lot of people thought it would be tricky, but m0NESY looks right at home, this time with the rifle. Just catching players in the back there with the FAMAS, making all the difference for G2. And now Complexity with a couple of weakened weapons into this round.
FAMAS is putting in work this week. Maybe there's more confidence in that updated sound. More of a thwack than a pap. Not quite a pea shooter anymore. A surge into A, then concentrating the efforts. Tech9 in, so many targets for JKS, many losses for G2, but Nico's got something to say about this. A 3K keeping his team in the game. Hunter's got great angles for Allegia as well, who's somehow still standing. That is a huge fight in mid. Great work by Nico. Keeping his team in the game. Great players to follow up afterwards as well.
Yeah, Complexity get almost everything they wanted there with the initial entries. But the one man they're not ready for is Nico. Maybe just not expecting a third player to be so close to this site. And there was a massive amount of damage done, so he can just take down those softened up players. And then Allegia, who was so good at mid yesterday, just not 100% ready for that fight. Gets caught out by Hunter. G2 10-7 up. They're getting closer to victory here, but the Tech9s are dangerous.
There are so many CTs on this bomb site, though. Not sure if this will work out so well for them. Indeed, it won't. A shooting gallery, a very quick one for G2. That was a turbo round. The game feels a bit turbo at the moment, but that was even faster.
2 away, yeah.
Yeah,
G2
talk about momentum.
Quickly come to this position.
I feel like, you know, as we're still adjusting to MR12, we just get to this point very suddenly sometimes. AKs are out once again for Complexity, though. Good amount of utility as well. Good spread of frags on the T side. As for the CTs, though, m0NESY's on 20. Far ahead of everybody else. Make it 21.
Nice aggressive angle from m0NESY. We are seeing Orpers start to get a little more active at times in the early round. Trying to make sure they can have impact, maybe holding unexpected angles, or even peeking into opponents. Ooh, JKS eventually spots that player at range with the AUG. Floppy able to bring one frag back, but Complexity still fighting from a man deficit here.
Trying to show presence. He will invite a response, Floppy, on that A bomb site from Hooksy, dropping the incendiary. But G2 aren't biting. They're holding position elsewhere. You can see Nico being very active. Lots of AD in that mid position. Just looking for info, not looking to fight to the death. They want to keep their numbers up. They have the advantages, and they will exchange flames around that B area. You can see the bomb creeping alone. No support in the back. So Allegia will have to be careful. m0NESY will drop JT, looking for that flick, but he's got support from Hunter. Great rifle support. Made also all the more oppressive then. Dropping Allegia as well. Game point for G2 on Anubis. Where's that strength we saw from Complexity yesterday? It's a different opponent today.
Yeah, it's just crumbled so quickly for them. It has so quickly got away from them here in this second half. And all credit to m0NESY again. Gets those 2 early kills. Even sets up Hunter in this little hidey hole for easy frags. Nice double kill there with the AK. Only 1 round on this half so far for Complexity. Also worth pointing out, m0NESY has 8 opening kills. That is absurd, considering how many rounds we've played. The entirety of Complexity as a team have 7 opening kills. All 5 players put together. And m0NESY has 8. He's impressive with that AWP in early fights. And it's a big reason why G2 are up to map point and in with a great chance of stealing Complexity's map pick, stealing Complexity's home map.
Is this the run for Complexity? It's going to be a tall order to recover this one even. I was going to say just 5 rounds away, but it really isn't, especially not against G2. That's so much damage from JKS through the smoke. Almost crippling complexity early. Monasy close to Elijah as well. Lots of headshots through the corners of the wall in these duels from round to round on Anubis.
Oh, boost up. Floppy has a nade as well. There's a chance that gets tossed to the site if they know, but I don't know if they do.
Minutes on the clock for complexity, looking for opportunities, but when Monasy's on the other side, it's a troublesome task. See him jump peeking, air strafing is Monasy. He's got a very good angle on that smoke as well. Dream is collapsing for complexity. Maybe they thought this one was a given. Oh boy, smell you later, says Nico. Elige versus the world to keep complexity alive. 35 seconds, he has the bomb. Not much in the name of hope though. G2 have started this series extremely strong. And I do worry for complexity going forward because there is not much that they are being given by this squad. A very strong victory on Anubis to start off this series.
This EPL rematch spun on its head, as this time it's complexity who struggled to get anything together on that team side. G2 adapt, G2 overcome, and yeah, that leaves complexity completely silent in that second half.
Oh yeah, this is, in my opinion, a must-win map for the side of complexity. I even prefaced this entire segment before the game saying complexity should probably have this one in the bag. Credit to G2, I think that was a fantastic T side, even though, you know, complexity managed to get 6 rounds on their CT side. The fact that they were mixing and matching things, they were slowing things down, feeling very comfortable on the T side. JKS especially was a problem with the A bomb set on the defense as well as the offense. But for me, the player of the match obviously was Monasy. He seems like the only opera we've seen, I know, in just a couple of days so far, who seems super comfortable with the AWP. We know how good he is with his mechanics, and he was abusing that 8-2 in opening duels. He was all over the place, over 100 ADR, and just complete dominance from Ilya.
Yeah, definitely the man of the map so far. But I have to say that the ruthlessness of the economy and the MR12 and the fact that, you know, you lose both pistols really cost complexity here. They had a decent CT hub. They were all over the place. They were aggressive. I liked what I saw. And then they come on the T side, and like you said, Freya, they couldn't string anything together. What really stood out for me tactically, I don't know if it was a part of a game plan, maybe we can find out later, but they were too fast. You know, on this T side, it really cost them a lot.
Yep.
They were not trying to develop a default, to draw the utility, and maybe finish up the round. I think they were too fast to kind of enter the site, and it cost them a lot. And there was, I believe, a round where Huxi had a P5-7, and they had a mix buy. They were rushed into the site, and they lost the control of the economy completely there. Ended up 13-7. It looked like a one-sided, you know, game, but it really wasn't. Especially in the first half, I feel like there was a tactical mistake there from Complexity to go super fast into this half, and you know, it costs you. It's MR12, and it's really easy to lose control.
And I think something which we saw yesterday as well with a lot of the teams, where, you know, you lose the pistol, you lose a couple of rounds, and you know, it starts getting into your head. We don't have too many rounds. They try to force the matter. And unlike in MR15, where, you know, you're like, okay, your opponent's economy is not that great, you can just go for a force buy, try and break it. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. You have a few more rounds to work with. Here, it can completely just spiral out of control, and that's exactly what happened for JT. And
yeah, too fast, not so furious, I guess, for Complexity. But then moving on to that second half, the fact that we saw Complexity only getting the bomb down once, like there were no retakes that G2 ever had to do because Complexity were just dead in the water before they'd even entered the bomb site. How did they get away with that?
I feel like they lost a pistol, right? They were equal after that one. They got the first gun round at 8-6, and they had some sort of a plan, right? For me, usually as a coach, I used to, like, depending on the opponent, I used to like pick my first gun rounds and the second round, so depending how they play. I feel like they had something similar, but it didn't really work out. Like I said, it was just too fast for me, because it's simply because it's 8-6, you lose the first gun on 9-6, eco 10-6, all of a sudden they're in a match point range so quickly, and then you have to scramble, you have to go for a timeout. They have so much space to work with as a CT, and it all goes to hell.
And also for G2, I think the CT side primarily works so very well, because I think JKS was just such a rock on that A bomb side. His utility usage, his timing, spamming through the smokes, was just basically locking out the A bomb side. And then for Monacy as a Yop, you know, sometimes I think we saw him just go mid a couple of times maybe with the AWP, but on the B bomb side, he was being very proactive, going for his opening picks towards dark, picking towards outside of B main. And even if you lose JKS, he's dealt so much damage. You have Nico and Hunter right there, who I think had very impactful kills, even though they weren't necessarily on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, they weren't demanded to be, you know, it's just stepping up to the plate, particularly as you had a really apt point about Monacy. You know, we've had a couple of people's opinions about the AWP coming into CS2. Monacy don't care. Monacy can still use it, and he was looking hot.
Well, definitely. I mean, if they end up winning, maybe we can, you know, have him like answer some of the questions about, because he's definitely the fastest operator in the world right now. There is no question about it. Maybe he can provide us with some information about how is it in LAN environment, facing this speaker's advantage, being the fastest operator in the community right now, in the competitive scene. So right now, it doesn't seem to affect him whatsoever. We saw it on this map. Maybe we get to see it on Ancient. It's a good map for him as well. He likes to move around. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to be mobile on a map like Ancient. And, you know, we saw what happened the last time these two meet on Ancient. It can be, listen, maybe it's a little bit deceptive, because Complexity maybe ran out of steam there, you know, it's 16-4, but it's a different game right now, different environment completely.
I still wouldn't completely count out Complexity here on Ancient, because as we mentioned earlier, Ancient plays way more differently than it did in CSGO, obviously, you know, because of the spawns, CTs have way more of an advantage. And historically, it's a map, you know, you go all the way back with the different iterations of JT and his team, where JT used to be very comfortable on Ancient, being very proactive, especially on a CT side. So maybe things might actually look good for Complexity here.
Listen, they're going to be probably starting on the CT side,
Should
right?
be, yeah.
So they have the advantage with the spawns. Maybe they go for it. But as we remember, G2 used to fight for middle on T side a lot, right? With Huxi running out, with Hunter running out, with the Mac-10, trying to get into Dona space, trying to get into the temple, and maybe smoking it off and making a play early on so they can develop a default and go towards Banana or A. It doesn't really, you know, I don't know if it's going to be the case right now. Like you said, the spawns are changed. Maybe the meta will change it to more slower, you know, kind of letting the CTs take middle, and
give it
maybe,
up.
you know, in in the second stage of the round, maybe you retake it and then make your
I really think we're going to be seeing a lot from G2's T side from what we saw in Anubis. It's going to be very basically two variations. One is what Kassad said, where you just slow things down, let the CTs use up all the utility, and then just retake mid control and take it a little bit slow. Or you can mix things up and just go for fast extremity control, go for the cave control, go for Jaguar control, go for A mains control. And so we're going to see variations of these two things.
The problem with allowing CTs to develop their early game, right, on the map like Ancient is because you will have op that you don't know where it is, right? He's going to be mobile and you have a problem locating him. By the time you find him, he's going to kill one or two of your players and it's going to completely disrupt your default and the idea that you have for that round. So that's the downside. But if you go fast as a T, you might run into a wall. So there is a couple of decisions for the leadership in that team of complexity to make before.
And also, one thing with the way Ancient is as a map is we saw a lot of the HE usage being used, in the smokes, like we saw it in Nuke and Mirage. Ancient is a map, if you look at the layout, where I don't think the nades and the smokes, the interactivity is going to make as much of a difference, so to speak. Sure, in a post plant, maybe when someone's trying to stick to diffuse, that might work out. But let's say you smoke off, you nade the B ramp smoke, for example. You're not going to be making too much. You're not going to be getting too much info, right? So I think that's one thing which is going to be neutered, especially on Ancient.
Smell like a 2-0 for your money, Kassad?
Listen, like I said before the game, G2 looks focused, G2 looks ready. They showed it in the first map. It does look like a 2-0.
Cool, calm, collected, and their map pick on the horizon. We are going to the grounds of Ancient, but not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, players sitting down, and we're ready to get into the action again.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
COVID was definitely a really rough time for me. I wasn't having the best time in the team that I was in, and the atmosphere wasn't very good. The last thing, which was probably the biggest one, was I hadn't been home in like 2 years or something like that. I definitely thought about a few times when I wasn't having that great of a run during that period. Is this really what I want to do? To kind of, should I just quit and go back home, and at least then I get to spend time with my family and friends, and at least I can be happy in that way rather than being away from home, unhappy with CS and also unhappy with my living environment and stuff like that. When I got benched from Complexity, I wanted to play it, but I couldn't get a team. But I was kind of happy that I was benched and I was off that team, if that makes sense. Like my mental state was a lot better, but I was a little bit worried that I wouldn't get a job offer. Definitely a really rough period, but I mean, came out on top, and I think I got pretty lucky that I got the offer from FaZe to stand in for Keto, and if I didn't get that, then I probably wouldn't be here right now. So I guess it's a little bit of good karma.
Where am I going to put the Be Good part?
At the time, I think it was Twists who approached me. I didn't want to show up, play like shit, and then they get eliminated from the event. I think there was a little bit of pressure for me at the start. It kind of started off a little bit rough because I hadn't played it so long and I was playing it with a bunch of different people. I was just really happy to be playing again, especially because it was a LAN event as well, and I hadn't played a LAN event in a long time. Match by match, it got better and better. So yeah, it was a really good experience, honestly, and I think that was probably one of the most fun events I've ever played, just because everything was so carefree, everyone was getting along with each other super well.
We're gonna do it for Hoey, we're gonna do it for Justin, for all our fucking team, for everyone, okay boys? Stay fucking positive all the fucking way. This is final, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, they're out wide, taking savagery on the site. Justin freaking Savage, man!
Kind of a fairy tale in a way. Yeah, I guess that kind of put my name back on the map for other people to look at me.
We return for the second map of the series. We move to Ancient. And it seems that there are big problems for Complexity, and those problems are collectively called G2. Firing on all cylinders, they come into this second map after looking so dangerous on that first one. And I think that's the worst kind of G2 to play for obvious reasons. Despite Anubis being a good map for Complexity, when G2 are playing like that, they're a hard team to put down.
Yeah, it all crumbled for Complexity in that second half. m0NESY especially putting in a shift with that AWP. So many aggressive rounds from him. Maybe that's how you're going to have to use the AWP in CS2. We'll wait and see as everything progresses. But it is looking like for Complexity, the chance for revenge that they were so hungry for from that loss, from that choke at Pro League, is looking less and less likely. Unless they can pull out something special on G2's map pick. Should be getting underway shortly, and it will be Complexity starting on that CT side. We'll see if they can get off to a good start or whether G2 can get them with the B-Rush.
Molly is on the way. He's got a crossfire with Grim for a moment, does Floppy, but he'll be dealt with by JKS. Had a great feature on him during the break, and he will come into this one really hot. JT trying to do what he can, 3v2 for Complexity. Despite those initial offerings, and it's made worse now. Nico in the clutch. Paulzerk on the way. They'll wait for him. But that smoke will soon be gone as well. He's got enough bullets with that Glock. That much is for sure. Smoked up the choke point once again, though. Headshots JT, looking to finish him off if he can. Taking quite a lot of damage as well. Not quite finding the angle, Nico. What is there for him to get out of this one? Elysian and smoke, but Paulzerk through the wood. And Complexity will be very happy with that. Big smiles. Great to see after getting somewhat smashed on Anubis.
Yeah, Nico was trying so hard to get that wall bang, and Paulzerk just comes in and says, let me show you how it's done. I felt like it was just first shot with the dualies, maybe second. Either way, very well taken, and not always easy to deal with those fast B plays on the pistol. You saw JKS get a couple of early kills, so credit to Complexity. I think JT was really important as a pillar there towards the back of the site to make sure they didn't lose full control. Now we get the force buy coming in from G2. Should be harder for the T side to take mid here on CS2. Having real struggles with that. The CT utility can dissuade them early. And you see Complexity have established mid control here, but they've got to be a little worried about that A site. G2 heavily grouped over towards A.
Complexity getting closer to a rotation, perhaps just in time. Oh boy, Paulzerk really got his bell rung on that occasion. Grim's got the French gun out, avoiding the flashbang. Can't avoid the swing and the trade though, but Elite's got something to say about this. Nico will be lost, 3-on-3. Bomb not planted just yet. JT not rotating just yet, looking for lurkers in mid, but there won't be one. Hooksy makes his way over towards A, and maybe there's a gun for him to collect. Rolling of the Tech 9 for now. Leech clearing out the angle, spotting Hooksy though, as he rotates towards that box. 3 versus 2, big swing, forcing JKS to look away. The retake going well so far, but m0NESY's in the clutch now. Looking for 1v1, finding Floppy. That clock is ticking. There are no kits for these remaining players. Down to the Deagle. That was nasty. And there's one more to go. Hasn't got a HP though. And JT must have the time for this one. 2-0 for Complexity. Surely. Oh, I was getting a bit nervous, but I think he's just about got it.
Oh, it always feels doable with m0NESY though, doesn't it? I mean, it helps when Floppy runs in, not even looking anywhere, seemingly. m0NESY took that first kill happily. A lot of people were saying with m0NESY's age, with how he improved so quickly in CSGO, maybe he could end up going down as the GOAT of CS2. He started pretty strong, but not enough to win the round this time. Complexity able to find that retake, did just enough. You can see there is smoke thrown from spawn by Complexity, which lands at mid. That's why it's so hard for the T's to challenge mid early. And so G2 just leaving that at the start of the round, going over to B.
Yeah, look at these A smokes. They've suggested an execute and sent Hooksy in there to be the distraction. Grim dancing around these smokes. He's going to pull Paulzerk over at the very least. In the meantime, JT's dropped on the B bomb site and no one else has position apart from maybe Elish, but Hunter, I think, has outmaneuvered him on this occasion. That leaves Complexity on the back foot. Saw a lot of smokes there from spawn from G2. Sailing into the A bomb site. Now let's just remember that, because G2 could play with that in a later round and send it in towards A with those fakes they offered on this occasion.
Yeah, those fast A smokes were a threat in CSGO as well. You would see teams run those. And so G2 using that to their advantage here, pulling players out of position. Nice entry there from m0NESY as well, showing he's capable with the AK. Tight angle, but he hits the headshot. And that could put Complexity in an uncomfortable position. At least they'll be able to save a few guns. But a couple of players should be shortchanged here.
I'm still getting used to the fact that it's actually an explosion when the bomb goes off.
Yeah, yeah.
There's fire and stuff.
It looks pretty cool. Cool guys don't look at explosions, though. You gotta be just walking away in slow-mo. To be honest, if you're that close to the bomb, you're probably dead in CS2, so wouldn't recommend. Alright, the money's not too bad for Complexity. I thought it would be a bit worse than this. Also, they're getting that smoke out of spawn. G2 have one of their own. In fact, a couple of their own. Looks like a big emphasis here for Complexity. They have taken a bit of nade damage there. You see just how far that smoke goes in. Nico's looking for the fight from above. Galil versus FAMAS. It's the FAMAS that wins this time. Oh, and now a CT smoke there deployed by Complexity. Maybe to help Grim out, who's in cubby right here.
Instant trade from JKS will keep the numbers low. 3-on-3, advantage T side. Did Floppy give them a sound cue? Can he find a 1v1? m0NESY's creeping! He heard the flashbang. He's going to be so frustrated. Whatever his sound settings are, he needs to just reverse them. Because he's clearly having trouble. JT goes, that leaves Hallzerk over towards the A-bomb site. So, I feel like, as far as audio settings are concerned, they kind of threw the kitchen sink at us. There's an option for legacy sounds, which are not the same as CSGO, it must be said. There's a number of things you can do with like left-right isolation and so on, but there was a flash being thrown into the mid position. I feel like if that was CSGO, he would know that wasn't coming his way, very likely. But I think he's going to be raging after that.
Yeah, there's so many settings. I haven't really messed with them. I just trust that someone else will find the best one. And no one seems to have found any good one right now.
He needs one of those squeezy toys, like a stress reliever. He might need 3, to be honest. Might need to bite on one with situations like that.
How are we seeing Nico with the SG here? Like, for the longest time, when the SG was OP, Nico would not use it. Now he's going for it in CS2. It's pretty decent, though, especially when you're holding alone like this. Nice tight spray control at range with the scope in.
I want to see him one tap.
Clean up it.
Oh,
it is a bit slow to fire.
I've made a terrible mistake.
I knew I hated this gun all along. He's got a smoke down. He's okay.
It's one of the most uncomfortable situations in CS. You're on anti-eco. You're like, don't worry, guys, I've got this. And you just get your bell rung. You're running away, desperately trying to hold on to a very dangerous weapon. Full armor pen. More accurate than the AK.
Yeah, as a former SG player, I love getting it on the CT side. It feels so good. So good thing it didn't get stolen. m0NESY doing it with the Glock as well. 7 kills for him. He has continued his fine form from the first map. So G2 into the lead, but about to face a full buy. Let's see what Complexity can show us here on this map. Yeah, smoke just put up in time. No dramas. Ooh, a couple of mollies. They've just been beaten by m0NESY. He's here again!
Oh,
this man is unstoppable.
JT hears him, and I don't know if you want to engage that, but HooXi will come and take advantage of those sound cues. Great work from him, the risk taker, delivering for the squad. Nothing else to be done in this round for Complexity. Is there anything better than watching a drive-by by m0NESY?
It's so high risk because he's going alone in a lot of these rounds because it comes down to spawn. Like, you've got to get there quickly. So if he misses the shot, the AWP is probably just gone, or at least it's going to be tough to get back.
In some ways, he's like the new generation JW with the outrageous plays. And it's so important if you can have your sniper be a confidence player like that, and he has the freedom to just make the wildest plays because he has the talent to deliver. It's such a huge extra gear for your squad.
How is he alive?
Must die. He's not alive.
Yeah,
he's
not
dead.
Anymore. I don't know how that molly didn't spread to him, but they still figure it out. The thing with m0NESY here is, like, obviously, start of CS2, a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking to what the other successful players are doing, but I don't know if anyone can copy m0NESY's style of play. Is anyone that quick on the trigger? I'm not so sure. That might be a unique talent he can bring to his team. The impact player with just 1 kill. Got that opening frag, and it really allowed that house of cards to fall over on B. There's a missed smoke on the minimap from G2.
What do you do if you're Floppy right now? Because he's clearly struggling with sound. That much is clear, but we can see just how bad it is now. 1 for 5 at the moment on a very important part of the map. If you can't play with sound cues correctly, like, how do you solve this issue in the short term? 2 rifles in this round for Complexity, and they've managed to get a 5-on-4. Not much left in terms of util. Floppy's got a good position with the 5-7 at least. Being looked for by Hooksy, doesn't check the corner fully though. JKS will drop as well, and Complexity have a great round here. Very surprising situation for them. Hunter definitely wants to make it costly, but Liege won't wait for a knife. Drop him immediately, take the rifles. That was a huge round for Complexity, quite obviously, but I mean, in terms of breaking that momentum, I did wonder if this was like mentally slipping away from them, especially with how well G2 are playing just individually in this series.
Yeah, flash from JT, very well timed. You see Hunter getting blinded. Nico's not having a good time right now.
That
0 and
almost
5,
full
is he?
Undertaker from Nico there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's going to release him into this round. Also a huge round for Complexity. Everyone survives. Look at this from Elise, so quick up through mid. That is something the T's are going to have to be wary of with the lack of mid control. Go on, sneeze and click the trigger accidentally. Do it.
Oh! Down to 6 HP. He had the flick, but that was a hard one to get clean. m0NESY with 6 HP is still m0NESY, and that does not bode well for Complexity. We've lost position. Elise trying to find something. Sees a slight gap. Found m0NESY as well, looking to drop Hunter. Elise, how has he found this opportunity? Low on the bullets, but he's created space for his team. He stopped that bomb plant, shooting a dead body, leaving Nico as Grim has picked up the reins on that bomb site. That 0 may remain for a while then. That bomb is firmly on the A bomb site. He's got a long time to wait to hold on to this as well.
It almost felt like Elige had bullet time there, with the way his timing was just pretty much perfect on the way he took the fights and then ducks back into cover.
I thought he was on fire here when I heard these sounds, but it's the smoke next to him.
It makes the same sound, I think.
Yeah, it does, which is something to think about, because I thought, oh my god, he's going to die. And it's like, no, hold on a second, that's just the smoke. We need some kind of, maybe a different sound for that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not, though, because if it's the same sound, then there's more play to be had.
I think
if it's a different sound, then he's, everyone's going to be looking at him immediately.
It's only like a bit confusing in that scenario where if Elige was burning, he wouldn't maybe fully know. You'd have to actually like look at your health.
Yeah, but he could have a player-only sound in that respect.
True.
Like the old Half-Life sounds or something. Interesting scenario. Huge plays from Elige. Finding the narrow margins, and they need to find them if they want to prevail versus G2 and take it to what would surely be a bizarre game of Vertigo.
Got to give credit to Grim as well. Came in with a couple of kills after Elige, and there were some impressive fights that he won there. And Complexity have built a big bank balance for these last couple of rounds in the first half. So that's going to give them the opportunity to build even further. They still have to deal with the buy from G2 here. But maybe we have written Complexity off a little too soon in this series. They are hunting for revenge from that Pro League matchup. that went so poorly for them. They had chances to close the series against G2 there, couldn't do it. Now they want to get revenge here on CS2. Those 2 smokes again thrown from both spawns early. Hunter actually extinguishes the molly there. He's not going to contest for mid though, so Complexity will see mid is clear. Does that allow them to reinforce this B site? Because G2 are heavily grouped here.
Ouch. The kind of start you need. Elise dropped. He's been a key player recently for Complexity. 4-on-4 then. JKS still standing. Quick jump peek. Halzak's forced from the angle. Not a big spread for G2 in this round. All clustered together. Moving in closely. Floppy just showing a glove. Getting away with that as well. Slowing down m0NESY for the time being.
Aggression from Complexity down ramp. This could be a head-on collision here.
Hunter wondering if there's a flank coming from elsewhere. Hooksy's going to get dropped as well as he tries to retract. Will there be a trade frag? This could be bad for Complexity, however. Halzak still on the bomb site with that AWP. They've closed the net to some degree. Grim's in mid, but who knows if there's a rotation through T-Spawn. There's not enough personnel to cover all these options. Gambles have to be taken. Footsteps being made on B. They may have compromised their position unbeknownst to them. Halzak's foot fallen back. They don't know what the CTs know anymore. And the CTs don't know if they're still there or maybe rotating towards A. If they just cut noise and hold position for now, they may only be up against one person on the B bomb site. Grenades offered, not in synchronization. Those could both be thrown by one player. So Grim goes to clear out the A bomb site with 17 seconds on the clock. Look at the spread of that molly.
Still a nade as well. Oh, the planter's low. I think it's too slow.
Oh!
The bomb goes down, but Hunter's alone.
They don't know if Hunter's here or not. They have to assume he is, though. Looking to make a play through the smoke, and they are both swinging together. They're looking for that trade frag, but will anybody check the 6? He could be in so many different places. The trigger discipline as well. They'll line them up, looking for the second and finding it. Masterful on the bomb site.
Should have listened to Drake. Should have been scared of the 6. Hunter flanks all the way around. Beautifully done. And that was a high-risk play, but one that he probably had to make. He's on half health. That nade almost denies the bomb. If that denies the bomb from being planted, it's so much more difficult. But instead, Hunter has the chance to flank, and he's so good at making those reads. Big reaction from G2, not from Hunter, though. It's another day in the office for him.
Full focus. Love these mollies. Like, if you ever watch car racing, it looks like if there's a fuel leak and it's caught fire. m0NESY again! Ferrari peeks from m0NESY, and Halzak's in so much trouble. He is surrounded in the worst way. The helicopters are out with the big lights, and he's been exposed. This round is over.
It's crazy, because m0NESY keeps just running there alone and just putting so much pressure.
He's playing the spawns.
It's wild, because the rest of G2 will just run up B ramp, and they'll be like, yeah, we know that m0NESY's got that kill. He'll get it every time, apparently. Oh, they're flashing to try and just save, but even that is tricky right now. Nico finally on the board as well.
Man, the way this game is going, Floppy's going to need a hug, a prawn sandwich, and some soup. Yeah, I would try and cope with how frustrating this CT half must be so far.
I would love to hear from m0NESY. How much of his play right now is based on the sound being funky? Like, does he just realize, okay, if the sound sucks, I can just run at people?
Yeah. They don't know I'm coming. You know, in CSGO, sometimes you might cover the sound of running with a Molotov through Palace and Mirage, for example. But here it is currently a different kettle of fish. You say goodbye, I say hello, says m0NESY to Floppy once again. We need to get 3 clicks, Philip, on the case. He needs to go through all the sound options and see which one gives it the best directional sounds.
You know what? We need him to go on holiday, because that's when the sound will get fixed, based on the updates in the past. Have we got a double AWP T side with Nico on the AWP? Always a touchy subject, I think it's fair to say. Nico AWPing. Some people like it, some people don't. But it looks like he will be rocking the sniper.
Well, he's got too much talent elsewhere. We know he's capable, but he's got too much talent elsewhere. Yeah. Most of the time, but sometimes it's good to mix things up. Let's see if this is one of those times. Observer's doing a fantastic job today, be it live or replay, by the way. Props to those guys.
Yeah. how do you rock a double AWP on T side? So we're about to find out from G2. Nades down early, Hunter in trouble. Elige going over the top, full committing. It looks like the A site will have to be taken by G2 here. They've lost so much space at B.
Yeah, and that big, that man investment over towards B surely provides them of opportunity. They must be thinking on this A bomb site. Have a look at that Shadow. That was scary. Shadows of monsters. 4 and 3 for G2. Reinforcements on the way. There's only 2 plays for Complexity remaining on this A bomb site though. Carnage and chaos around these smokes. Grenades flying everywhere. Grim going through the smoke, catching Nico. 360! What is this? Oh my god, rather you than me, buddy. 360 no scope. Is he using a pad? What is this? MLG? Oh my god, I'm hot from watching that. I'm sweating. Hooksy and Nico versus Elige and Floppy. You said it was questionable to Yorp. I'm glad he's got it for this round at least. He spots the Shadow Hooksy. A little too quick on the trigger finger though, but Nico will finish off the job. Floppy versus 2 then. No, you can't do them like that, Nico. Oh my god. Floppy with maybe the worst sound on the server in the clutch versus 2 players. Hooksy trying to understand where he might be. There's the 1v1 he was looking for. Nico has got 1 left in him. What a highlight from the lad with the AWP. 360 no-scope, dude. He's playing on an Xbox.
Can you believe it? In Counter-Strike of all games. They can't believe it.
You don't want to be on the receiving end of that. That's the last thing you want. Look at that. Spin to win. Those are 777s, baby. Oh my god.
X Games mode.
Not at the start of CS2. He's like, oh my god, I'm going to be in every highlight for the remainder of this year. Someone needs to buy him like a golden controller for that.
Oh my lord, I can't believe it.
It's like he came from Flight Simulator, was just spinning a stick around.
That's crazy. Well, we've got to recover. It's last round of the first half. Still a bye. Oh, Nico is on point now. All it takes is 1 kill to get you back in the mood.
I'm very distracted by the heinous behavior we just witnessed on the A bomb site.
That's just rude.
He's literally raised my temperature. Behind enemy lines. Coming soon to VHS. 5 on 3 for G2, and they have, I think they just mentally crushed Complexity. Pulzerk with the Mag 7 will be the last one to fall. 8-4 scoreline. They might be mentally defeated after some of these rounds. We'll see if they can collect their thoughts in the break.
Well, at one point, we were saying Nico was going to have a bad half.
Oh, my days!
And then he did that, and everything changed.
Dude's playing Flight Simulator. What is going on?
Absolutely ludicrous. Grim on the receiving end of it. Nico not even really reacting, but wow, what a half it ends up being for G2. They come out with 8 rounds. They are fully in the driver's seat. How many more shenanigans do we get in the second half? We're about to find out, as it is the full B-site rush from Complexity.
They are sending it safety in numbers, but there are numbers for G2 as well. Complexity finding the frags though and tying up those numbers. Hunter's a footman, spots the back of Floppy, but he's still standing for now. Fights in mid at the same time. They try to thin these numbers. Still a 3-on-3. Alicia's gonna be the first one to go though. Floppy somehow able to deliver, and now he's in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Trying to find the 1v1s as JKS and Hooksy will combine. JKS with 18 HP. Who does what then? No kit for these players. Floppy moving forward. Hooksy's going to be the man to try and cover, and he'll secure that last frag. The wheels keep turning for G2 as they press on in this series.
Yeah, they got time. Just about. Got to confirm it, but Hooksy confirms a pistol round win for G2. And for Complexity, in their first half, 2 of their rounds came from the pistol round win. The gun rounds went very wrong for them, so losing the pistol here puts them in a very rough position.
I'm so glad.
Bomb blow. Got Galils.
So glad Valve changed the moss that they initially put all over this area. It was very busy. Bit too excited with the new features in the engine, but they sorted it very quickly, so well done to them. Presence towards A and B. Look at these angles being taken by Complexity. They are looking, they're hungry for frags on both ends, but Hootsy's got something to say about this one, and Nico still running hot from that first half. 5-on-3. As Alicia will find some revenge. I don't believe the bomb's been seen by the CTs just yet, but if Alicia goes down, they'll be in a lot of trouble. m0NESY and Hunter hunting, and Alicia's gone.
Yeah, something the T side has to be very aware of now with that lack of mid control is those peaks down into B lane. And we see G2 really capitalizing upon that freedom they have, taking fights. This crossfire will be difficult to deal with if Complexity come round. m0NESY first contact. Nico ready to swing on the backside. Perfect timing, perfectly played. Nico and m0NESY could be a deadly duo in CS2. 10-4. Complexity without money. This is looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah, this is looking brief. A brief half of Counter-Strike for Complexity, the way things are going.
I guess the upside for NA fans is maybe they can go to bed a little sooner.
Man, Nico's 360 made my asthma worse. That dude was spinning like he was playing GeoGuessr.
There should be a health warning on a play like that.
Hunter isolated, facing the pistols blind. m0NESY, though, will be able to hold on to mid for a time, but Floppy will trade with a P250.
Whoa.
Perfect gun, that P250. Good armor penetration for the price. 3-on-2 then. Shadow spotted, though. Great angle for Nico. Now Hulzak is at risk of losing the bomb. Nico 12 for 7, looking for more. Holding on to this choke point with a re-smoke. A forgettable game for Floppy so far. That's a 1 versus 2 though. But he's up against a very oppressive rifle in the AK-47 at the hands of Nico. And then they were at 11, just like that. A pedestrian half for G2 thus far.
Well recovered by Nico. Definitely feels like there are a lot of these shadow advantages here on Ancient. Seeing that time after time. There's an example from Nico. And then swings out wide. No trade from Hulzak with those weak weapons. The re-smoke in at the right time to set up on the oppressive angle. And so Complexity have got to run it back from an 11-4 deficit. G2 1 away from getting series point. Mid-nade early, but Complexity have some flashes ready from Spawn. They're going to try and contest mid here, and Hunter is committed. He might get flashed, somehow not blind, but traded. So that is the mid-control Complexity we're looking for.
m0NESY sending it, spotting JT over the box. He wants to stand his ground. Floppy takes it in the face, and he's not done yet. m0NESY eating more flashes, but still refusing to leave. Whether it's Yorp or the M4, that man has got something to say about this round. And Nico trying to follow up, but JT comes to life now. Was a key player for Complexity yesterday, and he might need to be if they are to make a comeback in this game.
HooXi taking a risk, leaving this B bomb site. Complexity cutting the noise has made G2 second guess. And a man down, G2 maybe just feel like they had to take this risk. Time is still being taken by Complexity, but I'm not sure if HooXi can get here quick enough. The bomb is actually back in the hands of Hulzerk. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught.
Oh, man like HooXi.
Oh, no.
Oh, man like HooXi. Oh, the peak! There it is! They're just too slow. They're just creeping forward, just dragging their bodies towards that bomb site. And now JKS is not going to hit that up. But HooXi has position. 12 seconds to plant the bomb. Grim has no choice. His hand is being forced by HooXi. The flash is there, the smoke is there, the fake is here. HooXi needs to survive for one more second. Around he goes, but again, you wonder about the sound there as there's a swing. Oh my days. The round goes to Complexity though. Oh, sorry, to G2. They win that round by timeout. I thought he died before time, but he just about survived there.
Yeah, it was so close. HooXi just gets out on the site, spammed a bit, realizes I should just sit here. Oh, it was close.
That was really close. I thought Grim actually got it, but no.
Sums up Complexity's day. Close, but not enough. 12-4 down. 8 series points for G2. A spot in the playoffs on the line for them. And it looks almost certain that we will be seeing G2 on the stage here in Sydney. Taking a timeout as well there, G2. I want to make sure they're not flustered heading into what could be the last round of this series.
Big exchange in mid.
Looks like that smoke was missed there by the CTs, maybe. Unleash coming out anyway. Oh, and JT through the flames. Finally, Complexity using that sound to their advantage.
Some revenge after all those fast peaks that G2 are doing in the same position. Now, G2 could be utterly broken in this round if Complexity can get enough frags. That's a big if, though. It's been all G2 this game. Unleash finding, I don't know if you saw both those players that were in that position. That might be enough info for Complexity to raise the urgency towards B, and they'll do exactly that. Very careful, though, as they edge onto the bomb site. They are up against a very dangerous team, which is maybe partly why they went so slowly in that last round to their demise. I wonder how much was in that. A third of a second? Less? In that last round? Would it have made so much of a difference? So, Complexity still writing their story in this game. HooXi caught completely off guard there.
Yeah, even when you're aware that the sound can betray you, or you might not be ready for some angles, it's almost so ingrained within you to expect you're safe that you are going to take a little time to adapt. There's that new bomb looking lush. 12-4 was the scoreline. I'm keeping that in mind in case Complexity can somehow bring this close. Got to remember for G2 yesterday, they came out to a massive lead against Greyhound and then struggled to close. They eventually got the win, 13-11. That's the main thing that matters. Now with a couple of guns saved, it will be G2 scraping together a buy. They're actually still buying there as they left spawns. They don't have this early mid smoke down. They at least got that molly in play. A couple of nades in. Floppy should have spotted Nico there. Meanwhile, Hunter tries to fight mid, but it's Unleash to hit the headshot. Mid control again for Complexity.
Promising starts as well. Lee's again allowed to harass in mid. As he does on Anubis, he does on Ancient, finding success once again. A great peek as he reloads as well, and then punishes JKS. Leech is angry, clearing the money of G2. It's a long road to recovery for Complexity, but it's not completely out of question.
Yeah, they'll finally break through the glass ceiling that is that CT economy. Should force G2 into some weaker buys, and that's when you can really start rolling. You can start trying to push that boulder up the hill. Hopefully not a Sisyphean task for them this time. They've got chances. Very even stat line for the G2 side. Everyone up to double digits now.
Not everybody doing 360s though.
No.
Not everybody playing with an analog joystick from a Sega Dreamcast like Nico is. You can't see it on the camera, but I assure you it's there.
Alige chilling in the corner. He's done his work this round with that triple kill. Definitely going to keep eyes on that mid area then. Do G2 change anything? Do they send more CTs there to back up Hunter? He's been picked first on a couple of rounds. I think in this one, it should be a big ol' save from the G2 side. Aside from that one saved gun by Nico.
It's actually
final timeout.
Quite interesting looking at Nico's loadout because, you know, obviously normally people's loadout is, oh, how much is this worth? How shiny is that? But his one's got so many memories from his career. Let's keep a lookout for the stickers on his firearms when he's on camera. I'll let you go and do your own research. We'll focus on the main prize here. Group stage advancement match, as you can see at the top. Series point. Many of them for G2. Complexity in the driving seat for now. Elijah's delivering the goods round after round in mid. If he was to be lost early though, I do wonder how much of an impact that would make. Oh, we'll see if he's a target in later rounds. Nico will be thrown towards that B bomb site. The bomb has crossed though, at least there's that. Grim will be deleted immediately. But they'll make space elsewhere. Complexity. Elijah on the chase now, getting his bell rung by JKS. He'll be out of position, but he's still got 3 players around that B bomb site to face the 3 of G2. Monesi's got an AK now. G2 looking for chaos.
Yeah, Util still there for Complexity. That should really lock G2 out. Well read there by Complexity. After they lose that first player, they realize that G2 were on the low buy. And Alige continues to farm up to 19 frags now. Trying to spearhead his team into this comeback. And the comebacks always feel as though they're just within reach. As long as you've got a few rounds from your first half. Never impossible. We're about to see what sort of adaptation G2 have. They took the timeout in the round prior. That would have been ahead of this upcoming gun round. Orb will not be there for G2 though. Money slightly short on that front. The utility is strong on the G2 side. Always important on Ancient. You want that early utility to limit the T side options. Smoke is not the one I'm used to seeing.
Oh, look at B. Wow. 4 men charging straight in. Elige leading the charge. Full spray from him, but no results just yet. This could be it. Surely it is for G2. Oh, boy, this is a lightning round to finish things off. Elige in the clutch now, trying to do what he can. But there will be a trade frag, a fast one for G2, looking so strong as they make their way forward.
They secure their spot into playoffs here at Sydney. Good start from G2. They haven't dropped a map yet. And they looked pretty convincing in this one, pretty controlled in this win over Complexity, even landing some absolutely absurd shots in the mix. m0NESY doing good work. Nico, of course, on this map, ends as the top fragger, despite having 0 kills for quite a while. He really heated up. This G2 team look like they're having no problem adapting to Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah, we saw some nice highlights from Elige in that game. Aggressive presence in mid, good urgency from him as well, but too much to recover from a G2 firing on all cylinders. We saw the early highlights from m0NESY. Nico definitely stealing the show with the 360 and no scope. But again, G2 looks strong as they adapt to CS2. I think all these teams will be adapting game after game. Very strong victory from G2.
First of all, Hunter, congratulations! You guaranteed yourselves not only the appearance in the arena, but also the fact that you're gonna be potentially be one of the only teams within Australia. So the whole crowd is definitely gonna support you. It kind of felt that maybe here on Ancient in the end, it was maybe not going that smooth. It kind of felt maybe you lost a bit of control, like the whole team itself. What happened?
I mean, I think really special. I think we tried to read them instead of doing some normal and default things that we were doing at the beginning of City side, and we did some mistakes. But yeah, I just believe that we'll close it out properly, and that's what we did at the end. And I'm happy because of that. And of course, that Justin will have a situation to play in front of the crowd, in front of his family, and we are all happy because of it.
Well, you're talking about reading their T side. You were really good. The whole team was amazing when it comes to reading their T side on Anubis. And you played against them actually in EPL, and there was it was kind of maybe one side, but here what changed besides the game? Is there anything else that changed?
Besides game, I mean, it's a big difference, honestly. CSGO is something different, and it's much easier, at least for me on B now, to play City side on CS2 than before. Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference, honestly, to play CS2 and CSGO, especially in Anubis. And I think we did really good, and prep was really good by our coach and Hooksy. So yeah, I'm happy that we won Anubis, and it's good for us.
And maybe anything you would want to say to the fans?
I mean, thanks for support. I'm looking forward to see you in the arena, and especially because of this guy here in the corner. So yeah, come and support us.
Yeah. Because of that guy, because that is JKS. Freya, let's go to you.
Teku and Hunter, of course, for the words. Yes, G2 large and in charge and full steam ahead towards the playoffs. Of course, for JKS. Extra sweet because he gets to play on home soil. But we have got what I'm going to deem the man of the match. We've got m0NESY down here on the desk with us who kind of dissect everything that went down. She got kind of crazy on that final map, particularly with that Nico moment. You want to walk me through that? The 360 no scope?
I remember he did this moment. I was watching him and he did this 360 no scope. After that, I told him it's gonna be Gucci, after this Mural. Everything gonna be good.
It was pretty Gucci. Speaking of Gucci, you were super Gucci with AWP, and this is something I wanted to specifically ask you as well, right? A lot of the oppers yesterday we saw, and from different teams, looking very uncomfortable with the op, and you on the other hand, you just seem like just kind of hit the ground running with it. What are your thoughts on the op right now in CS2?
It's pretty difficult to just hold with op some angle and just to shoot with it, But sometimes I change my opinion, and I still say op is really good. Yeah, I'm gonna play with it. Before, for example, after the previous match we played against who did we play for? Greyhound. Yeah. I said that op is bullshit. I'm gonna play with SG with Krieg and Oak. But now it's I don't know. Now it's every day it's different. I don't know why.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
It didn't seem to bother you whatsoever. So my question to you is definitely, obviously, first congratulations. So advancing to the playoffs and everything. Preparation for this event was limited, to say the least.
Yeah.
Nico mentioned that in some of his tweets, and he was talking about it publicly. How did that go for you? Can you walk us through the preparation that you had before arriving to Sydney and the whole transition?
Before Sydney, we didn't have a lot of days and a lot of time to prepare before this tournament. Maybe we had maybe 7 days or something. But coming to the new game, you have to kind of rebuild your strats, because some of the strats they don't work because of the new nades, some new spots, and obviously the new map. You have different spots and the rest. But I mean, yeah, obviously we didn't have enough time to prepare.
I do have another question. Maybe it's a question for a coach or Hooksy, but you can answer it since you're here. You left Vertigo as a decider.
Yeah.
What happened there?
I don't even know what was the last map. Like between what, Vertigo and between what?
Inferno.
Inferno. I mean, Inferno is it's like these two maps now in CS2. They are just like, I don't know. We are not. For example, I don't like them. I don't really like them.
You don't feel them yet?
Like not even comfortable because of the sounds as well. Like for example, Vertigo and sounds. Like I cannot fight on A properly. Like I was doing with Nicola.
That's a great.
Preach it, Nico.
Yes.
You should make another poster with this. Like
he did this tweet after we played Vertigo Prague against someone, and people
after Prague.
Yeah, after Prague. Yeah, between we had some break, between Pragues, and he did this tweet. I saw it instant. I was like, I don't know. We were just playing. Like people were rushing on us, and also like on practice you had these broken spawns because of coaches. Like for example, like they couldn't fix it, and it was just annoying to play. And
I just have a question more about Ancient as well, right? Something we were talking the desk as well before the game was how spawns are different right now for CTs. Mid control is way more easy as opposed to CS:GO, and I could see like in the game as well how you guys were reacting to that. You're going for very late mid control, or going for mid control when they just have pistols, or more about faster plays towards A and B. I saw you with the op, for example, come running in cave based on a spawn, perhaps. What's the general approach right now on the T side of Ancient?
I mean on T side, like for example, you said about me that I was running cave with op. I don't know. I think I had like 5 spawns, and my 5 spawns I used to pick cave fast with op, and I think they just didn't like really care about it. They was like running in cave 2-3 times. I was killing the guy. He was just giving away entry. But I mean on T side, I don't know if it's easy to or hard to fight mid now, because like for example, Complexity surprised us with the HN flash when we took mid control as CT, and it was like. We kind of expected it, but it was really surprising. But I don't know. I cannot tell you.
The move on cave, like we saw a couple of times, you went for it. You got a kill 2 times. I think one time some guy managed to escape you somehow.
He heard me. He escaped instead.
The thing is, like we saw reaction from Hooksy, from the other players coming up banana, coming up ramp, and just taking side. That's a usual move, right? You don't have to answer. You don't have to reveal anything. But it seemed like a very practiced, well-rehearsed move based on your spawn that you have as an opper.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I have more spawn. I mean, I have more kind of tricks, I would say. That I want to use with op as well. For example, I'm picking mid with op and killing window, and they can react on some side, or we can react donut or something like that. But yeah, it's just the usual reaction that Hooks also called it on freestyle insta. So like, if I'm getting entry, we can react at banana.
I have one more question, one final one from my side. A lot of teams we've spoken to so far, I'm talking about the likes of FaZe and all these guys, they said, looking into IEM Sydney, they're not really setting any expectations at all for this tournament or even for the end of the year. They're just like feeling stuff out. What about for you guys? Do you have any expectations?
No, obviously we also talked about it. Nobody has expectations, and usually like even in CS:GO when I was coming up for the tournament, when I was coming to the tournament, I usually like saying to myself that I don't want to expect anything from, like I just want to play the game and enjoy.
Listen, final question from me. You can tell me, because we were watching, like we were listening to you guys. Communicating. it seemed that the communication was, on point. Everything was like working well. How did it look like from your side? Are you satisfied how you guys communicate during the map? Because this was like very surgical.
On Anubis, we started really good. I mean, we usually we have some rounds that we can throw away. It happens. It happens, yeah. But like on Ancient also, it started really good. Maybe not for Nico. He was a bit. He was a bit. How to say? Nervous a bit. Yeah, not a bit tilt. I don't like this word, but frustrated a bit.
Okay.
And like on City side, I mean, we just kind of didn't give up, and that's it.
All right.
One more question from my end. Kassad was giving us some insight about, when you were working with JKS previously, he's a guy that's, pretty emotional, likes to be close to his family. Obviously, we're back in his home turf now. Have you seen any shift in his personality? Because we see him smiling quite a bit more now we're down under.
He's always smiling. He's always smiling.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
I mean, winning is fun, and they have been winning quite a bit. So
Winning's
I guess
great.
he's happy.
Ence versus Fnatic next game. You'll be playing
Fnatic.
the winner of that. So who do you want to play?
Fnatic and who?
Ence.
Ence. I don't know. Maybe Ence. I don't know. Like I don't really care, but maybe I want to play against Ence against them. Why not?
Right. Nice stuff.
But yeah, Justin's always smiling. Don't put pressure on him.
No, we love it. We want to see more of that. It's great stuff. Thank you very much, Manasi. Yeah, they're really looking forward to seeing that game. And congratulations on making it to the arena. Unfortunately, though, for Complexity, not down and out just yet, but we do have a few words courtesy of TC.
So, TC, unfortunately, right now, like, the team lost when it comes to G2, but no, it's not yet elimination, so there's no too much stress. There are a few questions that I kind of want to address, because you kind of right now a representative of the team. First one is about the last map that you got to play, which is Ancient, because previously when you played against them in the EPL, it was the third map. It was kind of decided. This time, they decided to actually pick against you. Did you expect it?
Yeah, I was saying to the guys yesterday, there's a good chance they'll probably pick Ancient against us just because they were so dominant on the map against us last time. So, yeah, it was pretty expected.
And what exactly happened on Anubis? Because previously you were doing so good, and yesterday again Anubis so good. Maybe it was a mistake in some kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was really a mistake. We started off pretty well. Our CT side, we strung a couple of rounds together. Getting 6 on CT side Anubis is never going to be bad. But on our T side, to be honest, they were just picking us, playing super aggressive, and I mean, it kept working. So they kept doing it. We just weren't together, and honestly, they kept going aggro. We couldn't really play our T side or string any rounds together. Low economy and so on, so it's they just kept pushing us but kept working, so you can't really fault them for doing that. We just didn't have a way to deal with their aggression, so yeah, good on them to just abuse that against us.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty common for me to come to an interview with some notes, but I've noticed that you were also writing down things during the game, so what do you have there?
I mean, this is actually me doing my other job. I'm writing prescriptions here while the guys speak, just getting it out of the way.
Multitasking?
Multitasking, exactly. No, I mean, I'm just keeping track of what's happening, things we need to address after the game, things that's happening during the game that I think is important to point out whenever attack does happen, so it's easy to forget about these things, but yeah, mostly.
So you basically say you're already kind of preparing for homework during the game?
Basically, 2 birds with 1 stone. It's just so that the review's a bit quicker, but I mean also just important things to point out during the game. Yeah.
Well, as I already mentioned in the beginning,
too much away,
Exactly. I mean, I've sold way too much, but I'm not gonna tell anyone. The good news is that not yet eliminated, still have more chances. So I'm really forward to see more matches and maybe more interviews and winner interviews from you.
Hey, that would be amazing, and we're looking forward to playing some more CS2.
Right. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, TC likes the sound of that one. Of course, they'll be playing the winner of either Vision versus Cloud9 in that lower bracket. If they lose that one, though, then they are out.
They are out. That'd be grim for them. But honestly, I like the fact that JT was pretty honest with that interview. He knew what the problems were, and it's always a good place to be when you know what the issues are. So that's something you can address immediately rather than be we don't know what happened, right? So overall, for complexity, they just got outplayed. They got completely outplayed here by G2, and there's nothing really wrong with that, honestly.
Yeah, if we go back to the first half of that Ancient, obviously complexity win the pistol, then they convert. Then G2 say, hell no, we're in charge of the pace here, don't they?
And this is something which you just pause for a second if you can, because I preface what's going to be happening over here. Or maybe not, it's fine. Okay, there we go. It's going to pause it. So the thing was, what we touched upon earlier was taking mid control and T's is going to be easier. Now what you can do is, just aggress towards A mains or towards B perhaps, which you saw a lot from a lot of the teams. What I like from G2 here is being proactive from the get-go and making complexity react to this. There's going to be an A fake out of spawn, right? So you're going to see the smokes landing towards Donut and towards A, and there's an immediate reaction from the CTs, pushing down ramp, pushing mid, and then JD's now is aware there are still a couple of guys waiting outside of B. Hooksy's going to be selling this fake all by his lonesome. Does a pretty good job trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Mortency finds JT, and the Leech realizes that it is going to be the hit coming in towards B. It's a fake for A. Hunter, great position there, catching the flank. Round's done. Round just done there. And that is what G2 did so many times on the T side, just forcing complexity to kind of play a foot behind, and that was just a good game plan being set up by Hooksy and Swanee.
Problems like this in a round that we just saw is Floppy was, I think it was Floppy on A side.
Yep.
When you have an M4 and you have utility and you see that the grenades flying off early on, you drop it back and you take an aggressive position. You don't have to fall back on a default spot simply because things like this can happen. This can happen, right? So after that, you can get a kill or 2 or maybe even 3, right? And then the rotation can come in. He fall back. He doesn't know what's happening. The fake comes in. They just lose the B side. But outside of that, it's a completely surgical T side, explosive, very fast T side from G2. I liked it. I like the that type of Counter-Strike is my type of Counter-Strike. Going for it very early, snappy plays. Just very reactive and just going for it.
And what I really also like from G2 is when it went for the it just textbook Counter-Strike. It's actually kind of simple simple. If we really go down to the macro, to the micro of things, so to speak. Like whenever they had a good read on the economy of complexity, like guys that just have pistols, probably don't have much utility, they went for that mid control. And then at times they even slow against buy runs, they would slow things down and they would retake mid control. And sometimes, like we saw, in this crucial rounds where we want to dictate the pace of things, the fast A fake, fast B plays, they just had such a good read on complexity CT side and just a very good game plan overall.
Yeah, I love the game plan that G2 kind of approaches with, particularly the pace element, as you were touching on. But half of me really wanted to get to Vertigo, particularly after seeing Nico's tweet. But this is the B stream going down. Oh, actually, Greyhound.
Live reactions, Kassad. Let's go.
Ooh. Again, Greyhound in a position where they're 12-11 down.
Bro.
Yes, bro. As if.
Oh, no.
A 4K with a P90. It's CS2, baby. It's back.
It's back. I'm not sure what I want to feel about that.
No, that's not how you want to lose.
Yesterday, you lose the 1v1 against G2, and then you lose a 4K to a P90.
Respect the P90. Put some
well, at least they have JKS now in the arena, so that's good.
It's true. Yeah.
And possibility of Dexter, I guess.
Gotta find out.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I mean, obviously for Greyhound, extra heartbreaking not being able to play.
Oh, that hurt. That really hurt.
Yeah.
P90. Oh.
I'm liking what we're seeing from Monty, though.
Monty's good. Honestly, yesterday, the loss they had to complexity I think that was an upset, in all honesty. It really, I think every one of us just agreed that Monty should be getting the win there. Complexity completely outplayed them. But it's good to see that didn't really get some Young down. Everyone stepped up to the plate. What was that, like 13-7 wins on both the maps, if I'm not mistaken. So convincing showing from Monty. And I still think they're a team who are going to make it to the playoffs.
Yes.
Well, it's not going to be easy, definitely, but it's a step in the right direction. Right now, they eliminated one of the home teams. Well, the last home team, we lost Vertex, and then we lost Greyhound from the Aussie players. There's Justin, in the playoffs, and Dexter possibly later on today. And that's all. It's sad for Greyhound, though. Again, a last place at the tournament in Sydney. I was on the receiving end of that in 2017 as Renegades, and I'm telling you, it is not fun.
You seem like you've been in receiving end of a lot of things in the past few years.
Well, yes, definitely. I mean, you can see the white beard. That's the
understandable.
Testimony.
It explains a lot of things.
The stress of things.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at the bracket as well, Monty could potentially become the Aussie Slayers, because if Fnatic lose to Ence, then they fall down into that lower bracket, and that's who Monty will be playing. So, yeah.
Could very well happen.
Are you favouring Monty as a kind of an underdog?
I
think even an underdog.
I feel like I did say they're kind of a bit of a dark horse to make at least a playoffs run. Them alongside Bedboom, I think they've been putting in a lot of work. And take a look at the brackets as well. Yeah, I mean, for Complexity, they're going to be playing the winner of Cloud9. Lin Vision should be on paper Cloud9. And yeah, Monty versus what should be Fnatic, right? Ence looked really, really good yesterday. Very comfortable.
Yeah, but it was against Lin Vision. It's a best of one. It really is
Asian CS.
And we're back down to earth again.
Yeah, definitely. But it's regarding Monty, right? You cannot really put them as favorites, but you cannot really write them off as underdogs. They're just somewhere in between right now, simply because the accomplishments they had. But it's really difficult to believe in them just yet to make it to the playoffs of the events like this. Overall, whoever they face, it's not going to be easy for the opponent.
I want to get a kind of neutral perspective, so I'll go to you, Blair, about G2, because we were, looking at the game yesterday versus Greyhound, saying, oh, not exactly a clean way to close out. Has this kind of reinstilled some, faith in the stability of G2 and CS2?
Yeah, I mean, so far, what have we seen? We've seen 3 maps being played by G2, and the only time where it looked a little grim was one half. That second half yesterday in Nuke against Greyhound, where they made a couple of mistakes here and there, which even they were aware of. Apart from that, they looked very convincing. This win against Complexity just looked so well prepped. They look like they've been putting in the work, all things considered, despite, the travel and everything. So I would say, so far from what we've seen, again, very limited sample size, they might be one of the better looking teams we've seen here alongside Bedboom.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What
you don't have to say anything, Kassad, it's fine.
I'm not.
Yeah, you know what? We know how you feel. Yeah. Thumbs up around, yeah? You want to smile, thumbs up to the camera? Hell yeah. But that's something that I love.
That's a painful smile.
about G2 is that we have the veterans on one side, some of the players who have experienced the transition already, but then we also have some of the youngsters, Munassi namely. So let's check in with some of them to see how they're faring with the transition into CS2.
1-on-2 for Odyssey now. It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Odyssey's aim gone. But this man, the shepherd staff takes down the GOAT.
This
CS2 is a new game, right? And obviously the new game is a new opportunity for you.
It's finally something different, you know, and even though it's the same game, it's something different. It just gives the fresh feel to it.
Everybody likes the game from what I heard, if they're not lying.
I was like scared about it because if I wouldn't get fun, I could have left the game. For now, it's good.
I think my role in CS2 was buffed. It's clicking W and running fast, so I'm very happy with it because I'm already doing the things that I did in CSGO. In CS2, it's just much better.
Manages to get out through the apartments, that flash from Neo Frag. Oh,
The most difficult thing is to adapt your CSGO playstyle to CS2 realities.
We might put more focus in the pistol rounds.
Yeah, I think since it's MR12, like force buy runs, I think they're gonna play as well big role in the game. So, you know, maybe some force buy strategies coming in.
Now I think it's more about firepower. It's more about just shooting and go through.
That double kill on the hut. It's a lead that bites from Frozen. Oh my god! That gives up this knockback. That's lead Frozen! Oh my god!
I mean, people don't like changes. That's quite understandable.
Everyone is just getting started with the game, basically. There is a lot of room for error, I feel like.
Well, the most important thing to adapting is being open-minded. Like, you cannot come to a new thing and just instantly hate it.
There will be always bugs to find, but I think they're working on it. I think they're doing like a lot of updates recently.
Back to pistols, back to pace. Into beat and in your face. Oh, 3Ds in 3 shots and he won every single one.
Those little sadness that is actually coming to an end, that maybe you're like, what we could have done, you know, if the game kept going.
I'm a bit sad that CSGO is over, but I'm still happy that I've got some new opportunities.
A new beginning, a new grind, a new road. I'm happy to see CS2 to come in.
And the perfect opportunity for Chiron going forward because, yeah, he's already made it to the playoffs. But I want to pose a question to you two gentlemen because we heard it from the young guns there. They haven't experienced a transition into a new title. CSGO is literally all they've known for their careers. So between them versus some of the veterans who've come through from 1.6, come through some Source, who do you think has maybe the better resources for actually adapting into a new game? Someone who's experienced it, or somebody whose brain is, you know, maybe a little bit fresher,
it has to be the younger guys, right? Also, like what Karen said there for CS:GO. You know, don't be sad because it's over. You know, be happy it happened. Very wise word for someone so young. But I do really like all three young guys over there and what they said, as opposed to a lot of other people who are just like Asad pointed out yesterday as well, it's fair to criticize a lot of the issues with the game right now, but don't let that overwhelm everything else. You're still going to play the game. We know the game's going to get better over time. Be more like Carrigan. Be more like Finn. Be wise. And these three guys are pretty... I like what they said there.
I don't think it has to be one way or the other. I think if you're a young guy, you have the passion, you have the, you know, the freshness, you have the motivation and everything. And if you're a little bit older, you know, you have the experience, you know how to deal with certain things coming into the, like they said, changes, right? And how to deal with certain changes. So it doesn't have to be like young guns, all the old, you know, veterans. It can just be both. Everybody can enjoy it.
I think what Frozen said there was pretty apt too about, you know, I feel like we're going to see a few more force buy rounds, people trying to get the momentum back in their favor. And I feel like from what I've seen coming into second halves, if you've lost too many rounds in the first, like stating the obvious here, MR12 is so unforgiving in terms of the comeback element.
It is extremely unforgiving. And we've seen like a lot of teams kind of spiral out of control. Just a game just saw right now, you know, from Complexity, go back to Anubis, for example, where, you know, a few rounds didn't go their way and a couple of force buys, boom, it just kind of spirals and then you're facing down a almost insurmountable lead.
I mean, the risk is bigger, but the reward is bigger too. So it's just about you, how you prepare on those rounds, and you know, to have it ready for the situations that's going to happen. You're going to lose pistols. You cannot always win them, but you're going to plant the bomb. You're going to have 3.4K, 2.7, whatever. Just a matter of like being prepared for situations like that to put yourself in the best position to win that economy battle. If you're not doing that, they're going to lose and it's going to run away from you.
I think the one small takeaway we can have from the results we've seen so far is, you know, amongst all the criticism and everyone, all the pundits and everyone saying about this is bad, this is good and all of that, is the teams who've been putting in the work, the ones who've been individuals who've been putting in the prep, people like Robs. He was just shining light for FaZe yesterday. Look at Monacy, because how much he's been grinding. Look at even, I think it was JL from Navi yesterday, right? He dropped like over 30 kills and he's like, I've been putting in like about 12 hours of play all the time. Betboom, who've been grinding it out in CS2. It's the guys who've been just quietly putting the head down and putting in the work, who've been getting the results. And I think that's something people could take away
I love that little nugget that JL gave us as well, saying, you know, some of those superstars out there haven't been putting in the practice.
You're not going to be superstar for long.
I wonder what he meant.
I don't know. Are you implying?
I'm not implying it. I'm just wondering. Am I allowed to wonder?
I don't know. Are you? I don't know, man.
I think I am.
You're a free man.
Well, yeah.
Go for it.
I don't know about you guys. Do you think we should find G2 an opponent in the grand final for Group B?
Yeah.
I think we should. Let's get the teams in here. We've got Fnatic, we've got Ence arriving in the building. One of these two will be going up against G2 to find out who will be going straight to the semi-finals, but not before, I guess, Chad and Alex have skipped themselves onto that very bus with Fnatic. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
He's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak preview of what's to come. Let's take a look at a really beautiful map called DE_Memento, a wingman map based in Lake Como, Italy. Set around a wedding ceremony, this one looks like it could be a good marriage of gameplay and gorgeous mapping. While the T's will be attempting to crash this wedding, the mappers say they are trying to keep surfaces clean to make gunfights as fair as possible, putting a focus on visibility. They emphasized on having a good balance of long, medium and close quarters combat, following a wingman standard of having 2.5 choke points. Most angles and pathways are organic, to help the flow, which also ties into the feel of being in an Italian town. Let's look at a map some of you might recognize, and that's DE_Mutiny. First added CSGO in July 2020. Caribbean-themed pirate-styled map remembered by many as having one of the most unique T-spawns to date, on a pirate ship. This map is where the T's are seeking out treasure, which can be seen on both bomb sites in these chests of gold. When asked for a comment, the mappers have said that the water has been their biggest improvement, allowing them to make more surfaces appear wet, and with the new tools they were able to double the resolution of every material. Internet providers across the world rejoice. Now for a location which we typically don't see much of in CS maps, and that's Tokyo. DE Akiba is the name, and while I can't find Akiba on a map, I do believe it's based in Akihabara, known as the Electric Town in Tokyo. The map fits the bill, including a tech expo and many different stores dotted around this mini-city mall setting. This map was originally developed in CSGO, but the tool Source 2 offers has allowed the mappers to create something special, utilizing new reflection shader improvements, which are very noticeable on metallic surfaces.
you've definitely done some stuff with the HUD in the past. Now we have a HUD for the new game. Is it the same?
Yeah, so at the moment it's mostly the same. Thankfully, a lot of the game data is the same from Valve. So only a few minor bug fixes here and there. But there's a lot of the more fancy features that we don't have just yet. Things like the dropped grenades and our augmented reality. Take a bit of time to get the tooling up to speed for that. But in general, mostly the same for this event.
Okay, so I think one of the bigger questions is, okay, this is the first one, sure, but we got Katowice next year. CS2 is going to have a lot more events coming. Are there going to be new features that you will be able to implement thanks to CS2?
Oh, yes, for sure. I think the engine's just a lot more stable for this game. So we can probably do a lot more cooler augmented reality things in the future. But time will see.
The workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek of what's to come. Taking a trip over to DE_assembly. This map features a plane undergoing construction in a large hangar. The map is built for Wingman and is overall quite a compact map. It makes up with this with some multi-level design, adding lots of paths weaving in and around the under construction plane. This map has a great sense of scale for how small it is. Standing next to the plane's engines, you can really feel this. Overall, a very visually pleasing map. When asked for a comment, the creator said the move to PBR materials in Source 2 has unlocked new opportunities to push the quality of the map's many reflective surfaces beyond what was possible in CSGO. They say Nuke is a good example of this, allowing for interiors to be clean and quite literally shine in CS2. The creators went one step ahead with this one, even creating a website for the map, featuring a fictional airline with many well-known locations. A nice touch for sure. Now let's take a gander at a map that was featured in CSGO back in February 2022. CS Climb, a hostage map focused around a climbing gym. Is that what you call it? Climb house? Anyway, the center point of this map are these beautiful climbing walls with interlinking paths dotted around. Like many of the early maps for CS2, this map is also a port from CSGO, and the mappers say it's quite clear how much certain types of interiors can benefit from Source 2's overhauled lighting system. They say the lighting completely blows out anything you can make in CSGO out of the water. DE Boulder is a map still under construction, but some areas are really starting to come together. This Wingman map is based on the Metora monasteries in Greece. Set on a giant rock formation, this map will have some great panorama views of the mountains around. This skybox is still a work in progress, but from what I've seen so far, I think when it's completed, it could be one of the prettiest ones out there. The creators say that this is a straightforward map, but offers a dynamic layout with quick rotations through an atmospheric wine cellar underneath mid. I tell you what, it's bloody beautiful as well. Workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek preview of what's to come. Let's take a look at a mapper called Oral Stealth, who you might recognize from making the AIM Rogue Inferno map and also the first of its kind CSGO roguelite map. But today we are looking at Drawbridge, a Wingman map based in a castle surrounded by a forest. This castle has been undergoing restoration. However, after the construction workers abandon it, the T's are coming to demolish it instead. When designing the layout, Oral Stealth wanted something a bit risky for both teams, making it hard to hold for the CTs and also hard to plant for the T's. He says he started making the layout in CSGO, then remade everything in the Half-Life Alyx tools, which helped him learn the new tools and understand how mapping works, which he believes is a huge leap forward. A map now that really shows off the new water, it's DE Lion Fort. A map based in the ruins of an abandoned walled fort. I haven't seen the lions yet though. This one has a very moody feel to it. Some of the areas are really nicely done, plus it's always good to see the new water used where it fits well. The creator says he was inspired by the game Prince of Persia Warrior Within, and has made his map in the 2055 rundown style. This one gives me glimpses of what some areas of a cobblestone remake could look like. Over to DE_Mills, a map based in a village in the Netherlands. This map is still a work in progress while the layout gets refined. I see the potential in this one, as I know the mapper has an eye for layouts that work well from the past maps that I've played from him. Also, I didn't know this was a thing, but it makes complete sense. Callouts for the maps are placed into the map, which will greatly help for the play testers' testings. The creator Catfood only had positive things to say about the new mapping tools, stating he wished he had access to them when creating his previous maps. While the pipeline is more fluent and direct, he believes designers will have to be more careful not to overdo it when it comes to visuals, as this could lead to player readability taking a hit, which I think we can all agree on. Let's fire off some screenshots of some maps that are currently work in progress. First, we have DE_Calavera by T-Rexa and Squink, followed by a project that T-Rexa is also working on, DE_Inca, giving me Aztec vibes with this one. From Lizard Maps, we have DE_Abby, a very enjoyable map that was included in the CSGO matchmaking in 2019. And finally, this vibrant map is San Juan by Radu Tanasi, which is looking very nice. It's fair to say the good maps are cooking.
into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Because you look angry from the outside, but you're really soft on the inside.
This guy.
Like me and Alexi, committed.
Yeah.
You'll be my best friend forever.
It is IEM Sydney. Usually we do the media day, like inside. It's gonna be a sin to spend the time not outside, because I mean, like, this is amazing, right?
Yeah, it would be a sin to spend the beautiful day inside.
I mean, look at this view.
I mean, we can maybe like stand on one spot, or we can actually like start like checking out all the things that are happening in Sydney. So let's start the journey.
Let's do it.
By the way, all the way over there, you see a huge W, and that's gonna be Navi's road.
Is there a huge L somewhere?
All the signs point to a W.
Oh wait, look, it says NT there.
Where? Oh yeah. Nice try.
Cameraman, you need to watch your step.
Thank you. You know what I like most about Australia, Alexi? It's probably has a lot of mixture, there's a lot of things in one place. Just everything.
You know what I like?
Yeah.
Is all the tourists watching the tourists getting filmed.
Oh, yeah.
Ice cream, coffee, anything specific?
Coffee.
Coffee, please.
Yes. Alexi is just a huge fan of coffee. I try to tag along with him.
You didn't drink any coffee when you joined Navi, but now you do daily.
Yes.
Even like 2 times.
Yes. Because I'm just inspired. Yes, I'm inspired by Alexi. I mean, me and Alexi have been grinding so much CS2 since it came out. It's crazy. I think we are in at least triple-digit numbers.
But were you doing it as a duo or like
no.
on your own?
Alexi hates me, so he plays with his Finnish friends.
That's crazy, actually. He says that. It's what he says on camera. When I ask for an invite, it's like, fuck you. Sorry for the swearing, but I just have to be honest here.
It was beep, don't worry. Do you remember the time we won against, I think it was Eternal Fire? I was celebrating, it was like 5 minutes out of the game, and Alexi comes up.
Oh no,
hey,
again with this.
Hey, you stick. Do you remember that round? I think we could have played it that way. I'm like, Alexi, relax. Yeah, Alexi's a mastermind. It's a love-hate relationship, on camera, please.
Sorry, I just muted my ears. I don't know the topic.
But I think I know why people were complaining online.
Why?
It's because when you lose online, you're like,
bro,
online I would have won that.
There's merchandise.
Where?
Where's what?
Official.
But what is excess?
You see how you just cut me off there? Mid-story? That is actually crazy.
No, but that's what you wanted, so.
I forgot what I was talking about. I was waffling. Just like the usual.
So you said online?
Yes.
Yeah.
People were complaining about online. People were just making excuses because they were losing.
We don't really see like too many tier 1 events in Australia.
I do feel like once a year or 1 every 2 years is fine.
Screw it, 3 times a year.
Just nice to see other fans on other continents.
That best represents me, and I'll pick a plushie that best represents you.
From these?
Yes, from these.
For sure this one, I think.
No, because I'm a big plushie teddy bear?
Yeah.
Okay, you see this white teddy bear with a purple skull and black bunny ears?
Yeah.
I think that's you. Because you look angry from the outside, but you're really soft on the inside.
This guy.
Feels like I'm proposing, so...
So nice for me.
You'll be my best friend forever. You are looking beautiful, your hair is looking as awesome as it can be. What's the reason?
Just faking it for the cameras.
Give me that.
I think you recommended me to Mad Lions.
Yeah.
They picked me up as a 6th player.
Yeah.
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 And now we're here.
I did that thing.
Sydney.
That's cool. They go way back.
Mine's the bigger one.
Whenever you go to events, obviously the #1 priority is the tournament.
Yes, 100%.
But do you sometimes like feel that it's also kind of like a good time with your teammates?
No.
Never?
I hate every single one on the team. I just have to spend time with Alexi because we always have segments together.
Without the segments, we would never meet.
We would never talk.
We would never talk?
We would never have team breakfast, team dinners, team lunches. We don't do anything.
Nope. Just get the paper from Blade.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's when you meet. Oh, we're obviously joking.
If Alexi says, let's go grab a cup of coffee, I'll never say no to Alexi. Or any teammate, to be honest. They're just the little things that keep each other together.
Just the two of us.
We can make it if we try.
You seem like really interested in coming to this place. Why?
Yes, because as you can see, Alexi has decided not to match my official jersey and decided to look casual. So I thought, being the good friend that I am, I want to get some matching t-shirts with my boy Alexi. So we can walk around the city looking like two pieces that you cannot mess around with.
Rolling in the Cadillac, cruising down the block, sipping gin and juice, homie, that's my style. Smooth with the rhyme, got that gangster vibe.
No filming or?
Oh my god, is that Alexi?
Thanks.
Alexi, you don't like it? Alexi.
Hey guys, what's up?
Alexi, what does the B stand for?
Benched for life. love Sydney.
I feel amazing. I think we found the perfect fit. I look a little buff in this, but it's all right.
They're good. Justic made a good choice.
That was a lie. I know Alexa what is lying. You meant to say it's awesome.
Come on, Alexa, can we get an awesome?
They're awesome.
You have to do it. Awesome.
That I'm not doing. I think it was chill vibe. Really good.
Amazing.
No script.
Thank you very much, guys.
Finally.
Let me take it off.
When I was with Mouse, at least my sports psychologist and my team manager at the time, Leon, like talking to them and then like them always trying to be approaching and helping me and like taking me outside and all this kind of stuff. When COVID hits, it's like, yeah, impossible to do those things. Everyone in Europe at least has like their family or whatever, like there and then in that moment, but I didn't. So having to just rely on other people that I didn't quite know yet and kind of go from there to kind of build myself up again. At points, my mental health, yeah, dealing with that, a lot of deaths in my family and never getting to go back and see them and all that. So, yeah, those things were probably the toughest. Even though we have like a lot of the older guys, no one's really kind of acting like it. So, yeah, that's outside of the server, but like in-game and stuff, everyone's kind of trying to remind people to be calm or be better in certain situations and whatnot. Different types of people teaching in different moments. I kind of take a step back sometimes and sometimes I know when to go in with my role. For me, I'd say like that was just like a taste of what he can do. Right now, I think he still has a lot of that IGL type mentality in him because he's obviously IGL'd for 2 years. He needs some like arrogance to the way he's playing. Like we've played some online games, weren't great at all, but off that we kind of learned like, okay, this is the direction we need to approach because there'll be moments obviously where you have to play for the team, but like for now, like just run in and kill and don't think about anything but your stats. That will make it easy for me. Same kind of process for Afro because he's our other star player. Sometimes you just go in the wrong direction and then it's smarter to cut back instantly and then go the other direction. Kind of our journey right now. Young me would look back, yeah, and then he'll be very proud of the decisions I've made because I would have regretted not coming over here. Personally, I really like consistency. Being able to come over here and still make it into deep runs in the tournaments, I could definitely be proud of it.
G2 already secured a spot in the playoffs, and today at 4:30 Sydney time, we'll find out who they'll face next, if it's going to be Ence or Fnatic. Now, on the B stream, it is Cloud9 against Vision, and the losing team is going to get eliminated. Unfortunately, when it comes to going home, Greyhound is out. They lost to Monte with an 0-2, and Mac had an opportunity to catch up with Alistar for some final words.
You guys did a pretty good job. Look, you almost beat G2. You cannot be too disappointed with the results overall, even though, look, you didn't pick up a win for CS2, and no one knowing how this was going to play out in the last couple of days. You guys did an exceptional job. Now, what's the plan from here? Is there another tournament you're putting your sights on, or is it just sort of, enjoy the rest of the week while you're up here in Sydney?
I think if European teams are scrimming here, we'll obviously try and take advantage of that. Right now, there's not too many tournaments coming up. Probably eyes on the major qual next year. If anything's coming up before that, obviously we'll be playing it. We pretty much have to just knuckle down and focus for the major, I suppose. So.
Yeah. And look, in terms of all the takeaways so far, what's the biggest one? Is it the SMGs coming through? Is it just the fact that AWPing is that little more difficult? Are you going to end up not being an AWPer anymore because you were farming on the rifle as well as the AWP there on Anubis?
I think mixing it up, like there's some sides where it's easier to rifle, I think like nuke and stuff like that, but also there's guns that people are sleeping on, like the P90 obviously, and yeah, obviously AUGs are easier to hold lines with, and Kriegs for long distance shields and tapping.
Right, well, I'm going to let you go. GG Ali, and we'll see you later.
Candy Coke, please.
Это что такое? What is this? А, блядь, как брызнуло в руку.
Alright guys, it is IEM Sydney. We're gonna do another episode of Role Swap, and right now I have Cloud9, it's Electronic and Perfecto. Вообще знаете, что сейчас будет происходить?
Понятия вообще нет. Сейчас страшно даже.
Ну, это Сидней. Зато отличное место, хорошая погода, солнышко.
В центре мира.
В центре мира, может, не особо. Не, ну ладно. Alright guys, we're trying to find like a place, like that is like really, really Australian. Sizzling, barbecuing. Are you excited anyway, maybe?
Yeah, really excited. Nice.
Alright, then let's go.
Let's go.
What is your name and what is happening here?
My name's Aaron. I'm grilling some sausages for a budding sausage sizzle as a fundraiser for our group, Cultural Descent. Yeah, we basically just do a whole lot of art things, cultural events, art shows, poetries, that sort of stuff.
Our guys have like a day off, so I believe they should be able to help you out. Will you be okay with that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
Yeah.
Guys, let's go on to the other side. Let's do it.
Excuse me, guys. What's going?
Gloves over here. If you want, you've got some sausages over there, fresh sausages. You can throw them on here. There's a nice gap there. Keep an eye on the sausages.
Oh yeah.
Really good. These ones are probably done over here. I will grab a tray.
Which one's ready?
Grab these
This one?
ones.
Yeah. Okay. One.
Yep. Just keep rolling. I'll eventually talk to you.
They're like really impressed by how you're like really good at turning around, because like they usually grab one and they're like struggling with it, and you're just like.
Yeah, it takes some practice. But yeah, this is decades of experience with family barbecues.
Oh yeah.
You can hold the front tray, please.
I can hold. Yeah.
These.
А, блядь, горячо нахуй.
You're just saying it's hot.
Yeah.
It's like with a bit of swearing, for the spiciness.
Yeah. Where are you guys from?
Russia.
Russia? Yeah.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that can go back in
Okay. Enjoy this. Yeah, I will help with the tray. I'm a, I can help. Okay, free. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice skill. I'm gonna bring some onions for you.
Yep. Yeah. So just hold it here and I'll sort of dip it in.
Масло брызгает. А, блядь, как брызнуло в руку.
So the next stage is you go over here and you basically get a slice of bread, sausage, onion, and get it over to as the customer wants.
Sorry?
Sausage with onion
То же самое.
and a bowl of water.
This is 4. Next one.
Was that 3?
3?
3, please.
3 сосиски с луком. We don't know, right?
Yes, sir. Candy Coke, please.
Ага. Это что такое? What is this?
Oh, lemonade then.
This one?
Yes, cheers.
Hi, I'm Ben. I live in Sydney, and yeah,
Pretty soon you're gonna get to enjoy like your hot dogs and whatever drink you decide to go for.
we call them snags.
Snags. Oh, I'm learning more things. All right, but the thing is, do you know what CS is?
Yeah, I know Counter-Strike. Yeah, I played it when I was young.
So your 2 snags got made by Electronic.
Snags plural, snag 1.
Whatever is in your hand, God prepared. But the best players in the world when it comes like to CS2. I do wonder, maybe this will maybe in some way like motivate you like to watch IEM Sydney that is gonna happen during like the next few days.
Didn't know that, no.
You can watch it like on Twitch. Like you don't need to be present in the arena. You can watch it on Twitch.
Yeah, I might do that. I've got Twitch, so may as well.
When we just arrived, they were kind of
yeah, so-
skeptical. They were afraid that they're gonna work with snakes, spiders. Right now, they're really working as a team. Electronic already like knows where everything is. Like, where's the Coca-Cola? Like he's the one who's accepting the orders, and then he passes it to Perfecto. Look at him. He's having a great time.
Sorry, I'm working. Sorry. No have time.
I'm sorry, guys. We cannot talk directly to the staff because right now they are very busy. But we are really grateful that we have the opportunity to even film this.
Один с луком, один без? Да.
So we're pretty much done with the cooking, but I do want to know like what is the experience for the guys.
Прикольно, необычно.
То же самое. Хочется открыть картошку и продавать сосиски.
Продавать?
Ну ладно, бесплатно будем варить.
Мне кажется, вы выступили довольно неплохо, но как бы вы еще пока что любителя. Вот этот человек, он все-таки профессионал. Я хочу получить от него оценку. I need your most honest opinion. How did they do? Like, did they do good?
They did quite all right for their first time, yeah. Pretty good. I would definitely have you guys help out again.
And do you have an advice like for the future, like to maybe do a better job at this?
Yeah, maybe a bit quicker on rolling sausages, but yeah, apart from that, yeah, pretty good.
Intel Extreme Masters. That's right, Sydney. The year being 2023, we've got a lot on the plate still. Yes, we have sent some teams home, and yes, we will send more home because that is just how a tournament works. We do have in front of us, looks like a little bit of a Cloud9 Fnatic game, but really, what I'm most intrigued by, the one thing that gets me going around here is the fact that there's so much wildlife. There's simply just so many things, so many creatures, all big, all small, all the things. So, perhaps we learn a little bit more about what's going on down here, down under.
The coastline of Australia. This shit is fucking beautiful, but it's also dangerous. You've all heard of the ferocious great white, and we know about the infinitely wise turtles, but have you heard of the Turritopsis rubra, or to us Aussies, colloquially known as the the crimson jelly? These fellas are unique in their existence, and that's because these little beauties are the oldest species you will find down under. In fact, many even regard these aquatic creatures as biologically immortal. That means they can't die. No matter what meta, somehow they're able to always revert their life cycle and avoid death to stay relevant. These guys have seen it all. The CZ era, the Krieg meta, and even when Swedish CS was relevant. Inside those big old heads, they hold a wealth of history and knowledge. But then, lurking in the shadows and the shallows, the saltwater croc. It's uncommon for these little shits to bring the fight to you. With their ability to hold their breath underwater for over an hour sometimes, you have to look really hard to even notice that they're there. But then, when they do strike, and believe me, they will, they are fucking deadly. You better not enter his territory unless you're sure the coast is absolutely clear. He'll go straight for the jugular or rip off one of your limbs. But don't worry, I've been catching them since I was 9. No worries at all.
Wow, what a journey that was. What did you guys think of that?
It's a lovely movie.
Yeah.
Lovely little mini movie. They even managed to take a shot at Swedish Counter-Strike.
Had to.
So,
I guess
it's not that hard now to take a shot at Swedish Counter-Strike, in all honesty.
Just kicking them while they're down.
It's fun.
It's the best way to kick them.
Yeah, the fauna in Australia, it is kind of terrifying.
The fauna?
Flora, fauna, animals.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, if you go to school, you know it.
Yeah, see, and that's why you should all stay in school. If you're at home watching now, I'm telling you, I'm imploring you to stay in school. Because right now we're about to educate you on a little bit of this best of 3 action here on the second day of the Intel Extreme Masters. Isn't that right, Kassad?
Oh, absolutely, Trace. We have 2 teams in very different trajectories right now. We have Ence, teams on the rise, like always considered a favorite to get to the top 4 spots. We have on the other side Fnatic, the oldest team, I believe, in the tournament, but team that keeps surprising us. I don't think anybody believes in this team that very much, but you know they are here. You can see the results in the previous 5 events. It's nothing too impressive. You can see that 5th to 8th place in Rio. That's the most kind of significant placement for this team, and then it was a little bit tough on the rest of the events. But on the other side, like I said, Ence, number 1 in Dallas. They lost Cologne. I think this was Gamersate in the next one, and then they're top 4 in Pro League. All around, great results. Missing a couple of titles. They played, not so good in those finals. They lost to G2, and overall, a really good team.
But Bled, how is Ence, the second runner-up all the time? What's going on there? How are they just grabbing the horns at the end of Go?
Something about, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, or something like that for Ence. Yeah, look, the thing for Ence is they do have the struggles when it comes to making, overcoming that final hurdle, so to speak. But overall, I think one of my favorite teams to watch. Everything seems to click in. And Snappy somehow managing to work his magic with whatever he's been given to work with. I think they're looking very solid as well. And even coming to CS2, even coming to Sydney, I was having a chat with Snappy, and he said, we're not really putting too much pressure on ourselves. It's a brand new game, a lot of moving parts here. We're just going to try and ride out the initial rough stages of CS2 as you're going to be heading into the major early next year. That being said, they look pretty good yesterday, on all honesty.
They're one of the healthiest teams right now. They're one of the healthiest organizations in the circuit, as far as I know, and I think they're feeling really good. Overall, despite the results and losing into the finals, I think as a team they feel like a unit. They feel like a very, special bond between them, and it shows on the server. Yesterday, like you said, it was a really, one-way traffic against Lin Vision, 13-5, 13-6. It wasn't really on Anubis, one of their favorite maps. It wasn't really, that difficult. Now they're facing Fnatic for the spot at the playoffs.
Yeah, but Ence has this guy, his name is Sunpius, and he's come here with crosshairs all over the place. What's going on?
So, Sunpius, before this whole tournament started, you wrote a tweet about maybe not being super excited for the tournament because you were sick, you had to travel many hours to get here, plus you were going to play a game that is kind of maybe not yet finished or raw. How do you feel right now about yourself, about the flying, and about the game itself?
I mean, I feel like
honest.
I don't feel the game is great right now, but still my attitude is good towards it. I'm just a quick learner, and I really like just to play with these guys. So yeah, I'm feeling also better. I'm not sick anymore, so just looking forward to play today.
Well, when it comes to CS2, there's a lot of things that you kind of need to learn or kind of relearn. I had an opportunity to talk to Vora, another opper, and I asked him what did he focus on. He specifically said that he focused on just shooting, getting adjusted to that. What did you focus on?
Well, I focus mostly on shooting and on the nades, the basic nades on every map, and yeah, that's it. I would say.
And what about your IGL? Because Snappy, I mean, he has so many years in CSGO, and now all of a sudden he needs to adjust to things. How does he feel about the new game?
Well, I think he feels quite excited about it, and yeah, I think we have a team that Marco and my coach, they are both really creative. So I think we are going to be a bit of meta creators. So I think we are quite smart, and we can be one of the best teams in the world, maybe in some months on this game.
And maybe keeping that second or maybe potentially the first spot in the HLTV rating?
Yeah, we will try our best for sure, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. So, Mazzy, when it comes to this whole tournament, we had 2 Australian teams. Unfortunately, they're already out. G2 qualified means that JK is going to be on the big stage, but you have the remaining Aussie. You have Dexter. Does he try to motivate the team in any way? Okay, guys, we got to do it?
No, not really. He's just super chill, to be honest. I don't know. I think he's taking it pretty well. I don't know. I think
me and Crims are trying to put the pressure on him to get him a bit more pumped, but no, he's just nothing affects him, so nice and chilled out.
Well, I see. Well, this is kind of like a special tournament because this is the first ever CS2 LAN. Does it make it in any way special for you personally?
I wouldn't say. I mean, it's obviously great to play in the first big tournament in CS2. I think it's going to be some problems. I think it's always a bit hard to gauge what other teams are doing. Also, in terms of preparation for our team and obviously our coach is always hard. But it's definitely exciting to play in the first big tournament, and hopefully we can like put our stamp on it and make a big playoff run at least.
And I can't say like you are having like an easy start. I mean, like, you know, you won the first series. It was against Cloud9, and right now you're gonna play against Ence, like what, second best team right now in the world. Do you feel like that in some kind of way you're kind of being challenged to kind of prove that you are really good?
Yeah, I think the rankings and the teams can all be kind of like thrown out the window at the moment. I think, especially going into a new game and a new tournament, I think you can't really take from CS:GO into this. It's always going to be different, and like everyone's got new stuff, and maybe some other teams haven't been able to practice it as much due to other tournaments and so on. So I think the rankings, it's obviously a big change for us. The players are still really good individuals and can definitely carry that into a new game. But I think we're one of the teams. I think we've kind of had a bit more time on the game. We've put a lot of time in, so we're definitely confident going up against whatever team. And like say Cloud9, big, like a lot of good individual players, and Ence as well, who have proven it time and time again. But I think we're here to show that we can also play against them as well.
Great answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ence come here with one objective. Fnatic come here with a similar objective. What do they tell you in this interview, Blay?
What I liked from Senpai was what he said, you know, the team is a team of innovators, the sort of brains they have in that particular team. And I do want to see what Snappy and Co and Saw are going to be up to. Hope to see some really cool stuff coming out. So we did see some, shall we say, innovative stuff coming out from a couple of teams yesterday with the new utility and, you know, and how the game kind of plays out. So that's something I'm looking forward to. We didn't get to see too much in Anubis because it was kind of a one-sided affair. You know, LinVision not really showing up there. So that's one thing that I'm looking forward to from Ence.
If I'm Ence, I'm not really like focusing on, you know, going into something, creating something new, doing something crazy, you know, innovative. Or I would just focus like on the basics, focus on the things that we do good, and we did good for the past 12 months. I think that should be enough to beat Fnatic. You don't need anything crazy. Maybe you can save that for the semis, for the finals, for the quarterfinals, something that's going to be a little bit more challenging when it comes to the match itself. Right now, I think fundamentally Ence is a better team right now. They should just focus on that.
Yeah, they should. And for Fnatic, the one thing that you can't really focus on, but you'd like to, is the idea that Dexter might make it to the arena.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how, you know, like his teammates are like, as you said, you're trying to put a little bit of pressure and make him feel a little excited about it. But Dexter, he's a pretty cool and calm guy. You know, that's something I'd like to see. But considering we only have Justin in the arena right now, I think the Aussie crowd would be more than happy to see another guy join him.
Yeah, what could it hurt?
Definitely. I mean, he would love to be there. It's just, it means so much for a player that, you know, have a tournament in your own country to represent your country in front of the full arena that's sold out for all 3 days. I mean, it's somewhere in his head, definitely.
And this is a very, very special event down here. Honestly, every time we come down here, the crowd is immaculate. Always a little bit of a wildling sort of vibe I get from them, but also with Fnatic picking into Overpass and a CT start from Ence. That's the vibes I want to talk about.
Fnatic picking Overpass, we were talking about it a little bit because we were not sure are they going to maybe go for something weirder like Vertigo, but I don't think they're ready for that. They went for the safer option, picking Overpass into Ence. They're going to start with the CT side, something expected from Ence. They went for Anubis.
Okay.
And then we have Vertigo after all. So
I'm a little surprised Ence are willing to kind of flip a coin on Vertigo. Yeah, like why wouldn't you just stick with Ancient over there? Overpass, not too surprising, right? We were kind of wondering which way they could go. I can see why Fnatic have gone for this. Anubis, Ence looked very, very solid Anubis yesterday as well against LinVision. It's a map they're historically pretty comfortable on as well. But yeah, allowing Vertigo through, we saw in the previous game as well, Kassad. Unfortunately, didn't go to Vertigo, but here, if it does go there, with the sounds and all of that, and also the fact we haven't seen Vertigo played yet here in IEM Sydney.
There's probably a reason.
Probably a reason. I'm surprised a lot of it.
No, the thing is, like, I feel like, objectively speaking, it's just, I feel like Fnatic are happy with this veto right here.
Okay.
I don't think, you know, if it went to Ancient as a decider, then Ence would have the massive advantage. You know, it's just, but we also don't know what Ence is thinking about Vertigo right now. So it's just, it's a very strange veto for me. I don't think Ence did a very good job with it. I think Fnatic won the veto, but overall Ence should be taking
But
this.
surely everyone gets uncomfortable with Vertigo.
I mean,
surely.
I mean, if you're gonna go in a little deep, it's a map that ends we're pretty solid on in CS:GO, right? So maybe they're just kind of harping on that fact. But I do agree with you, especially when should be on paper a bit of a walk in the park for the side of Ence. The fact they're allowing it through, maybe they have something in store for us here, and Kasab. Maybe they want to use this as a learning experience for CS2.
For Fnatic, it's mandatory to win Overpass.
Yes.
That's a thing. That's a winning condition for them. If they win Overpass, they can hope for a victory here and playing in the arena. If they lose Overpass, I don't think they have any chance on Anubis.
Overpass is something I do want to touch a bit upon as well, because as I pointed out yesterday as well, when we saw Overpass come into play, that the incendiaries, the way it works in CS2 right now, is a little bit of RNG elements in it, a little bit of randomness. So talking about the T-Stairs Molotov, for example, where you throw in the Molotov and there is a 30%, 40% chance it's not going to spread fully, and that could lead to fake false information when you're on the CT side, for example. So that is something which I'm curious to see how teams are going to adapt to it. Are they going to continue throwing that molly? Or are they just going to be going for that smoke, for example? We've seen a couple of cool things like the ROP short pipe molly from the A-bomb side as well, which has been used by quite a few teams as well. So yeah, it's an interesting map, and I'm a little surprised to see, I don't know, I'm curious to see how it's going to play
I don't think
out.
there is much to it with the molly on the T-Stairs, to be honest, especially if you are like not very aggressive CT-sided Overpass team. Like if you're not going for those plays in yard and long, and that molly is not going to really...
But here's the problem there, right? Like looking at how every single team has been playing the CT side so far in the past couple of days, aggression seems to be the key to countering so-called the biggest advantage.
In connector, yes, but in yard, like up in the playground, I don't think so much. Especially like not that deep on the stairs. But connector have been like a really tight choke point in the last few months of CS:GO, and it translated into CS2 as well. Overall, I do believe that molly wouldn't really make any difference, at least for me, especially like I said, if you're not playing too aggressive on that side of the map. Other than that, everything is pretty much the same.
Yeah, and how it plays, right? But again, I mean, there are some things that are going to be a little bit of an uncertainty walking into this, regardless of what or where you lay your hat in terms of who you pick to win. Because it is still Vertigo. We still have sound.
Listen, Vertigo is going to be such a shit show when it comes to play. I'm just calling it right now, because already when it comes to the maps, with multiple layers like Nuke, for example, the audio is already so very confusing, especially when we have sounds, footsteps, or even a bomb getting planted in the lower upper. And now on top of that, the fact that the audio is so wonky right now for a lot of the plays. We saw Floppy, an Ancient. He was really struggling. He was very critical of this audio as well. We saw yesterday in the Vitality phase game at the same time, where Zai was just running up to a short pipe, and none of the CTs were hearing him running right behind them. Now you throw in Vertigo into the mix, that's going to be
I
rough.
don't think it's that much of a problem. I think people are overthinking it a little bit when it comes to sound. It's not like there's 5 people on the server that are playing against you. It's not like there is a parade of 300,000 people marching to
That's
the
a
team,
hell
man.
of a parade.
That's a lot of people, man.
It's just a 5 people. You can still manage to, deal with it if you are like thinking about it and trying to find a solution instead of just writing it off as a bad sound. Let's not play the map. It's a shit map. It's whatever.
It is a shit map.
It's a decent map. It's not
right.
the best right now. I like the fact that the Vertigo is a brawly map. It doesn't have to be defaults. It doesn't have to be taking the extremities. It doesn't have to be map control over the place. It can also be just fighting.
Just get Dust 2 then.
Well, it's not the same because you have short and tunnels.
I'm kidding, Kassad.
No, he was being dead serious, and I heard it right there. I was listening.
Sure, man.
No, okay, fine. What I do want to say is that we do have just a little bit of a tech thing going on here, as to be expected. I think with every version of Counter-Strike, there's always a delay here.
I mean, we can mention that the fact that the arena is completely sold out for all 3 days.
All 3 days.
And as far as we know, that there was few more seats added.
And that
got sold out immediately.
Wow.
So whoever is coming to the arena is going to have a great time because it's going to be packed, even in the quarterfinals. We know in the past sometimes the Fridays are a little bit, not exactly like Sundays, but in Australia, here it's going to be absolutely
I also
amazing.
love the fact that this crowd. Look, it's my first time in Sydney, but one thing I've always enjoyed about the the IEM, the Sydney crowd, so to speak, is it's more about Counter-Strike rather than the teams or the players. They're just there to enjoy the game, have a good time. I, for one, cannot wait for the weekend.
For the weekend. That's just because we get a house full of people, really. It's going to be a wild scene, which is what we're set up to do. Again, if you're just joining us, you are on the right place. You are here at the right time. We are just waiting a few minutes.
Notice it's big chilling.
Yeah, big chill, actually.
Big chilling.
I kind of like that Goose Fraba moment that they have, you know, when they're kind of trying to center themselves. Like, that's something that a lot of teams are doing at this
Goose
point.
Fraba, I got that.
Yeah.
I think many teams, many players right now are just happy that the scary best of ones are over.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You always have something. If something goes wrong in the first map, you have something to fall back to. Maybe you lose their pick, you know, and then you go back to your own. There is no like, you know, super cutthroat. If you lose a pistol, something, and you're done. Basically, it's much easier today than yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday's price is not today's price, Kassad. Just kidding. Let's go ahead and check out the lobby with Ence.
Talking about the game, CS2, first time, you know, first big LAN event. Any thoughts?
Probably going to be random.
I mean, BO1, MR12s, you know, upset city, or you think you guys still have it in the bag?
I mean, I still believe we'll win, but I think in general we're going to see a lot of weird results.
Okay. What are your, like, just general expectations, so to speak?
We don't have any. We don't have any for the rest of 2023. Every tournament we just play and try to learn, and then 2024 is where we put some goals again. But for now, I think it's a mistake to put a lot of goals in a game where you don't know where you actually are.
Cool. I mean, I think it's pretty understandable, right? Like, brand new game and all of that. A lot of bugs in the game right now. Let's be real about it. A lot of things, hopefully, which are being fixed as you know, as we're talking. Valve seems to be working overtime as well. There are a couple of things which you feel needs to be changed or fixed ASAP. If you're talking to Valve right now, what are a couple of things you want to, you know, get fixed? Or could be 5. Could be any number.
It's obviously not very optimized to PCs. That is not great. So for a lot of casual gamers, it's hard to play the game. Then the movement is obviously terrible. In general, the mouse feeling, unless you have the best PC in the world, is pretty bad. Here the DSL is good, but I need to go out and invest in a new PC, and mine is only like 2 years old. So I think that's a pretty big thing. And it's not something everyone can just go out and do.
I mean, I think the spray is a bit unfortunate to play because in CSGO I used to spray. But you have like new guns right now that actually people can play, like the SG and the AUG. But I mean, the game is broken only because of the picker advantage.
Do you think, have you had a chance to play, you know, on LAN, maybe some free practice games? Because I heard from a couple of players that, you know, the Pika's advantage seems to be way lesser on LAN. Have you had a chance to try that out, maybe?
I didn't. I still don't know. We had like, when I'm playing from my home, there is no way you can hold an angle. But I played like few games. I feel a bit of change, but let's see in the tournament what's gonna happen.
Have you had a chance to like scrim a little bit with some of the teams in CS2 yet?
Yeah, we played yesterday. Daicha, Madden, Nico, and JKS, and we played against cheaters, and it wasn't a nice experience, I would say.
Do you want to tell Valve anything about this particular problem?
I mean, you have to fix this anti-cheat because like it's impossible to play right now.
Yeah, of course there's going to be tons of questions and upgrades necessary for the new game. You know, that is kind of an unfortunate reality, Blair.
The cheating problem is it's a bit obnoxious. I had a game a couple of days back. I just jumped in a server and I wound up against a Sniper. I remember Ian from Immunity used to play back in the day, and he had a cheater on his team. I mean, he wasn't lobbying with them, and fortunately, Sniper being a bro that he is, he kicked a cheater. But there are a lot of other people who would do that, so that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and it's actually it's very vicious. How many have you given some cues in there?
No, not at all. I didn't really play since the first wave of invites. You know, we all got it, and it's just I was just focusing on other things, like learning about other stuff, and not really caring about playing because it's not my.
Well, it's true. Yeah, I mean, well, what did you learn though? I mean, not from the game, but other stuff.
No, just watching the game, see how the patches develop and everything that's going on right now. I see what people are, you know, quote, complaining about. It's all valid points right now, but it's still going to get better. You know, it's the thing with the cheaters is going to be fixed sooner or later. Right now, just people need to be patient. There is so many things that needs to be fixed and needs to be dealt with, and I think there's only 24 hours in one day, right? They involve already, you know,
I don't know about that,
patched out like
I saw
7 different patches.
I saw a post saying that for Valve, there's more than 60 minutes in an hour. It was, you know, you see the little number at the bottom left corner of the screen when you play CS2 right now. It's a build number, and it had like 63 minutes in an hour, which is kind of wild.
Wow. They really do move differently over there.
They know.
Like, there's
I mean, it is Valve time after all, so, you know.
It is that.
You know, but there's no cheaters on this server right here that we about to be in. So these teams right now, it's a very quiet environment right now because we are standing in front of Ence. They're still focused. They're there. There is nothing that we can hear from the other side, from the Fnatic guys. I think both teams are super focused coming into this one. Everybody wants to be in the playoffs. Everybody wants to be in the arena. And what's most interesting is the fact that Fnatic, for example, is not really feeling like an underdog here. I think they realized they beat Cloud9 yesterday, and they, you know, why can we beat Ence too? So
I think it's it's a mentality these two teams have, right? We saw Snappy speak in that interview as well. It's like, we're just here to kind of figure it out. We're not really looking to set any expectations. We know how good we are. We know what we are. For Fnatic, though, if you look at the results in Go since Dexter joined in, it's been super middling. In fact, you know, kind of rough in all honesty. So for them, I feel like trying to make a statement early on in a new game with kind of a fresh start here.
I want to know, like, if maybe, let's say you're Fnatic, right? Would you rather play somebody known to you like Ence, or maybe you would rather face Betboom, right? That you don't know much about, but then you feel like you are a favorite against this team. So it's always a question of like a state of mind in this kind of situations, right? Like I said, I was an underdog for a long time, then we were favorites for a certain amount of time. The mindset changes completely in these kind of games. So if you're Fnatic, I do think they would prefer playing teams like Ence rather than unknown teams like, you know, Betboom that are super dangerous apparently.
And also the fact that, you know, for the side of Betboom, they've just been grinding it out non-stop online, prepping a lot more for CS2, while Ence had to just play Showdown recently, right? Which they lost to big online as well. So prep-wise, Betboom have shown that, yeah, prep seems to work out. They're in the playoffs as well. And for Enzo, you can never count them out.
So the cool part is this. Yes, we might get 3 maps in the series. I'm actually guaranteeing the viewer at home 2, and we're about ready to start that. So, Bleh, who do you got?
I'm going to stick with Ence. I think I've seen enough from them to have enough faith in them. So 2-0, Ence? Yeah.
Okay.
All the logic points out of Ence winning. Even maybe the veto is not in their favor, but the logic says the otherwise. So I do believe I have to go with Ence.
Yeah, I'd say that there's a real chance that Ence do come in here as the favorites. I think that goes without saying. And, well, for my analysts, thank you very much. Yeah, you pick Ence. Let us know who you pick at home. That's going to be hashtag IEM. That's Intel Extreme Masters for short, because it's time to play some Counter-Strike. Yes, that sound means just one thing. It's time to go to Overpass, picked by Fnatic, playing against Ence, brought to you by Sponge Machine.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Chatty B? We've heard what the desk has to say. Start on Overpass for this best of 3.
Yeah, I think obviously new game, level playing field somewhat. Yeah. Sure, the heavy hitters are still shooting hard, but coming into this, I don't look at Fnatic as a massive underdog by any stretch of the imagination. Now, over in Cologne, about 2 months ago, these two teams met in the group stage at a very similar stage.
Okay.
So maybe a chance for revenge here for Fnatic. And then it's mixed signals from the camp.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, all of the stuff we heard from them, from maybe bar Snappy, where he was just kind of smirking and saying it's going to be a bit more random. It does kind of maybe fill me with some doubt as to whether or not Ence are going to be at their complete A game. I think this game actually will be an indicator as to how much of that is well-founded. And so we get ourselves started with the pistol. Now it's dispatched towards the connector, nading off the door on the pistol round. That's interesting. 3 starting towards the B side, and Pius takes first contact with a little spot towards the fountain position, but 4 members of Fnatic about to crawl through this connector position. Ence has been overlooked. He's been overlooked. The whole team's walked past him, and he's going to unload the dual barrages. So only one humbled now. D have one back. Advantage for the CTs, but for how long? They're up towards the toilet position. Rotate's going to be quick here on Overpass. And the T-smoke used.
This might have to settle in. So denying the space right now, regrouping.
He's not pushing that, is he? He did.
Oh, Snappy straight through. No. He's hearing these steps. Definitely so. So guaranteed this will be the A finish.
Pius poised and collects the headshot necessary. It's Roy to fall finally, and just the one casualty. That really worked out wonderfully for Ence.
Can't believe they just walked past with that clearing, especially after the door gets blown off. You think that your Feckles might be up a little bit.
True.
Worried about that type of aggression, but staying silent. Fnatic get caught off guard, and the pistol round will falter. Here it is again. 3 players just slinking on by. Only one on the dual Berettas, but the information, that was the key. Nice little shot there. There is the P2K coming back into a bit of fashion.
What do you reckon the plan was? Say they got up connected. That was just going to be kind of a snake into the A site?
Yeah, see how much space that you're able to take, because sometimes well, not sometimes, a lot of teams like to start 4-1 on the pistol. 4 players over towards B. We're going to get a lot of action out towards long. The Glock train will deal with some Pious. They're able to scavenge themselves at MP9. And this round is all about damage. So back and forth they go as they ping-pong between the sites.
Yeah, Nertz has already taken long toilets, though, so he'll be able to very quickly call that it's clear. And so Snappy and Deha likely going to pivot back to the potential of behind them.
Might be a little bit worried here if I'm Deha. We've already given up 1. It might be another going to the wayside. Defensive smokes are well placed, and he's able to position himself now over towards B. So
not
great
interested
work
at
from
all.
the pole. Yeah, good heads-up play considering the circumstances. They have lost track and walking through smokes again.
But it leads to a...
He won't believe this.
No,
he will not believe this at all. Hi!
2 down. Gone the Glock round, and MP9 falls into enemy hands.
They could plant. Just have to get past Snappy.
Yeah, but that's not easy. Snappy's got that AUG, and it's getting awkward. Awkward, perhaps. Crims has got himself the weapon now. 3 dead. I mean, the plant doesn't seem particularly likely now. Oh. Fired off shot from the short side. Yeah, and found out by Madden. But yeah, a bit costly for Ence. They won't necessarily be too happy with that.
Great damage indeed. They were able to scavenge back that AUG by the looks of things. And SEO put out a tweet today talking about the AUG and Krieg use coming out from this Ence side. I was in Deathmatch server this morning, and all of the Ence boys were kind of filtering through. And Nertz jumps in, and he's deathmatching with the Krieg. And I saw him in the shot. I said, Nertz, you were trolling, right? He's like, no. So expect a lot of that.
He said it in the interview, yeah. He's expecting to see more of them. We just saw Bro with an ace on the P90. Monty in particular seemed fond of that one.
Yeah, really just brutalizing the Greyhound lads. Both Vertex and Greyhound, the Australian representation, eliminated from the tournament. But we are into the rifles, and let's see. Can Fnatic make good on that full Glock eco damage? See this railing and the potential boost come into play.
Doesn't seem like you're getting much off of that boost in terms of info. I've seen multiple teams erected.
Yeah, once the door's smoked off, I think that completely removes their options. But pop and go, flashes are in. Dexter finds the entry. Crims has found another, and B open for business. That'll be the round.
Damn, all 3 of the defenders empty-handed in that one. And Dexter, the pointy end.
Conversation immediately turns to the hunt. Can they hold on to these 2 upgraded rifles? Sampais and Nertz hoping to hold on to these. 35 seconds remaining on this bomb by the looks of things.
I mean, that is a dream, isn't it? If every T round could be that efficient, you'd be laughing.
Well, we've only had 1 overpass played throughout IEM Sydney so far, and that was the game we covered off yesterday with FaZe. Now, a lot of takeaways for me was rarely seeing the teams go towards A. It was a lot of plays towards the B side, a lot of waiting out the early smoke walls, and then just trading out efficiently.
Did you kind of come to any conclusions as to the potential whys?
Not really, no. I think 1 game of the sample size, less than ideal. But also, this is a map where we would talk about the AWP heaven. And in lesser rounds, where the economy obviously can be a little bit more stringent, containing players getting out the... key missed piece of utility there.
Poor Dia didn't even get to use his shotgun. Had it in the perfect angle for that fight if he'd have been aware and turned around, but so was so convinced there'd be a multifaceted approach coming in from Monster as well, so didn't get to pull the trigger. Big win for Fnatic. Let's see how this second round goes with the guns. Mezzy yet to frag. Relieved of that burden that is leadership. Afro fires off a warning shot, cops a heavy amount of damage, finished off nicely. It's Snappy with some proactive MP9 work. He's been brought down though by Crims to keep it all even Stevens.
Deha just moved up close towards the monster pipe in case of an explosion through, and as these smokes start to fade, information could be flowing in favor of Ence. Madden has taken another glance out towards short and has met some resistance, but this fight for Roy upper bathrooms. That is a great head-to-head to win against Nertz. See how we'll grab 1 back, and well, they're heading towards B. They need to grab that bomb in this 3-on-3.
Looks like Roy might be tasked with that, or Crims as well towards that monster.
Look at the gamble. They're going to keep the aggression.
We saw him. Saw him. Confirmation. Aggression. Madden. And even Deha spotted as well. I don't know if Mezzy's considered this, though. This reposition from Madden. Very threatening. Limits Mezzy's options. Crims, however, taking down Deha. Madden keeps it level. If anything, maybe favoring the CTs. Look at their health. Roy and Krim still hits the shot. Madden caught out by the spray, a well-controlled spray. And Crims, he certainly seems to be having a good day in the office. 7 so far, and in this round alone, 3.
Stiff breeze would easily knock over Roy and Krim, so have to make sure they don't line up to Sampaius' Org available. And as mentioned, he was gambling and has stayed somewhat close towards this B bomb site. He can respond immediately to the plan.
2 smokes. Yeah, I was wondering if they'd use him. Molly as well, but he's ahead of it. He's not covered. Looking the wrong way. Punching in the code. Roy somehow gets away from the first spray. Heard him drop. Finishes the job. The Spaniard reigns supreme in the round. A third for Ence.
Yeah, and Madden clearly feeling it. You can see the energy that he's brought today. And a lot of the talk around the Ence camp is, look, Madden can really set the tone for the entire team. So a bit of a talisman in that regard. Off to a good start, and that was very jarring. It's quite clear that Ence want to just continue to fight, right? They don't want to give away too much space, and Madden made that clear. And, well, here's how this one kicked off. Snappy with the follow-through on that HE. A good aggression there from D-Hart, and fantastic from Sampaius. This was all facilitated because he was gambling close. He was ahead of what was expected for Fnatic, and they will steal away a lovely little 1-on-2, forcing the international squad, well, they're both international squads, into a tactical timeout, the first of map number 1.
Yeah, it's a tough death as well for Afro, and it's a tough round loss for Crims, thinking about all that hard work he put in. Empty-handed off the end of it. And it's Keekta on the mic, taking a timeout.
I think it is a very important round to follow through. Now, both teams are deciding to equip the AWPs for their snipers. Afro on one side, Sampaius on the other. If you are Fnatic going into this, there is real reason for a timeout. You can rip this one away from Ence, knowing that they have minimum loss bonus into the next, and that was going to put them in forced and then eco territory, which is quite dire. So a big round coming up for Fnatic if they can crack through. 1 defuse kit in play on Nert, so keep that in mind if we are in a post-plant scenario. Molly missed again. Space will be taken quite quickly. Afro searching, will find the first find, so an opener for the Frenchman.
Yeah, it's a big contribution with that T-side AWP. He's taken down his rival. Sampaius gone.
So what's the response? Madden having to rotate back from B here to fill the gap of A. Nertz in connector, D-Hart and Snappy trying to anchor down towards that B bomb site. And Madden, how much space does he want to take? So worried about mid and long. Trying to kick up a bit of a fuss, but here they come.
Yeah, this is the perfect call. Madden, he's going to be tucked in. It's about the clears. Roy successful, finds his head. Nertz, considering his options, actually looks to be saving. Snappy's not moving, Diha the same. Seems like Ence have accepted defeat in this one, trying to keep the losses to a minimum.
An advised decision, and again we asked the question, same as we did when Fnatic won their previous round, do they want to hunt? Do they want to try and rip away a couple of these rifles, considering the loss bonus circumstances that we just discussed? So with 1,400 about to come into that bank balance, you can add that onto the reserves of the Ence players. No, it's only really Nertz with a residual cash of 750.
Very important save then.
Yes. And it doesn't look like Fnatic could be getting close to removing all of these. Nertz is the only one susceptible right now.
It's not a fantastic angle, is it? Is his head going to be poking out? No, they're pretty content with connector. They'll leave it there, and so Ence... Oh, they do lose Diha. It was Diha peeking out just to the last second. That's a frustrating one to concede.
Yeah, he only had a Famus, but still would have been better than nothing. So Diha to give that one away. Less than ideal. Get a tactical timeout this time from Saw, the boss man. That's to confer with the brain trust of Snappy. Work out how far can they make these 2 rifles go.
What a luxury for Keekta. He gets to chat to the boys back to back.
And you know that it is very likely with the loss bonus that they're going to force by, right? That is the standard approach, especially on the CT side. 1,400, we have nothing. We may as well shove all in. An MP9 has been dropped from Nertz. That will be landing in the hands of D-Hart. We've already seen how they've made those work quite proficiently. So this is a sky-high version.
Yeah, 2 flubbed mollies so far.
That's a very important kill for Roy. Just it takes away any real risk of them being able to retake, right? If, you know, damage done and a kill in that position, then maybe there's a chance for Ence to give this one a look in, but not to be.
Yeah, no fun for Diha. That FAMAS lost in the last second now leads him just a deagle into this one. Maybe he can make it work. There's a successful molly this time. 3rd time the charm, it seems, and maybe inspired by Vitality.
I saw this yesterday with Apex to great success, but it was paired up with short aggression simultaneously. It doesn't appear to be the case for Ence right now. But we do see the sprawl of Fnatic over towards A. They've got a lot of room over towards long as Madden calling short clear.
Surely that leads the pair of them to cheat over. They both are maneuvering. Snappy activating. So this Fnatic push, the jig is up.
Yeah, they're not boxed in just yet. Now, there is only one smoke available for the CTs to block, and that's on Snappy out of position. And silent as the night, Fnatic are very close to exploding.
Oh, warning shot fired, 5-7 heard. Pressure from Crims in the toilets. Nurse is caught him. Roy, however, has opened the sight. A double kill on that AK entry. It's Dexter that puts the cherry on top. Call that one done.
Yeah, good pack roll mentality there, and also exploiting long, knowing that unlikely for there to be an AWP play. There was a scope, however, in the hands of the Org, but out of position. Snappy and now looking to save yet again. So dealing with a very important round. Fnatic may have broken through as Dia showing stylish dig. It's always very rewarding. Now looking for a little bit more damage here, maybe even trying to scavenge away a rifle and have to push through. Dia by the in-game leader Dexter. And as we've heard discussed, if Fnatic do win this, they'll be joining the likes of JKS as the other Australian representation in the arena. No hope for Greyhound and Vertex, who have both already been eliminated, but for Dexter and JKS to have that opportunity to play in front of the home crowd, it's something that they haven't had the opportunity to do for 4 years. It's crazy how quick those 4 years really flew by since last time we were here.
I'm looking at this lower bracket for the group. Lin Vision Cloud9 duking it out, and saw Monty earlier today knocking out Greyhound. Who do you think's the leading candidate for that lower bracket run?
Out of those three teams currently?
Yeah.
If we throw Complexity in the mix there as well.
Monty, Complexity, and then, yeah, Cloud9.
I would say Cloud9, but this is the thing. I've been high on Cloud9 the entire time, and they've had, I would say, underwhelming results. I know in more recent time they've had a slightly better form, but consistency is king in Counter-Strike.
Oh, that's not gone to plan.
No, that's just a USP, so Madden won't get anything else done with it. We're continuing to aim map. Just the Org of Snappy to find now.
No skin. That's how little he's been previously paying attention to the AUG. And you know where he typically plays. I think if we know, it's likely that their opponents are likely considering the same as he crab walks his way through the tunnel. Mezzi's containing that push, where he is taking glances towards this tunnel.
The bomb may actually head over towards B, so Snappy has a window of opportunity to be quite disruptive here.
Yeah, Afro spots him out, and some damage inflicted there, finished off by Dexter. He's actually been in the feed an awful lot to start us off. Dexter, top of the scoreboard as it stands, 8 frags.
Well, this is 4 already on the T side of Overpass, so we are learning. If we just use the maths from MR15 and then apply that over to MR12 and assume it could play out in a similar fashion, or but then you have the ramifications of CTs of getting broken after winning pistol, and yeah, there's a lot that we have to learn still.
Oh, for sure, but I mean, 4 rounds definitely not to be sniffed at. And Afro, he's looking to make it a 5th.
2 openings on the AWP towards A.
Oh, not ready for this, though. Not ready for this guy. It's some Pius leaping down from the top rope. Does get the trade. Afro, a 2nd frag. And some Pius kept humble. Just the 1 frag on that forward position. Had to do something. Nice. That's quick from Snappy. He's got a strong arm on him as well for an underhand. Gets that one down. The front of the site will probably delay Fnatic. You don't really want to be walking into the unknown of that smoke.
It's very contained for the moment, and considering the utility that Fnatic have available to finish, they do need to make sure that they wait out this risk.
Yeah, I say that. They are going to burrow into it. Try and... Oh my god, Afro.
Good patience.
Yeah, rewarded. Drops a good one.
Diha will have to try and hold on to this A1S. You can see him coming over, a little bit inquisitive, and has been called off, so we won't see him give this one an attempt. It's 5 now for Fnatic, so I would say more than enough done. Coming up next is the map choice of Ence. It will be Anubis, map they've shown great proficiency on.
Yeah, Desk discussing it, calling it a bit of a must-win for Fnatic on Overpass. I guess that's a statement of their opinions on the Anubis of Ence. So far, so good, most definitely for Fnatic. Great round there from Afro on the AWP, and yeah, all of his frags so far have been a part of those openings. We saw him take down some Pius in the AWP head-to-head, and this one with a nice multi-kill.
Yeah, and this is critical in the sense that there is the discussion about the AWP and is less powerful. Only time is really going to tell with a lot of this. We, as human beings, like to jump to a lot of early conclusions, and with the game presumably going to take a lot of time to get where it needs to be. This is still just one of the early builds on release. So,
yeah, I wonder how much of that is just related to the nuance in the way AWPing is different in CS2 to do with that. And I'm no expert.
Oh. Yeah, under a lot of pressure.
He gets one. Shot down by Roy. Aggressive again, doing a lot of this shooty bang bang is Roy.
Well, rerouting and not biting is Ence. 3 players have stayed put over towards B. It is just some Pius responding to any threat on the A bomb site for now. There is more than enough utility for Fnatic to end cleanly. Molly barrels, Heaven smoke, flashes as well. But again, this pack roll and contact, this could get out of hand.
It certainly could. I mean, we know just the power of the 5-7 in close range. Just like that. Just like that. It's Madden with 3. Afro all alone. His teammates ripped out of the server by Madden. And this is just a partial buy. Ence not putting all of their eggs into this basket, but it still seems like Fnatic have cracked. Afro! Oh, it's not far off the mark. 2 were swinging him, though. And a secured round for Ence. That will turn the tables.
That one's going to come with a level of frustration for Fnatic, but we talk about them being the oldest team here, and they seem to be quite mature about their approach and the way that they handle the game in these type of moments. So I don't expect that to unravel them too much, but that is the type of round I was discussing. The Uto, obviously they didn't want to give away their position with too much telegraph utility, but they could have made their life a whole lot easier. They've contacted into lesser weaponry, and the fact that Madden has made mincemeat of them in that moment makes it look a little bit silly. I think we've just heard another missed molly over towards the T stairs. So Pius's AWP will sound off. Good information to work with for Fnatic. Rims out the short pipe. Mezzy with the connector space. And due to Roy being on his lonesome towards A, he hasn't really sprung into action. Dexter has 2 kills immediately. Crimson's grabbed another. The B bomb site down.
Just like that. I mean, some Pius is going to give it a look in. It looked like he was maneuvering that way, but instead just going to be posted up for anyone that dares try and get under Heaven.
That'll happen in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I know. It's something Crims and Dexter have been pretty handy at so far. Walking into this B bomb site.
Well, they've had a harder time against the MP9s and lesser weaponry than they have against the full gun rounds of Ence. So the 6th round feels almost destined, and that is 50% of the rounds in the first half.
Damn, yeah, that's quite the T-haul. And even with a couple of fumbles in there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that 5-7 round, I'd even perhaps, you know, that round where Crims got 3, and then the Sun Pius 1v2.
You're going to be over the moon with the amount of gun rounds that you've actually been able to accrue. The fact that you lost the pistol and you still find yourself 6-4 up at this juncture. Now it's doing what he can to try and hold on to this AK-47. Now pressuring, Pius will grab one. Mezzy to remove Nertz, and can they hunt him down? The Spaniard will survive, so banks his orb.
Yeah, not easy to fit in the safety deposit box.
No, I think he has to pay extra.
Yeah. Folds it up.
Now, if you are interested in that secondary stream game, it's been brought to you by Mac and Jim over there at twitch.tv/ESLCSB. I hope that's correct.
I think so.
And the opening map between Lin Vision and Cloud9, an elimination match, is Anubis. That is the choice of Lin Vision. The second map will be Ancient, picked by Cloud9. And the third and decider, if required, will be Inferno. Aggression. And again. He's done great with the...
He didn't look far off for the second. Sheesh, okay, Afro. He's making a strong case for the AWP on this first half. That is an all-in position right now from Nerds. He can't really leave either. He knows there's a potential for someone to be above him, especially now he's fired off the shots. He's taken down Mezzi and gone away. Not bad.
Well, they're coming for him quite quickly.
Look at this though, Madden. Oh, nice work from Nerds. This is his round right now. Doubles his frag total. Some heavy fragging contributions. Nice find. Shuts down Fnatic and looking to tie up this game. You want to at least leave with 6 on your CT side. Crims might have something to say about it. He's got 60 seconds, but the bomb under Ence rule. Good find on the first, but a whole lot more ahead of him if he wants to even dream of it.
Mr. Snuffleupagus, I guess, there.
Yeah, someone left it.
I want to be having a really bad day. There'd be a lot of tears. Where's my element?
Yeah. Oh god, no! You know they'd just they'd find him from the shops.
Do they have air tags in them these days?
Probably. Actually, would be quite smart.
Especially if it's the favorite.
Yeah.
Dead. Nerds.
That's a round.
Great impact and necessary after Afro found yet another opener on the AWP. Currently been involved in 4 opening exchanges, has converted 3 of them, and 3 of them have been on the big green. So, as we mentioned at the start of this, AWPing on Overpass, synonymous, and it is good to see the Frenchman making it work.
Yeah, nice play around that smoke. This is the new smoke plays, as opposed to it being a one-way. It's just him crouching around the very edge of it, getting that information safely. Hard to spot him. Successful mollies now, Ence they've tightened it up. Forces a smoke out of Roy on his progressions. A T-smoke obscures the view. Nerds trapped in con.
I think they might be feeling it's going to be a B play here, Ence. We've seen Fnatic run something quite similar to this in the early stages, especially with the extinguish over towards connector and pipe. So that is going to tell me, if I'm Ence, that, hey, they might be going for a B explode. But that isn't the case. So the rotation back, they've given up all the A space, Ence, they've dropped back towards the site. Fnatic doesn't know this. So Pius lining up something quite cheeky and geeky.
Yeah, that looked naughty.
Monster Smoke will hold our applause. It may not land. It didn't. So lucky we didn't get too excited about it, but the idea was there.
Yeah, and there's a perfectly good lineup that you can still throw the CSGO on.
Yes.
From just behind there.
So getting a little bit tricky with it. But there hasn't been a regress for information. It's something that Ence have been doing quite well, is staying jarring, playing with these SMGs in the face. Well, it's mainly rifles and the shotgun in the hands of Diha. So if they were hoping for a response from Ence, it hasn't happened. Fnatic will just have to now group up, waltz over towards A. They've got util for an execute, 2 smokes available. Bank as well as dumpster a possibility. A molly for Dice, and there's that info play. So well timed from the in-game leader.
Nice shot from Nerds. Head hunting. Takes Crims down, and there's a free frag as well. Sitting duck was Dexter. Unable to adjust in time. Afro's a dead man, and 6-6. It's all tied up. Dead even. A solid haul considering a lost pistol. Fnatic, they're in it to win it.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go.
What's going on, everybody? We got a second half for you. In the first map of this game, we're looking to lock ourselves in another team for that upper final and to the playoffs. G2 just did it, beating Complexity 2-0, and we're here to find out who'll be playing them for a spot in the semi-finals. It's already nice, though, for G2. They know they're going to meet the Aussie crowd. It's time to see who will be joining them with that privilege. It's Ence and Fnatic duking it out, and one hell of a haul on the T side of Overpass, no less, boasting 6 Souls Le Pistol. Let's get into it. Second half, I got Chatty B with me and Afro with some good T-side AWPing to start us off.
Ooh, long aggression. D-Hart about to get a face full of lead. The P250 ringing out, but the push is coming. Multiple bodies spotted at D-Hart. Rips away Roy.
Go on, Mezzy. That's a freebie.
That's
perfect timing on that.
That's the smoke.
No, it's his smoke. Didn't get to leave his hands. It's dropped by force. Crimson's picked D-Her off, and now they're on the rotation. But look at this angle. This is destined for glory, destined for the double. I say that. He hasn't found it cleanly. He's running out on bullets and using that smoke to reload safely. Madden needs another one here. He still managed to pull it off, but finally they find him. The Sunpire's got another 1 versus 2 clutch in him. He knows one's heaven's side. Dexter and Mezzy pushing in now. They have a smoke grenade. They'll throw that on the bomb. Starting to hold it. They know where he's coming from. If he could knock him off the defuse, he's done so. And just like that, the clutch comes through. Sunpire's 2 for 2 in the clutch.
Oh, that one is going to sting. The first time round when they lost the 1-on-2, I thought, okay, they're not going to tilt off that. But that gave away a pistol round where it felt they were destined to pick up. So a little bit disappointing here for Fnatic. The black and yellow losing Madden. Just an absolute menace, delaying a lot of time, and then Sampaius in their face. The Glock looking great.
Did he get exposed with that first shot? Didn't he? Like,
that's what I thought. They didn't respond to it. Nobody. Yeah.
But also, I mean, in the guy in the smoke.
Yeah.
When he took that first shot, I think his body just got him exposed. Even if it wasn't in his direction. So here we go. USP's on long, and oh dearie me. There's a P2K as well. Mezzy's got the CZ, and he knows he's got at least one sitting duck. Sunpire's awkward, very awkward round. Fnatic with the eco victory. Overwhelmed with a stack on long.
Look at the smiles on the faces. How often are you winning what is essentially a full eco? I understand there are a few very, very light upgrades there, but that shoe on the other foot immediately. From the highs of a 1-on-2 pistol to the lows of getting full eco'd. Down to 1,400 loss.
Oh man. Wow, that could not have gone better. That could just not have gone any better.
The round was over at 1 minute 24 seconds. So what, we saw 30 seconds, and by the time the fight came in, maybe 15 of that?
Madness.
They're getting a little somehow.
It was so joyous as well, understandably.
That was like Christmas coming. All of your Christmases at once.
I mean, they get to rock and roll with a SG into your third round of play here. Mezzy's laughing. Afro's AWPing. Yeah.
A flick in.
Woo!
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, flicks, man. They don't work in CS2. Oh. Unless you're Afro.
Unless you're Afro. He's going to hang around. He has the support of Roy.
Damage is done, though. The mission is complete.
And a win in this round is worth 2 for Fnatic.
They haven't opted to pick up the bomb, or is the map bugged? Nope, they are straight up just
walking on by.
Interesting.
That's a problem for future Snappy and Co.
Right, okay. First of all, let's try and get a couple of kills, because right now we cannot have 5 alive, and they won't. It's nuts. Good, the good Deagle shot. Mezzy humbled after that pick. He does hit the first bullet out of the Krieg into Sunpire's. Now the bomb retrieval mission.
See, future Snappy.
Yeah, there he is. Nerds has been tasked with trying to find a pick into the site. Smoked off on long, but that allows him to crawl, close the gap, and Afro, he's playing a forward position. Now,
Will Roy cover him? That's the question.
That is the biggest question. Dexter, woof, perfect. Just as Snappy lowered his crosshair for the clip.
That's a long barrel, Mr. Pinocchio.
Yeah, well, Roy gets it, and we'll pick up Afro's AWP, I would imagine.
He's got a great imagination. I can tell everybody at home, based off the avatars in the server, that Afro is a fan of Gaara from Naruto, and Nerds likes Jujutsu Kaisen.
Wow, you do know your animes.
What's your language, guys?
Come on now.
It's a family show.
Do you know who Nertz's profile picture is? I don't know that one.
Yeah, that's the blue-eyed guy from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Okay.
I should know his name.
Blue-eyed guy.
No, I should. Everybody loves
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Ah, yes.
Afro's got himself another opening. This time, a combination of his teammates' damage and a HE well placed. Oh, good info for Roy. Happened to jiggle out just...
It's Gojo.
Ah, Gojo. Not to be confused with Jojo. That's
the Counter-Strike player from...
Oh. Yeah, no.
Oh, no, that's...
Gojo's, whatever it's called, Wild Carnival.
Kojo?
Kojo, yeah.
Is that the guy?
That's the
Flom's
guy.
friend?
He's on the internet. I've seen him on the Twitters. Oh, sorry, on the X. On X.
On X-Files.
X-Files, yeah.
Schmolder and Scully.
Damn, that's a reference for you guys.
Is it Schmolder or is it just Molder? A bit of molding going on with CS2 at the moment.
That's for sure.
Oh, Afro.
He's cool. For a second. Fires off a shot. Doesn't quite connect, but shouldn't be too much problems here. There you go.
Third time's the charm.
Well, this is not feeling fantastic for Ence. They are being whittled away at one by one. Ah, that's the Glock for him. And that's another round for Fnatic. Damn, Ence have got both pistol wins and are currently down 9-7.
Yes. It is quite impressive for Fnatic with the amount of gun rounds they've been able to scoop up.
Check the kill spread as well, Chad. That's like super even Stevens across the Fnatic board.
Oh, 3 the differential from top to bottom. Crims at that high end, 13. 10 for Roy and Afro. And 12 for Dexter, 11 for Mezzy. And to be fair, on the other side of the server, it's not like there's any real slouch at the moment from the Ence side. But as we see, the aggressive utility, so the smoke that we saw FaZe throwing, along with a molly towards Party. So the combination of the two help them get a bit more aggressive control and slow these timings down for the T's.
They're ready to brawl, aren't they? They've got Afro and Roy going looking beautiful. Some Pius is having a real tough day against this Afro AWP.
Well, they're happy to stand and fight. They can hold essentially 2 different choke points. And sure, it was both Kriegs for Matt and for Sampaius. And another kill. They just keep coming.
Just like that.
Isolating all. That's been 3 1v1s.
There's just no fun to be had here. I mean, that's a little bit of summon. They might overlook this position. Sorry, they will overlook this position. I can say that with certainty. But just now the jig is up. And oh, he nearly had a second in him. Dexter, though, plucks him from the pack and just leaves Snappy bomb on his back. And he seems to have lost track. Mezzy relocating. Dexter closing. And we are getting rapidly close towards that magic number.
Yeah, and I think, again, returning to what you pointed out with the pistols, it has felt like Fnatic's been in control of this game, despite the scoreline seeming somewhat close. And that has just been, in the gun rounds, they have looked a whole lot more solid. Even on some of these rounds, well, they've won a full eco on the CT side. On the T full eco, they had second round. Crim's got 3 kills.
That's true.
They started with the Glock. They pick up an MP9. They did a lot of damage. So, for me, Fnatic looking like the much better team here on their choice of Overpass. We'll see if they can back that up on Anubis.
Double molly for the containment. This Afro Roy duo. Let's see how they handle this.
Did they double molly Party? Sorry, Playground.
They did, yeah, they did.
So that's interesting.
And this is a tough one for Roy to swallow. He's gone down, but that rifle quickly removed from Sampaius' hands. On the retrieval, nearly 3 on the spray. Dexter, he's going to have to get out to reload, and it costs him his life on the relocation. Hold on now, Madden. Out of the monster tunnel. Uses that smoke as an invite to leave. And Afro, this is very forward. You don't need to be going so aggressive. He wants answers, but D has the bomb down there. This is not an angle that favors an AWP, but he'll post up on an aggressive line. So at least containing the potential. Eventually, he'll have to be concerned about the potential for a Fountain presence. But right now, he's got the information. He knows majority towards this B side of the map.
Or the conviction,
with
go. The length of time that he was just standing and waiting in the sound queue. If DR has heard this, the back pedal will be noted, but the AWP still trained and bomb spotted, only tagged to 2 HP.
Yeah, that corner of the wall's done D her a favor. I think Afro's one to be feared right now, yeah. You can see the hesitance in Ence to commit to this. They're trying to run him down. That's a great shot from Nerds. 30 seconds. Could be a plant, should be a plant. That molly forces a decision and Mezzi goes forward. They heard it, surely. Madden dead, 1 HP, a dink comes through. Mezzi finds it, doesn't have to rush this, but now the fight is taken to him. It's Nerds. And Crims in a 1v1, and oh, he's got info. He hasn't seen him cross that side, so can operate under the assumption it's long side. Does he really want to go this way, though? That's going to rot a lot of the time off the clock. He has a kid.
I feel Crim's made a bathroom step, and now he's making more, so this will confirm Nerds' suspicions.
Yeah, he's going for the fight. Flash and go. Grim's dead. Nerds. Styles on him there. And that is exactly what Ence needed. That's a little injection of momentum.
But again, that's somewhat in line with what a lot of the pros are saying right now in terms of the swinging or taking the peaks. Nerds understanding he's here. I want to make sure that I'm the one who's dictating when this fight's coming.
Right.
Uses that sound cue, flash, fight, kill, and you're away with it. So Ence, do get something done. Important clutch for Nerds.
Yeah, like that's not something you'd have ever seen him go.
Yeah, you would have let him tap the bomb, you would have played it, right? So you
wait, countdown 3, 4, take the fight, or do the flash at least, make some steps. But yeah, different lay of the land as it stands.
Still seeing a Krieg preference, 3 purchased right now on the T side.
I did just see some tweets about that.
There was SEO stats earlier this morning talking specifically about Ence.
But what was interesting, and I believe is even more interesting with your feedback from the DM session, was that Nerds was the only one with zero Krieg or kills in that first game.
Yeah, I think...
Coming into today, obviously he's been grinding it in DM. It looks like he's feeling a bit more comfortable with it.
Now, I think one of the keys with having the scope available on the AWP or the Krieg, it will make you feel more confident holding lines, which we're talking about being a bit of a difficulty. So, it's just curious to see how this matures.
What am I saying, actually? Yeah, Nerds is still on the AK-47. Not far off the mark on the nade.
Key round for both teams. Too much cash in the coffers. Fnatic with a little bit more residual. Dexter with 4K remaining. Roy with 3.2, but the loss bonus for them only 1,900 going into the next. So keep that in mind regarding them losing the site and maybe opting for saves. But the first port of call looks like we'll see a duel towards long. Roy, this is forward, I would say.
It's most definitely forward.
It's Afro again.
He's alone. He's doing it on his own! He still gets one.
Alex,
Snappy.
Afro's 7-1 in opening duels.
Not surprised. Not surprised. He's actually nearly taken down another on long. Just misses the head narrowly. Will be forced to back away. And Nerds! Ooh, nearly finished off the job. He connects a bullet, but not to the head. Afro, he's in trouble. Molly's spreading. Fight is taken. It's Nerds with a high-impact frag. Looking for the rebuttal is Mezzi. Running out of bullets.
Oh.
It's good enough. Finds the head. Trade from Pius. Would love to see that bomb go down. It's on his back. Smoke down towards the dumpster. Dexter pushing, just swinging, gets him off the bomb, takes the head, and now awkward for the Madden clutch. A 1v2 demanded of him. Well, Fnatic secure 11, 2 away from taking their map pick. Afro opening duels going his way every day.
That's crazy. 7-1 in opening exchanges. Absolutely wild scenes. We have somebody like Roy who's like sitting at 0-4. It's the lion's share of opening kills in the server for Afro and for his team. There are only 2 other opening frags that Dex has found one and Crims has found the other. It has all been the Frenchman in that regard. Great little scramble from the Aussie, making sure that this round does not get out of hand. They find themselves just 2 rounds away from this conversion.
Oof. A smorgasbord of weaponry now for Ence to try and fight back.
Util that's just been thrown on B, especially by Snappy. It landed over towards CT/Graffiti. That's going to make you feel that there's a lot of B pressure. It has definitely facilitated a Bit of a rotation from Fnatic that is now being rejigged. They understand that the fight is not here yet. They have already filtered through a lot of util. We all love a bit of awesome gaming gear.
Certainly do. There's some awesome gaming here from Sunbias. Walks straight out of the bathrooms, tames the spray. You can see that full left-hand drag that the Krieg demands.
He's going to feel so frustrated. I think he had the sound cue of a dink onto Roy as well.
Right. And yet still got 50 HP to work with. That's a perfectly tough... What? They just passed each other, took a different duel each, and yep, that's gone horribly wrong for Ence. This is just looking far too comfortable for Fnatic. They're certainly looking like the stronger squad on Overpass.
Yeah, it's all been about the gun rounds here for Fnatic. Fantastic work, setting themselves up. One map advantage more than likely now, as they will scrap together whatever they can on the T side for Ence.
Just don't know if we've got B Stream fans in the chat. I don't want to spoil it for you if you're going to go back and watch it later, but it
got close.
It got close, sincerely. Very, very close. Worth a watch for sure.
Just to note, Ence have burnt their final timeout of regulation, but necessary if they do want to take this. 4 rounds consecutive required to take this to overtime, and then once we make it to overtime, there will be the replenishment. They will get an extra timeout in the OT. Yeah, and there's that Sunbias frustration that I was discussing. He did make a fantastic opening frag with that little crab walk and Krieg. Find the follow-up. And I discussed the double mollies in towards Playground before. I'm not sure if that was intentional from Fnatic, but I did see a tweet from MC. This was back in early October, and he was saying you die 40% faster to a double Molotov in CS2 than you do in CSGO.
Okay.
40% is a
lot.
lot.
A lot. I mean, dare I say it's nearly 50%. Is Afro going to really end this map with a 100% success rate at opening?
Well, no, he doesn't have 100%.
Oh, he's died, has he?
Yeah, he's given away 2.
Okay, cool. So 7-2 as it stands.
But still, insane impact.
Hey, there's number 3. Thank you very much, Snappy, using that scope on the Krieg to even the odds out a little bit. And they needed that, considering a couple of them limping with pistols and Mac-10s, Nerds. Upgrades, hits him in the face. Diha with that Molotov gets himself a rifle. And a 2-man advantage. This should boil out nicely for Ence. They have an advantage, and Fnatic immediately, their knee-jerk reaction is roll those dice and gamble.
Yeah, they might even re-aggress. Of course they do. Snappy, more than noted now. How many more bodies will be thrown in his direction? The bomb's still quite far back as... Oh, Madden. This is good timing. Won't be expected.
No, not ready. Oh, and a clean one to the head. Roy gone. Truck ready. One back from Mezzy, but there's another for Nerds. Gets rid of that AWP, and just Crim standing between Ence and a 9th. This will just be their 3rd T-side round, and it's all must win from here. They need a run of 4.
Well, that's the problem, right? Fnatic had a fantastic first half. A huge haul on their map choice, and it is going to make things extremely difficult for Ence to get back into this.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the buy, right, these last couple of rounds were the perfect opportunity to find that close. It was Mac-10, P250. Now, however, Ence, they've got themselves quite comfortable. Now, close it out nicely.
Yeah, Nerds is having a good game as well. 17 kills for him in total. Now. Oh, okay. We're going to go 4 long.
Wow, you've got better ears than I do. I need to turn on my PGM.
I think it will only be partial investment. Well, actually, I'm not sure. This is the type of situation with the 1900 loss. If they do take a full eco on the players around the 2K mark where they can buy into the next, they've even got heaps of cash on a player like Roy. So you might see him drop the AWP to Afro and see if he can continue this success. And I did hear right. Next, calling 4 long.
It worked once.
Will it work again?
I'm not so sure. I think he's a little bit more hesitant. You know, once bitten, twice shy. Flash will come over.
Might be too deep.
Oh, it actually that makes them fight. They go looking for it. So Madden's the only one particularly low. They landed some bullets onto him, but so far so good. And just running and gunning. Tech 9, the perfect weapon to do just that. 5 alive for Ence as they do find another. We said 4. Well, halfway there.
Well, is Afro on the AWP finding an opening killer win condition? I think we're about to find that out. they're able to facilitate that with the cash that were left over for Fnatic. So with the save, oh, you see this though. Crims is having to play with an auto shotgun. We are going to
having to play. Oh, okay. Someone had to drop it for him or something because he spent 4,100.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay.
It's just a little bit rough around the edges, and the problem is next round, if they lose this one, I think it'll be 2,400 as the loss bonus. So losing a site early will be a death sentence. And Pius will find the opener on the AWP this time round. Ence, they're bringing this back.
They are overtime. Getting close now. You saw his corpse. Check out that some Pius pick. Perhaps we caught it in the replay. We'll see.
Oof.
Yeah, Roy's
committed. Fortunate to get away.
He is happy to be taking these duels, though, standing in these open.
This might have to be a gamble call from Dexter. Hey, let's just stack on a site. If we lose the other bomb site, we save, and then we have guns for the final round. So 3 players over towards A.
Pius is searching, but Afro's AWP has now managed to equalize. 45 for Ence to find the site. Flash goes high. Bomb spotted on the cross back. Roy, that's good information at the very least. Dexter might be calling for raid.
30 seconds. The decision will have to be made
they're
shortly.
Just gonna gamble B. They're on their way. The whole squad's rotating in. So, yeah, unless Ence pivot, this is going to be an all-out brawl. Can Fnatic close here? Dexter, first man on the scene.
Bomb's going back.
Oh, well, that's it. That's the round. Nice pick onto Nerds. Diha's going to be there as well.
Roy's still here.
Roy didn't leave.
14 seconds.
Roy didn't leave. Now he's punished to activate. Catches the long player. If he can just deny the plants, and Pius will be helpless. He has done so. The round is done. The game continues, but Fnatic are a map up. One away from the playoffs. One away from Dexter in front of the home crowd. Ence. They need to turn it around. And this series has only just begun.
Oh, where to start, huh? Linvision and C9. That was a messy map, but C9 got across the line in the end, didn't they?
It was a war of attrition, very aggressive styles carrying one another, but Linvision, they were so close.
Yeah, so close indeed. But we got Ancient to get to, so we'll see you in a little while.
There was once a story of some folks. Oh, there we go. Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't really hear myself properly. Sometimes it happens. Sorry, everybody. It wasn't the best story ever told, but it was the story of all time. Fnatic taking map 1, Overpass going their way. Ence on the back foot, and Kassad is here in person.
condition 1 is met for Fnatic to actually progress to the playoffs. We said they need to win Overpass. They did it. What impressed me the most, yes, they played a good CT side, that's fine, but what impressed me the most is the T side.
Yes.
Right? It seems to me from the outside when you're looking at the game, right, and you don't have the comps and everything, they had a plan to play default, to gain space and then execute, and if that works, they change up the pace and use some space on short water or something, and if something opens up, they just walk in, what happened multiple times. They just keep the pressure all the way, and on the other side, once they won that anti-eco round, everything kept rolling for them. And like I said, condition 1 met, and now they are in a good position to win.
But tell me how it's possible that a team like Ence goes 14-9 in opening duels, this is the outcome.
I mean, we can take a look at this first. This is a classic mistake from Ence. Because go back to when Overpass came back a long time ago. You win the pistol on the T side. What do? Hey, we got the rifles. Let's go long. You can take those duels. You can win it. But you should be expecting a stack towards long. That's something a lot of teams might potentially try. You might, even in a matchmaking game, if you're playing a pug, you'll have sometimes a CD just stacking towards long. And because Ence were playing so fast and furious, they're maybe trying to build up a little bit of momentum on the T side, ran towards long, they lost that round, and then it just spiraled out of control. Going back to the first half as well, what you pointed out, Kisad, the T side from Ence, from the side of Fnatic, great stuff. We saw missed monster smokes coming out from Ence. They really haven't put in the prep yet here in Overpass. So the Overpass pick from Fnatic really working out in their favor.
Caught them off guard completely, and then just to go back to that anti-eco round, there was nobody to say, let's stop, let's reset, let's, do something. And you can see, people swinging not really together and losing their lives for basically nothing.
Flashes,
and I had all speech prepared, how Ence is going to be the most dangerous team, because you don't know where they're coming from, and they have so many strengths, and they lose around like this, and ruin my.
And it's kind of weird as well, because this wasn't about CS2. This wasn't about, the swinging component, the nades, none of that. This is just basic fundamental Counter-Strike.
Similar to Apex against Navi, if you remember that Mirage game, basics, the fundamentals were not really there, right? It's like they did not wake up completely. They did not enter the game on a proper footing. They were not just ready. Even though they looked ready before the game, just mistakes happen and you get punished.
Let me tell you who was ready. He goes by the name of Dexter, and that's why he's our U.S. Air Force Aim High player of the map, at the very least. At the pace he's on, though, I mean, hell, why stop here?
And listen, 20 kills as well, seven multi-kills, and so many of these kills he got were so impactful, right? Just getting kills everywhere. Being so proactive, he was such a nuisance to Ence on the T side, on the CD side, working with his team together as a pack, and just, everyone is working well around him. Shout out to Afro as well, by the way, with the AWP. He went 7-3 in opening duels as well. Very impactful in getting his early man advantages for his team. So Dexter, leading not just by calling, but by example in the server.
It's interesting to see a couple of times this event, more than a couple of times actually, that IGLs are stepping up with numbers. Remember JT yesterday against Cloud9 with 27 kills. Now Dexter leading the way for his team on Overpass. It seems like the IGLs on their own map picks are finding, the space they need and finding the impact they need other than the one in calling.
Which is beyond helpful, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. When you have extra numbers from the IGL from a person that you don't expect any numbers, right? It's just motivates you even more, and it helps him being in the right state of mind and delivering better calls.
I think before we started this game, one of the win conditions, which I felt was lacking for Fnatic, would have been firepower, so to speak. You look at the side of Ence, you have people like Snappy can definitely frag as well. Then you have Sun Pius, you have Diho who's looking very comfortable yesterday. You have people like Madden and all these, and Nerds, of course, can't forget him as well. You look at the side of Fnatic yesterday, even the win they had, it was Crims who had a big moment there against someone you're not really looking to consistently deliver all the time. Afro's been decent, I won't deny that. Mezzi's the one-star player, but when all these pieces somehow, they're just clicking in, like Dexter, for example, delivering this game, that's when Fnatic starts to look dangerous. The question for me is, even if they win a series for me, it's about how consistent is the fragging output on all the players in Fnatic.
It is a good start. Like, if they win this game, they manage to get to the playoffs. Whatever happens after, it's a good start going into the CS2, right?
Yeah.
They can be happy with what they accomplished if they win, right? But it's not going to be easy because it's Anubis is the next map, and that's the best map for Ence. They're not going to give up. They're one of those teams that's very hard to put down, right? And they can always bounce back. Anubis, like I said, is a very, very favorable map for them. Yeah. They won't mind losing this Overpass. The problem is going to be if they win that Anubis, the vote comes on Vertigo. It's a decider. We already discussed that, but if that happens, we can discuss it again.
But there's the world, right? So, just going back to the first map, we had Ence winning both pistols, right? And then there's Fnatic with an immediate response, at least in the second one, winning the round thereafter.
Even in the first one.
Yeah, even in the first one. It did take them to the third round where they got it, but definitely the idea there is that they were resilient enough to kind of bounce back and grab it.
It almost felt like they kept just pushing Ence every single time, right? Even in rounds they lost, they were making them bleed quite a lot. And you go back to the pistol round they won, you know, on the CD side, sorry, on the T side for Ence, it was Sunpies pulling off, almost looked like a miraculous clutch. The rounds they were winning by some individual plays coming out, but the rounds that Fnatic were winning were much more well-rounded. It was much more well-constructed. I'll give you an example. Like on the CT side, I think it was round number, the third or fourth round in the buy versus buy round, you saw Molotov coming into its playground, the smoke towards T-Ram, and they were just suffocating Ence. And Ence didn't have an answer, which is something which surprised me. Usually Ence have solutions to this on the fly from Snappy. They really felt uncomfortable aim-wise as well as tactically.
The better team won definitely on the first map. You know, it's just the way it is. We can say that Ence is overall maybe in general better team right now, in a better spot, but this map didn't really show it.
Yeah.
Fnatic came in with a game plan completely, and it looks like the reason why it worked, I think they all believed in it. Like you said, they kept pushing, they kept the pressure, they did what they did. They lost 2 pistols and they bounced back immediately, and they won, what was 13-10 at the end, and it was relatively controlling match for Fnatic. It's really good to see winning your own pick. It puts you in a really good position to win the match.
Yeah, and you know, with Anubis just around the corner, I'm pretty sure that's going to be an Ence CT-sided start. So, you know, is that some sort of blessing for them, or are we just still out in the pasture on that?
I think if you look at Overpass, right, one thing you'll notice was Ence is very uncomfortable on it, right? They were getting caught off guard multiple times. Missed utility, something you don't usually expect from a team of that caliber. That's not going to be the case here in Anubis. I really still believe you're going to be seeing map number 3 coming up. That's going to be Vertigo, unless Fnatic has something special in plan for Ence here.
Like I said, it's not easy to write off Ence, but, you know, Fnatic is feeling good right now. Maybe a good start. You know how it is. MR12 right now is problematic if you lose those pistols. If you get on a, you know, on a bad roll, if you lose the economy, it can be a problematic thing, and you can easily lose 2-0. So I wouldn't be necessarily calling it 100% for Ence because the way they looked in the first map.
Yeah, so far it has not been easy for Ence by any stretch, as the hashtag and/or the song would tell you. What I am going to tell you is we're going to go to a break. We come back. We have Anubis on the cards. That is Ence and Fnatic. Fnatic up in the series 1-0. We'll be right back after this.
Gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Yeah.
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it.
Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential Shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
Oh. With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm. It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
So I had an opportunity to talk to Sol real quick, and he said that them losing Overpass is the case of Fnatic doing really good and them making some mistakes. But the good news is like they are kind of maybe even expecting for this to happen, and they're just going for the second map. So hopefully we're gonna have all three.
Well, certainly for Ence fans and players alike. Good to get an update there from Source saying that Fnatic played a good game. They certainly did. I think a full eco victory certainly helps as well.
Yeah, losing both pistol rounds and still being able to convert the map, that is fantastic news for Fnatic. However, for Ence, I would say that Overpass is not a map where they can control the flow of the game as well as a map like Anubis, and that is where we're about to do battle. I think of a team like Ence, I think of a caller like Snappy, and I think he's towards the tippy top, if not the top of Counter-Strike, of being able to play Counter-Strike just based off of tempo, in your face. He's got rifles who are aggressive, they want to be jumping, getting stuck in. They all love a fight, and I think we'll see a whole lot more of that here as we take to the, well, new Dusty map. I'm going to take a nice little...
I didn't know there was music on Anubis.
Float down the lazy river.
Damn. Let's do it. Let's see who's going to make a splash. Madden, he's got the whole squad running at him. Yep, that's enough for that. Sees the flash, here's the steps, sees the smoke. They're in to this A pincer. Dexter from Ruggs was on Ruggs, cleared out nicely, but by some Pius. Yeah, the bomb's going down. It's going to be another casualty. Afro pushed the limits a bit too much. It's a real tough one for Roy, but he's actually managed to do fantastic work. He's still not dead. Mezzi's found another. It all falls to Mezzi, but a 1v2, that's manageable. That's on the camera position. Cross now, and perfect shooting. Ence will take another pistol. 3 out of 3 so far.
A bit of a wink there from Snappy. I like the way they played that. No, it's not over-committing, allowing the bomb to be tapped, stepping out, knowing he has to respond. Great work, well handled, and a good understanding of the situation. Batten could have tried to play ahead of that smoke over towards the temple side, but you can see here, understanding the threat of the A split, they take the main control, make sure that they have some territory, and that makes the retake on this site so much easier for Ence. So very, very well played. A great response on the pistol round. Now, we already know who we're going to see the loser of this match take on, as well as the winner. The winner will be taking on G2. The loser will be dropping to the lower bracket, condemned to face Monty.
And the shotguns are out in force. 2 auto shotguns into the second round.
Now, I was having a discussion with MC, and he said he stayed up last night. He was testing with some of the Rooster lads regarding this nade situation.
Right.
And potentially giving away some sound cues. And he says it's inconsistent. So it could be bugs. Could be something Valve need to look at. But there's one of the shotguns down and in the dirt. Now this is a key point in the MR12 of CS2 at the moment. The fact that if you get that bomb down on the pistol, you're buying the second. We've been talking about this in CSGO as well. But it just feels in CS2 at this juncture, it is very, very strong. The Galils come out, the AKs too. A lurk smoke forward, but Madden is ahead of this, so that means absolutely nothing as far as Ence are concerned.
Yeah, perfect timing on that dark smoke, a product of that. And Madden, I mean, this is a bit of a step too far, you'd think. He's not gone down. Afro probably going to feel a bit hard done by there. What is that? Nade and a spray. Snappy's done the dirty work. It is still an awkward 2-on-2. Crims is planting open to dark. Doesn't go down. And woof, long range. He's plucked out by Sun Pius. Let's see what Dexter's cooking.
He has to make a move.
He's in the lab. Ooh, brought low, 7 HP. He's just going to be run at now by some bias, you'd think. And yeah, not going to hit that necessary one tap. He was hoping he could have got that duel, won that, and played off from dark side for that plant, but it's going to be a second round conversion.
Completely different round if Madden falls.
Right.
If Madden doesn't get that kill, a completely different round.
It really looked like Afro was clearing for that exact eventuality. The walk up from Madden, he was coming in, clearing for that walk up, but yeah, just a bit of a messy spray. Madden, a good adjustment.
It's not only forced the reaction for, oh, look at the good time Maddens have a massive smile on the face, but yeah, it forced them in towards B. That's with, and that nade couldn't have been better timed either, just landing straight in the pack. Almost lethal damage, but Fnatic with the, well, another bomb plant.
Yeah, but it's identical. I mean, you know, who needs to eco? Just keep planting.
Early pressure towards B with the util thrown out of Fnatic here. They've thrown the left side obelisk smoke, and that makes the B defenders stay on high alert, worried about a rush, worried about a quicker play. Also, will force them to cycle through a bit of utility, as well as keeping eyes off of some key areas. So mid-crawl, Madden, timing might be your biggest enemy in this round.
They have caught a real juicy timing. I mean, Madden is still, you know, housekeeping, attending to middle. I say that as he does actually look away. And the flash is good. Madden, oh, he doesn't even pull out his utility. They've been caught off, but the spray is good. Diha and Madden combine for the advantage.
Retake again.
Yeah, A site, notoriously difficult when it's in an even odds. It's 3-on-3 thanks to Afro's Galil. Awkward on Sun Pius. The molly burned him. And not ready for that was Diha. Crims, he's checking for Nerds. Nerds is, ooh, for sharp tool. That was the duel. It's won by Crims. Big from the Swede. Should go down now. They know where Sun Pius is, but the jigger's up and the round is won. Fnatic going to get their first T round in the third.
Well, let's see if Afro can find himself something a little bit juicier than a Galil to walk away with. Still worried about Sampaias giving this one a crack, but we're already getting in to the replay. So the double, sure. Great work from the two players, isolated towards heaven, but it just was not enough. And you pointed out how difficult it can be to retake that site. So Sampaias well aware of that.
Really cool timing on that. Like, oh. And you can see what that flash was designed for. And Madden, understandably, trying to attend to the potential, but eats the flash, doesn't even get his incendiary.
Now, it is extremely important for Fnatic to break them here with a consecutive round. I understand they've already done decent damage in the previous. This isn't a map where Fnatic have found their comfort just yet, but a map where we just discussed Ence seem to have a very good proficiency. And these type of rounds, if you reflect on Overpass, was something that they were quite specialists at.
That's true too. Look at this call. He's actually started 4B. Puts a lot of pressure onto Diha for sure, but he's going to be trying to hold on to it with just the pistol.
I like that from Madden, a safe way to do that flash. Make sure you're not in the open getting swung on from players taking that duel. So just behind the lip of the wall as they are starting to posture forward. Here's that flash. We can give you another nod out here tutorial as Diha. Again.
I feel that's a horrible way to go down. And especially when you're solo on that side of the map. But, I mean, is this not what the intention was? Is if you lose D-Hell, we're going to have another go?
Precisely, right? You have to take a bit of a gamble in circumstances like this. Diligent from Fnatic, making sure A-Main is under their remit. Bomb will go down on the fishtail. What we could call it, squid jig.
We could.
Do you know what a squid jig is?
Is it tail of a fish, by any chance?
No, no.
Oh, I thought you...
Squid jig is something used to catch squid.
Oh, it's a jig for squid?
Yeah.
Well, you should have said.
This is a squid jig.
Okay, so... Oh, because they like the little I think they like prawny thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who likes fishing?
I do.
Perfecto.
Perfecto likes to fish.
I saw it on his Instagram.
I need to find someone to go fishing with Perfecto.
Well, I was just talking to one of our guys in production. Dimmy said he went fishing here.
Yo.
Yeah, Dimmy and Perfecto with Heku.
That's content.
That's a content piece.
All right, lock it in. Final answer.
I'd love to see Perfecto fishing.
You told us, Chad, that Fnatic needed to get them both, and they've done so. But is there not a caveat in the 4-gun save?
Yeah, some booby traps now, and where we see it with slight aggression in the mix. That was a stack and a wait. Now we might see a stack and a push. As a tactical timeout.
Yeah, a stack and a push after we wait 30
So this is the discussion. Saw on the mic. All right, gents, we've got ourselves an org. Mr. Pius, we'll lock you down somewhere. You can probably do it on your lonesome. The rest of you, let's get together. We got some smokes, we got some flashes. Let's find some fights.
Do you think I could learn to lip read? Like
you could.
If I put my mind to it for 6 months, 12 months?
6 months.
How long would it take me?
I don't know. Should we see anybody in Twitch chat right now, maybe YouTube, or anybody listening at home? Do you lip read? Well, does anybody in your life lip read? And if they do, how long will it take for us to learn?
I was very impressed when I was growing up, I was friends with someone that was quite hard of hearing, and they could tell me what people were saying across the form room. Like, you know, like they can read lips. It's a very effective if you're well trained, I guess. So yeah, imagine that every tech timeout I'd be able to relay the information. Well,
that's why Dastan is covering his... Well, we also don't speak Russian, so Dastan is being doubly safe.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's different because it's not native English speakers.
Oh, well then.
That is very deep into dark.
The deepest.
Again, a heavy lean over towards the B bomb site. D-Hard tussling with trouble. And again, the A split on the agenda. Pius had a bit more to say, could have cancelled plans, but call it off.
Would you categorize what we've seen so far as Fnatic bullying mid? Or is this just, you know, a bog standard?
No, you're bang on.
Yeah.
You're bang on. They definitely have been at least conditioning early, knowing that these sketchier buys and purchases, they are operating with a lot of mid pressure.
And in terms of solutions, I guess it's not worth discussing until we do see a gun round effective.
Well, this is the key. So if you are aiming for a bit more mid and A side pressure of the map, where are you hoping to weaken of the defense? B, you're hoping that instead of them starting 3-1-1, that they start a bit more 2-1-2 or maybe 2-2-1. Right?
Yep.
There's a lot of different configurations that they can opt for here. And that one of the scenarios also will be, where does the AWP, if the AWP comes out for some Pius, find itself? And I can let everybody know there will be no big greeters. Madden. I think that was a sign of frustration.
Yeah. Wow, you're getting good already, Chad.
Yeah, reading the
the
body
emotion.
language.
Yeah, the body language, that's right. He's a body language expert, folks. Well, open my mini-map.
And it's done it.
Yep.
2-2-1.
And 1-3-3-7. That's Madden.
Oh.
Well, that feels a little unfair. Sun Pius catches most of the flack after Madden's the one that spots out mid. So both of them are low now.
And they've even got a kill over towards B.
Roy's found a pick onto Sun Pius. He just walked up mid, claimed ahead, and left.
And a B split.
It's perfect. Nertz is alone. He's dropped a smoke. I like that in terms of delaying them, but they're not waiting around. A flash and a go. Nertz is set for success here. If he gets another, oof, so close. Roy brought low. Do they have a look in? D has full HP. Madden, not the case, 17, but he is walking on in. They're so low. If he could just find one, perhaps his teammate could have done the rest, but with Diha gone, this feels very hard, and it's Roy to secure it. Keita likes that one. Fnatic certainly should be happy with that. 4 on the trot.
Yeah, and the information that went into that decision-making was Sampaius is the rotator, as timeout has been called from source. Sampaius is the rotator over towards B, right? He's the AWP. You see him here, there, and everywhere. The B defenders, Snappy and Nertz. Snappy dead, Sampaius dead. One player on that bomb site. You go and isolate Nertz, who did a very good job of staying alive and getting a kill, doing some decent damage, but it wasn't enough. You've got Madden playing mid, you've got the likes of Diha holding A, so this was a very well pieced together round from Fnatic. And those double mollies mid, you can do them even quicker than the way we saw Fnatic do it. You can actually do this as you're running out of spawn, you can throw those quite swiftly, and that makes the mid defender's life a living hell. I think it's a great way to isolate and consistently pressure.
Sorry, there's just so much passion out of Mezzi. I've never caught me off guard.
Well,
there.
that shows you how much of a key round that was. And as mentioned, this is a map where Fnatic have really yet to find their footing. And it's a map that Ence have enjoyed based off the tempo and pace they've been able to set. Now, keeping that in mind, this is a T-sided map for sure. Fnatic only 2 rounds to the good so far. They'll need to keep these winning ways. As Ence have just taken the timeout, with the loss bonus in play, they have operated with partial investments. So how far can they stretch this one? Aggressive mid, pushing flash. Here they go.
Madden frustrated. It only gets worse.
I really like that position that Roy adopted there. I think when teams do... Oh, we do have B aggression. Around the corner, Dexter, you have to be very careful and diligent stuff.
Very much so.
So expecting aggression on all fronts. But yeah, popping through a mid-smoke on the CT side, I think it's something that can catch a lot of teams off guard, because you see that smoke and you go behind it and you start holding mouse 1 and trying to spam so they can't pick window.
Right.
That essentially puts you in the open. So when a flash comes and the pistols pop through, very susceptible. I like the way that Roy handled up tucked in towards that corner, being able to dodge flashes, tuck in, wait for support. So again, just have to give the Graham Messioso pit double thumbs up to Fnatic, and I'm sure Samuelson sitting by watching this is enjoying what he's seeing so far. And I think when you knew it was going to be Ence the matchup for today, you must have known it was going to be Anubis.
check. Which corner were you referring to? This side,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. I was watching the round, I promise. Oh. Wow.
Wait, is that
always been like that?
Is that new? So I'll be honest, I haven't really spent
haven't
too much
stared
time
at the
looking
bomb
at the
once I
bomb.
planted it,
No,
yeah,
I tend to
fair.
leave it alone.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Haven't seen that before. Looks like a little Space Invaders game within the game.
Yeah. Bah!
Oof. Love us a one tap.
Okay, well, the buyback out for Ence is still issues in the purchases. You can see Madden only with a smoke, Sampaius just with a flash, but at least he has his AWP and a defuse kit. I don't think so. Fnatic can really start to run away with this half.
Afro feeling himself. What? Afro, you have an AWP, and he's just gone straight drop down. He's going for the rapidest peek onto Dark. That's so cheeky. Nerds unprepared for the speed demon that is Afro. And this is Fnatic. They're just turning some serious speed. Breakneck speed into the B site.
Yeah, they're into the B site, but they've left the package behind. Afro with another chance has just peered away from the pillar. Now, Crim's position over towards A main might be key, and as Madden starts to search forward, he's saying, hey, boys, nobody home.
Pretty quiet. Afro, he returns. And he could be caught out with this one. Lucky to get away as he drops that Molotov. A smoke to stop the hunt. Madden walking up on that as D are activating middle. D has been having a bit of a tough day in the office here. That's the mid holder. And oh my goodness,
Why not?
Afro. He's racked him up. You say that. Perhaps that's what Ence are expecting as well, but Sampaius is ready on A. He's playing cameras. He's digging his heels in on this side of the map, so it seems like Ence will still have an opportunity to voice concerns, but hold on, Mezzi's pausing. I think he might wait for Afro to investigate further.
Yeah, at this point, you would want one of these two extremity players to leer in and search out either site. Make sure the coast is clear or not. That information worth its weight in gold, and that will send them in towards A.
And into the Sampaius AWP. They're not expecting him here. Perfect connection. Mezzi forced into a clutch. And 1 versus 2 for the Brit. That bomb plant's not going to be going down easy. Sampaius makes it so. Ence, they can count on him. A 3K with that AWP.
Yeah, stern look on the face there as well. They know that Fnatic mean business, and Ence are going to have to start digging deep if they want to claw this half back into even pegging. So 2 more required to level things up 5-5. Middle this time, not just the walk in the park, but I cannot believe that from Afro either. What a move designed to get the Frenchman down and in the face of Nerds, but Sampaius, his AWP reigns supreme. And you win 2 more of those. Yeah, 2 more of those. Not only will you tie up the score, and you will break the finances. Now, this is something we highlighted back at Pro League that Snappy liked to do, assisting his A defender as the AWP searching finds another. Sampaius activated now.
Yeah, he's doing an awful lot, is the Spaniard, and he's got to help as well. Snappy in support, but it's Crims. He takes 2. Losing the bomb, though, it's an all-in commitment from Fnatic. You can expect more where that came from as Afro has been smoked off. And Roy, loud on this, is about to try and flush out Dark. Look at awkward it is for Madden. He takes safe haven in the smoke upon the fade. He strikes, takes the head off. And it ends. Yeah, they are knuckling down now, aren't they? Counting on some aggressive maneuvers. Sampaius starts as they mean to go on. Nothing here for Afro.
Yeah, but again, the game changes. They still have finances remaining for another buy. If Afro can take 1, maybe 2 more players with him and still concede the round, that damage is going to be worth an awful lot considering Ence are still really just cobbling this together.
Yeah, I think Madden's got him locked in, but still manages to take 1 away before that flank comes through. He's just walking this flank in. Should be a dead man any second now.
Madden really making sure he's got him perfectly lined up before he pulls the trigger.
Can't blame him. An intense game, and you're a map down. Those playoffs, you want them. This is what you were talking about.
Yeah, so Snappy was doing an awful lot of this to assist Diha, right? Yeah, quite deep in towards main there. But remember how we discussed the mid-conditioning from Fnatic in the early stages, forcing it to be more of a 2-2-1? Well, right there, they had more than enough responders. Sampaius, right, starting over towards B and causing a bit of a nuisance with that opening pick. So at this point now for Keita getting back on the mic in Fnatic's first timeout is, do we now continue the game plan as was, or do we need to pull out something new? Do we need to target somewhere else on the map? Do we have a set piece? Do we want to go more default heavy and play the round out like the puzzle? Or do we have a direct plan? Because it seemed quite clear that they've been direct in a lot of these rounds so far, but now they've been stopped, right? Ence have done enough to stop them, say, hey, look, we now understand the flow of this game. especially when the AWPer is picking you with the site that you want to hit. It kind of changes your tact here on the T side.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Fnatic's response is off the back of the timeout. They seem like they're kind of swelling with ideas.
Well, that returns to my point. If you knew it was Ence, which they did, and had a very good likelihood it was probably going to be Anubis, you need to have a lot of moves. These double mollies, here it is again. Look how powerful that is.
Response in kind, though. That molly makes Roy's life a living hell. The flash is good. Afro sets Roy out as a bailout. And Hunted re-cleared. Madden loses his head as well. He does well to catch Mezzy with a nade in his hand. Still gets the smoke down Temple's side. Oh, spotted Snappy crossing. Yeah, finished off by Roy. This is a fantastic round now for Fnatic if they can just get through Diha. They know he's around. Last seen cameras, and yeah. He's gone down to Roy. This is a big round from Roy. 4 kills, could be the ace, but Nerds, he's going to meet Crims. The nade arrives just as he does. Flash in, Crims holds his nerve and secures the round for the squad. Off the back of a timeout, a convincing one from Fnatic.
Yeah, a bit of a roll of the eye there from Nerds, and I can understand why. Just copying that nade, I know he made a bit of a sound cue coming out of the water, and then Crims, the polar opposite, got a bit of a grin on his face, but this was huge from Roy. And that double molly, yeah, you mentioned they throw out flames of their own, but you're somewhat conceding that mid control. And even if you drop a smoke on the doors or in towards the window, they're going to take the space, right? Sure, they have to wait 20 seconds, but they're going to get that room regardless. But a great round from Roy, really surging forward with the fight, and it has broken Ence. They've been on tenterhooks.
Quite brazen on their clears, knowing that there's going to be lesser weaponry up against them. You can see Afro just searching and Dexter just walking straight in the front door. We've seen them lose these rounds before, but it's only the 157 now. Up through the mid flank, Madden quick on the heels of Dark. The smoke, the frag, it's Madden's 5-7. He wants Crim's AK. Secures it on the retreat.
This is trouble.
Very much so. Afro's going to lose his AWP, lose his head. A 3-on-2 favors them now. So Pius can't get his eye to the scope in time. A 2-on-2. Snappy's close by. Madden on the long wrap around. But with Roy's frag, it's going to calm on down.
2 big impactful rounds from Roy back to back. Madden does have Kevlar short. They know where he was.
Yeah, but they certainly don't know where he is. So concerned about the potentials, but he's done this quite quickly. Might be able to isolate the
Good
duel.
timing.
Knows where you are. A smoke on main,
He's going to walk through this. He's going to walk through this. They won't expect it.
There's no way they're ready for this. He's going to have them both on his screen. He knows where they both are. Clean! Oh, can't adjust. Quick reactions out of Mezzy.
I respect the play.
Yeah,
I respect the play. That timing was absolutely perfect, and he can't quite believe it, feeling like it should have been his round. And that could have been a tide turner right there. Roy bailing them out big time with the double. Snappy just as the smoke starts to fade, and the pivot in from Mezzy coming in clutch. Unfortunate for Madden, a bit of a grimace there from Snappy, but a decent attempt considering that was a lower buy, but they can still grab 1 round Ends before half-time.
This would be quite the half from Fnatic. We know Anubis leans towards the T's. 8 would be dreamy. Considering they lost the pistol.
It's been a common theme.
It has. And look at this, just Mezzy walking in. He knows what Snappy is. That trajectory betrays him. Mezzy's just going to play the fade. Snappy's playing anti-flash. He's expecting a sound cue to be given, but he's going to get nothing. Exposed upon the fade of the smoke, and Nerds, he's got a lot to deal with and contend with now. Misses his first opportunity. He won't get a second. That's a spray out of some Pius that doesn't lead to anything positive. Madden, though. Maybe some redemption on the menu here for that final round of the half. Molly braves it straight through, singeing his toes, but not clearing his corners. It's all up to one man. The bomb's going elsewhere. And Diha takes the first of the clutch. The rest, however, gets a whole lot more difficult.
Well, they've just headed over to his usual haunt. He's had to put the skates on, respond to B, which has been under a whole lot of pressure, and now as he rotates back, no defuse kit, the pole will have to make some quick moves. He will not have an opportunity to mess around on this.
God, they're playing it perfectly, just both on main side, planted for themselves. As he's got Afro's back, Afro posted for the hunt. Diha in his toolkit, a smoke or a kit would have gone a long way.
Bomb already half gone.
Yeah, this seems like an 8 for Fnatic. Diha doesn't really have much hope, and no health. Shut down by Afro. Fnatic boasting 8 as they look to take this in 2.
like the big guy. When we all the big guys, like who is this guy? Hey Joey, how we get this live? Started cold, now we hotter than a fish fry. Yeah, pulling Jason to office. They say get it how you live, I guess this what they talking. I pull up they party, pull up in they pocket. We making a mark, we creating a market. They show manners now, got their cameras out. They can't hand me down, I got my hands in now. Yeah, so it don't matter who you get. I'm the only one they with, you know it. You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct.
Anubis, our second map of this affair, looking for a playoff spot, are Ence and Fnatic, and Fnatic in hot pursuit of it. Solid haul on their T side of Anubis. Frustrations have been palpable for the squad of Ence and Pius, making it very clear that he's been struggling at times. And take a look at the scoreboard, you can see he's actually right there alongside Madden at the tippy top. It's the others that have been struggling to post. Nerd, Snappy, Diha barely breaking 5. As we get ourselves into our second half.
It's been Roy's impact in that first half that bailed Fnatic out of a couple of awkward situations.
Oh, it's a B pistol.
Yeah, it looks like a fast A play. Drop it
Quick
down
smoke,
into
you hear
this.
it.
He's got the dualies.
What's he waiting for? Gets it down. They'll be ahead of it. Waiting for the flashes from his teammates, but good click. Sun Pius gets one. Shot down now by the P2K of Dexter. He pushes forward. Traded by Mezzi. Bomb down. Battle on that cake. And a good shot to the face. Adden finishes off Mezzi. Advantage Ence heavily. Crims comes in from Heaven's side. Smoked for now.
The nade. Slight lick of damage, Crims. If you could find a kill, there might be a way back in, but Ence are looking to pick up 4 from 4 pistols, and Crims cannot connect the dots. Afro the same. Snappy will take him down. And what has been Ence's best friends, these starter pistol rounds. So the pace, more than enough to secure them yet another. The bigger issues have been, well, the gun rounds.
Yeah, well, and some of the ecos, which is probably what we're going to be seeing now.
Yes, but this is not a...
Go on.
I don't want to go Jason Moses O'Toole, but I will say it is 100% that Ence will win this round.
Oh, dear.
100%.
Okay. Okay. I think you might be onto something considering the current lay of the land. You got 5 members of Fnatic in towards mid. They actually start to maneuver towards the A side of the map.
100%.
As in, not a single percentage chance that Fnatic will win with the eco. D had the probe. Found him!
99%. Oh! Boom!
Oof! Shrapnel finds Dexter, dunked on by Snappy, and he'll be feeling rather happy with that. Job's a good one. Galil perhaps to be saved as Afro's handed that one on the low HP.
And I love this. Empire's aware that the biggest leak is either going to come in through Dark or the flank from spawn of B main. Gets a nice CT spawn plant in that they can defend from Temple. And it looks like Afro will want to maintain this Galil. A strong weapon to keep in his hands as Roy. Can he find anything else? 113 ADR for Roy. That is something which Valve do need to see if they can help out, well, I guess everybody out with, because it is one of the issues as far as the HUD and the information that we're getting at the moment. I can see the ADR here in-game, but we're not getting the correct...
API?
No.
Oh.
So there's a couple of things. I was talking to MC on the media day about a few things, like the effective flashes, I think, was one, utility damage, the other, and ADR. So eventually, I'm sure MC, the wizard he is, will be able to backdoor engineer something, but I would imagine
It'd be
everyone
easier.
should keep
It'd be
that in mind
nicer
for
if,
Katowice.
Yeah, it would be nice if, you know, I'm sure it's essentially just some guy ticking some boxes.
Yes, and just picking what they want. I know that Rush sent an email to Valve about maybe some of the things that he would like to see in the actual.
He did?
Yes,
That's
but
cool.
I don't. Well, you know, Valve, they don't often reply. I hope they read it at least.
Yeah. Yeah, they asked me to do the same about what we need on a HUD.
Well, maybe you and Rush should have a meeting.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll see what Rushley's been cooking. Mr. Merriman throws out a smoke at the same time as Ence do. Does that always feel like you've given them what they wanted anyway?
Yeah, well, I think the fact that there's a slightly deeper gives them the worry of them walking in on different angles, like we saw exploited. The nade, it's through, it's good. Snappy, the madness on the Mac-10.
Damn, Afro's dead too. Maybe there's something to be said. Crims has managed to get, nearly a third with a USP. A dink comes through and the spray's there. It's Roy with a stunning 3K. He saves them there. That felt very uncomfortable for a moment. That started with a double and onto 2 rifles and Orpin's in the mix. And he recovers it.
Ooh, this might start to fall away from Ence quite quickly now. 9 rounds
two
for
of
the
them.
good Fnatic. Yeah, the monster work from Crims. Setting Roy up for an easy one, and then the just follow through. It just kept coming his way. And they are getting hype right now. Pumped up Fnatic.
Keeping the energy high.
Oh, this could lock 2 Australians in for the arena at IEM Sydney. Dexter could be joining the likes of JKS.
Yeah, he was telling us his family are going to be there. Not every day you get that opportunity, and he's fighting tooth and nail with the squad to get there. And in the most efficient way possible, if they can find it here on Anubis.
Oh, they've gone all in here, and so they've already lost an opener.
At least it puts a rifle into the hands of Snappy. That's the silver lining. Madden's already got a good bit of space on mid.
Ence really need to try and make something of this round. I know it's Captain Obvious here, but at the sense of the game where we're at, if they lose this, it is likely that Ence will go in true Ence fashion of just force buy after force buy, and their buys are going to be very weak. 1900 as the loss bonus going into the next. At a man disadvantage. Smoke limited towards the site. All 4 congregated now outside B main. U2 being dropped. Was that heard? Well, here they come.
Poised and ready, Afro anti. Oh, that's costly. Trying to throw out an incendiary. Missed one. And Ence are in. They have managed to make the space necessary, trying to get that bomb down uncontested. Dexter's walking up on Dark. Madden's poised to take that fight. Just looked away as they close the gap a bit. Oof, headshot comes in. Dexter, he wins the duel. And now he has to make space for Roy to close.
This is so difficult without a smoke.
Yeah.
Sure, the molly towards main, but they're going to be able to pick behind this. Ence's round to win.
With the plant location, they can piece it together as likely if Glyph's clear. 2 towards main, but it's an AWP, and yeah, the perfect weapon for the job. Well played by Snappy. And that one probably boils down to that Afro death.
Yes, and also peeking out the right side of that pillar. He could have done him, if he was hoping to molly right side and didn't expect anybody there, yeah, I could understand. But peeking out the right side of that pillar, if they'd already known they'd forgiven that space, that's a bit of a drama. But I do want to really sing the praises of Ence. They lose the opening pick, they regroup, and they just trade out. And we were talking about this at the start of the map. Overpass maybe not the type of map where Ence can control the pace of the game in the same way. Anubis definitely is. And this is a really rough round to lose if you're Fnatic. And I think I saw the reaction of Keita because he knows that they had an opening pick. They had all the advantages in the world as far as the weaponry, the utility, and they still fumble the bag. So right now on the back foot, we'll have to take an eco of their own just with this Roy saved M4. Now he has been impactful, but right now we would have to do something out of this world.
Bias picks off Afro. Dexter burrows into this smoke.
This is going to fade.
Oh, well, he's exposed. Still gets one on the clear.
Oh, that was Dihan's HE as well. That is frustrating.
He's had a couple of those. Bitter pills to swallow for Diha so far in this series.
Roy will have to re-aggress if they want to try and catch them in any window
timing,
of opportunity.
Right? Nerds.
Actually, they are starting to backpedal in his direction.
Throws out the flashbang. Nerds ahead of it.
Big kill.
That's secured the round. You'd imagine Crims only has the USP. Roy was the one equipped to give them that fight, and they're even leaving. They know the flashbang was coming.
Precisely. So Crims will be chasing Ghosts right now. And Sampaius even has him cut off at the pass, or at least he did. Digits punched in, 40 seconds thrust on the clock, and Crims searching for anything right now. 2,400 loss bonus into the next they will be able to purchase, and he will be tracking down Sampaius, but ready for him. There's that USP removed. And there's the opener. This was an awkward exchange, wasn't it, on the fade? Didn't think Dihal was the one who was going to be worse for wear. Second tactical timeout called now for Fnatic. Just a one-round game, and just one round on this CT side. We will return to just 2 rounds ago. They found the opening pick against the crippled buy of Ence, and were still unable to convert. This has thrust them back against the wall. Fnatic will have to come out swinging here if they want to voice concerns.
Yeah, that round really might be the determining factor.
That one is the type of round that you really need to be converting. So see how far that echoes into this second half. Now remember, we do have that B-Stream game going on, Cloud9 versus Linvision. I'll let you all tune in to check out the result. Winner of that will be taking on Complexity. Loser of this game will be taking on Monty in Group B. And the winner will face G2 for a seeding match, semi-final or quarter-final on the cards.
So definitely JKS.
And potentially Dexter.
No
Greyhounds, no Vertex.
And definitely Chance Sponge Birchall.
Yeah, I need to find a new opponent for the Cashers. So
yeah, I heard about that.
I don't know who, but we'll work it out. We've still got a couple of days. Maybe there'll be a Brit.
Yeah, I saw Hank suggesting Hawker. It's not a bad candidate. Over on the Twitter sphere, the X
push.
sphere.
It's not expected.
Yeah, it should be one. Could have been one. Maybe another.
The flank from B. The flank from B.
There's
the 2 kills, silver platter. Both come in.
Got him. It's only Sampaius. Fnatic. They've managed to pull it off. And it's Dexter's double. Mezzi's flank. It leaves Sampaius wanting. And they've got so much now to lock him in. Love that power position from Roy playing into contain. Sampaius' options only really back towards T-Spawn, or where he was, towards the Rugs position. They've got it all locked in. No need to move further.
Oh, you were asking at the start of the day. We haven't seen an awful lot of shotguns. And in this series, I think we've seen more than enough.
Most def.
Dexter gets the upgrade into the AK now. Sampaius hoping to retain this AWP money. In the follow-up is Fnatic looking to hit the double digits. Dexter with a jump up. AWP noted now, surging in his direction, and the rest on Fnatic. From coming over to assist the in-game leader. Now it's about, they try and whittle down the clock, take him after time. He knows that they're going to be coming for him. 10 seconds left, just letting each second slink by. Sampaius, you must be knowing now you have to take this fight, and he will. The better of the two options.
I was going to say, I mean, yeah, that's the lesser of two evils for sure. He had 47.50 in his bank account, but even so, trying to go down, get the extra funds.
I'm curious to see how this one would have panned out even without that double kill over towards A main because of that B push. I was so glued and focused on that on the radar. I could just see them silently slinking in as Nerds. His attention was drawn else. Yeah, it was to set up for mid because they were hoping to go for an A split. So it was perfect timing window for Fnatic. Could not have gone better for them.
Pace on this. Pushing the A main smoke. Testing Afro. Gets one. Can he get away? No way. Diha runs him down with a MAC-10. Lug smoke. Molly will disrupt it. Not going to find its typical positioning. Crims has actually aggressed in the meantime during all of that. So he'll be a nice canary for any B main presence and pressure.
Notice the two players in middle right now of Mezzi and Roy. They are going to look for some space into the AWP of Sampaya, standing, waiting, and delivering.
On the back foot, Fnatic. Ence looking to reply. Dexter overlooked the position. And D has the one to twist the knife. It's a two-man advantage. Now only the one. Mezzi catches him. So pretty good estimation that it's going to be Mezzi alone on A. Crim's typically on that B side of the map. And as I say that, Mezzi's actually looking to leave, so this could be perfect. They're walking in.
But what's the choice for Ence? I would say just split A. Just waltz in through camera. Yeah, the safer of the two. There's 180 degrees worth of angles to clear. Mezzi, how many can you take?
Ooh, he gets away with the first. Shy of the second. 1 versus 2 for Crims, and he's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and the loss bonus for the CTs, it really does not allow Crims to consider this. 1900 again into the next. They have not been able to find consecutive CT rounds.
He does have that smoking kit. And they've both opted for A main. Even so, though, yeah. Seems like Crim's been having the same conversation with his teammates, just hoping and seeing if anything's given to him.
This would be a huge clutch.
I mean, this would be a crazy clutch. Crim's
What,
known.
smoke the bomb, molly main, nade behind it, defuse?
So many nades. Smokes the bomb.
Molly main.
Molly's main.
Nade.
Nade on top. Oh, cleared by the HE. Good reaction from Ence. They immediately knew what they had to do.
What he's frustrated by there is how far forward of that molly they were, the immediate response to that. Because he's mollying deeper to try and contain them here. If he'd mollied shallower, then they still would have to have braved the flames, but might have been able to find a peek from the bench position to the bomb. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but a decent attempt from Crims during all of this. And yeah, the fact they have a nade left as well, causing a whole lot of problems. Again, a one-round game that should be tied up now with this type of purchase from Fnatic. It isn't the full eco. A couple of investments in the size of Deagles, 5-7 CZ, and some light util.
Snappy always happy to sacrifice for the cause, asks for the Mac-10, takes it dark.
Yeah, and if you're not used to watching Ence games, Snappy does this more often than not. This is the canary in the coal mine maneuver from the in-game leader, taking an awful lot of space, and from here able to call where he wants the team to end.
Traded out by Mezzi. Snappy down after the one, but you can see that Fnatic aware that that was a bit suspicious. Snappy alone. No attempted trade. And they know that they know. And so, pivoting back. Perfect call. Just this pendulum swing now.
Yeah, the path of least resistance.
Yeah, I don't even know if Mezzi's going to get a chance to fire a bullet. He's managed to get over there in time. Just in the nick of time for a shot, and it's a headshot onto Diha. Good work from Sampaya, catching these A main players. Pushing out. And shut down by that AWP. Afro didn't invest a penny into this one, so that USP may as well have a look in.
Well, we might be getting our first Vertigo of IEM Sydney for 2023. Yet to be played. If Ence can continue these winning ways, we'll definitely be destined for everyone's least favorite map, 51 stories high. See the Nico quote about it?
About Vertigo?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Yeah, let me find it.
I don't think Nico's ever been a fan of
No, no, he definitely hasn't.
Frustration starting to be visible on Fnatic as they do see a counter-terrorist timeout. They call their third. Is it the third?
Third and final.
Yeah, okay.
And again, they have been able to win CT rounds when the rifles come out, but then they lose the follow-up, and then they have to take an eco, and then the guns come out again. That has really plagued them so far. So sure, they're in a good position right now with the buy. If they're able to convert this, sure, they're up to 11, but then it's about the consecutive fashion, something that they have been unable to do thus far. Ence have got to be feeling real good about this comeback and real good about taking this to the third. Good performance from the likes of Sampayas. A lot more individuals starting to activate here in the late stages.
He's going for a quick peek. Not going to be given anything initially. Light on B. Heavy on mid A. And if Mezzi goes down, yeah, this house of cards could tumble. But Sunpire's kind of alone on his investigations of this B-bomb site. Mezzi going to keep things under wraps.
Very light B defense. Very light.
Heavy focus on mid A. And ooh! No one else. No one else. Is that not a little suspicious? I think Sunpire's might be summoning the troops. He's leg shot Mezzi. Dark surely exposed. This is not a fight you can win.
Yeah,
we don't have the health.
Fortunately, he can get away, or at least he could. Sunpire's starting to come back now. And here they come. Ence are on the warpath.
Some support has arrived. Afro expecting Sunpire's to have crossed. Maybe some redemption from this B-side AWPing. That 3v4, they turned around.
Oh, this is ugly.
Afro's AWP flashed off the line. They're running at him. Still plucks Snappy. Dink comes through from Mezzi.
Needs two.
Roy needs a multi, and he can't quite pull it across. Safe plant.
They're giving it a go. If they held on to these with the loss bonus, they could drop 2 rifles into the next. This is ill-advised.
Crims gets one, but it's surely the end of it. You've lost Crims now. You know where he is there on that dark fight. Dexter's just going to swing it to win it. And the kit's there present. The smoke's dropped. A flash and go could be the call. It's up against the AWPer. He's going to have to opt for the pistol. Has to hit this shot. Spams away. Connects it. High impact gaming from Sunpire's Mad, and that's relief, I think, on his face.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's happy or not with that round victory.
Damn, it got close again. These two calls, you know, Crim's going for that 1v2, and that 2-on-2 attempt.
It's a great shot from Sunpire's, and then just spamming away with a scavenge 5-7. Dexter is hoping and praying, and this should be 12 for Ence. Another round.
They're cooking. They want to see Vertigo. They're going for a play out main. Sunpire's, he's been flashed off. He still nails the shot. Diha in support playing anti. Mezzi's Dig is on the warpath. He nearly had this crosshair right on the money with Nerds behind the smoke.
Just quickly, we were singing the praises of Afro in the previous map with the opening exchanges he was getting on the AWP. Well, Sunpire's is doing his best cosplay right now, 6-1 in openings. So good level of impact, and has been necessary. Fnatic really forced Ence to work in that first half. And really, this hasn't just been done with pace from Ence. They've actually done this with quite poise and tact. They haven't just been rushing and taking a lot of fights. They've been outmaneuvering Fnatic, and also these financial woes when we find ourselves in MR12, where we would think we'd see more saves. This slightly more interesting now with that kill from Roy.
Yeah, unable to disrupt the plant, but Nerds, he's been punished for pushing. Shut down. Rifle now falls into enemy hands.
No kit.
Yeah, no armor on that AK either. Aim punch going to be a factor. Mezzi already with 2 frags in the round. We've seen him some sharp shooting.
They should go for this.
They're waiting for Roy.
Max loss bonus next round. Give it a crack.
It's going to be a hard clear. They're ready for it, and he's going to have to find them both. Madden, that's impact on the spray. Controls it for the second. And Roy walking on in. He's giving it a go, but no time in this one. No kit, and the 12. Okay, Ence. They want to take this the distance. They want to see those playoffs. And now 2 required out of Fnatic sequentially if they want to take it to OT. Try and close this here and keep it efficient in 2.
It might be a bit of a hollow feeling for Fnatic when this loss comes through, or if it comes through, because it really was a great position for them to close this out in 2. They've only managed 2 rounds on the CT side. The T-Hall was magnificent. Loved the way that they had approached that half. But right now, Ence are showing they are even better, and understandably so on their map choice. Shallow smoke crept through. We've seen this before.
Yeah, and Roy doesn't have so much support this time. He's going to be struggling to contribute. He's going to get run at. He knows that. Spam through the doors. Now support arrives in the form of Dexter. Nade exchange. Another opening for Sunpire's. Crims with an equalizer. Catches Nerds B main. Oh my lord, he's hanging on by a thread, is Crims. He actually naded that smoke, so Sunpire's doesn't choose to push on it. Snappy's hit a nice shot there onto Roy, and now they know it's just the one man on the site, the Swede, on half HP, trying as hard as he might to delay Find a frag, find another. Madden, nice work over the smoke, just catches a glimpse of him. And looks like just 2 frags away. Ence have got this and done enough. Afro, that's one back. A 2 versus 4. Seems like a tall order with no kit in play. You have to start posting frags now. And Madden, he has secured it. Afro, the last man to fall on Anubis. The jobs are good, and Ence take us the distance. We do require a third to secure another playoff spot. Ence and Fnatic will be separated on Vertigo.
Well, that spiraled out of control somewhat faster than you would have thought. Fnatic had that chance to close the series out here, but then it's Ence that come in and they do grab the final round, and the rounds necessary to push us to a third. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Sydney. The year is 2023. And unless you're living under a rock, you came in here thinking Ence was going to be a favorite. And now they've shown a little face in the second map. I've got Bled and Kassad here with me on the sofa desk, whatever we're doing.
Sofa desk.
The sofa desk.
The sofa desk.
Sorry, it was a little bit too much Pro League. You know, I was sitting there thinking, it's like, man, it's not really a sofa anymore, is it? Nonetheless, you can't really be sat on the sofa to watch a game like this.
No, that was a great showing coming out from Ence. I feel like that's the best we've seen from Ence so far in this entire series. Right, the first half actually, I was really super impressed with what Fnatic had on their T side. Like great conditioning coming out from them. Everyone being so proactive, and an 8-4 scoreline for them kind of felt like a done deal. But then Ence showing what they can really do, really digging in deep and then shutting it down. What I really like from Fnatic here is like the amount of times they were abusing mid. They just kept abusing mid because it was a 3-1-1 setup coming out from Ence time and time again. We had 3 players with a B bomb side, 1 towards mid and 1 towards A, and they kept harassing mid time and time again. And at one point, Ence started, all right, we need to switch this one up, right? We need to play a little bit more mid heavy, which is going to happen, you know, in round number 6 or 7. And that's when they start playing with the 2-2-1 setup. 2 players towards B, 2 towards mid, and 1 towards A. And that's when, you know, Fnatic was just waiting for that, the conditioning. You see the fight being taken by Madden, nades, sail all in. Even the fact that they get the first kill doesn't really matter, because what happens here is Fnatic, they're just going to pivot back towards B, but just a 1 defender. Nert's able to do a little bit of work, but it gets taken out. And this was pretty much a story of the first half. Ence just playing from behind, Fnatic dictating the pace of the action. But you move on to the second half, Ence just took over.
Listen, this is why we consider Ence one of the best teams right now. Maps like this, when they're down, when maps 1-0, 8-4, we have Snappy, obviously I want to praise him, and many other people praise him as well as one of the best IGLs right now. He managed to pull off these calls. This is like the round on 10-8, on 10-10, all difficult decisions you need to make mid-round. They didn't rush into anything. They were waiting for the situations to develop. 3v3, then you make a call based on the information that you have. You kind of trust your in-game leader to make the right call. That's what they did. In a round on 10-8, I believe, they were like walking through the middle, down the camera. You can see the decisiveness. There was no like second guessing.
Yeah.
You know, the swinging was perfect, trading even better. So they get into the side. The situations like that got them into this 1-1 situation. You know, it's just we think that Snappy is right now one of the best IGLs. It's the map like this are the reason why is that happening.
And on that note, let's check in on the other side of things. Heku, where are you around here?
All right. Thank you very much. All right, I just grabbed a word from Kira, and he basically explained the situation that happened on Anubis, that still Anubis is a really T-side map, and it's really hard to get those rounds on the CT, especially now considering that now you need to get to only 13 rounds, and there was that one round that managed to turn everything around, but it seems like they're in pretty good spirits, so hopefully they'll be able to come back on the third map.
So we got 13-10 on Overpass, we got a 13-10 on Anubis, and now we go to Vertigo.
Just before we go to Vertigo, I just want to touch on what Keita said in that little interview that we didn't get to see, but we got a little bit of it. Yeah, we heard about it. Basically, he's absolutely right about being the T-sided. Similarly, people need to understand that the T-side gets so much space early on without using any utility. Basically, they get it for nothing. If you get a little bit more aggressive, then the CTs use their own utility, and you kind of pressure them to go back into the site, and you can execute whatever you want. In case you get the middle, it's pretty much easy round for you. So right now, the map is imbalanced, in my opinion. I always said that since the beginning of the Anubis saga, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
The Anubis saga.
It sounds cool when you say it like that.
The thing is, like, it's not ready yet for me, but with a little couple of tweaks, it should be fine. Anyway, right now we're going to Vertigo, uncharted territory in CS2. We never saw it before. This is the first time we're going to see it. Now, who is going to get the better deal in it? Ence, who played decent Vertigo back in CS:GO, and Fnatic had the same,
They're
kind
pretty
of
good on it.
Yeah, they were all right, but it's a different map right now in a sense that, like you said at the beginning, the sound can be a little bit problematic, and the fact that it's a completely new engine, it has new mechanics and all these gimmicky things that we can see.
I really feel it's going to be very 50-50, as you said. Like, this is a map where it's up in the air. I don't know what we're going to be seeing. Two factors are going to come into play here. Obviously, it's going to be the sound, as you alluded to earlier. It can get a little messy. In some of those 2v2s, 1v1 situations, the sound could be a problem. And secondly, the smokes. We've seen some pretty interesting smokes coming in, and one smoke we've seen a few teams use online, for example, is towards ramp. You have this one-way smoke where the smoke just lands on top of the just above of ramp and just kind of like blooms underneath, right? It could create a bit of a one-way for the CT, so to speak. So the small cool tricks we might see in this map.
Listen, Ence and Snappy rarely make mistakes when it comes to it. They might win this match. They might go to the playoffs. It doesn't really matter. But for me, if you are a stronger team, that's always like what I said to my teams as well. If we are a stronger team, I don't want to be in a 50-50 position. I want to try to get my strength. Like, I want to try to get on the map that's good for me, rather than going to a 50-50 uncharted territory kind of randomness, especially on a map like Vertigo. But obviously, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, how much they practiced it, if they practiced at all, what kind of tricks they have up in their sleeve. It's a decider map. Winners goes to the playoffs. Now it's time to show what you got, right?
Yeah. And also the fact that for Ence, they had the pick between the choice with an Ancient, which is a map they're pretty damn comfortable on. They love most of the time. So the fact that it allowed Vertigo through a map which we haven't seen thus far here on LAN at all, it's going to be its debut. It is a surprise, and as you said, as a favorite, as a team which is more well-rounded, has the the pedigree, etc., etc., the fact you allowed this through is a question mark for me.
It is a question mark. The question marks are going to remain there, because we do need to go to a break so that way we come back, we can actually put a period there instead of the question marks. We need to find out who wins. That is the most important thing that I can possibly think of in this moment in time. Also getting to break so that we can get that map started. Yes, it is Ence. Yes, it is Fnatic. And yes, we are in Sydney, Australia. Hashtag IEM, y'all. We'll be right back.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One's close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
In 2021, I think, I came back to play competitively, joined FPL. I won in the first month, and after 2 months, 3 months, I was in with Team Endpoint for, I think, 1 year. And after it, I joined Team Ence. We want to make a history. I feel like from the start, we were clicking as a team, in-game, outside the game. When they gave me this chance, I took it with 400 hands, and I'm trying to be my best version that I can be. And I feel like right now I'm getting comfortable as a player, as a lurker. So yeah, like I'm feeling really good right now. I was playing with a lot of in-game leaders in my career. Snappy is a special person. Always wants to fix some problems. Like, for example, if we have problems outside the game, he will never just let it go on. Guys, we need to fix it, we need to talk about it. We're not gonna skip it. He's one of the best captain, I think, in CS. In his age, can do this like amount kills that he's doing right now, and I feel like even younger in-game leaders cannot do what he's doing. So I'm happy that I have like some teammates like him in the team. I will be honest, in Cologne, we didn't play the best CS. From the start, we didn't play like how we know to play. I watch after the game and I see like Monesi is flicking around and Nico doing what he knows how to do. Like when they are feeling it, you cannot do anything, honestly.
Util deployed. Nico poised, needs a tap, and in signature Nico fashion, he's made it a one-on-one. Nerds, what have you got for us? He's off the board. Nico strikes.
Correct. What? You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double, never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct. Come on, man. How you walking like the big guy? When we all the big guys, like who is this guy? Hey Joey, how we get this live? Started cold, now we hotter than a fish fry. Yeah, pulling Jason to office. They say get it how you live, I guess this what they talking. I pull up they party, pull up in they pocket. We making a mark, we creating a market. They show manners now, got their cameras out. They can't hand me down, I got my hands.
A third map required, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. My eyes are glued to this one. Fnatic taking on Ence. Our machine, they got Sponge with me, and we do need 3. Vertigo, the first we're going to see. It looks like we're actually going to get 2 Vertigos on 2 different streams at the same time, essentially.
Okay.
So that's all going down. But it is the map that's probably changed the least. What do you reckon? In terms of the actual map itself coming into CS2.
Yes, I think the way the dynamic of the smokes will play will potentially chop and change how some of these teams are taking areas, looking for fights. We do have a knife round to kick things off to decide the sides. Likely to see the winner of this opt on the CT And yeah, it looks like Ence have won that one. So they will be starting on the CT side of Vertigo. But yeah, we needed to crank that dial up to 11. The intensity about to go up a notch. And especially for Dexter, the opportunity for a second Australian to find his way through to the arena of IEM Sydney for 2023 is on the docket. Somewhat disappointed with how Anubis fell apart. A great first half, but a better resurgence from Ence. And now we get to see what happens 51 floors up. We're about to Vertigo go.
Interesting. I'm going to be intrigued to see just how Vertigo plays here. Because, yeah, you're right. I mean, the majority of the meta-defining stuff was around
one-way smoke.
Yes. They've completely changed. And, you know, we've discussed it. One of the leading kind of complaints, or at least feedbacks we're hearing from the pros, is to do with in-game sound. And Vertigo, built on a Z-axis where sound cues are 50% of your information.
Yes. So be extremely curious to see if that W key gets held down a little bit more. But you know what that sound means. We are about to get things underway. The final map in the best of 3 between Ence and Fnatic. A spot in the arena up for grabs. Loser down towards the lower bracket to fight another day.
Ence, CT start. Fnatic bring in that attack. We'll see just how many nades are shown from the T side. I'm actually 5 sets of Kev coming out from Ence's defense.
Well, now over towards A, you can block off the standard left-right smokes on site. You can do it with 1. So maybe, just maybe, Mezzi will opt for that as Kevlar priority. 1xBet odds favoring Ence again. And there's that smoke.
Whoa, there's that headshot. Snappy, quick to it. Smoke doesn't cover both sides. It just went for the left side, and they will get the bomb down all the same. So at this point, retakes on, and D has given him a gift with that shot. Taking down Roy. Numbers favor the CT's on the retake, and good clear from Diha. Still one back from Mezzi. Would need the multi. Not going to happen. And Sunpius, doesn't find it cleanly. Fake. Crims, loud about this. Gets them off the bomb. He's called the bluff.
Nerds has got him.
Nerds has got him to right, unless he's ready for the fight. That's Nerds. That's Ence. Another pistol.
Yes, every single pistol so far.
Another.
They just can't stop. Absolute criminals.
Oh, I started to feel like Crims might have had something when he called that bluff on the first defuse, but yeah, Nerds. He was sealing the deal on that flank. Crims considered it for a moment, but not to be.
It's very important opening kill there for Snappy, all things considered, and this one through the smoke for Diha is also a nice little gift. It really made things on the retake a whole lot easier and much more awkward for Fnatic. So great job keeping in the winning ways, Ence, regarding these pistols. Now with the plant, we know what that means. The force for Fnatic followed through. Galils are plenty.
Ooh, direct.
Very light on with the util.
Just going. D is going to have Nerds potentially to give him some help. Nade connected. Nerds is already rotated. And he'll take first contact. Baiting in for that quad setup. Dexter at least finds one onto Diha, so quad down, and so is Nerds. Shotgun, not ideal in this scenario. Now you've got to try and fight your way back into the bomb site. Madden and Snappy, they're scarpering over Liggity split. And that shotgun, it does find Crim's center of mass, but he gets away, 9 HP, and Madden, he's given him the advantage with that one. Picks off Mezzi, the bomb's still not down. And the rest falling into place now. Can Roy come up clutch? A 1v1. Finds the first of the clutch. No hurry to this, but he is starting to advance around that smoke thrown out. Madden receding. Playing at arm's length, but the rifle in his hands. Roy has that AK, and he uses it to great success. Second round, forced by victory. Fnatic on the board early.
Yeah, Madden can't quite believe how brazen Roy was in the space that he took immediately once he dropped that smoke, thinking he'd be a little bit more scared, waiting out for the fade. But no, Roy calls the bluff, takes the space, finds the kill, and now puts Ence in force line territory of their own. Now, it did feel to me that Fnatic were holding the W key a little bit longer to go towards B lobby. Maybe, just maybe, and this is something that I'm sure the people at home can let us know, but I'm not sure on where the cusp is of the sound cues. It's going to be quite a interesting little battle in that regard, as mid-pressure immediately cascades in the way of poor Nerds. He had the support of Sunpius for a moment. We'll get the trade back, but Crims should sweep this one under the rug.
Handles that well and gets away from the hunt for the trade. Diha on that P250, good for one. This kind of is hanging in the balance of Snappy being discovered. And he hasn't been, so catching a reel on the good timing on this push from him.
This is a great timing. And Madden has a smoke on the other side of the map. If he could block before... never mind. Mezzi's already in.
Yeah. Makes it really clear as well with his HE. So Madden spotted across. Nade will do damage. Significant damage to Crims, and it's up to the shotgun. Ooh, he could. He doesn't. Roy gets low. Just not enough. Fnatic, they have jostled for control. And as we've been highlighting, Ence may have been winning all the pistols, but Fnatic, certainly on our first map, were incredibly imposing in the gun rounds. This has been them immediately seizing control.
And apparently the full ecos as well. You go back to Overpass, some of the rounds and some of the impact, at least of damage that they were finding with just those starter pistols was extremely impressive. So Ence are going to have to swallow this very bitter pill of a full eco of their own. Starting heavy towards the B site with 3. Madden over towards middle. Snappy patrolling A. Now, Fnatic don't have to be in a rush. See, that one there made that noise.
It did. That's the noise we're talking about.
So this is it. So again, and we actually have time for this now because of the full eco and not in your face Counter-Strike. Yeah, I was talking to MC about it. We were speculating about it a lot. I saw tweets between the likes of Bemis. Rez was tweeting about it. I've seen Twist tweet about it as well in the past. But to do with the, I guess we can call it hit marker sounds of the HE. Now, there was a discussion from Bemis that it would work if you didn't have Kevlar, but if you had Kevlar, it didn't make a sound. MC said he investigated a lot with the Rooster Boys, an Australian Counter-Strike team, if maybe people aren't too familiar, and said it seems inconsistent, which is telling me that it could be bugged, right, the way that that functions. So it is something that if you're at home, you would like to explore and test and try on different servers with different armor, give it a go. And let us know.
Because we heard that squelch, you know, with and Snappy no armor in this one, but whether it's, and also there's the question of like spectator differences.
Yes, do we hear it? Did they not hear it?
Because I know I've heard it when I'm playing. I've thrown nades and I've made calls off the back of it, you know.
And I investigated this morning myself. I loaded up a refrag server as well as an offline server, and I tried it, and I was getting no sound cues. But I know at home when I was playing in matches in the past, I was definitely getting sound cues. So it is curious.
Bit of a mystery on that one.
And something that we should solve. It is something that I personally don't think should exist. I think that nades already have their use case, and to give it something more, it's essentially free information.
Yeah, no. Doesn't feel very Counter-Strikey. That feels a bit like, you know, I don't know, some Cypher ability or something. Like, oh, I'm getting information with my abilities.
Nerds. That's an extra 1,200 smackaroos.
Yeah, not too shabby. And using the MAC-10 to great success. But Fnatic, of course, converting, but some casualties along the way.
I'm interested in what that facilitates. Does that mean the AWP has come out for Sampaius? I wonder if that was dropped from Nerds. We'll be able to tell in a moment's time once Sampaius whips it out. Now Fro to operate with the big green as well. Sampaius to block ramp. Standard hamper smoke. Deep nade. That's going to do a chunk of damage.
Ooh, wonder if he heard that. As he has thrown that nade out. No rotation, though, from Nerds.
Yeah, so...
He's dead. Should be. 20 HP. Nades, bullets. A whole squad knocking on his door. And it's actually going to be Diha that finds the first. After all of that scrutiny, he's done incredibly well on the defense, and Sampaius has hit the flick. Fnatic looking to evacuate as Roy surges forward into the void. There's so much space on A.
Yeah, master of the seesaw, but needs to get this first.
Yeah, the first test, it will be Madden. And Afro catching the hunt of Snappy, looking for answers on B. So maybe this pendulum could swing for Fnatic. Crim's bringing the bomb.
Madden is aware that this space has been open for some time. And Roy, Afro's found another.
Does that complicate things?
Yes, it really does, because now they can take space on both sides. Afro could keep searching for more fights if he'd like, and Crims is also joining Roy over towards A. So this is going to make multiple members bite towards B from Ence. So Afro could search, look for more fights, and then once he gets the info, but looks like A is going to play first. Great smoke, even better molly. Bomb's going to go down.
Yeah, he's ahead of it though, not ready. Nice catch, gets him off the bomb. Oof, Crims saves Fnatic with that one. 30 seconds as he looks to pivot back. Sampaius has just rotated off of B.
This is really risky now.
Yeah, but this is ballsy from Afro. He knows that he's responsible. Wait, what, Crim? They're going to play for the flank instead?
18 seconds.
It's getting awkward. Super awkward. Afro, you got to hurry up.
He spotted one.
He has.
12 seconds.
Time of the essence. Planting open. Exposed. Awkward. 5 HP though. He has to run at him with a pistol. 5 seconds. Just run at him, Afro. Run. He doesn't know he's low. He rounds the corner. The sound is enough. And Matthias comes up clutch.
That is a wonky round right there. You think all the space that had been taken from Roy over towards A, they were unable to capitalize on top of it. And Madden, just the disruptive force ahead of the smoke. You think it's good enough, but that right there is clutch play from Madden. Keeping Ence in it, grabbing them the second, and Fnatic, that one is going to sting.
Oh, that was so tough.
But to be fair, Ence did a great job over towards B. Diha, after being under that onslaught, still gets that first kill onto Mezzi, and then Sampaius, this AWP, it was dropped from Nerds. That was facilitated by the extra kills on the Mac-10 to make this all possible. So great impact from the Spaniard. And yeah, that's the question that I think everybody at home is asking. Madden the same, now under pressure towards A, jumping in the face, Snappy down, Madden back with a trade.
Tagged him. Ooh, and body bagged him. Cost him a lot though. Dexter gets him down. Nerds has already pushed out B, so this is very proactive Counter-Strike we're seeing right now. Yeah, everyone's moving and a shaking. Oh, the gap perfectly exploited. Dia working around the smoke well for the first. Advantage extended. Fnatic can thank Afro for that one. He's already ready for the flank, so Nerds rounding this corner into the AWP. Confirms his location. Nice long arms on Nerds as he picks up that AK-47 for the save.
Yeah, already backing off. You can see him conceding defeat on this one. So Fnatic again, a direct approach. We were still in the replays and the fight were going down towards the ramp. That tells you just how quick Fnatic want to take a lot of these fights. But their T-side on Anubis was good. Their T-side here is starting in very good fashion as well. It was the CT side where those woes crept in. So now it's all the way back in T-spawn. And here we go. We can check some of this out in the replay. So Snappy desperate with the MP9. It's clearly an in-your-face approach that they were hoping to assault Fnatic with. But here's the likes of Dexter to find that impact on the way in. 3 players to stay alive. 1 to go off. 4th round to be posted. And it has, again, been very direct. B together. A together. The seesaw was in the mid-round.
Right.
So we'll have to wait and see what the approach will be, knowing that there is a saved AK-47 in the mix. Residual cash, very light on because of that one-on-one that Sampaius was able to pick up. So I wouldn't expect to see anything too crazy as far as what weapons could be invested in behind this saved AK. And with 2400 as the next, there will be not a whole lot at all. So how far...
Roy really ran away from that rifle. Got it now.
Interestingly enough, they're just letting Nerds play on his own. You know, when you have this AK, do you want to go for a boost? Do you want to try and get a pistol to bait so he can find the trade? But no, it's 4 pistols towards A, and Nerds on a solo adventure taking an awful lot of space towards middle.
Extra AK.
Yeah, and, well, the fact that you can sell rifles back.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unpardonable oopsie. Imagine Nerds goes T-spawn and tells his boys to go pick it up. Instead, he's going ladder. So this could be huge. Ooh, stylish on the descent. He's being checked. Oh, and down goes Nerds. Huge win for Fnatic in that one, keeping it clean.
And securing the AK with that Molotov as well, just making sure it can't be swiftly scooped back up, but in towards B they go. Ence will be here in time.
They double mollied it there. Look at that imperfect sync. That's deliberate. Very cool. Dexter, he's walked past him. And a couple of free pot shots there afforded to him by virtue of that, but we do still see Fnatic with 5 alive in this one and 5 rounds imminent. There it is, locked on in on their T side no less. Keita seems happy with that one with the golf clap.
And I think the woes, as a lot of people have discussed with the change to MR12 for the CT side, is where things are going to hurt a little bit more. We were discussing the lack of consecutive rounds for Fnatic on their CT haul, as we just see Sort signal for the timeout. Knowing that, hey, we are light on in this purchase. We will not have all the utility we require for a standard opener. And just to have the talk of what you're going to do, you don't want to go into this round rushed because it is starting to get a little bit bleak out there for Ence. And, oh yeah, this is it. MR12, things are going to happen a whole lot quicker with the 20% less rounds to play overall. I think what is cool about what we get in the in-game HUD is just the juxtaposition of you can see the utility quite clearly at the top of the screen, and you just see one team with just bags upon bags and the other just eking it together. So diffuse kits as well, not part of the conversation. And considering how direct it has been from Fnatic, how do Ence want to respond to this? Yeah, I know. I love how these guys troll each other with the avatars. It's so good.
Yeah, Snappy's calling Diha out there. That's a good one.
At least he's being safe. He's wearing a helmet.
Yeah, that's important.
Oh, the double.
And that is better from Madden. He's nearly caught 2 with that. Roy's lucky to be alive, really. 10 HP on his first spray. Now the job is done. Madden takes 2 good openings for the squad, and maybe Afro is next. Goes down to the Org. Perfect weapon for the job from Madden. He seems to be the most early adopter of these other guns.
Yeah, let me find the stats from SEO.
He was over 50% in their first game.
He was 58%.
Yeah. Good
so yeah, he's definitely... And when I asked them about it in the shuttle and the wearing, they're like, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to be buying it. I mean, saw a lot of it in the qualifiers as well, looking for Org, right, which is like Exercise and Jocko and those kind of guys. Yeah, I think they changed their Twitter is like looking for Stable because they used to be Double Pony. But Afro used to play with these guys as well.
Yeah, right.
But watching them, they qualified for the ESL Challenger Jönköping, which is essentially the old DreamHack Winter.
Right.
They were using an awful lot of Orgs as well. So if people had been paying attention to the online Counter-Strike, they could have seen this coming.
Madden could have an ace here. He's lost his teammate, so it's kind of down to him. And what a sequence out of Crims.
Normally it's quite difficult to find that damage through, but he found it under the grates. Because his little tootsies were just on those sandbags, so a really good find. And now a round that's on. If Crims can find another...
Nice angle.
We'll cut that one short. Just Mezzi in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, no fun here for Mr. Merriman. I say that as actually his first bullets are connecting to Nertz, but good catch. Nertz immediately finds him with the smoke spam. Ence. They've not been in any way consecutive, but boasting 3 here on the CT side.
Well, there was the response to the more direct play from Fnatic. Just take a fight and win your initial duels. It's simple as that, really.
Just do that. Just win your duel every time. Guys.
Difficult to replicate, but as long as you have some contingencies in play.
Always intrigued to see... Oh my, it's another one of those loud and directs. At least starting with the test on towards Diha and that deep nade. Caught out, punish that T-side AWP from Afro.
Insane pace.
Spanks Diha. He's just not expecting that sort of pace. And it looks like it's going to boil out quite nicely for them, unless Sampass has got a multi-kill in him. Just managed to deliver a second from the AK-47. Could be more. And Snappy's there as well, just unloading his magazine into the smoke. The bomb is committed. Crimson Roy, not so much. Counting on Roy's flank here. Distraction, damage. Now Roy comes in for the final blow. It could have been 2, maybe should have been. Shut down now by Madden. Crims, that smoke maybe gives him a little bit of something to work with as well.
He can get the bomb and get out and reset in this round completely.
Imagine if he spams that smoke. So low. Sampass has done so much to hold on to the site.
You can see Crims as well, thinking ahead, even scooped up that flash that was down just in front of him. So giving himself an extra piece of utility to work with. We'll see how clutch that can come in this 1-on-2. But with plenty of time on the clock, he can completely reset. He makes his way through the Z connector. Looks like he wants to try his luck over towards A.
And now if you're Sampass and Madden, you're in 2 minds. You don't want to lose the man advantage, so you can see the hesitance to jiggle for info. But now Sampass has done so, and it's a bit too quiet.
So interesting that they are splitting up, because if Madden goes down in a head-to-head duel, Sampass only on 5 HP is going to be called upon to clutch against Crims.
He's going to clear it this time. He knows Madden's oh, quick on the draw. Madden's making that Org sing right now.
Just got into that position. Madden is having a cracker of a game. Fantastic impact for him.
Yeah, high flyer in the server. Certainly by damage. Crims, he may have the same amount of kills, but yeah, a lot of damage from Madden. 1,200. No one else has managed to break 1,000.
It's like Fight Club with how quick. Look at all these fights. That was a minute 30 when there was just destruction on the B bomb side. So responding to things quite quickly are Ence, and a timeout to be called. This will be from Ence. So Saw using 2 within the first half of play, wanting to steady the ship, and they have been able to accrue 2 consecutive CT rounds. There's somewhat humbled Fnatic, who get a free conversation. 30 seconds to maybe stew in their juices, knowing that with that 2K across the board, it has to be an eco. And then as we head down the home stretch of the first half of our 3rd map, do Fnatic want to continue with these heads-up direct approaches, or are they going to try a different tact? Let's wait and see. This is Ence's chance to level things up for free. Sampass starting over towards A with the AWP. 2 players from Ence to lock down that B site, and a silent ascent from Fnatic.
That might be the most damaging nade we're going to see at IEM Sydney. That one right there.
Spicy meatball.
Utility damage. Check in after that one.
Spray and pray.
Yeah, Madden just went from... that was over 340 damage.
Wow. All right. Land one of those again.
Do it again. Do it again. I dare you. 440 total utility damage from Madden.
I do like it that it is difficult to separate these two teams. I love the close nature because it just means we're getting more rounds of CS2 and more that we get to learn. Sure, it at times can look a little bit scrappy and in your face, but that's part of the game. And the nuance will come with time. It is great to see these ideas being thrown at the wall and see what sticks. Over towards A we go. Surpasses AWP in the Zywood position, steps out. There you have it, an opener. This is the thing as well. Lurk smacks towards the ramp. I would say few and far between.
Yeah, that's true too. This one's doing nothing for the CTs. If anything, is aiding this walk-up. Spotted now. See her. Oh, under a lot of pressure. He's gone down. Mezzy provides the opener. The bomb's with him this time, so they could perhaps try and get that bomb down. Hard to dispute it. The smoke, nice and deep, actually. That's going to limit your options for this retake. You're going to... Ooh, fumble the nade. Dribbles one over.
Yeah, the combo. Completely off the mark.
I mean, still a man advantage for this, but for how long? You can see Afro's hunting for anyone, and no, it's just nicely hidden on this lower elevation. Still loses his jewel. Good headshot from Afro. Snappy. Loud about this. Krems will likely have heard it. Mezzy needs a multi. Gets nothing, though. It's a quick one from Sampaius, and now also for Krems. Yeah, Sampaius. Quick to the draw.
That was God tier from Snappy. He knew that Krims could only have gotten off to one position possible. You could see him tracking down with that util set. The molly on the stairs, you're not getting away. The flash, and then understanding exactly where Krims had to get to, that information flowing. And Sampaius will put the bullet straight between the eyes. Ence will take the lead. A great impact round from Sampaius. Right, openers and closers. That is still stylish. And here it is. Yep, I know where you are, Krims. Bang. And the dirt is gone. As another plant for Fnatic will result in something that resembles a buy. Definitely not full. Plenty of rifles. Maybe a lurk smoke over towards the ramp to work with, because you can't just keep taking a dry fight against Ence. Madden's AUG or Sampaius' AWP way too potent.
Yeah, I mean, 4 in a row after struggling to find a single consecutive round. Dexter, brave up mid. This is a bit of a pace to this. They're not ready for this, surely. Actually, nading off the smoke. He's gone. He's out of there. Already
Shadows.
Behind enemy lines and cleared. Madden is a real problem for Fnatic, and Sampaius right there with him. Everyone won their duel, and Fnatic looking to be leaving this half with only 5. A 5-round hiatus and a 5-round run from Ence. With Diha dead, maybe there's more to be said. 2 versus 4, and oh, Krims, that's a spicy headshot. Takes down Nuts and hunting for more. He knows he's got more to do. A whole lot more. You know they're both on B. You've heard the 2 different guns and trying to go for a fake plant. CT smoke, no pushes. Could be an opportunity to let Krims work. Watch out though, that's Madden. He is their nemesis right now. Grouped up, beheaded. Krims surely can't do more! Oh, he nearly did! Maybe Afro can finish the job. Such hard work from the Swede, and it's all for naught as it comes over the line. It's Ence 7, Fnatic 5, fighting for the playoffs. Well, hello there. Days 2 of IEM Sydney 23, and we find ourselves in the third and the final half of play between Ence and Fnatic. A spot in the playoffs on the line. It's Group B, the upper bracket semi. No one getting eliminated in this series, but it is a rocky road if you don't make it here. Ence, a recovered half, most definitely, boasting the lead coming into our second. A run of 5 to give them the lead into our second half.
Yeah, and a big shout out to the Madden Massive.
Yeah, man. He really turned it on, didn't he? That Org doing an awful lot. And now, ooh, Dexter's under scrutiny. They go for a charge up ramp. Dexter calls for aid. The cavalry are on their way. Double smoke. Headshots quick out of the void. Julie, Sunpius is pushed up, and it's Roy contending with the bomb carrier. Yeah, Snappy's been cut down. No chance for a plant now, and it couldn't be cleaner or quicker.
That is one key piece of this match so far, is the pure pace. Just the fact that Fnatic in the first half, the Jules were coming, well, the Jules were being taken. They were the ones who were dictating the fights in the first 15 to 20 seconds of every round. Pack rolls B, pack rolls A, taking fights all across the map. Don't forget about middle. They definitely had their preferences, but this is Roy getting stuck in that W key, taking the fights again on this CT side, and the factor right now is they denied the plant and Ence still force.
Ooh, now that's a deviation from the norm. As well as Madden going down immediately. How quick was that? It's these fights are happening lickety split, and now those Tech 9s, that full investment, they certainly maybe haven't shown it too much to their opponent, but it will be very clear and apparent before the end of this round, especially as the nades start to rain in. Molotov, smoke, they know what's up. How are you supposed to get the bomb down now? 2 smokes short. You have to get past these pot shots that keep seem to connecting. Another one this time from Dexter's FAMAS for a double. Now the bomb is going down by virtue of the second smoke. But converting the round seems like a lost cause. Nertz, Sunpius both still playing the fade of these smokes. Retake smoke already landing on that bomb. Nertz caught out. Good timing on this. Flash, push, it's clinical. And Sunpius hoping perhaps he could disrupt that defuse. Going for the 10-seconder, but he's rumbled by Crims.
And all 5 stayed alive. Sure, they concede with the plant.
Everyone gets a Tech 9. Yeah. You get a Tech 9.
Yeah, that's not a bad upgrade at all to have as a sidearm. So I'm impressed with the poise there of Fnatic. Not to get flustered. They waited for the smokes to fade. They didn't give away any unnecessary kills. Everybody from Ence hanging around the site, understanding the situation on their own. Now, with that plant, as mentioned, like that has given a little bit of extra cash and might see another force buy out of Ence here. We will. So Galil's across the board. This is yet another buy in back-to-back fashion. Plenty of smokes to work with.
I suppose the force makes sense if you know you're going to be able to get a plant by virtue of the strat. Keep the pressure on. Oh, Afro playing with fire, or rather playing with smoke as he pushes out.
Yeah, you can see more of an attempt with ramp smokes from Ence than we did from Fnatic. This was just much more direct and in the face.
Oh, wasn't ready
Dexter,
for that.
yeah, just staying mobile. Catches Nertz off guard, grabs the opener for round number 15.
A deviation from how it used to be. It's deeper. Serves a similar purpose. You can see that the attempt here from Snappy to find an angle. It's not bad if anyone dares peek out. It's Mezzy that would potentially be exposed should he jiggle.
Oh, nobody home at Wood. Spam will confirm. Madden to apply pressure towards A.
Oh, dead.
Yeah,
nice
good
work.
understanding. So clears the smoke, takes the fight, takes down another. Madden and Nertz just have to sit and watch. 8. Feeling likely for Fnatic now. Not playing aggressive towards A whatsoever. It will just be that one man of Afro. He has the support. Hightailing it over of Dexter and Roy. They've come to join the party.
Nice Molly. He has no idea. He has no idea. Does manage to extinguish. And, oh, Dexter's having a real field day with his FAMAS. Putting in a shift right now. He wants to see that home crowd. As it leaves Sunpius and Diha trying as hard as they might, but they don't have the health or head. Sunpius taken out by Mezzy through the smoke. And Crims will keep it clean.
All Well, this was one of the issues for Fnatic back on Anubis, was consecutive CT rounds, and they've kicked off this half with 3 out the gates. But the plans consistently do set Ence up for another bye. Now, they used 2 of their 3 timeouts in the first half. I question, do they want to take another now to discuss how they want to proceed? Because they can buy Galils and AKs yet again. But once more, they will be slightly light on in that util department, limiting the amount of opening moves. And they have decided to buy, and this is classic Ence fashion. So we'll see how far they can really push the issue.
Quick stampede. Snappy taking a full util dump into ramp. They want to fight for this, but so does Dexter. And he's already lost his teammate. Has to try find something.
Everybody
swings into the whole team. Oh, and left empty-handed is Afro. Just 1 from him. Crim's dead as well. This round is already, look at the time, 1 minute 25. And we've already got a 1 versus 3 with a lost round. Mezzy trying to prove me wrong.
He has a kid and a smoke.
Yeah, but you're just not going to be diffusing under these 3 players' noses.
Well, remove Nerds from the equation. He's hunting.
So a 1v2, essentially. And I'm afraid the bomb radius from Vertigo, they don't have to go far. Nor does Mezzy, saving in plain sight, it seems.
Is he going for this? Not anymore. Hi, I'm going to get some damage. I'm going to get a couple of kills. I'll just make it the 1. D-Hell will get to survive. The bomb will go off, and we will tie things up 8-8. Ence draw first blood, at least for their T campaign on this second half. Now, Fnatic didn't take too many casualties in the first 2 rounds, but the third, a couple fell by the wayside. Now all 5. Nobody's staying alive. I feel if Mezzy had saved that, they could have justified a whole lot better of a buy. Mezzy would have had 6.7 with a saved M4. Could have dropped one across to Roy. Afro could have brought out an AWP. Crimson Dexter could have definitely made it work. Right now, it looks like they're going to still shove, go for the all-in. So investments coming through in MP9. M4s are plenty. Will Afro go for that AWP? That's the real big question.
Oh, gotta, when you can afford it.
Well, that's going to leave Dexter maybe with a FAMAS again. He was pretty proficient one earlier.
Yeah, but this time he's going to be up against a whole lot of AKs, 3 to be specific.
He's gone the UMP, so maybe he'll try and push with this for the armor penetration. But this is where the half might get away from Fnatic. Gap smoke from D-Hut. A lot of mid-pressure. Snappy is going to... Oh, the AWP. Do they want to try and push? I don't think Snappy's molly landed exactly where he had liked.
Crim, forward push. Mezzy throwing that HE to imply the B player at a distance.
Well, they're essentially playing a retake A setup. It's just Roy playing from headshot right now, and everybody from Ence is starting to slink back up this ramp. They've got the space thanks to Madden. He's the man setting the pace and the tempo. They have nades to try and disrupt here. Is this to stop the plan? Is this to disperse smokes? Well, we're about to find out because here they come.
Afro fires off his shot. Nothing connects. Roy struggling. This barrage of flashbangs. Still Afro connects 1. A second as well from the AWP. Now hot and bothered as Nerds has to get out of there. The smoke to extinguish. And a man advantage for Fnatic. Bomb going down. That's Diha. Gets the code punched. And gets away thanks to those smoke grenades. Snappy, good damage. Catches Roy. Brings him low. Retake is on. Sandbags, a power position, especially with Diha still on this ramp side. Mezzy brought down by Diha. That's the multi-kill you want to see. Takes down 3. Crim's now nothing for him to do other than kill a couple more. Kit's there. A couple more bullets and a miss from Diha. We could have had a crazy one.
Oh, all right. Well, Sampaio's there trying to give notice of where that AWP is to get picked on up. Didn't look like Diha got his hands on it. But really bailed them out there in a big way. So no ramp control for Fnatic coming back to bite them. It felt like they were more than happy to play that situation on the back foot, but Diha just mauls them. We know he was having a tougher time over there on Anubis, but this is impact all day. Massive work from the pole, and you can see Snappy holding on. Couldn't quite believe how much damage Crims was getting done. Oh. Sorry, lads.
Might be.
Well, he's in.
Yeah. 2 Deegs in play and aggression from Roy. No surprises there. It can be very overwhelming, especially in CS2 when those USPs are all charging at you.
Nerds can't get too overzealous here, but reloading as they run in his direction. And he has taken another with the MAC-10. So any dramas have been dealt with, and Ence have now hit the double digits. There's 3 more required, and it does feel when it matters most, Ence are able to find that little extra gear. And whether it's a player making a big play, whether it's that right call, they were unable to do so on Overpass. But if we go back, we can definitely reflect on the fact that, hey, they lost a full eco. And you know, we didn't celebrate it, but we probably should have. Fnatic won their first pistol of the series.
You're right. We definitely should have mentioned that one.
1 out of 5. 1 out of 6. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Not the best odds.
Incredibly close though. With all of that said, full 3 map affair. It does seem like that extra gear has been hit though. You're right. Fnatic, it has to be sooner rather than later. It's double digits reached by Ence.
Well, this is where you need a Mezia Roy to really step up. Crims has been having his way, currently towards the tippy top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, and hearing Dexter talk about Mezzi suggesting that it still is something to do with confidence in terms of him having an ego. I think that was the word Dexter used. He wants to try and help Mezzi or see Mezzi with a bit more of that superstar ego in the server. Well, these are rounds where that ego is required. You've got to believe you're going to be the one to take these duels and win them. Roy's got no problems with confidence, though. He's ready to stand and bang.
Nade could be good. Only a lick of damage. Nothing too significant, but Mezzi, you speak of him, he's currently over towards B.
Whoa, Roy. Caught out. Good play from Madden, just tucked in there, and good placement of the crosshair to find that headshot. Look at this, it's so live and direct. That's a direct hit from the HE. But the whole squad, all 5 events are just puffing up their chest, pulling their triggers, and committing to this ace site.
Oh, they're fumbling the boost.
Oh, spam. It's not quite on the money. Some Pious dead. Nice from Afro. And the post plant set up nicely. 1 smoke grenade.
No kit.
That's a big one. Mezzi's flank. It changes the whole dynamic. And just like that 3 crumbles Diha. He's the last to fall. And Fnatic will find a round eventually.
Okay, well, felt labor, didn't it? But they have 4 players staying alive, especially when Roy goes down as the first man in the server. They're aggressive towards the ramp, unable to pick anything up. And from that point, it's all down to the rest of them playing retake once more. The damage, I think, of Dexter's nade, the softening up, it was, well, really worth its weight in gold, wasn't it? This one right here just lands on a pack of 3, makes things much more awkward for them on the way in. And then, yeah, well, Mezzi finding some impact on that flank. They're looking the wrong way as Dexter gets to pounce, and they will handle business. So Fnatic bringing it back to just a 1-round game. A timeout to be called. The second so far. I thought that we had seen... No, sorry, it is the 3rd. And the final from Ence. Now, when they invest, they will be almost at the bottom of the barrel for all 5 of their players. You can see the cash on the screen right now. Loss bonus for either team, 1,900 going into the next. So I feel that Ence can essentially win the game if they win this round and wipe out the economy of Fnatic, and they'll be aware of that themselves. Now, haven't always saved in the most likely of circumstances have Fnatic, so we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. And I did just, I think, a bit of a shout in the other room. I think Apex and Gamer Legion are getting ready to take on for the final game on that B stream for the day. We are back in play.
So it starts with 3 members of Fnatic fighting for ramp. Smoke certainly keeps you guessing, doesn't it? Combined with this short smoke. Flash and go. I mean, they've got the bodies here. It's going to become a bit of an angel between the squads.
I think they're doubting what they're seeing or what they're not seeing here. They might get caught off guard. Dexter, strange transition. He's just going to jump spot. Playing for info as they rotate the pieces back over towards B, but how quick does this come? Dexter has been spotted now. Information flows both ways. Nade, not bad onto D-Hut.
Decides he wants more info. Felt like it could have been the all-in, but
both swinging.
Roy gets the trade. Madden still finds first blood though, and ooh, Roy gets away. They hold on to this 4-on-4. 38 seconds. If you want to pivot, you can see Nertz is already maneuvering in that direction.
He's still on B currently. Just starting to flirt away from the site because mid has been left open as well. So that will become both of his responsibilities. We're talking about a big round from Mezzy. This could be the one.
Mezzy. It's all on you. Holding for the cross. Util flies through. It's a perfect flash. He tucks in. He's overlooked. Still nails the shot. Takes down Nertz, and Mezzy. He makes good on his promise as the superstar shines bright to tie us up at 10-10.
Oh, the pressure was on with the clock right there. They take him down. Everybody else out of position. D-Hut on that lurk. He could put the knife in the back, but Mezzy, that's what they needed. Anchoring down to that B bomb side. That is going to feel great. Tied up now. The finances, as discussed. D-Hut's AK held on to, and now at the business end of map 3, with a spot in the playoffs on the line. This is what you need. Fnatic have put themselves back in position to get it done now and take Dexter, their newly appointed in-game leader, to right in front of his home crowd, a feeling I'm sure he won't forget. Interesting. With Ence, they brought another AK into the mix here alongside of D-Hut. So they have 2 Kalashnikovs to wield, and the boost to be assembled, but can be slightly janky. They get it up with ease, and this time Mezzy down immediately.
Yeah, he just got a little bit of a whiff, some sort of insight. Started to look for it, loses his head as a product of it.
Oh, it almost immediately pulled the rotation of Afro and Roy, trying to respond to this. So, didn't have too much forward territory on A, and now worried about a player that may have lurked on up in the meantime. But the pack roll mentality of Ence.
Surely that's audible. All of them stampeding up the steps. Dexter ready to set up for at least one. Overwhelmed. He's going to go down. Looks good for Ence unless Afro's got more than one. He has as he makes it a 2-on-2. But look at the angle. Perfect from D-Hub. Punishes Afro for the reposition. It's all on to Crims. They're not in a hurry to plant, are they? Nertz knows that with his teammates so low, they could perhaps hedge their bets elsewhere. Clearing the flank. Lets them focus their attention together on the potential forward hold of Crims. Cutting noise. Crims now starting to perhaps second guess himself. And the angles from D-Hut. That was both with low HP. Ties up the 2v2 neat and tidy. Ence find 11 first.
I can't believe that. The opening kill on towards Mezzy, it didn't feel like it was going to throw the entire round into a tailspin, but just that pack roll mentality. You can see Dexter getting overwhelmed. It's hard to keep yourself calm. You try and tap away at their heads, but they keep popping from different directions. Only one not good enough. Afro did his absolute best, but walking into more in classic Afro style. And Crims, you can see his frustrations. Yep. That one is going to sting.
Hello.
They heard him.
Yeah, Madden's acknowledged it. There's a lot of bodies on this fight. Down goes Roy. Snappy punishes off of that communication, so Ence, they've got the advantage. And Nertz has got the whole world at his fingertips with this fast flank. You're not ready for this one, Mezzy. Booked. As for the game, you say, Crims and Dexter, peanuts in the bank account. Minimal loss bonus. A reluctant save might be on the menu.
And if I'm Snappy, I'm throwing at least a couple of bodies at this. So close yet so far for Fnatic. And here they come. Snappy the first to waltz on in, see what he can find, get that info. We'll take the first fight onto Crims. Does significant damage. Has now learnt of the position. And they're just going to continue to turn the screws.
Nice. Nertz throws out the molly, flashes him up. Oh, that was beautiful counter-strike from Nertz. The combination, the 1-2 punch to take out the AWPer. And the hunt, well, it is successful. Taking down Crims seems like it's not in their to-do list.
Yeah, just have to make sure they have enough that they can drop to their teammates in the next. The win bonus will be coming through. 2 players staying alive is enough, considering Nertz's cash money. And trying to find this AWP. It may have been flung off the map. Searching, and, well, Crims cannot find it.
Oof.
So no AWP available for Afro into this one. And with the money, it is bleak right now for Fnatic. Crims to drop out 1 rifle. He can buy himself his own. But, yeah, Roy making noise on that drop. Noted. Mezzi having to worry about mid as well as B, gets found and has to drop the long way down without that parachute. Great work on the hunt from Nertz. Hasn't had the most kills, but that one's impactful. And now the smiles as we go into the final round of play.
Yeah, they can feel it. Chad presenting it as a guarantee. However, they've cobbled together a second M4.
Oh, even the hamper smoke didn't land, see it landing through the girders.
Yeah. What's the call from Snappy to throw the knockout blow?
They've just conditioned A so well, and now they're going to B split. Great calling from Snappy.
Yeah, it could very well be the last round they play on Vertigo today. Mezzi, so blind, still charging in with the MP9. Oh, the damage. It nearly was 2, maybe Crims. Maybe not. Some bias with the Krieg. They both have taken heavy damage. And there is still that Roy M4 in play. Ence, pack rolling. Waiting for the push. Roy wins his duel, but down goes Afro. B-site vulnerable, susceptible. Dexter hiding in plain sight. Takes the fight. What a shot from Madden. The first bullet's good. Look how low they are. Be one hell of a clutch, but Ence just need 1 kill, 1 click of the mouse, and playoff bound for IEM Sydney. Roy, so much to do, so little time. Hiding on that site. Jiggling, and there's the headshot. Snappy secures it. Ence secure the playoffs. Dash the dreams of Dexter today, and every member of the team having their moment.
Yeah, absolutely hard-fought battle. Overpass the opening gambit from Fnatic. Their map pick falling in their favor, 13-10. We move on to Anubis, and that's where Ence had to mount a comeback after an 8-4 half in Fnatic's favor. They get things across the line. And then here on Vertigo, just the direct nature we're talking about, how the smoke's going to work. This is our first Vertigo of IEM Sydney. But Ence definitely showing some poise here. Madden has to be the man you turn your attention to on this third and final map. He stepped up in a big way in the disappointment. Fnatic know they could have got this done in 2 maps. They were up 9-6 on Anubis at one point. They had a great game plan in that first half, but were unable to get it together on the CT side, and the CT side woes continued here on Vertigo. The fist bumps come in. Ence are locked in for that arena, and down towards the lower bracket Fnatic fall. We'll have to take on Monty, and that means they'll have to win 2 best-of-3s. You'll have Complexity versus Cloud9 on one side, Monty versus Fnatic on the other, and those 2 teams will be battling for the final spot for the playoffs from Group B. We have an interview standing by with Heku on the sidelines.
I'm just waiting for Snappy to join here, me, by my side. Snappy, can I have like a moment? Because I feel like you definitely deserve praise, because, I mean, it was a slow start, but in the end, you take the win. You guarantee yourself an appearance in the arena. How do you manage to reset after the first map?
We had 2 pracs on Overpass, and all of the nades are changed. We only had 3 practice coming into this, obviously, because we played the showdown. So it was one of the maps where we did a little bit of work on everything, but on this map there's a lot of work to do, because everyone is standing and we can't really remember our nades now because all of the lineups are changed. So it was a tough map. And then we screwed up the second round on the T side, and I think that was what decided the outcome.
But that's kind of like exactly what Saul said, during the check-in. He said the first map, we're going to take the second one, and then focus on the third. During EPL in 2022, I kind of asked you once that is Vertigo one of the puggiest maps? Now considering that it is still in the map, would you still say it's super puggy?
Yeah, but I think everything is at the moment and the game is in such a bad state at the moment that it's actually hard to play it on a high level, I feel, because the movement, it just doesn't feel like CS at the moment, and we are trying to abuse everything we can about it, but it's a bit tough, and I hope that Valve is fast.
Is fast. One last thing, next opponent is G2. Your team is ranked number 2, they're ranked number 3. What should we expect?
Well, a lot of randomness.
A lot of randomness. I love it. Thank you very much, Navi.
Thank you.
Well, how about that for Ence? The little Ence that could. Yeah, all right. Fnatic is going to be thinking about this series. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, of course, because they didn't get it done. And that is the unfortunate reality for Fnatic. But for Ence, G2 in front of them, hey.
Yeah, pace. That's the name of that's the word of the third map, right? It's just, they showed that, you know, on the D side, we saw many different variables of the defaults. They were like playing this pack mentality, Counter-Strike. It's just something that, you know, we have to commend Ence for being super resilient in this matchup after losing that first map, coming back into the second one, winning the way they won, after being 6-9 down and then 4-8 as well. You know, coming into Vertigo, being down at the beginning, Madden showing up, delivering all these impact kills, and then switching to the T side, risking quite a bit with the economy, and then coming up with a win at the end. This is what these top teams do, right? They are really hard to beat, and they can really, you know, bounce back at any moment that you give them.
Yeah, I mean 9-1 for Madden in opening deals in that map. He was finding crazy impact, even in the latter stages of Anubis as well. I think he has to be really commended when you have players like Diha, like Sunpius on that team. For Fnatic though, like I really did like a lot of the aggression they were showing on their first half, right? On the T side, of being super ultra aggressive and actually catching Ence off guard quite a bit. Where they struggled on a CT side though, not really able to duke it out towards Ram. They were playing retake many a times, and I wasn't a fan of some of the positionings, you know, when they had against some low buy rounds coming from Ence. I think it was a lot of unforced errors being made by Dexter and his men when they basically had a real chance to steal it on that map number 3. But yeah, kudos to Ence. They get it done in the end of the day.
Yeah, Ence tried, like, there was a fight for the economy, and we can see, I think, in round 14 and 15 as well. But this is round number 15 where they lost the first two, right? And they keep buying. They lost the first, and then they keep buying. Now, this is a problematic thing, because you see the utility and the money on the Fnatic side. Even if they lose one, they can still buy. They have all the nades they need. On the other side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Galils, couple of smokes, and a couple of flashes. On a map like Vertigo, where you need the flashes, where you need smoke to take over the site, any site, A or B, it's going to be super important for them. They lost this round, and I think they won the very next one. So taking this risk against the teams like Fnatic with strong individuals is super difficult. But if you are Ence, if you are G2, if you're like one of those top 3 teams, for example, that have individuals that can get the impact, it can work. On this round, it didn't work, but it worked on the very next one.
I also want to point out what Ence said, Snappy said in the interview with Heku as well, right? He did mention how on Overpass, they were missing a lot of smoke. They're feeling super uncomfortable as well. One thing we didn't see on Vertigo, though, we didn't see any crazy new, you know, meta-defining smokes or whatnot. It just kind of played out the way it does usually in CSGO. The only difference being, as you pointed out as well, Kassad, like pace. Just fast Counter-Strike.
It's a little more scrappy because it's a new game. It's a new map. It's all these things.
I mean, nothing really changed. No skybox were open. Nothing really changed in terms of like the structure of the map. It's just all the same things. The timings are the same. Nothing really changed in that aspect as well. The mollies are all the same as you know, as they were before. Not like on Overpass on stairs like we had the case before. But so the map has been played the same way it did before. Ence, they were risking it with the veto, they were risking it with the economy, but they managed to get the cookie and managed to qualify for the playoffs.
It was funny, as you were saying that, I see you looking over my shoulder. I'm like, man, what's he looking at? I don't really know, but I'm not going to look.
Yeah, it was Ence behind us getting ready to go and rest.
Yeah, they've done their job for the day.
Tomorrow or whatever.
Let's talk about where Fnatic lands on this on the other side, Blay.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, he's getting it. He's got a plan. They're coming up next, by the way. That's going to be a little bit of Navi action. So
yeah, that should be fun. Look, for Fnatic, I think they should really close out Anubis in all honesty, right? But again, Ence are never going to be an easy opponent. But from what I've seen from them, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. I like the fact that a lot of the individuals, we're not just relying on Mezzi to be the heavy hitter for this team. Everyone's chipping in. We've had Dexter with his moments as well. Afro has been pretty cool. I do wish for Afro that he does kind of temper himself a little bit. There's one very crucial round, I think it was a 4 versus 2, where he gets 2 very crucial kills and then unnecessarily just over peaks into Diha holding a nice little angle there. So a few individual mistakes being made here and there, but overall, I've been kind of impressed with this Fnatic team, despite the loss.
But they could have closed the series out.
I wouldn't call impressed, but yeah, satisfied with what we saw so far, right, on the second map. You said they were supposed to close it in 2. I don't think so. I think they were inferior in that second half of the second map. I don't think they had any chance there, but on Vertigo, they definitely had a chance against Pistols and 1 AK, questionable positioning, re-aggression from Afro on that side holes position.
And even the position they're holding towards
Yes,
grab,
exactly.
like,
I think if they won that round, that's 11 for them. Ence is on eco. It's a different different story, but based on these individually, questionable decisions, they managed to lose this one.
Which is what happens. Sometimes you have to run that gauntlet. You have to gamble it almost a little bit, right? So not anywhere around any of that would happen to be over on our B stream. We're talking about Apex Gamer Legion. We'll go ahead and take a quick look in here. Now, Gamer Legion up 6-3, it seems. Kassad, diagnosis?
Yeah, this game is straight up 50-50. I think overall Gamer Legion, they beat FaZe, right, in that double overtime in the first, in the opener of the game. I think they showed better Counter-Strike. Unlike Apex, we saw them against Navi in the opener, Navi with Blade. They lost Mirage with many fundamental mistakes, and the map that should have been theirs, they managed to lose it. Now they're in a lower bracket facing Gamer Legion, who looks decent.
They look damn decent. Honestly, with Snappy coming in, with Snacks coming in as the IGL, there were quite a few question marks overall, right? But they look like a better team overall, as opposed to Apex, where they had the most reps in CS2 coming into IEM Sydney, and they just looked flat, I guess is the word.
It's like the opposite of Fnatic, right? We are not super disappointed, but we expected more, right?
Slightly more,
yeah,
and they haven't delivered. But so yeah, for me personally, I think Gamer Legion should potentially have this in the bag.
Yeah, and we'll just have to keep our side eye on it because our attention is going to be on the next matchup, if you can believe it. It is Navi and FaZe going toe-to-toe in elimination here in Sydney. So we'll go to a quick break. We'll come back and we'll see what these two IGLs on your screen have cooked up. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Sydney 2023.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Yes, the last matchup of the day, it is going to be Navi FaZe, and yes, the elimination is on the line. Now, I was just taking a look at the Twitch chat, as you do, because that's, well, that is what's happening around here, right? So, user 2022 Nerub8 says, Giga Chat, get ready, guys. Blade, 999 kills, 0 deaths. Is that what's going to happen here, Yanko?
Yeah, Trace, probably. I had to be flown in, especially for this, because I'm the one guy who actually has experience having to play as a stand-in for his player.
Yeah,
it's not a fun experience.
On this island, too.
It's not fun at all, you know, but yeah, he's doing what he can, and it only gets tougher from here.
Yeah, it really, in fact, it does. You think about sort of the tribulation that Navi's had to experience here without their star player, so to say. Yeah, it's a miss.
Listen, it doesn't get any tougher than this because they're facing FaZe. You know, the firepower on that team is amazing, and you need to, you know, deal with that as a player, former player and a coach now who didn't play for, what, 5 years? Was the last last official match?
Give or take. I mean, the math here for me isn't really strong, but some 2,100 days or something like that. Nonetheless, you talk about him being one of those brains behind the operation, which is exactly what Blade is. Now he's slotting himself into the server. And I'm looking at you, Blaz, someone who's also the future of Counter-Strike. When you think about Blade and you look at this tenure of this legacy, rather, what do you think about him when he's coming in here and having to put on like this?
I mean, it's not going to be comfortable, right? And the fact is, they're slotting him in directly into what Simple does, which is be the star player of the team with the AWP. He tried his best yesterday. He had a highlight moment, a multi-kill, which Kassad got especially very excited about, where he got 2 kills to the AWP. But that's not going to be enough. And look, in all honesty, it is disappointing, you know, watching Navi going up against FaZe and you don't have Simple in his server. It's obviously a bit disappointing right there. But that being said, you know, like he is going to be chipping in with a little bit of comms as well. I saw him speaking a little bit, you know, helping Alexi be out as well in his server. So basically, just try your best and hope for the best.
Try your best.
Try your best.
Hope
for the best.
Expect maybe the worst. Kassad, we saw a FaZe clan have to take down Vitality to stay alive in the tournament. Thoughts?
As Bill Belichick would say, it's not the best thing, but it's better than what they had. So it got them here. They lost the game of Legion. They had that long, exhausting match against, you know, Vitality in 3 maps, and now they're here fighting, you know, for the playoffs. Well, almost for the playoffs against Navi.
I was pulling up to the hotel right like an hour ago, and Magisk is waiting there with his bag. He goes into my ride, goes straight back into the airport. So that's a tough one. I mean, to come in, to go out on day one, make the trip all the way over, especially with everything that's going on in their camp. But hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
That is the way she goes. Let's go ahead and hear from who is it? Ima? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I got there eventually. Yeah, let's go hear from the Navi side.
So, Ima, considering the fact that right now you are playing without an ace, playing without Simple, I do wonder, do you feel like maybe in some kind of way like impressed and maybe even like you can say like happy with the results, considering, you know, like you won against Apex and you took Mouse to all 3 maps? Like, do you feel like you're doing really good by the way how like you're handling the hand that you were dealt?
I mean, we said from the beginning we're gonna be happy with whatever we do here, because I mean, we are here just to have fun, to be honest. Like, obviously, we believe that we have a chance, and then we showed that we beat Apex. It wasn't that, it didn't look, maybe it looked like comfortable and easy at the beginning, but then they started to come back, and then we won some good rounds also, like Ustic, like did to 30 bomb, like he was playing amazing. And then against Mouseparks, same thing, like you can say that, okay, we won Inferno because Bit was also like crazy, but still like, we had a lot of fun. That's our goal, to have fun, and then maybe we can do the same thing with FaZe today.
Maybe, who knows? I mean, they had a really hard day yesterday, but I don't recall who exactly it was, if it was Blade or JL who said that like Alex CB is still calling in the team, but I do wonder, are there any moments when Blade is actually helping him out?
I mean, it goes like for everyone. Everyone helps Alexi, but yes, I think Ustic said that Alexi is still the in-game leader, and yes, he is. He's still calling. Yes, obviously, whenever we put tacticals, Blade is contributing with stuff and so on, like Lassie is doing usually. But it goes for everyone. Like, if someone has an idea, he's going to say it, and Alexi says, okay, yes, let's do it.
And as you mentioned, like in one of the series, Bit was like popping off, in the other one it was JL. And actually, our desk is going to be talking about JL. As his teammate, what can you tell us about like what happened yesterday?
I mean, in first game, or I mean, I don't know. He went with the flow. Like like he said, I think he said in an interview that he pressed tab and then he saw that he has like 30 kills or something like this. I don't know, we just played. I remember like at least 2 rounds whenever I did 90 damage to 2 or 3 guys and then he stole it from me. But it's fine, it's fine. I'm not getting mad because he's my teammate and then we won the round, I'm happy. But still, no, he played really good. He was everywhere where he needed to be. And then that's how he got 30 kills.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, check out this duo right here. Bit and JL. Bit had a hell of a day yesterday.
Yeah, against Mousesports, he performed very well. This is what they needed, you know, but sadly they lost at the end. But he did play well. What Navi needs right now is these 2 players to perform one level above that if they want to beat FaZe, right? We saw JL yesterday against Apex. He dropped 30 kills in in regulation, and something that we didn't expect, something in a MR12, right? So it was definitely a performance and a half on that game, but he needs to repeat that and make it even better in order to beat FaZe, who is definitely ready for this.
I mean, it's going to require a bit of a miracle for them to beat FaZe, especially without Simple there. But at the same time, yeah, the good thing here is like everyone seemed to step up when they needed them the most. The opening matchup, especially right when they took down Apex, it was Alexi B helping out JL as well in the second matchup against Mouse. JL continuing to deliver, but Bit just being unstoppable here in Inferno.
I think that even just saying that kind of maybe put a little more justice in the idea that Bit yesterday in the first 2 maps of the series nearly dropped 30 on both. So that's kind of a statement in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it had some good games as well, but the guys already pointed out it's a different beast when it comes to FaZe. Also a team that we know has been putting in work in CS2 early on, right? And when it comes to firepower, sure, like they've been a little bit quiet for a couple of months now, but I still think when you put them up against a team like Navi, with Simple not being there and Blade having to play, there's a clear difference there.
That there is. Gents, are you guys just on the edge of your desk like I am, or like what? Everybody
just
okay,
expecting something crazy to happen before we go into the game.
Any day now,
comes back and just sits instead of Blade and just makes it a completely different game.
Yeah, that very well not going to happen. In fact, they're going to get their huddles in on, I think, probably both sides, but definitely the Navi side right behind us. What I can kind of elaborate into is where FaZe are. Where are FaZe fighting themselves?
Yes, right now they're in a very, in a decent spot. Okay, overall they have their problems, but right now at this event, maybe you felt it before, Yanko, during your competitive days. Once you are on the edge of disaster, right, and you manage to pull back, you get this
many times actually.
You get this additional boost of confidence, and passion and whatever comes with it. And then you end up being in the playoffs or going deep into the tournament. So I think FaZe is on that path right there, and they should be the favorites here. Just it will be a clear-cut victory for them.
I think absolutely sometimes the only thing a team needs is 1 or 2 good wins, to sort of restore their confidence into the whole project and the way they're playing, and remind themselves, that they still have the quality to take down big teams, to make deep runs, to maybe even lift some trophies. So who knows? Maybe IEM Sydney and the start of CS2 is exactly that for FaZe.
I mean, that's something which FaZe kept, a lot of players on FaZe kept mentioning, right? With loss of motivation with CS2 on the horizon and everything. Well, if CS2 is here, it might be a little ugly right now, but that's where they really need to be kind of showing where the motivation has led them to. That being said, yesterday, I feel like considering how close it was against Vitality, they seemed to find their groove, especially on Nuke. Everyone just popping off right there. Rain especially was looking good. Robs was great as well. And even Brokey, albeit not with the AWP, really kind of feeling himself in the server. So hopefully we see more from FaZe here in CS2.
Yeah, hopefully. At least that's the plan for anybody coming into CS2. Also, the plan would be playing this best of 3. What you doing there, Russ? What was that all about?
He's a robot after all.
He's in the confession room, but Kassad is on the desk, so...
Kassad is watching. Navi FaZe, best of 3. What maps?
If I am FaZe, I go for some sort of a punish pick, right? They can go either way. Overpass would be the clear choice for them because, Navi didn't have any practice at all with Blade, obviously, and then we can see here that FaZe went for Overpass. Even though they're going to start on the T side, I don't think that's a problem for them. Navi, a standard pick with Mirage, that's something that you have to expect if you're FaZe, because they cannot really play anything else. Maybe Inferno would be the second option, but they get it as a decider. So overall, I think both teams are kind of happy, even though Navi knew something like Overpass is going to come at them.
I think Navi, all things considered, are going to be reasonably happy with this. I know Imma said we're just playing for fun. Mirage yesterday, I mean, they won Mirage in the opening game, and against Mouse it was a very close affair as well. In Mirage, Inferno, Bit just popped off and made it unplayable for Mouse. So if I'm Navi, I feel like I still don't see them winning this, but at least they should be feeling at least a little comfy.
I mean, it's not even just Bit and JL. It's everyone else besides Blade. You're not going to find any impact from Blade in this game. The only kills he's going to get are most likely going to be some that are not going to decide the round. Either the round is already won or it's lost, and he's trying to save the gun, get a couple of exit kills. So that first line of defense has to be super strong, right? And you try to hide them away in those scenarios. And then on the T side, perhaps just sacrificial lamb in some cases to help the other guys make maybe some of the fights a little bit easier for them.
And I feel like yesterday as well, on Ancient for Mouse, the moment they figured out where Blade's playing with the AWP, they just kept harassing that side, and they just ran away with it. Blade couldn't do anything about it. So they're going to try and hide Blade, but it's going to be a rough game of hide and seek.
As if it's not hard enough in CS2 to, you know, play with the AWP, then you have to account for all the utility that's going to come in, smokes, now you can break them, so it is a sort of a hellish scenario for our guy Blade.
Early problem for Navi will be if FaZe gets the momentum. If they won like 3-4 in a row at the beginning, it's going to be a disaster for Navi.
So we're not anticipating any crazy flicks from Blade again today?
But I didn't see any crazy flicks yesterday either.
Are we wishing for them, but
there was that one.
He was trying.
The one.
Just
the one.
Just one.
He hit one flick.
And sometimes that's all it takes, you know?
I mean they didn't win the map. They didn't win the map by that, but so, you know, that's there.
Yeah.
It happened.
So anyone go against FaZe here, or is it just
no,
we're all going to sit here and say?
Nah. I think it's pretty unanimous. It's going to be
kind of obvious.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps you all let us know at home what you're thinking as well by using the hashtag. Get ready. You can write this down. I'll wait for you all to get a pen and paper. Okay, you got it? Good. Hashtag IEM. Now, IEM is short for Intel Extreme Masters, and IEM excited to get this matchup underway.
Not bad,
that's
not
a
bad.
Pretty good one, Trace.
Yeah.
I see you practice that one, and you were the sparkle in your eyes when you said that.
No, I was looking directly into your eyes.
I just am so surprised that it's not hashtag ESL Pro League. Like, that's imprinted into my
right
skull. So when you said that, I was like, wait, oh yeah, that's right. This is IEM.
I called this the sofa earlier, Yanko, while you were still in the plane. So
oh.
yeah, that's about where that is. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, Navi, FaZe, Overpass, Mirage, Inferno, we look at what is an elimination game. Again, that's not ideal for either of these household brands, Blay.
I mean,
yeah.
Go for it.
No, absolutely not. But again, if you're FaZe right now, you're looking at this as almost like an assumed win. That being said, you know, yesterday on Overpass, their map against Vitality, it was a bit of a struggle city as well. They looked kind of lost over there, although they were able to bring it back on the second and third map altogether. So hopefully they don't really take it too easy, because things can spiral, man. It's CS2. It's been kind of wonky past couple of days.
I mean, we've seen like stranger things happen, but look at the FaZe bracket. They faced Vitality into Navi and then possibly Gamer Legion, you know, for that spot in the playoffs if they manage to win today. And we are expecting Gamer Legion to beat Apex in the other game that's going on right now. Maybe Trace, you can
I got
tell
you,
us
buddy.
what's going on.
I got you, buddy. Let's find out what's going on there. Looks like 12-5 currently.
So they're winning.
On the first map of the series, and it's going to be going the way of Gamer Legion, it smells like. Either way, I think we're ready to get in the game, gentlemen. So thank you so much, as always. Of course, thank you all at home for watching. We're ready to get this elimination game started between Navi and FaZe. We're going to be doing that with Sponge and Machine, who I think are ready to go. You guys ready?
Yeah, I think I'm ready. Chad, what about you?
The teams are what we're waiting on, Alex. We're always ready. We don't leave this room. I think the handcuffs make it somewhat impossible. But look, an elimination game on the line. Desk has laid it out. You're going to need mammoth performances from Bit and JL, which have been displayed so far, especially on day number 1. But that will have to be on all the maps required, as well as Alexi chiming in alongside of Imma, because Blade, unfortunately, is up against it here.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time, about 5 years or so since Blade was consistently in the server. And during his coaching tenure, not so often at the keyboard and mouse.
At least he had an extra day to play some deathmatch.
Yeah.
So there's that positive. So let's see. Navi, CT side start. Up the connector quite quick comes FaZe. Imma's hearing this.
Yeah, how many can he get, though? He's done well to find the one. Brokey quickly puts him down. Rain finished off. JL brought him low earlier, but all of this forward positioning means nothing if you lose the sight. Twist is investigating the long gap. Bomb's going down. This is the fight. JL not going to clear that. Brilliant positioning from Twist. It's really profitable. Blade coming in from bank late. It's up to Bit first. He's going to try and clear out Carrigan's position. Or is he? Yep, he is going to give it a go, but the first bullet from the Glock, good. Alexi B puts him back down. Blade, down to Brokey. Puts it all onto Alexi, and yeah, that first bullet probably needed to be a headshot now. He's running short on time. Brokey secures the pistol round. FaZe off to a flyer.
Now, I know we have Mirage as the second map of the series here. I'm still expecting a 2-0 in favor of FaZe. Any resistance that Navi can put up, I think, would be honorable. But it is difficult to see a world of where they can take down a team like FaZe, regardless of the woes that I think some have prescribed to them. The match against Vitality yesterday is one way to get yourself into fighting form. And a pistol round is another to kick things off on the right foot. Smiles on the faces. Let's see what type of energy. It was another catalyst type of a win last night for FaZe. Burning the midnight oil against Vitality, the best in the business.
Surely that's a confidence booster.
Oh, it has to be.
That's what the desk was saying, and can't help but agree.
Brokey, careful now.
Yeah, easy rider. All it takes is a well-placed P250 bullet to the face and a USP behind it, and it gets awkward, so he dips out.
Yeah, B's been called clear. No need to give away anything. Twist, understanding that, has backpedaled and drops a defensive smoke.
Oh, that's so audible. Surely Brokey's going to be ooh, tagged up. Bomb down. Robs, first frag onto Blade.
Look how deep he is, entrenched all the way up into towards the bank. That's just an absolute nuisance. Have dropped one and likely to make that two. Clean up crew. Carrigan spam, grabs a double, bit to save an AK.
Yeah, I think Robs would quite like an upgrade of his own. He will have one available to him.
They should both be able to grab a... Yeah, there it is.
Just like that.
Yeah, so Bit will retain the AK. That's all good. It's going to be a buy round for Navi going into the next regardless. But having Bit, bit of a monster as far as the headshots are concerned. Let's see how many he can lop off. Now, the biggest issue that I foresee for Navi is, well, they're lacking their AWPer. And not just any AWPer. Simple. So we know that JL is more than happy to pick it up. Blade as well if it's just holding an angle. But a map like this, an AWPer really has to make his presence known. Wants to smoke at the ready. And away she goes. Landing successfully. Short molly from Robs. And heard from Carrigan, you know, mentioning how Robs is... Yeah?
Just heard the sound. I just heard the nade sound.
I did as well, yeah. But that's the thing, the inconsistent... So people at home, really investigate it.
Yeah, please.
If you could run some demos, would love to see what we could iron out. If it is inconsistent, maybe it's something that we need to take to Valve.
Because that did 1 damage to Ime. Just did 1 damage.
The bomb is already all the way up long with a minute 23 seconds. Blade's about to get a face full of information.
Baby.
Don't peer back from that truck, Blade.
Oh, he gives it a go. The Blade wide swing into 3 of them. FaZe Clan. They'll find the opening, and it's going to be Ime from this forward position. He only gets the 1 before Twist gets to him. It's Alexi, the next victim. That's clean from Twist. He's certainly been headhunting neat and tidy, and with Robs as well doing the same. It's going to fall nicely into place. As it is all onto Bit with that AK-47. He did look like he was having one of the very best Inferno games. He looked so comfortable.
I'll tell you, his Inferno game and JL's Mirage game.
Yeah, right.
And you both have those at the same time.
Precisely.
And maybe, just maybe.
And like you said, honorable, because when you take a look at Navi, without Simple, you know, without the GOAT, the fact that they were competitive, the fact that these games were going
the fact that they won a match.
The fact that they won a match, yeah, I don't know what that says about Apex. But all the same, it certainly is, you know, it's testament to the individuals operating at nothing, far away from maximum capacity. Certainly impressive.
Right here from the first gun round, they bullied A, which if you're going to plug Blade in 1-for-1, that's where Simple would be playing. So they bullied it immediately. They've just gone straight up long. They've taken the space. They've rolled into the side without too many dramas. So that is going to condition Navi out the gates. They have saved this AK. Bit's going to use it over towards A. Might even dip down in towards connector. I don't believe Ime's molly landed, so more misses in that department. Seen plenty of CTs missing that, and well,
just poking out, aren't they?
Yeah,
Robs.
should be confident.
Yeah, you're getting to see them at maximum confidence, especially with that Vitality win under their belt. Bang on the money with that nade. Robs brought lower.
It's coming.
Look at these HEs. Just a bombardment onto B. JL crossing over towards that barrel position.
There are lots of bodies.
Yeah, but it's going to be difficult for these to translate into kills unless Bit is set up with this distraction. Like, that is brilliant. Blade has taken the first frag of the round, and now perhaps they can build upon it. As I say that, FaZe have found 2 of their own. Nice work. This is the Bit rifle and only kept to 1.
Trade. Necessary trade. Blade going down. But they made it somewhat interesting. Let's call that a 4-0 start, and quite quickly. Oh, we're having a bit of a back and forth between the League Ops and JL. I assume this will be a technical timeout. The headband's coming off. Oh, has he been told to take the headband off?
That's what I'm thinking. That's why the kind of face of disbelief.
He wore it all yesterday.
He did, he did.
I know we don't do hats.
Yeah, but
it's a headband.
Does that qualify as a hat? I don't think so.
Well, I'm not an admin.
Perhaps, yeah, you're a new admin on the block. You want to, you know, be diligent.
Well, I want to say, let JL wear the headband.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think we're going to have to make a petition.
Get the hashtag.
Excuse me, mate. Yeah, the headband. You got to take that off.
Yeah, he can't bloody believe it.
He takes it.
Are you sure?
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah.
I'd be a bit miffed.
That's not a hat. Oh, but I mean, I don't want to be thinking about that.
The whole rationale behind it is because something between the headset creating a bit of a gap, which means that they could potentially hear more audio. But we're not on a stage right now. You're not like you can hear any casters.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, not an admin.
No.
We'll shut my mouth.
Job's worth.
Let them know how I feel. AWP in the hands of Blade. Let's see. Best simple impression available. That's an opener. JL with a very good timing onto Rops right there. He's been taking some liberties over towards the B site.
Yeah, and a good sign that JL can still frag without his power headband. Straight back to the proactive plays we know and love. And look at Carrigan. You want to talk about proactive? He's just walking in. And it's worked beautifully. Now, caught out by JL. Now, an advantage for Navi, and Ime pushing regardless.
Yeah, he might catch Brokey with the bomb coming back late.
If he tucks into this corner. However, he's continued to push the issue. So now it gets even more weird. Is Ime going to have bad info? Because Brokey's already rounded the corner. He's not going to see anything. He's not going to have heard anything.
Well, they have to be aware that there are gaps that exist, and Blade is acknowledging that by staying on top of the A site. Hasn't rotated over towards B, so they're not fully confirming the finish, but it is the coach.
Let's see what he's got for us. It's a good angle for it. But they flash off. Diligent work out of FaZe. Blade playing for the retake. Want to hold on to that man advantage, but
Ime's still clearing B.
Yeah, mad timing on that one. Blade not going to be ready for this angle from Twist, one would assume. You got teammates behind him as well. Going to be setting him up to get them through. Good incendiary. Juices FaZe's options, and that's Twist. Not able to find the second. It's all JL so far for Navi. Finally, they bring him down. Thanks to Rain, it's Brokey that gives them that advantage, and it seems like Ime finally gets to the bomb site.
The long way round.
Yeah, smoking a kit. But, ooh, actually gets a bit awkward, and only for a moment. Rain catches him by surprise. FaZe another round on the board, 5-0.
And this is what I would like to see from FaZe if they want to be in contention, not only for the playoffs here, but the title, right? FaZe are a team who have won in Sydney before. Carrigan knows what that feels like. And if this team wants to be taken seriously, a victory... Oh, the barrel was spotted. Okay.
What a sick replay.
So that means Brokey cognizant of the fact that Ime had taken the space. But anyway, where I was going with that, if FaZe want to be taken seriously here, a dominant victory, especially on their map choice, necessary in my mind. And again, that isn't to take anything away from the Navi constituent, but it is to say that when you are lacking someone as influential as a simple Blade, that's the best shot he's hit.
God damn! Oh man, must have been a little intervention there. Blade is just giving him an opening kill.
Look like the Sourced Eagle.
That's 2 opening kills for Blade so far.
I'll tally those up. And tally ho.
Ime builds upon it. Twist cut down. Rain under scrutiny. Hang on.
Shooting everybody,
on your team. On your team.
For now, anyway. Smoked off, denied. AK scavenged, round up for question. Oh.
Wow.
Alexi looked like a fool.
Robs manages to hit 2. Close proximity in the connector. JL, he's going to have a lot to deal with once that smoke fades. Brokey staring at him. Rain the same. Burrows in deep. And lovely handle of business. FaZe now got 2 to work with and heading towards the B bomb site. It's the perfect call. Bit hot on their heels though. Picks up that AK, swings open the door and just misses his window. Blade rotates through. Oh, another chance. He's done a lot of damage to Rain now, and he's finished off the job. Huge from Blade, a double kill. It could be up to 1 and 1 bit. He knows where Brokey was. Fired off the shot on Monster, gets straight onto the bomb.
You wouldn't, would you?
Not the 10-seconder.
You wouldn't, would you?
Does he check it?
Bit.
Gonna fake the step! Oh, and Brokey wins it. Felt like he had
committed.
that. Second guessed himself off the sound cue, but the 10-second ninja nearly manifested there. And after all that hard work, all for naught from Blade.
I think that's Blade's second multi-kill of the tournament, and here's the opener. Bang! Well, no, hold up. It was the run and gun. That's the one. Blade onto Carrigan. That's a head-to-head that's existed previously, but not for many a year.
Blade onto Carrigan.
6-0. Let's see how far this FaZe train can keep rolling.
He's put a lot of his pennies into this one. Bought himself the AWP to do his duty.
I still can't believe that they're functioning with what their hold would be.
Yeah.
Like, I thought they would just go have Blade, like, maybe smoke Monster, rotate B, be that third man.
Yeah, right.
You know, get him to drop some nades, play between both sites, maybe have JL or even Alexi. He's done some AWPing in the past as a secondary. But no, Navi are sticking to their guns. Whether that's the best formula to win now, well, time will tell. Like peppering JL to be cleared.
Wow. Precise first bullet accuracy on JL. Takes down Carrigan with ease. Re-smoke Monster. Robs hoping JL gives him a little glimpse of a reaggress. Set themselves up for a boost into the site. Bit could be susceptible if he repositions, but they do dismount before he reveals himself.
35 has to be P. Blade's here as well.
Oh, wow, that is destructive. Bit has cleared him out. Twist down to Alexi, and it seems like FaZe, after a 6-round run out of the gates, will stomach their first round loss.
Interested to see if they return back to A plays. Robs might not get to hold on to this. Bit thinks exactly that, finds himself an AK for good measure. And yeah, the question mark for me, will they just return back towards A, knowing the Blade is going to continue to keep this AWP up. They could punish with the map control over to there quite early. It is going to make the rotations also a little bit more skew-if, so might be more of an advised decision. Bit signaling he can drop. That was the JL opener onto Carrigan, untraded. Good damage done. Great work from Bit. And the first round on the board as JL trying to keep that energy high.
Half of them making it across.
Yeah, 50%.
Yeah.
Money already. Quite slim for FaZe. And that 1v1 that Brokey had to win out. An eco round for Navi. Already being felt. The ramifications quite dire. Carrigan in with the Tech 9. Straight in from Rain.
Whew.
Full commit.
Wait, I'm tripping. Didn't have the bomb. Let's see. All the same. Doesn't matter. 2 picks on either side of the map, and JL knows he's got to step up, but Rops knows it too. Takes him down with ease. And Blade rotating, he's having a look in.
Yeah, that railing is gone.
Yeah.
It is annoying, Blade. I agree. And also the Heaven boost also removed. And Blade about to be removed himself. That AWP, dead.
XCB, last man standing, keeping it nice and clean here. FaZe in response to the loss of the previous.
What a shame with these two blockbuster names for this to have to be the circumstances that the game goes down.
Yeah.
It is just a little bit unfortunate. Simple could not be here. And Navi are doing their best in lieu of that. In fact, they even picked up a map. Well, actually, they picked up 2 maps. They even took a map off of Mouse. That was probably the more impressive.
For sure.
They also have a standard, Nexius. But he showed great individual form. And Alexi looking to retain this AK. The hunt is coming. Rain through long. Carrigan with the backstab. And Carrigan's going to find him. Yep. Hanging around for too long in the playground. Everything removed. Back into winning ways. 7-1 as this half flying away. It's just fireworks. Celebration. Like we're back in Malta, Alex.
Yeah, every bloody night.
Every day. Well, every morning as well.
Yep.
9 a.m. 9 a.m.
Those daytime fireworks.
What was that? The smoke that appeared under Blade there for a moment.
He fired a shot.
Yeah.
I think, like, just kicked up some dust.
the rifle is very powerful.
Brokey going to be caught out by that boost, so a dream start for Navi. Imez shoulder spotted by Twist. The flash doesn't catch him, and he handles that duel with ease. Well played by Twist. Damage was inflicted. Blade rocking and rolling with the scout. He's going to be rather isolated, and so does tuck back into the site.
This is the right call. Imez down. He's going to pressure Blade. Now he's already pressured on the side. They know where he is. They're starting to hold down that W key. Shift has been released. Everybody from FaZe making their way over.
Good molly to segregate. Slows down Rops from one side without the help, and now a smoke on top of it as well. Confirmation of long.
What a team nade it was. Twist missed his nade, just bounced above the head of Rops there, so seeing an awful lot of that in CS2 so far. Rops has a chance to light up a couple more heads. They're leering forward. Alexi grabs one and gets away with his life for a moment.
Yeah, Bit's got the double, so it's all onto Rain. And Blade confirms it. Bit, put your nade away.
He's going to win this.
Looks like he might, huh? Bit audible on that truck, and yeah, that's a nice triple kill from Bit. Navi's second round in the bag.
Well, they can salvage the half. 5 rounds still available. 3 remaining in this first half of play. Mirage is our second. Inferno is our third if we do require it. That was that nade. But yeah, there's definitely something a little bit funkier with the way you throw nades compared to CSGO. We have seen a lot of these nades miss, and I'm sure that's not a coincidence. I wouldn't expect players just to completely forget how to throw grenades, so there's definitely some slight differentials. FaZe have another, well, hodgepodge buy. A couple of Deagles, a couple of AKs, and with a preference towards B this time. Rain parked up in the playground. Rob's going to look for a fight through Monster once this set of flame subsides.
Good chip damage on the HE, Bit placed it well. A 3-man setup here on the B side of the map. They poke their nose through the cleared smoke on Monster, and they're just going to be walking in on this. Perfect timing on the flash,
Beautiful.
But Bit controls the spray masterfully. Double kill from Bit. This is exactly what you need to see from him if you want to have a hope of Navi continuing to post-map wins.
Come on, Blade. Hit this one. Oh. All right, well, Rain's in. Has the support of Brokey.
Damn.
More damage done. Rain, can you find this kill onto Imma? If you can. This one's on. There can be a conversation now. The AWP going to be thrown across to the primary AWPer. JL's quick on this.
Brokey given a gift by Rain. Rain finds himself an M4 as well. FaZe, can they make this work? Rain gives them a real lifeline. And now that bomb is ticking. Can't hold forever. You're going to have to start making a move. It's loud, it's audible, and Brokey poised to collect, but Bit pulls the trigger first. Rain's done so much here, but we're not going to be... Had he knocked him off the bomb, could have got awkward perhaps. Time was light. But that was a high-impact round there from Alexi.
Good job from Bit. He's having a great game so far, and we discussed this, right? We saw him on Inferno against Mouse. He had a huge performance, almost 30 kills, JL. on Mirage against Apex, had 30 kills. And JL, when the kills have been coming his way, he's been able to find them. Bit doing the same. So great impact from the two of them so far. Starting to make a half out of this in a humbled face. They've had to go down to just a light investment of a couple of Deagles, P250, a Tech 9 for Rops. So making them work. And we know yesterday against Vitality, Apex yelling thank you after a couple of gimmies that FaZe were giving away in post-plant situations. So we know that they can be their worst enemy at times. Look at him, he's about to find the bomb. If he doesn't find Rain first.
He's teleported over there.
Oh, this is similar scenes as to what we'll expect from Rain playing a map over towards A. And there it is, the bomb confirmed, the blinking light. And that'll appear on the radar for his teammates to see. Now, they do have to worry about the flank through A, but with Emma parked on the bomb, the round feels secure.
Blade, by spotting those players in that forward position, gives a good indication of what you can expect around that bomb. Alexi B just parks it and catches Carrigan. Good shot from Blade.
They can't win the round. No one's going back to get the bomb. I think maybe they're aware because they haven't seen Imma just yet, and Blade's fighting on the site on his own. So even if they start to double back now, we only have 30 seconds left. They really don't have the legs to this. I'm pretty sure Imma just heard a step as well. Like, it is wild what sounds you can and can't hear. I know Brokey's making noise. He's going to run right in. And Imma just gets the frag. Final one found onto Twists. And 4 rounds on the CT side.
All right. Not bad. It's a competitive scoreline, albeit, you know, FaZe going to be pretty happy with 70 rounds on Overpass.
Oh, sure.
No doubt about it. But this is a recovery from Navi. They've won 4 of the last 5 in play. Every member of the team seems active. You see Bit at the top of the scoreboard. We've seen his impact. JL as well, notable impact at the start of the half.
I don't know if this is a Neo called timeout or if this is a Carrigan called timeout. I hope it's a Neo called timeout. I like it if that's the case because it's like a, hey, listen up, boys. What are we doing?
Yeah,
how are we letting this go? Yeah, exactly. And just having a, this is the thing, as the coach for this team, we know that Carrigan is a very strong leader tactically as well as emotionally, bringing them all together. And the questions before were about Robban and what he would do for the team, right? And he didn't really get his shine, but Robban was so good for the mood and the general team of bringing everybody together, which in a functioning roster is hugely important. Now, Neo, we don't know what type of coach he is going to be or become, but if he can be one that, when things are getting a little bit odd, can pull their heads back in, that's, I think, hugely important for a team like FaZe.
Still think that victory versus Vitality is going to be such a boon for the squad. Just kind of feeling like it affirms that not all is lost. JL, he's trying to clear for Twist. Wow, he does do so with a nice one onto Twist. Connector is theirs. Carrigan trying his luck through Fountain side.
This is probably the most default round we've seen from FaZe yet. 3-1-1 as Emma noisy about his presence towards Connector, looking for a fight. Standard util set of a bathroom smoke, divider molly, and Emma will evacuate the long way round.
Yeah, just as Brokey went looking for him. Makes sense. You've got that opening pick, JL providing.
Oh, an Overpass playing out at the pace that most have come to expect from CSGO. But in a 4-on-5 number advantage, Navi just need to batten down the hatches. Residual utility for the likes of Blade and Alexi. So crowd control, smokes mollies between the two of them, a couple of HEs, and they're starting to limp that forward now. Util lined up outside B. It will be the B finish. 25 seconds.
Has to be now. Oof, Rob's caught just before. And JL as well builds upon it. Just the two of them. Brokey down. And wow, a 5th round as well. Navi, that's something to be proud of, I reckon.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Welcome back from the break. First half sees FaZe up 7-5 on the T half of their map choice, Overpass. And the good vibes early, but Navi, fueled by the likes of Bit and JL, have made a respectable scoreline out of this. And if you're just joining us, welcome. But maybe you missed the news. Blade is standing in for Simple, who is unable to join us here at IEM Sydney for 2023. And thus puts us in a little bit of a predicament. Navi will need to find some elite level form to be able to take it to FaZe here today. Now FaZe, do you mean business? And those odds, I think they definitely echo the sentiment. We've got Machine alongside for the ride, and we're getting things. Oh, sad as Rops and Twists have taken a lot of space early.
Pot shots from the P250. Twists, first blood, nice one. He doesn't quite find the utility carrier of Alexi. Oh, and Rain gives us a little bit of a drive-by.
He's laughing about it. He was giggling about that, how ridiculous it was.
No counter-strafe necessary.
Oh, this one feels like it's already fallen more than apart for Navi. It's a leaky ship, and I don't think they've got enough buckets to bail themselves out as Brokey just caught one. A glimpse, a shot, and we'll make it a double as it's just Alexi B.
Yeah, that's clean from Brokey. Real nice shooting, and Rain will finish it off nice and neat. Double kill from both of them. Brokey and Rain getting that pistol across the line.
I just love to hear Rain's like true unfiltered thoughts about that kill. Like it'd be great to, you know, just turn the mics up a little bit, hear what he had to say. Because here it is. Oh, yep.
Yep. Jobs are good at.
Yeah, we're all learning a thing or two. First CS2 Tier 1 LAN event as JL. Yeah, well, we've got the headbrand frustrations. I could feel him. Full eco.
Oh, another Olympus resurfaced.
Well, rounds like this, if you're not investing a whole lot, patience can be a virtue. Maybe the fight comes your way. Maybe, just maybe, they use all their early util, and that was not too far off the track. Just two smokes And a flash. Rops. Well, got to be aware as Blade is already up. Oh, right.
Damn, Robs. That did look robotic into his first bit. Splashing the cash to get himself a P250.
Yeah, exuberant, isn't it? He's got 2 kills available. He had 2 kills available.
Yeah, I want to see that Rob shot again. That was so quick.
Especially considering he was caught off guard by the presence of Blade. That first shot, it was only a Glock, sure, but still, Snappy. Bap.
Whoa. Rapid.
Might be like this game, so about to get in with the guns are Navi. What could their first round approach possibly look like? Just like the first half, out the gates with the third round bye. FaZe, we saw this yesterday. Love to contain with that smoke, give it straight through and almost punishing Brokey's low.
Was close to him. Incredibly quick opening kill. And it looks like, pace, the name of the game for Alexi and Imer. Quite quick to try and take this space. Brokey going to have to back away, and Alexi B will finish him off, but there's a quick response. The Robson Rain duo.
Going to test their luck over to what's been out.
Carrigan and Twist residing.
Good catch.
They have right on his toes. JL chunked down to 60 HP.
The SMG is to defend B.
Yeah, it's not the weapon for the job, is it? And JL could have a multi-kill on his hands here. Carrigan exposed, twists down. Lovely work from JL in spite of the nade damage. He wins those duels.
Bomb has been planted.
Rain approaching in from short side. Robs is very disconnected. You can see him there maneuvering as fast as he can with his knife out. Rain needs to opt for a fresh magazine.
I don't even know if they go with this, yeah. Just trying to wonder if there was even a defuse kit. I'm having a look right now on the corpses over towards, yeah, there is. So if they could get into the site, there is a kit in the back pit, but it looks like they're just aiming for damage here. So JL, with that double kill, secures the round, walks away with his life, and Navi again. Talking about respectable, I think this has definitely been the case. When the players have been able to step up with the multi-kills necessary, that's mainly been Bit and JL. They have been able to convert off the back of it. So showing that the power of these two players, sure they have had support of the rest of the team, has been enough to get them across the line. So JL finding a little bit of energy. Need to find a whole lot more of that. Brokey goes down, 2 kills come in towards the B side against the SMGs. Clean house. And make it a 3-round game. They win another one of those. And FaZe will have to take a bit of an eco. No AWP out on either side, but Rops, the man equipping the AUG. So an awful lot of that in our first series. Ence, especially Madden, using it to great effect. Just a standard spread here for Navi. Not 3-1-1, but a lot of emphasis on making sure they get this short control. They have that and connector. Party's theirs as well as long. So unknowing to them. Oh, that molly's very deep.
Yeah, and Rain will be able to take that space, hold that angle. Fortunately for Imet, gets away pretty much unscathed.
And mildly singed by the flame. Still 2 players on A for FaZe. The quick response will be from Rops. Currently playing Heaven over towards B. Rain on the trash can as they are making their way up. It will be an assault on A.
Elevated up was Rain trying to find the angle for this engagement. Bit accelerates into him. Rain, oh, he'll profit.
Thanks, Zimmer.
Yeah, thanks for the nade, mate. Brokey's the one to hit it, and it's Rain again in the feed. These two having a field day up against Navi. Up to 17 is Brokey. Been having some real hot maps for FaZe Clan so far at their campaign here in Sydney.
Well, this is, you know, a really good test for a lot of these teams to try and settle in. Snappy's interview post-victory was very condemning of the game, and also he had some things to say with Blair during the lobby on the media day, just regarding no expectations at the moment, and everything towards the end of the year will be just kind of testing and feeling things out, which is understandable. I still would be expecting a lot more CS2 updates before now and the end of the year, especially as we start to head on the course towards the first major of next year. Going to be in Copenhagen, brought to you by PGL. So we do have a lot to learn, and I think JL has definitely been demonstrating the correct attitude in, hey, this is a slightly different game. There are going to be nuances that you need to be able to master, and you've already seen proficiency coming out of him.
Yeah, I think that's the right attitude to have. Accepting that there's going to be lessons to be learned.
Yeah, it's just some growing pains, I imagine, in the early stages. That's why there's been a lot of discussion about, these potential roster changes. Obviously, everyone knows that Falcons are likely to make some big plays or try to. But so far, good shooters from CSGO appear to be good shooters in CS2.
Who'd have thunk it?
But good to see some young guns like Ence. I don't know if people have been keeping their eyes on that secondary stream for the day. Gamer Legion versus Apex. Map number 1 was Vertigo. Now, that did fall in the favor of Gamer Legion, but Ence in for Stico on Apex had a massive 1-on-5. Something that the kid will definitely remember. There's a slower pace of Vertigo. Rears its ugly head once more. Just have to allow this JL AK to work. So as he bounces between choke points, smoked off again. We are at the 36-second mark. So as this one starts to fade, likely to see the B finish. Blade has a nade. Maybe it's the clear and go.
I think you're bang on there. Place nade. Alexi takes the shot, but Carrigan unloads his magazine, runs out of bullets. Immel will overcome. If they could get the bomb down, but they have to get through Twist and Robs from the heavens with the Org rocking and a rolling onto Blade and secure. 11. Lickety split. They are rushing towards a conversion of the first map here.
We're going to see some great combos eventually where, smokes are blown open at the same time as the flashes are coming through. It is going to become a work of art at a certain point.
Yeah, and you're going to just, you're going to feel like you've absolutely got owned when that comes through.
Yeah. Carrigan also, in the post-game interview last night, late into the evening, talking about how he really likes the nade dynamic with the smokes. Likes a lot of the adjustments that have been made. Now, sure, the game is raw. We saw this one out of FaZe yesterday as well. Constricting the movement of the T's early, slowing down a lot of these timings. Emma using his nade early, hoping to find an exchange. Did get a slight lick of information. FaZe just need 2 more rounds to secure their map and take us to Mirage Navi's pick.
Rain happy to just take this fight. Bit of an unorthodox angle adopted.
Considering the time, it becomes less and less likely that they come up to his right. Oh, nade. Good damage on the mid. Cleared. A little bit shallow. Didn't get full vision, Rain. Bomb outside B. 50 seconds. A gap for Emma. He might be able to get a free kill right now onto Rops. Didn't clear his corners.
Clear it. Oh.
Backs turn, ships in the night.
Nice work from Twist onto Alexi, but it's JL that manages to get 2 on his way in. Carrigan, woof, damn. Switches to the USP, finishes off Blade. And
he's been in the breeze a lot this game. Remember the CT side? When he was always walking up A and finding flanks, but sometimes, well, more often than not, it didn't have an awful lot of impact. It was bad information. 15 seconds, cannot win the round. And there's 12 for FaZe.
Still moving, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely still moving.
Still moving, not anymore. He's stopped moving, hasn't he?
Looking for something.
Yeah.
All right, one more round now, and we will get on over to the desk and get on over to Mirage. This is just unfortunate. This is the logical conclusion.
Yeah.
Again, I'll return to this. The fact that Navi even won a map just shows how much they're able to get out of some of these individuals, which is great signs for the future when they do have their full roster restored. Even Blade showing some frustrations. This is the thing, a competitor doesn't ever die, and it's going to live with you forever. And as the coach, of course, he's still got that bone in the body. But just knowing that you can't contribute in the way that you'd hope, that has to be very frustrating.
Effective molly. You can see how that really nullifies the setup. Down goes Alexi though, and there's a nice catch back. Rob's put to bed. It's JL. We talk about these individuals, and he's certainly not slowing down for anyone.
I love to just see that aim, you know, just hitting these shots, right? Still having the confidence, taking these jewels. And then if FaZe do make a mistake, if they do think that they're too good, then they will be punished for it, and that's great. That is probably the best that we could hope to see. So if they extend play even longer and the scoreline is close, then that is FaZe just showing, hey, maybe you've got to pull up your socks. It doesn't matter who you're against. Karrigan blocking on B. It will buy a little bit of time for the rotation. Emma with the long space again, but impact is what he's looking for this time. The space is one thing, but if he can't help his team, it's all for naught. Yeah, and it makes it a 3-on-3, a fair fight. Until that flank becomes relevant. He could call them back, and he's doing so right now. So FaZe, a virtue of the number disadvantage. JL might just clear the side himself.
Twist will take him down, but this, I mean, Ymir has found impact, albeit through a call. Quite the smoke they were aiming for.
The round's secure regardless. 12-7. Save those guns. Will be another buy available for FaZe as long as they don't give over these two rifles. Looking to retain is Twist and Brokey. And I would strongly recommend everybody gets that secondary stream up as well. Gamer Legion versus Apex also going down on the battleground of Overpass currently. As mentioned earlier. Oh, searching is Brokey. Gonna give this one away. This is the first shot. Now he's under a lot of scrutiny. He is likely going to lose this AWP. One shot left in the orb. Does hit it. And survives. I'll have to eat my words. Yeah, it's happening a lot to you for Emma. You're taking so much space and you're not seeing anyone. It's happened to him more often than not, the poor guy.
JL, the opposite.
Seeing everyone.
All over the map. Right, sitting up a little straighter as Rob. So they want to finish it here, finish it clean. Nice detail set towards the short pipe. Rain flashed off, still brings the fight to them and takes one with him. JL's on the hunt. Watch out. Robson bit. That's an interesting head-to-head. Should it come through? Looks like it's going to. Rob's cleared, but just. And it was all body shots. Gets away with a scrap of health for us at a moment. JL finds the smoke wallbang, of course. All the way from short pipe to finish off the job. And Twist, wow, just drives into the fight. Karrigan gonna handle Blade with ease. It's Imep with the first of the 1v3. Nearly the second. Twist, he's not stopping for anyone. There's the first map done. Business conducted by FaZe. A formality, perhaps, but doing so with style.
The conclusion's in. The results are in. Kassad, what do they say?
13-7 FaZe.
Oh my goodness, you're absolutely right. But how on earth are Navi able to keep it just that competitive right there? I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, where we've got plenty of questions, sometimes more questions than answers. My name's Trace. I've got an Alexander Trifunovic there in the middle, and then, of course, a Janko Paunovic down on the end. So, guys.
Your worst nightmare, Trace, back at it.
Yes, quite actually, yes.
But yeah, I mean, a tough scenario for Navi, and you can see it very clearly going up against a team like FaZe, right? If FaZe gets off to a good start, they get rolling a little bit. You said it in the pregame, it's going to be a very difficult situation. Even though they started mounting a little bit of a comeback, I think that was just FaZe maybe getting a little bit too comfortable.
Like ahead of themselves almost.
Yeah, a little bit complacent. Maybe it was all going so well, it was all going so easy, and then a timeout before the last round of the first half to sort of set them straight.
This went as pretty much as we expected, in terms of the score and the overall game. But the biggest problem for Navi there, at the CT half, they don't have an AWP. There is no presence on yard. There is no aggression. There is no pressure on the T's to use any utility. They have to fall back. Blade is limited to playing from the side, which doesn't really give you anything besides a little bit of information later on. And it just, allow too much space.
I don't want to really talk about the game all too much.
Okay,
as much as I want, like, why didn't they try anything else except Blade playing? Like, you have your in-game leader already, right? So it's not like a calling thing. You need the op. Where's your boy Gratisfaction? What's he doing? Like, I understand it's hard to get an offer like into Australia. You need a visa, right? So you can't do it last minute. There's not, as we can see, the local talent isn't really blowing anyone away, right? But still, we got Ustilo for one game and we were in FaZe. He dropped a 30 ball.
That's true. That did happen like that.
Lobster.
Yeah, Ustilo's a lobster.
Look at this now from Twist, right? This is the first gunner. You can see the nade, and Ima is turning, but Twist is just sort of baiting him with the nade and going for it through bathrooms and gets a kill in the back. That was an important kill in the first gunner. So I like that. We're already seeing not just, let's blow up the smoke and stand behind it and get the kills, but also sort of the next level of the mind game.
The counter bait.
The counter bait. Yeah. Well, a master of some, and, of course... Wait, I was going to get that all wrong. Hey, let me ask you this, Janko. How many hours did you spend on a plane before you walked in here today?
20.
Nice.
2021.
Were you watching the action the whole time?
No, I was just keeping up on social media with the stuff. I couldn't really watch the games on the plane's Wi-Fi. But yeah, I saw Kassad already made a fool out of himself, and there's an uproar, and yeah, so just a normal day.
Just a normal day.
Just a normal day, really.
It's always like, what a lovely day on the internet. Oh, dear Lord. This is the meme with the dog.
I had to go straight in, right? Like, get the earlier connections, trace everything so I could make it here before...
Everything falls apart completely.
You get cancelled or something.
Yeah, he was working on it yesterday. He was on one. Now, on one today, where I'll be our U.S. Air Force Aim High MVP. And by that, I mean Rain was in the building, and he was feeling himself several times.
Opening 4-0, multi-kills 5 times, 16 frags, just enough, to make such an impact that the FaZe are able to, kind of slide into this leader, let's say this first map easily and get the win on Overpass.
Yeah, and good game from Rain. Everyone was contributing on FaZe. I think it's just down to really... I don't know about Navi. Maybe it's just one of those situations where you feel like it's kind of really hopeless to some extent. So you're just getting through the motions to get it over with, really. Because even on the T side, sometimes, like Blade is between the last two guys. And I understand you can go at it two ways. You try to play the same way, and then he just takes the positions, and you don't want to completely maybe change the way you play because you have that standing situation. But I think in this scenario, you have to. If you want to have a chance, you have to change if that's your goal. And I think on Mirage, sure, they have better opportunities to do so, right? If you go for more set pieces, a little bit, some quick default fakes and whatnot, and then you sacrifice, because he wasn't doing a whole lot of sacrificing on that map. It didn't seem like to me on the T side, really, right? So then you're actually playing 4v5.
It's a more basic map, right? He doesn't have to have that much impact on any side. He can let the other players actually do the openings, do the entry round, and maybe play off that, maybe provide a call in the middle of the round, something like that. But Mirage is a map like that, and I think he can provide a little bit more value than on Overpass, which was a punish pick, 100%.
We're going to find out. And what we found out before we even started the match is words with Rops, with Heku. What's up, Rops?
So, Robs, you guys kind of had a hard start because, you know, the first series was with double OTs, and yesterday's game against Vitality went to all 3 maps. It finished at 1 a.m. Did the team actually have time to recover?
Recover, yes. Prepare, probably not so much. I personally went to sleep like shortly after the match. I was pretty tired. You know, you gotta beat the jet lag and then still play at midnight. It's kind of rough, but it is what it is. Yeah.
But does it mean that right now the team is kind of running on the preparations that you did before the travel?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that's not even, you know, close to as we would like. There's not been enough time to prepare for CS2 or this event at all. There's maybe like 2 maps which we feel good on, and we have enough strats and ideas. And then there's like a lot of maps which we still need to experiment and like try out all the ideas that we've proposed, and just not enough time to run through everything.
It kind of seems like a lot of teams are adjusting to a lot of things, for example, a jet lag or the new game or the fact that they're playing with the stand-in, and that is kind of the case for Navi. On paper, they kind of definitely like look weaker than, like, for example, with Simple, but does it also kind of mean that they're more unpredictable?
They're definitely more unpredictable, that's for sure. They're going to do some role swaps, however it feels comfortable for them. And yeah, on paper, it is a weaker team. Obviously, you can't, you know, look past that, but we are, you know, treating it as a normal match, as a regular match. We know that there's going to be a weakness somewhere on the map that's played. If possible, we will try to abuse that, but it's not like we're going to tunnel vision, you know. We're going to keep everything open and yeah, just treat it as any other match.
All right, then. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, Yanko, go
You have
on.
to be careful about keeping everything open, Trace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doors, windows,
That thing that's called
bugs.
public indecency.
Yeah, that too.
Applies. That's
Yeah.
what you mean.
And I
Yeah,
think
and you know,
Navi has been stripped bare, Trace. Without Simple, it's an uphill battle, right? We're going to Mirage, sure, a bit more open, maybe more room for other guys on Navi to make individual plays. But I think this is exactly what the doctor ordered for FaZe. They talked about their long day yesterday, couldn't prepare as much for today. You don't really need to, thankfully. And they're going to get it done here 2-0 and get ready for revenge against Gamer Legion and get into the playoffs, Trace.
yeah, just 1 or 2 steps away even. I'm just looking here, you know, the Twitch chat is always just something to just kind of have in the background. It's always there. There's Wubber Lubber Derbs who says, Blade is daddy. He is just being nice and letting FaZe win. Now, I do disagree with that because I do feel like FaZe is in the driver's seat here, gentlemen.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think Rob said it nicely. We're going to treat it like a normal match. They don't need to overthink anything. They don't need to overanalyze anything. They know that Navi is weaker right now. That's a fact. They're just going to treat it normally, go into the game maximally focused, and take the win.
I feel like at this point, Navi can't beat FaZe. FaZe can only beat themselves from this point on, right? Like, you're still not getting used to maybe MR12, whatnot. The games can get away from you real quick if you do get complacent. So I think it's just about, hey, let's get this done as soon as possible. Let's finish them off, Trace. Quick 2-0. Go to bed before midnight this time around, maybe.
Yeah, instead of go to break, we go to bed. Yeah, it's kind of like the same idea.
First the break, then the bed.
Yeah, well, let's go to break. I like that idea. That's a really good idea. Meanwhile, Adverse_official thinks that Rop sounds like Elon Musk. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but that'll be hashtag IEM. We go to a break, we come back, and we're going to see if FaZe stays alive here in IEM Sydney 2023.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door, 1. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. take it all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the lower bracket. Navi taking on FaZe Clan as we prepare ourselves for map 2, Mirage. It's Navi's pick, and it is where they did manage to take down Apex in the opening best of 1. MR12, they did manage to send them into the lower bracket, where Apex currently facing off with Gamer Legion to find out whom the winner of this shall be playing in that last chance, that lower final for that spot in the playoffs. Long road for FaZe, but Navi a stepping stone in that direction. And it should, with the caveats that we will continue to outline, be FaZe in 2. Taking the first map, now walking into Navi's turf, and I suppose you just got to keep eyes on those individuals, right, Chad? It was an honourable result on Overpass, FaZe's pick. So eyes on JL, Bit, maybe throw in and sprinkle in an Alexi for good measure, and you've got yourself a recipe for some competitive rounds.
Yeah, Yanko Friendly doesn't think that Navi can beat FaZe Clan. He thinks that FaZe Clan could potentially beat themselves, you know, getting used to CS2, obviously MR12, and we've already seen them fumble some rounds by getting a little bit overzealous. I still think here FaZe should be a lock for that 2-0 as we head straight out the gates, and the 1x bet odds reflect, I think, the sentiment of the world right now. Rop's aggressive, might get a face full of lead, and he has. Here they come.
Pistol would go a long way. Twist has revealed himself, but Carrigan's there as well, fired off his warning shot. Bit clearing through, not ready for him was Twist, and just like that, the Navi boys start off with a bang.
Well, Rain and Brokey, they're going to investigate, but it seems all in vain. The bomb to get planted, that's punched in by Alexi now. All 5 staying alive, and Bit, he is looking for more. 2 to his name. He'd love to make that 4. And really, you'd be better off holding on to the armor phase. The Julies have been given up now and starting to backpedal away. That's exactly what they're hoping to do. JL and Bit are on the hunt. They have USPs of their own, so an even fight at range. Rain will get himself $300 for his trouble. And Brokey even changes to the USP for this type of a fight. Bit will not go down. It takes the bomb to remove him. And there it is. The Julies were found. So Rain can throw those across or maybe keep them to himself. That is not the way that FaZe were hoping to kick off the CT campaign on Navi's map choice, but this was Rops, obliterated on that initial peak, Bit understanding the space, surging forward, and even grabbing himself a third. We'll see FaZe Clan try and bounce back immediately with a force fire of their own now. Nuke against Gamer Legion. Their deagles were somewhat deadly, especially Rops, so let's see how far they can make these $700 hand cannons go. Heavy investment towards middle with 3 to 4 bodies available on the fight.
Carrigan, that's an all-in he's opted for. Lexi checking it. His internal timer, bang on. It's fantastic for Ime. Oh, check that one out. Rain just diverts his gaze. And we're going to have a spotless second round until Brokey and his Deagle arrive in the feed. So
very limp, though, on the force buy, right? And very individual. Carrigan goes down. A second kill was found towards middle. Immer has found the double.
Yeah, Blade MVP of the round for sure. Getting that bomb down. Gets a star. Gold star.
Well, we know, obviously, you can cash those in. They are worth an awful lot.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Kind of like the Mario star.
A live bird.
Yeah, well, we are in Australia. The wildlife is definitely not lacking.
Yeah, what are those weird-looking birds that are everywhere called? The
Binchooks.
Yeah.
I don't know what their actual name is. I don't think, well, we probably do have them in Perth, but I don't really see them. An ibis.
Ibis.
That's thanks to a resident Australian in my ear.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the hotel.
Prehistoric, man. They look real spooky. Long old faces.
I wonder who that was who spoke to us.
If you had to guess, what do you reckon?
No idea.
Obstacle. Couple of pot shots from that 5-7, but I'm going to see actually Brokey get away with one on that USP. Oh, Rain. Nade, Molotov, bullets. Still lives on. Even a smoke for good measure. And it's Blade that will find twists. Maybe he can get himself another multi-kill round here.
Another kill on that Mac 10 would Brokey. JL being cheeky, playing around the smoke out of Palace. Has faded now. Rain mantles up and will give up his position. Brokey on the complete wrong side of the map right now. Diligent with the util. Navi taking no risk in this 1-on-3 scenario. The bomb on the back of Alexi to get planted momentarily. Still being diligent with the clears over towards the site, but this is a great start for Navi on their map choice. And if they take a map off of FaZe and push us to a third map, again, they're fighting for their honor here, and then anything can happen. If they can show the individual form necessary to take down FaZe with their coach standing in for their absolute best player, I will have my socks knocked off.
Yeah.
It feels like it should be unacceptable, but then I'm also tussling with the idea that the new game, right, the fact that this could get a little bit funky, less rounds to play with, the individuals on Navi definitely aren't slouches. Like if Immer activates alongside of the likes of JL and Bit, I love the energy.
Yeah, but the fact that I completely forgot Ime was on the team.
Yeah, he has been quite quiet.
Like, I mean, I was just making a list. I was like, oh, well, JL, obviously.
Bit, Alexi.
Alexi B, he's on the team.
And, Ime, the guy that was in MVP contention at the last major.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
Brokey's got his AWP. Carrigan's got his AUG. And we've got our first gun round. No real mid-pressure. Oh, all right.
Yes, please. Damn. That's the very vogue HE right now. Brokey puts it to good use.
That's going to make them feel there is an awful lot more presence towards mid than there actually is. FaZe are playing off mid. They're playing very site-centric. Brokey was the only responder. Twist short, Carrigan B, Robson Rain. Rapid up towards this ramp as Brokey will take control of mid. And yeah, into his demise, poor Bid. Careful with the spam, you're giving yourself away. Blade's taking a freebie.
And Rain, ooh, safe from the nade. 9 HP though. Wow, the barrel sticking out. Rain gets the headshot right between the wickets. And Brokey, he started off with that pick on mid. He might catch Alexi on the connector as well. He does so. Blade thrust into an unwinnable one.
Yep, and you can see anytime you've got the knife out and you're wiggling the crosshair around, you think it's going to be a pretty dire exchange as Brokey will find the 5th and final for the round.
Oh, actually, Karrigan's got a new formation of his crystals. I want to make that really clear.
I got to touch the crystals.
You did?
I did get to touch the crystals.
That's a privilege,
I got to pack up Karrigan's bag. Rain grabbed them and he put them just in a random pocket. And I found a little bag. I made sure that we put them in the correct... Here's the shot from Brokey. So cleared a smoke, but still had to make the frag through a smoke. Oh. And that looked a whole lot funnier from Rain's POV. Great round from Brokey. Starting to look more comfortable on the big green. Let's see if the Latvian can find some more proficiency as Blade's frustrations are clear.
Yeah, I think you said it best. When you see those frustrations from Blade, it's in his DNA. You know, he's been a competitor for many a year in many an iteration of Counter-Strike. You don't lose that. It's not going anywhere.
And it just sucks to think, hey, look, if I had known this was going to be the situation, I'd put a few more hours in at home.
Well, absolutely. But also, you don't forget, he coaches at the highest level. Yeah. So he knows what he should do. He knows what he can, or rather the win conditions are. Just not being able to do it mechanically is going to be frustrating for anyone.
That is a great kill back from Emma. So discussing the non-issue, well, starting to become one for FaZe.
Ooh, tempting for Rops there. He has a little look towards the connected position. Sees no one walking up.
Will be a short regress. We can see the boost being mounted up now. Karrigan waiting for twists and the go signal, and there he goes, the Canadian up and over.
Lots of communication from Emma there. I think he has a good idea that might be a good idea to hit the A site. Passive from Brokey.
Very passive.
Same from Robs, and down goes Immer. Good pick from Twists.
His first kill.
Should be space for a plant. JL, Blade, another frag. He's consistent in the feed now. Third frag from Blade. Caught out now by Robs. Doesn't finish off bit. Karrigan will though, and he seems to have a good idea of JL's position. Smoke on the bomb. JL waiting for that sound. Bloody hell.
No, Karrigan.
Holy moly.
Laser beamed him.
Oh, just as like the perfect timing, Karrigan started to touch his keyboard again.
I think JL also had a HE available there as well, so if he got into any hot water,
he wasn't nervous.
Clear the smoke. And again, another FaZe timeout. So this is nice. I hope it is another Neo called one. Just lads, scores 4-1. This is their map choice. We're on the CT side. We can muster another buy. I thought we might see Brokey start to get off the leash, especially with how he opened up this round and the kills in the previous. Look at that, Rain completely caught off guard, so great little opening. And you're right about Blade. 3 kills to his name, got more than Alexi B at this current moment, and yeah. I had my impassioned speech yesterday about how it must feel for Blade to be in the server playing again.
Oh, yeah.
They'd love to extend it for another map. Karrigan will be operating with just a Deagle here. You can see that he's dropped the AWP at 4750, expended for Brokey. So Karrigan taking some risks for his AWPer. We'll hope to see some impact found off the back of that. Like the call direct towards B. Selling middle. The rest of them starting to barrel towards Karrigan's domain. Remember, it's just that Deagle. It will be Twists, his support network over towards Shore.
They're not worried about B. They will be shortly. Flashes are in. Smoke's arriving. Twists so blind. Oh, and he's lost his teammate. Karrigan gone. Empty-handed. Twist does manage to find one, but second, ooh, it's up for debate. Lexi B bowls him over.
Safe.
Not without a frag, Robs won't. He gets the kill onto him at mid. Bomb's going down on B. Played with the honors, as it seems. Like Navi going to make a 5th round a reality here.
All right, well, keep this up, Navi. You might even be able to take us to that 3rd map. Gamer Legion and Apex hoping to head that direction as well. For us here on the mainstream, it will be Inferno as the 3rd, and if it keeps on this way, we will be there in no time. Ancient, the 3rd, if required, between Apex and Gamer Legion. Won't spoil any results over there. You can go check it out yourself as Rob's hoping to get an exit or two. And, well, they will oblige. Loud around the corner. Blade jumps forward out of ammo to the USP. Needs to find Bit. And he can't. Bit will go down to the bomb. Nice, I didn't buy a gun. Well, he's right. He didn't buy a gun. Had to take 9.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Blade a step ahead as far as the economy is concerned, so plenty of money regarding the purchase into the next. But this was a great call. As mentioned, Carrigan dropped the ult for Brokey. Navi with the B play were able to completely avoid his big green. And now this is a 4-round lead. This is starting to get out of hand. FaZe are bought again. Their stubbornness here, thinking they can contend with a team a man down, might cost them. Really backing up Yanko's statement on the desk. Emma quite low after that exchange.
Still a
find
pick.
the opener, yeah. They just keep coming.
Carrigan and calling for Twist to help him out. Great shot from JL. As again, the B-side defense crumbles.
Yeah, this is troublesome now. 6 rounds already to Navi, and they're going to be able to post even more, especially if Brokey loses this AWP. See him really just holding on to this for grim life. Emma found 2 opening kills. Alexi's found 2. Bits found 1. Brokey the only one to find opening frags in favor of FaZe, and they're under the pump. This is fantastic from Navi.
Dude, I mean,
starting to get excited.
Yeah, you should
Let's
be.
go.
60 rounds in just 7 of play. They're going to take everything away. Brokey's not saving this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree, JL. What's he doing hanging around in bloody window room? I respect the banter. Hey, you've got the only gun that we can keep into the next round. Let's just try and find some exits, shall we? Well, FaZe, they're well and truly behind the 8 ball now. To get back into this game, we are likely to see just a partial investment here, then a full gun round coming out to the next. Means 7 rounds available for Navi with ease. And this B bomb site has just caused such an issue. Navi have waltzed in time after time. I think I'd call another timeout, have a chat, so we can still salvage 5.
Right.
Let's start playing as a team here. Let's stop making some of these silly sacrifices. Go on to the... early on with the force buys and the consistent purchases, maybe less advised, but late it'll get to the point where now you have to keep buying, right? They're going to save for this next gun round, but then after that, if they lose the follow-up gun round, it's going to be 8-1, and it feels like at that point it's very desperate. You just need to purchase in with whatever you can. Max loss bonus flowing. So FaZe really are against the ropes. They could try and salvage this half shore, and this would be the great place to start, but Navi have an awful lot of map control. Up short towards the vent room, over towards Delpan in mid, 1 in Palace, 1 a ramp, holding over towards B. We were just on board with Bit. 50 seconds remaining, plenty of utility. Trundling back is Bit, will join Blade. They have to get past Rops. MP9 in his hands.
Yeah, he's not stopped wiggling, has he?
Twist is rotated over as well. Brokey's on the way. They know it'll be the A finish.
Oh, Robs nearly gets them both, and with Rain's help, they do go down. So, bomb loss for Navi. It would be true FaZe fashion if they make this one work with a half investment. Just pistols and that scout working well in unison. Even JL, oh, he's not happy with that one. And understandably so, everything flowing so nicely for Navi. And yet here up against what was just a meager investment, it leads FaZe with 4 alive. That leads to 4 AK-47s for free. Oh, thank you very much.
That's the flip side of JL's emotion right there. Neo will still call a timeout regardless. And again, respectable from Neo getting this done. I would love to see if that was a monitor punch from JL or if he restrained himself. Has to try and reel it in. And I know that it's going to be frustrating. This entire situation for Navi is frustrating. You are going to get the highs and the lows. And he is an emotional guy. It is great to see him wearing the heart on the sleeve. Bomb loose towards the ramp. Tag from the scout from Twists. Gets the kill onto JL. Restrained himself. Respectable, restrained himself. Stronger man than I. I've broken a monitor arm once or twice in my time.
Yeah.
And the cash is fleeting. Bit down to just a deagle. Those AKs, as you mentioned, plentiful now over there for FaZe. Brokey even into an AWP, so this is an ideal buy. Everything the headhunters of FaZe would want and more. This looks like it's going to be an A split quite quickly here, Alex.
Okay, going to be changing up the pace on him. Bit with the deagle, Blade with an AK.
Looks like Zeus is back in the server.
That's a hard one to explain. Blade down and out, Bit cut down, Rain, nice double, those one-shot headshots. Singing now for FaZe Clan, loud as Alexi and Imet.
Good find.
He has managed to level the playing field. Taking down Brokey, leaves the B site wide open, but with the bomb down, committed to Tetris, makes it even more difficult for them to recover this one. JL has actually won his duel with Box, and oh, Alexi B, he picks off Twist, so just like that, all that hard work from Rain to start, all for naught. Navi will get another round. What a victory.
That is a miserable round from FaZe, isn't it? Starts off with great exchanges towards the ramp. They get the 2 kills, then overzealous.
And the CT's just hurried out there.
Hello. Well, that came and hit us like a bit of a truck. That is the GG moment over there on the B stream. I didn't think I would be getting Max voice injected in towards my ears, but that is going to be 13-11 in favor of Gamer Legion, a 2-0 victory. They stay alive in the lower bracket. We saw a little exchange there between Ash and Kios. They'll be taking on the winner of this series tomorrow for a spot in the playoffs. Gamer Legion have already beaten FaZe in a best-of-1.
Oh, frustrations are high there. See Brokey not taking the time to do the lineup, but he could catch the timing. Instead, nades himself down to 68. Blade didn't quite get the nail on the head with that one. But JL did.
He's such a nuisance out the apartments, isn't he? Find another here, JL. Assaulting Brokey from behind.
Yeah, he's going to be hunted by Twist. That's a big frag to post because the pressure now can be released only momentarily as Bit is charging knife out into the B site, trying to get that bomb down. Molly first.
They're ahead of it. He won't expect them to be on him so fast. Carrigan should be able to deny.
Shift. So Bit gets the bomb down. He even has a smoke grenade if he feels he has the time and the opportunity. Oh, what a molly. What a molly. Really cuts him down to just 25 HP. Expects him to disrespect it. What a play!
What are they doing? What are they doing?
Catches him on the push through. And that's another Navi round 8. They are seriously considering a third map right now.
Yeah, we may as well actually just move there. If FaZe can continue playing
Bloody
like this,
hell.
let's go to that third. Let's just get to Inferno, shall we?
But yeah, I mean, I don't want to start counting my chickens and all that, but you know, I could see a world where in your own head you're like, oh, start visualizing
that they should be winning.
Well, yeah, well, for sure, but that was an expectation from the moment, from the get-go.
Yeah.
But what happens when that's subverted? You lose a map, and then you go, what if we're the team that's, you know, the abuse we're going to receive when we don't beat a team with a coach substitute? You start overthinking.
The abuse I'd give myself. Like this is a map where they've made poor decisions, right? Not just individually, but in terms of financially. If they win another one of these, this is showing again they're just scrapping. They're essentially going, well, we're better than you individually, and we should be across the board. But he dealt some interesting duels. Blade and Bit left over in a 2-on-2 against Brokey and Twist.
Yeah, Brokey's pissed. Got himself a nice triple kill here. Blade navigates the bomb into the B site. No armor on that AK. Twist would have to have the jump on the duel, otherwise favors Bit heavily here, and Bit brings the fight to them.
Fantastic.
Neat and tidy. He's fragging up a Storm as well.
And Imma, the individual who maybe we forgot about, continues to find these opening exchanges. He has found, I think, 3 opening kills so far, and they've all been quite worrisome. He's just really strolled out and taken fights. We've seen him walk up connector through smoke, seen him run out middle with a couple of flashes behind him. His confidence is here. The pressure, I feel, would be off. If you're Navi, you're expecting to be eliminated by FaZe Clan, but they're not going down without a fight. 3 rounds on the CT side is the best that FaZe can muster as Alexi through the molly. This will be an A play, and he might catch Rain clearly off guard. See you later, Alligator, and they're in.
We're looking at a 10-2 half here. Bit. Just keep saying the Navi players' names because it's them finding the friction, finding the fights.
At least it's quick.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Silver lining. FaZe have fumbled fast.
Bomb has been planted.
And this one, yeah, it is, one would hope, going to be easy to dismiss upon that third map result. Nice from Twist, but unable to get any more done. 10 rounds. Lovely work from Navi. Every individual on it. Let's see what happens in the second half.
Everyone is firing. Everyone is up to par.
Раскид 4 яма. Сразу можно раскидывать. Окей. Бобу забери. Я первый выхожу.
This could be the perfect way to deal with a double orb setup so forward on A.
Он сбулов. Что вы новый пост? The bumps. It says fly. Голову ковры. If you want mid, it's always mid. I'll jump. Default. L3. I'm jumping up. Everyone there. Jump up. Hold there. Hold. I'm back. Dead. Ah, plus. There's the plan.
Ult into Christian. Fire now. Fire. Could lead to a plant. Safe haven in the smoke on the default box. He's evaporated. Oh, come on! Twist's unprepared. Rain has to save him. Good damage into the box. Simple, doing simple things, looking to clutch up. He's reading Rain, and Rain, a veteran of this stage. He knows he's got him trapped, but such low HP, the margin for error on simpler bullet from Rain would do it. Who blinks first? 10 seconds, he's on Simple, he has to plant. Rain is so wise to his tricks, now it gets the sound. And he springs to action. A mid shot, one bullet is all it will take from both of them. Closing this gap, Rain holding his nerve against the greatest. On the grand final stage, Rain can stop this. He goes for the no-scope. That's a thinking man's shutdown from Rain. What can you say about that half? Second map.
FaZe are missing. They're on a milk carton right now. Navi, they're showing they don't want to go home just yet. Halfway around the world to come down under IEM Sydney 2023. FaZe picked up the first map, felt like a bit of a formality. Thought the same going into Mirage. Again, Blade in the server. Don't worry about his name. The rest of Navi functioning at full force. Bit, Alexi, Emma, and Jail all with impact on that T-Hall. And just 3 rounds required to take us to the third. At this point, we may as well just get there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's even worth the amount of effort they'd have to expend to give Mirage a shake of the stick. And Bit, he's already sending us there with a nice opening. I say that as it's equivalent into the site. 3-on-3. JL, good shot onto Brokey. Carrigan levels it out. Carrigan needs another one with Rops gone. It's all on to Carrigan. A nice shot. Go on. Another one required up against Alexi. A battle of the captains. And he's on for 3. It's Carrigan for FaZe Clan. A shake of their head. Baffled, it seems, but he's managed to pull it across the line all the same.
Well, this is the same issue that probably the viewers are having, that we're having, that the players are having, that in this new version of the game, sometimes the shots you're hitting and the shots you're not, it's not making sense. It is difficult to grade exactly what we're seeing, and Carrigan maybe, just maybe, that's why he's having the nod. Maybe shouldn't have hit that one. But regardless, they will scoop up the pistol, and they're going to look to continue those winning ways as Navi will just be having some light upgrades. A couple of Deagles, a couple of P250s, a USP for Blade as mid-control has been taken. Honored by this smoke towards the window. JO taking a walk along the wall. Has control of the B apartments. Alexi peering out short. The other 3 congregated towards connector/A. Rain and Carrigan, this is traditionally what they do in CSGO as well. These two go forward, make space, and they're all about the mid-rounds for their superstars. Seeing stars is Carrigan. Obliterated by Emma.
Oh, that was a nice little 1-2 punch there. And Nade will finish off the job onto Bit, and it's looking good for FaZe to get that second round conversion. Tap to the head.
Well, let's see how quickly they're able to close this gap. Only 2 rounds in the first half, the CT side. Feels condemning. Feels like Inferno necessary. As we move into gun round numero uno of the second half, this is where we can see just how much FaZe want to get it done in 2. They pick this one up. Great. And we'll force Navi into another eco. At that point, we're likely to see the scoreline of 10-6, just a 4-round game. But this is where it starts. Hefty mid-control here for FaZe.
Lexi B very low. Ooh, twist. Been caught out by that.
Look at JL, look how far he is already. Oh.
Robs, he checks it.
Where? Well, they did throw a lot of utility towards mid, so extremity pushes, always a possibility.
Oh, and they've actually picked up in there as well on the short ramp. Ooh, Alexi, despite the low HP, nearly found another there. Double kill would have been huge.
They've all hightailed it over towards B for now, but starting to relinquish that space. And, well, guess what? FaZe don't have any room elsewhere, just middle and that B pressure. They could walk back into their demise.
They could. Blade, he catches Twist off guard. Catches him clearing. It makes it a 3-on-3. They're heading into the A site, and Bit's going to catch Carrigan by surprise as well. Blade, run down by Rops, 2-on-2, and he doesn't have the support yet. Brokey AWOL. Doesn't have the health either. Doesn't favor him in any capacity.
Oh, and they're considering B, both of them.
Yeah, it's a suspicious delay, but quick headshot from Brokey. Great work onto the first. Plants the bomb. Alexi opts for the connector angle. It could be perfect.
Oh, he's got him.
Should be perfect. And there you have it. Brokey down 11 rounds for Navi. And the top of the tables is Alexi.
I think the biggest issue for Navi in this round is the fact that Alexi was the only one staying alive. That was their first gun round investment. They get the win bonus, sure. They're going to have to drop a gun and then try and make this buy work. With the plant, FaZe likely to be able to pull out quite a few weapons yet again. But Alexi, yeah, he just swatted them away from B with that damage done from the bench position. Important kill from Bit, making sure things don't get out of control. And then the Alexi reposition. Brokey not ready. And the clutch secured. There you have it. You can see the FaZe Clan buy on your screen. Predominantly rifles. Rain with a pistola. The best of the bunch, as they do spread themselves thin. Emma jumping out window. Not even a smoke to have to worry about. And likely because FaZe don't have the resources to be throwing away willy-nilly. So Emma just, with an opportunity to patrol middle, did a great job finding openings throughout their T campaign. See if he can continue to do so on the CT side. Currently 5-1 in opening exchanges.
too shabby. Smoked off. Your bog standard take of the A site, and oh, Carrigan gets caught.
Clobbered.
And now to convert. Twist perhaps to deviate that. He does. Find one. But Blade finds two in quick succession. Up to Twist in the clutch, trying to isolate this duel with Alexi. Oh, what a great control of the spray! Blade! Clutches up with a 3K! That's what you want to see!
Oh, give us a grin, Blade. That one's going to feel bloody good. 12 rounds secured, just one more. No money for FaZe. Let's go to Inferno.
The multi-kill.
Oh, look Timmy's up a ticket.
Let's go, Blade. 7
Feel
frags.
good
Those
moment.
3, though.
Oh, the whole team.
Woo! They're bigging him up.
This is the best mood we've seen in the Navi camp in a long while.
It's true. Their vibes are at an all-time high. Carrigan caught down, cut down by Emma and JL.
Another Emma opener. Keep him coming. He's in the server now.
Is this really the last round? It certainly
it is.
Has to be.
Pack it up, pack it in, let Inferno begin. FaZe decided to take a bit of a sabbatical for map number 2.
Yeah, Navi, they are making everyone work for it. On a map or two. Full focus for the finish. Hedging their bets with a boost onto Alexi.
Oh.
Quite what he was looking for.
Someone should clip all the miss nades.
Yeah, that would be a montage at this point. 10 minutes. Alexi B's boost does lead to a frag. Twist down, and just the two of them, Brokey and Rops. Sharp shooters, but Emma the same. Gets himself a 16th as Robs forced into the clutch, jumps straight into the jaws of Bit, and that is a quick and efficient Navi win.
More than respectable. Navi, absolute domination. Again, no simple, no problem. Map number 3 coming up, and FaZe, you gotta go find yourself. That was way too quick and way too easy. We'll go to a break, we'll grab the desk, and we'll be back with Inferno.
And so it would appear as though the unthinkable has happened. And by that I mean it was Navi picking up here on the second map of this series, quite handedly too. It looked as though they were completely in control of the situation. Of course, for the Intel Extreme Masters down in Sydney 2023, everything's still up in the air. But at least Navi get to breathe and go through at least one more map. Yeah, of course, here with me on the desk, Assad and Yanko to kind of put some loose ends to make sense of how Navi with Blade 13-4 FaZe on Mirage. Take it away, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, I said in the pregame, I don't think really Navi can beat FaZe more than FaZe can beat themselves, and I think we saw a little bit of both, actually. You know, I like the plan from Navi where they kept it more simple with the T side, grouping up executes, and then FaZe with some of those force buys, and just felt the impatience hit, right? You know, they were in reset territory a couple of times, so they kept forcing, and that made things easier for Navi in this game.
Pack mentality on the T side, that's their kind of only play if you're in a situation like this. You can't really rely on your playbook because simple is not there. You cannot execute things. You can just execute simple things, right? They just go for the proper, like a pop or an execute, and they throw in a fake a couple of rounds later. But they managed to get what they need to get. Obviously, the openers for IEM, it was just all over the place. FaZe couldn't really scramble whatsoever. Is that they were just not being able to kind of adjust to the T side of Navi, and then coming into the second half, obviously there is no room for mistakes, and this is what we saw. By the way, I think that Blade out-fragged Kerrigan on this one.
Oh my God. Well, how do we come back from that?
Yes, indeed. By one frag, but yes. I think it was that one round that he had with the 3K that was, you know, right? Funny, right? But yeah, we have a couple of examples of those pace changes or just the pack mentality, and this is what we wanted to see, because that allows for Blade to maybe be the first guy going in, just create some space, sacrifice himself so the rest of the team can trade, and then on top of that, in a few of those, Ima had the opening kill. He was great. He was 6-1 in opening duels, right? Alexi and Bit contributed with 3 more opening kills of their own, so 12 in this game for FaZe. And here you see, right, top mid smoke, window smoke, molly, and look at the time, 1:30, they're already getting into B, right? Alexi had the better spawn, so he's there with the Mag 10. And this was FaZe also spending all their money. You know, it was 3-0 Navi, 3-1, 4-1, and then they go for another force buy. Here in the 2v4, Ops gets one more kill, and from this point on, they'll save. And what will happen, actually, is because Rops gets all these kills, FaZe just decides to buy again, right? And I think this is where you're really like trying to force the issue. You can see pretty much the same thing. Top mid, window smoke. Alexi is alone there trying to, you know, draw some attention to himself, but the rest of the team is grouping towards the B bomb site. Ima is going to find the entry kill from lower, and now in a 5v4, they just proceed with the call really to go B, and then one more time you have FaMaz there, Twist, no utility really, no opportunity for them to play together, and this is another round for Navi, and this is where you really started to feel like, okay, FaZe are not getting desperate, but definitely impatient, you know, okay, just bite that bullet, take the eco, right, and believe in your gun rounds.
Yeah, just get up like 4 rounds, and you should be like good after the pistol to kind of get close to the game. You can see from Navi, super simple executes, couple of smokes, couple of flashes, decent, you know, fundamentals, you know, swinging together, trading properly. They get into the site. Obviously, FaZe doesn't have much utility or the weaponry to counter that, and there you go, 10-2.
You know what's funny? That after this round, they actually, you know, had a half buy, and they ended up winning it. So that's the thing also, you just because you're not forcing or spending all your money doesn't mean you don't have an opportunity to win the round, especially a team like FaZe with their Deagles, and how many times have we seen them pull that one off. So yeah, I think now it's going to become a little bit interesting. I mean, this is the map on which Navi beat Mouse on Inferno, the decider, right? So then we're getting a little bit of confidence from their side of things, and FaZe has struggled the most since the player break with their mental.
And we had the example yesterday, which was, you know, what was FaZe Vitality. It was an elimination game then. Same confines there for the side of FaZe. And then obviously, you know, they win one pistol and thing. It was a lot of work.
They pulled through yesterday with 11 rounds in a row, I believe, on Nuke against Vitality. But that Inferno from Navi against Mouse Sports, as I remember last time, they played super aggressive in bracket, top middle, super aggressive in banana. Mouse Sports didn't have really any answer to that kind of defense. I just want to see FaZe dealing with that a little bit better, with more flashes, more utility, and kind of trading better, because Mouse did it bad, and obviously Bit had a great game on Inferno yesterday. He was all over the place, delivering impact kills, openings. You know, he he was just getting multi-kills as well. So I don't know if he's going to repeat it, but Navi is in a good position. I don't think they're favorites all of a sudden, but they're in a decent position. I mean, they won their map pick and they went to this Inferno.
The pressure is on FaZe, right? And I can tell you, Kerrigan looked pissed coming out of the
fast walk outside.
The player area. Just he was not pleased, and I don't know if that's because of his own individual performance or how the team played and what was going on. But again, that they need to get that under control and quick, right? There's no room for tilting, frustrations, and being emotional during a game like this. You have to keep your eyes on the prize, right? Stay calm, reset mentally. When there's less rounds to play with, I mean, if you lose 1 or 2 rounds to trying to reset them and pushing the envelope, getting ahead of yourself, all of a sudden, there's only 4 rounds left for you to come back.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of wiggle room, which is exactly where you find yourself now at the very end of the series. Hell, we just had a series end over there on the B stream. Apex go ahead and lose out the Gamer Legion 2-0 because that's how that works. So we're not going to see that here. I can guarantee you that. But I have to say that this third map's got to be closer, right?
I think psychological advantages obviously on Navi side. Their wrists are more loose right now. Coming into this duel, obviously FaZe has the more experience than Navi players, but still, it's an elimination game, third map. They have a standing. They just demolished you on Mirage. It's gonna be a little bit dicey for them. If they get a good start, they can finish it off. But if Navi gets a couple of rounds early on and maybe put some pressure on different parts of the map, they can, make it interesting at least.
Yeah, and that's what they got on Mirage on the T side. Won the pistol, FaZe forced, they won that, converted 3-0 start, lose the first buy, and then immediately get the reset. I mean, doesn't get any better than that really for Navi, and they have to get that. They are relying on that sort of a start to be able to win against FaZe with Blade having to stand in for Simple.
And it's pure speculation, but maybe that is why he walked out of here fast, right? Because Blade did outfrag him by 1. So, at that point,
matter. It's just,
come on, man, I'm just saying.
A joke, whatever. But the thing is, you have a rough map here and there. It's going to happen, right? It's important how you react to it, right, in a map number 3. If he reacts poorly, they're going to lose this map. If he reacts, in a normal way, leave it behind them, then it's going to be all fine for FaZe, because at the end of the day, they have the more quality team than Navi at this moment.
So, we're still on the FaZe train going into map 3.
We have to listen to logic, right? That's in front.
That would be a first for you, but okay.
Oh, well. There's a first for everything. And this is not the first time I'm going to do this, but I am going to send us to a break so that we can come back and conclude this series. It all wraps up on Inferno. My goodness, FaZe staying alive, or is it going to be Navi? We're not going to find out until we come back, so you better join us. We'll see you there. It's the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all.
Gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Yeah. Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it. Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential Shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
Oh. With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable, yet warm. It's slime time!
Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for?
Don't you dare change the channel!
Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey Future Pros! We are on MR12 now, so I thought I'd take a look at how day 1 has shaped up. We saw 18 maps played total. While it's not a large sample size, let's see how this compares already to MR15. After doing many calculations, we are currently at an average of 47 minutes and 30 seconds for a map of MR12. We can compare this to EPL Season 18, which had 187 maps played. The average for this was 59 minutes and 39 seconds. That's a 12-minute difference between MR12 and MR15. Is that good or bad? Well, that's for you to decide. I'm just here for the data.
Knives for the third. Yeah, that's right. You heard me right. Third map between Navi with a stand-in and no simple versus a FaZe clan with the full roster. This one, it was described as a formality, Chad, and yet we find ourselves here. And is there any more twists and turns to be anticipated?
I am gassed for Navi right now, and they should be as well. Something that they probably thought was also going to fall by the wayside. Now they have the opportunity to knock FaZe out and step into the ring against Gamer Legion tomorrow for the final spot in Group A for the playoffs.
Stop it. I mean, when we were talking about it, when they picked up that map win, we talked about just how incredible it would be for Blade as a experience to be back on a playoff stage. It wasn't even too frequent when he was competing, and never mind as a coach. But in that player seat right now, and up against FaZe clan.
Now, I think the biggest issue is the loss of the knife and the T-side start, because we did see them tussle with Mouse.
This is the FaZe clan that knocked Vitality out in first round of the lower bracket.
And truly, if I'm Carrigan, I'm very upset with the performance of not only himself but the team in the previous map. And if they do want to try and make it through this lower bracket run, they really need to screw their heads on time.
Yeah, but that team talk, like I would assume, was quite stern.
I think it should have been. And if it wasn't, then maybe that's something that needs to change. But Rain, stern in his position, will take the first head. JL, dead. Banana control, garnered. And Util on Blade. But yeah, this T-side start, I would say, problematic for Navi, even though they had a fantastic T-side on Mirage. I think the devs were discussing it at length, just how simple they kept it. I don't imagine that will be the same concern on a map like Inferno. Not only is this the most different in the map pool since CSGO, it's also one that requires a lot of layering of Util just to garner basic map control. Alexi, if he can find this fight onto Rain, it will open up the round. Steps in Rain on an off angle. Carrigan now called across as support, but the fight likely to finish A with 35 seconds.
Yeah, bit eyes off that shot. It's going to cost them the element of surprise. Blade still trying to wrap around. Alexi B coming back to join him. Rain quite fast. Going to be on that flank, and a clean headshot out of Rops, keeping it precise with the clicks. And look at that. 5 alive, not a point of damage done. 500 HP at the end of that one.
Team ace as well. That's the type of start that FaZe would have been hoping for over there on Mirage, but they've done it the hard way. They've had to go the distance, and they'll have to prove their worth here. So without the bomb going down, likely to see the full eco. Some very nice shooting at the FaZe camp. A steady round from them. And there you go, that energy. We'll need to find it. This is a team effort. You can't just go into this assuming that you're going to get the job done. We're talking about the absolute best Counter-Strike players in the world. As Rops, we were discussing this yesterday. In terms of an A anchor, one of the most active, one of the most set up for frags, and definitely one who's more than happy to take an eco or two. And Brokey, he's in that same boat. Sketchy on the spray.
Okay, about 35 bullets later, we're all good. All is well.
Oh dear, okay.
Yeah, he lost his rifle, but I think his teammates are going to help him find it.
Throw that one out the window a bit.
Actually, yeah, that would be the play, wouldn't it? Oh.
Might be able to find that. I'm staying on board with him right now the wrong way. Didn't even search. So probably assumed that Bit was a good trash man. And he'll have to hold on to the trash of the MP9. The AK's being equipped into the hands of Navi now. And we were discussing yesterday, we coined it the FaZe smoke. It was a smoke that landed down mid just in front of the chicken pit. We saw them using it to varied success, but it was something that was a consistent part of their CT side. And depending on the amount of rounds that Navi are able to accrue here, they also had Blade consistently throwing a deep banana smoke that also somewhat covered off the T-stairs. We do just have a quick technical timeout called. Haven't had too many of those, at least game-related. I was talking to League Ops. Most of it has actually just been quite standard stuff, maybe like Steam, struggling a little bit. We've had our woes with that. I'm sure everybody at home also, when you're trying to log out, well, actually, if you're at home, you're probably not logging out of Steam too much. But has been a problem in recent times. Yep.
Tag pause. Looks like it's all sorted. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. I saw the match medic go through. Yes. And it does look like the admin has forced start. So we can get ourselves into it. As you were saying prior to the timeout, it's going to be time to get those guns out.
So Brokey is the one lining up that smoke at the moment. You can see with the spawn, so it will be Insta. Now in Navi, I'm sure they watched that game against Vitality and are awares. So has Blade and Alexi been able to craft a way to deal with this? There it is. We are coining that the FaZe smoke. And they got lodged in a teammate there. So the mid aggression was on the agenda. Will be paused out for now. Exchange of util over towards Banana. Both teams laying down smokes across the map. And ahead of it now is Alexi. 3 players to deal with on A. 2 over towards B. And a flash at the ready. Bit of a gap on that smoke. Don't know how detrimental it will be. Brokey, you can see with the Hainchy ready to break it. And Brokey both swinging off the back of that, calling top mid clear. Might be misinformation as Imma will grace brackets.
Oh, I thought Alexi might have been perfectly timing round of the corner, but instead he just holds the sliver gap and it's effective.
Rops is under pressure too.
Yeah, he's got a lot to deal with. They've already pushed up hay cart, so there's a real blind spot for him here. And yet, empty-handed of FaZe. Navi into a victorious first gun round.
And here's Blade, the MVP of the round, punches in the digits.
Boom.
Plants that bomb. And the first will be secure for Navi, and that seemed to come way too early. Well, and easy. Easy more than early. But the fact they're just able to waltz up in that fashion, FaZe want to stay quite aggressive and jarring on middle. We saw this against Vitality by doing that deep smoke. It means they can stay around top middle a little bit more, but not to be the case this time round. Clean shot hit by all 3, Imma, Alexi, and Bit. Removing, well, the star trio of FaZe. It's the old vets, Rain and Carrigan, tasked with holding B. Carrigan looking to hold on to this MP9. So not scared of FaZe's trickery over towards middle. And round at a time, Navi get on the board. A 2-1 scoreline. Drops available. FaZe making it work now. They will need to respond immediately or face Navi breaking them in the early stages of this first half. Brokey whipping out the auto shotgun. More of that. Saw quite a lot of investments of the auto shotties during our Fnatic versus Ence series.
Yeah, Brokey also a subscriber to the power of that $2,000 shotgun.
So look how quick it is. They have an immediate response. They see that smoke. They go straight across towards right mid. Use this little ledge to jump over and clear any aggressive maneuvers. It means the second mid players can scale. JL under scrutiny now.
Oh, that was a really nice combo. They naded the smoke and then jumped half wall as they cleared it to clear out the position. Got the info, ran at him with the MP9. So FaZe, that's an opening. Hold on though, Brokey chugs them full with the shotgun, and 5 alive as a clean one comes back. FaZe right the ship immediately.
Yeah, Blade, 60 seconds on the clock, still over towards T-Stairs, hoping for more Banana aggression. Falls in front of him. And the horns letting him know to get a move on. If we stay quiet, maybe we can hear the ambient noises of Inferno.
Distant sirens.
Aeroplanes?
Traffic jam?
And bullets. Just another day. 3-1 FaZe. Bounce back, Carrigan. Slight smirk. More standard handle round. Sure, still running with their FaZe smoke. That's a bit of a Batman maneuver there from Carrigan. Staying agile with the MP9. A tactical timeout to be called. Rops is donating his smoke across to Rain, who will be... It looked like he was going to be throwing the FaZe smoke middle. Now, Navi likely want to discuss how they want to deal with this smoke. An immediate adjustment. You can see Blade was doing an awful lot of talking there. Alexi now continuing the chat. Do have enough for another fully AK equipped buy. You could try and attack this more head-on, more direct, send more bodies up second mid, try and get in towards apps and exploit that early. We'll follow along for this smoke once more. Tutorial from Rain this time round. And you can see why Rops is giving Rain that smoke, being the B defender. Will definitely come in handy. And this time there is aggression behind it.
Oh, nice and audible for him. And dead. Carrigan profits from the info, and then Rops builds upon it. Takes down Blade, round in that corner. Was not expecting to have CT presence there already. Look how aggressive they are. They've got Twist and Brokey containing the second mid push, and never mind containing, they're fighting.
Look how small they make the map look with this type of an approach.
Like, where are the T's supposed to be? When you look at the CT positioning.
Yeah, this is another clean sweep. Likely JL this time. A rinse and repeat of the previous. The back turn to Banana. His position now given up. They will surge forward and try and move him as quickly as possible. This is still 50 seconds left on the clock, and all 5 CTs are bearing down on his position. Has actually got a little bit of room to work with. JL will take down Brokey, sure. How much more can he hope for? Shot in the side. Closed down upon now, and this is a cat and mouse game that should be ending momentarily. Yeah, if you can't even really get out of spawn, how are you meant to conduct this T side?
Yeah, not fights I've seen in many a game of Inferno.
And that's, I suppose it's cool in a way that if we do see, you know, the CTs having a few more options, it became very stale.
Yeah.
You know, 3B, 2 over towards the A side, a player always anchoring pit. And there you have it.
Yeah, probably the biggest shift in Inferno over the last couple was when you could drop nades, and that was probably the only shift.
Yeah, and a catalyst for a little bit of a change, but this is Carrigan. Ah, okay, so had a gap over the top of the smoke. Not only the information, even vision. Good job and good shooting from FaZe. Oh, yeah, frustration for Blade again. It's just dealing with this. Something that you'd hope that you were able to troubleshoot overnight, but when you're dealing with it in the server, it is slightly different. Brokey has the AWP, played aggressive, spots them out towards second mid, drops a molly. Blade already hammered in Banana and dealt with.
Yeah, his options were nil. Nade landed, so did the molly, forced him forward. Trying to find something on these Ds.
Smoke actually giving Navi a little bit of extra room, and you can see FaZe don't like the look of that. Flash forward, Rops to clear to make sure nobody lurking behind it to cause a nuisance. Another flash, another peek. We used to have a lot of this back in the day. I remember Yam, he would come up with a lot of different ways for us to flash top mid and flash into boiler, and we would take a lot of those fights back in, you know, the 2015s.
To get your answers.
Yeah, and you would be a bit more combative top mid. We'd have a whole bunch of different like pop flash lineups.
Oh, blind. Pulls the trigger on the AWP all the same. And so down they go, one by one. It's JL. And that deagle shot to keep on their toes at least. One casualty is all it'll be. JL down to Brokey. And FaZe, we discussed the likelihood of a Stern team talk. I think we are starting to see some of that rigidity return to their gameplay.
Was Alexi just calling for a pause? I would love to hear the theory crafting of how to deal with this. You either play more direct and you go more aggressive yourself, you try and run up Banana, you try and run up second mid and take an awful lot more fights, or you have to respect this smoke because they don't have a solution for it at the moment by the looks of things. Okay, so a smoke of their own that they've layered in front. Alexi really wants to get this real estate of bench, and he will. So faster up second mid, applying more pressure towards A. Defensive smoke from Rops, and yeah, you can see having to use quite a fair amount of utility early just to buy basic Inferno space, at least as far as the old meta is concerned. Through the smoke, they're going to waltz that. Ill-advised from poor Imma. Trying to take a chance, but giving up an opening pick on a different part of the map, it may as well be the same result.
Oh, Robs. Clinical onto bit. Oh, and Brokius back-to-back. Flashbang reacts, pulls the trigger onto Alexi.
Ah, this is abuse now.
Nothing for Navi here.
Yeah, and it's sour, considering the form that they just showed over there on Mirage. You come into this thinking maybe the CT side start and what we saw against Mouse, they might have an opportunity, but this frustration, this has gone down the gurgler quite quickly. Emma walking through a smoke. And this is it, right? Because what would happen on a map like Inferno? Sure, let's say on the T side, you just throw a molly up towards car or maybe a smoke, and you want to try and work on the boiler and halls control. But once you apply pressure, boiler and halls, it puts a lot more pressure on the mid guys. And then that would mean that once we see the standard long smoke, the porch molly, you've got your mid control, your boiler, and your halls. That is integral map control for a map like Inferno. And right now they can't get it. Rops can just stay consistently combative. So this smoke just means that the map and the fights, they're completely foreign. They're not jewels that you're used to having to take, because you'd be able to get this space just off map control previously. And now as they filter up second mid, Twist isn't an AWPer. That's a jewel you'd see AWPers take in early stages. They're just standing and taking... Oh, look at this. Ah, this is naughty.
He'd have liked more. Can say that with certainty. Robs does go down, and it's just his 4th death. A couple of players still yet to fall. Rain and Carrigan, the B-side players, yet to be forced to rebuy. Still rocking those AK-47s.
Well, with that one kill, they have bought banana space. Now, how aware are they? We'll have to clear their corners nonetheless. Defensive smoke from Rain will actually confirm their sneaking suspicions. Smokes are plenty, flashes too, and Rain's the only one on the site.
Good luck, have fun. They're about to throw 3 nades at the same time. Rain prepares his aim.
Not blind.
Just for a moment, he's got vision, and oh, he takes 1.
Look at the HP.
Yeah, it's gonna be real tough to get anything done with Blade and Bit. A bomb plant's great. Around though, I think that might be too tall an order. Blade's recovered a rifle. There was so little HP to work with. You had to go for a bit of a Hail Mary there. Bit gave it a push.
We take a kill though, Blade.
Hey, another one for the list.
He's on the board now. 7-1, running away with this.
Guys, listen to me. Every gun round, like last gun round, we get everything, but we are taking one-on-ones. Everyone was taking one-on-ones.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I love listening to that.
Very true, Alexi B. At this moment, it almost feels like it's too far gone. Obviously, there's still a potential for a 7-5 half for Navi. But again, you're finding yourself in a very unfamiliar situation with what this smoke is doing to you. So this is one of those gimmicks that we were talking about coming into CS2 that teams could run with and make work. Now, it's been shown against Vitality, and now there's another mix-up. Fnatic control not to be theirs. Carrigan down.
Yeah, that's a big opener from JL. Emma investigating the potential aggressions. Rob's getting spammed at, but he's managed to avoid all of that. He's not been able to hit the shot onto Bit either, so huge picks. Nice shot out of Twist. But the damage is done. Bit's accelerating towards the A site now.
And they should do. They know that the AWP was towards B. A shot was taken. Rain traditionally a B holder. Bit trying to apply a bit more pressure. He's out and in towards the site. Sure, the smoke hasn't landed perfectly, but the bomb being ushered back by Blade. They've left JL top banana.
Replacing that one with a little bit of a smaller gap.
But they actually did something together, right? With what Alexi was talking about. There was utility to help JL with that fight. So they went and took a fight that they were looking for as a team instead of trying to respond to what FaZe are hoping they'd do. And FaZe even met them with a bit of aggression down middle. So Navi, if they can just work together to find the opening exchange, we saw this actually happen with FaZe and Vitality. Remember, FaZe found themselves down second mid, aggressive down mid, and that's when the round started to get out of control. Because Flamesy and co, they'd just sit back, the fights had come their way, they put themselves in winnable mid rounds. And then they were actually able to get on the board. FaZe, considering this, Rain, I don't think you've got time for that, my friend. Very committed towards the site, lots of damage done. JL will fall with the bomb, but they do get their second round. So should be much happier with that, Alexi. Yeah, nice, boys, of course. Get a couple more of those, and you can be back in this half. And again, we'll remind you, here's the opener from JL. Navi had a good showing on this map against Mouse in a game for the playoffs, so there was definitely stakes involved. They will still have to work hard. There's residual cash for FaZe. Plenty. Starting 3B. So Navi have forced a different CT side setup. And no deep smoke this time from FaZe down middle.
Reigns caught JL this time aggressive. Brokey Zorp heard, noted. Oof, big nade, yeah, and they build upon it nicely. That's big from Blade, a trade. Still disadvantaged, and it could get worse as, yeah, Imma's down to Twists. Twists has secured the round as Blade, gonna be his third, up to 11 total, recovers the AWP for his squad mate, and it's an 8th. Already comfortable for FaZe.
Okay, well, consecutive rounds. Clearly a problem. Mac 10's coming out now. There will be a buy, so we'll see what the last two of FaZe decide to operate with. A Galil. And a Glock. Am I seeing that right?
You are not seeing that right.
All right, just took a while for them to juggle across the guns. Yeah. Okay.
Whoa, mama, that's some aggression from Bit and an absent trade from Rock. Bit gets away with his life.
Couple of misses.
Brokey's missed his shot. Nade doesn't quite hit Bit, but I think he's heard the sound cue at least.
This is exactly where the likes of Vitality were able to work into some of these rounds. So down a man FaZe. Now they can work on standard map control. Sure, the utility, few and far between here for Navi to do so. But again, FaZe now have to play this a bit more like a traditional round, and they've already limped through a lot of their nades. They've got 2 flashes and a smoke remaining. They're all upon Brokey. 1 player on towards B. That will be the aforementioned Orpa. And he's got a whole lot of trouble coming his way.
See what he's got for us. Brokey. For FaZe Clan. Great first shot onto JL, and a second as well. So it does keep things level. A bit of chip damage on his spam brings Alexi low.
Now there is a kit for this retake. Karrigan also has a smoke and a flash. Well, had a smoke and a flash. He's just juggled that across to Romps.
Set up strong, Bit banana side. Planted coffins, flash and go from Karrigan. Bit did eat it, but Immet, he's already found Karrigan as well, so this looks good. Not enough time for this one, really, as Bit and Alexi secure it. Navi a third, a recovery of the half. Albeit pursuit of one more.
I'd take 4. I'd definitely take 4. And it looks like they want to continue with this smoke. Look, I think it's great that they're running with something a little bit different. It's creating a whole bunch of different options, and we've seen just how much of an issue it's caused for Navi.
Oh man, Blade eating that one and just running and gunning. JL unable to get the double. Advantage FaZe in there though, having to stand up. Oh, overlooked him. And this FaZe smoke, they've got multiple plays successful through it. And there you have it, 9-3, FaZe looking to have recovered and trying to forget about that second map. 9 in the bank. Navi on the verge of elimination here, day 2 of IEM Sydney 2023. We are down under, and perhaps Navi 6 feet under in this tournament. No simple, and indeed it seems to be somewhat of a problem on our third map. Successful in the second short, FaZe more of a fumble, and now FaZe on that T side looking to throw that knockout blow. 9 already, solid first half. That FaZe smoke and a new CT approach certainly worked wonders for them. Let's see if they can, wow, yeah, they've blown out the odds, but let's see if they can finish clean. Lots of util on this one. Sounded better than it was.
Yeah, that goosh, slightly misleading.
Yeah, one low.
Well, it was a fallen flash at the ready for JL. Now he's pivoted over to get a coffins. Okay. Well, Emma, he's going to check apps now.
Alexi sees the whole squad. But no one choosing to take this fight. Blade.
Restraint still.
Still not throwing that smoke. Now he gets it.
Too late.
Out. Gap on that. And Blade swung through. Good first fight. Twist. Drops. Rain. On for the team ace. It's just Carrigan and Brokey to try and find these final 2 to do so. Bomb in. Job done. And Rain. Leaping through that smoke, all guns are blazing.
Yeah, I think he wants this one done. I don't know if FaZe were ready to find themselves on a third map, but now they're here, a return to form. Definitely had to screw their heads back on tight after just being blown out in what I would say is quite an embarrassing loss on Mirage. That's both pistols falling in their favor. Hard fought here on Inferno. Clean execute, good use of the U2. You can see that coffin smoke plumes if they can get it on the sandbags of the coffins nice and high. And the smiles are back on the faces now. They will be setting themselves up for a qualification match for the playoffs against Gamer Legion tomorrow. And I want everybody to keep in mind that Gamer Legion on Nuke against FaZe, the opening best of 1 for both of the teams, did in fact fall in favor of Gamer Legion 19-15. So FaZe will be going up against a foe who's already felled them.
Yeah, full lower bracket run requested of FaZe if they want to see those playoffs.
Here we go, fun little stack in pool.
It's quite cool.
Might not get any action in a round like this, considering FaZe have already investigated towards top middle. There is one player a bit on the balcony. You've got Emma over towards the site. He's having to worry about long as well. So this type of position, sure, they are playing for that info, but within the USPs, really not expecting to get a lot done. The timing almost favored Emma, but Rain too quick to the draw. Oh, and it did get a kill before Rops could find the trade.
Yeah, you could see Rain kind of desperately trying to work out where that damage came from. Silencer favoring Bit on the exchange, but they have dismounted their beautiful totem pole.
And should just be looking for a couple of exits here. So 11-3 the score. We'll read. The guns are about to come out for Navi in the follow-up. Oh, Blade!
Yo.
All right, I got another one coming. Here comes Twist. He smells ya. Ah. Really wanted Blade for the punish there, because not only do they feel the eggs, every pro player starts to get a little bit ahead of themselves. I'd love to see Blade with yet another punish, but 2 rifles taken away. Looks like the 3 AKs should be retained. Props cops a dink for these troubles, and it is just JL, the last man standing. Probably the last man to let his attitude fall, but has been some good moments from Navi throughout this run here. Definitely not the way they would have hoped to take on the first CS2 Tier 1 LAN event in history, but they've done the best with what they have. Some big performances from JL throughout. Bits had his moments. Big moments.
Big Bit moments.
And here's that smoke from Blade that we were telling you about. Hop, skip, and a jump to get you a deep banana smoke to also cotton off the slight cusp of T-stairs as well. Now we saw that smoke used by Fnatic to great success on their opening gambit of Inferno. Divides top middle, allows the opportunity for plays like this, and they're about to come teaming out of the apartments, Alex. This is a classic.
Yeah, with a flash from Carrigan as well to keep eyes away from the burst. No one's looking. They will now, though. Drops, springs to life. But, oh, it's looking good for Navi. Oh, and a double from Blade as well. Brokey down. Bit will convert the round. And let's go indeed. That'll feel extra spicy. Blade with another multi-kill.
And this CT campaign, let's see how far they can really push the issue here. FaZe, money all over the place. Twisted the high end with 3.7. Carrigan at the low end with 1.4. Loss bonus of 1900 into the next. So, yeah, Blade making some noise.
Hell yeah.
Let's go, baby.
And, yeah, it's that money you discussed. They'll be saving their pennies. Everyone's got their own lineups for these banana flashes.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Fallen Flashes, not as easy to throw as once was, especially considering the new roofing in Banana. Actually, I suppose it's roofing.
Losing his rifle was JL. Double nade kill. Alexi B and Ime with the airstrike.
About as rare as a double rainbow.
Yeah, not bad. Shut down.
And still keeping the smiles on the faces. A competitor hates losing more than anything in the world. But this is a good attitude, Navi.
Yeah, and you'll take losing when you haven't got your best player. You know, like in terms of being able to justify it to yourself, being able to sleep well that night.
It's the same as losing to a cheater in Premier.
Bingo. Bingo. Yeah, or going down 4v5, you know, just having to accept that you were at a disadvantage.
To be fair, Blade has more kills than Alexi.
Oh, that was not me saying Blade is not a player. They definitely have 5 in the server, but equally a valid excuse when playing against a professional Counter-Strike team of professional Counter-Strike players.
Well, that's a 1-for-1. So FaZe, they get away scot-free. Twist in the grave. We'll have to sit and watch for the next minute and 20 seconds. Alexi, the solo B defender, will be playing for some information with these little trots of jumps, and he does have himself a smoke, a molly, a flash, and a HE for good measure. So should be able to delay Emma and Blade. Wow, just Emma now.
Damn, yeah.
Blade has been summoned back over towards the B bomb site, and that is the wrong decision. Will Rain clear his corners? Find out now.
No, he won't. Brody trades. 3-on-3.
Bomb yet to be spotted.
Yeah, and that rotation going to be delayed, halted. Blade fancies his chances though, pushing through. You gotta love that!
Blade! Out of bullets!
Go on! Still does the damage.
1v1.
And it's a 1v1. Has Blade made the play to get a 6th round on the board? Is Carrigan planting? Alexi.
Nade could do it.
Could. Softens him up. Somehow not enough. 5 HP. Fix the commitment through the smoke.
He just found another HE.
Yeah, imagine he bounces it off the wall. That would be absurd.
No way he expects Graveyard.
Nah, of all the different options available. Oh no, Carrigan reveals him, and there it is. Another round for Navi.
Oh, and Blade, the disruptor.
The
what
push.
a play. The underhammer, the flash, the push through the smoke. If he had a couple more bullets, it might have even been the double kill. Blade, keep the impact coming. The old boy. Not bringing out new tricks, but tricks. Hello.
Oh, perfect distraction. You can see how easy that was for Alexi to collect. And yeah, Carrigan just a bit trigger happy on that one. The movement from Alexi, difficult to know when to pull the trigger.
And sure, the bomb went down, but FaZe, they are going to have to stomach a bit of a partial buy. Tech9's, Deagles, Util. Could aim for some banana control, but that doesn't look to be the case. This looks like a set piece through second mid, and Ime just going straight ahead will not allow it. Cops a dink, needs to get this nade, and oh, can't get out. Catastrophic.
It's cost him his life. It's a nasty death to give up. Blade, smart on his incendiary usage. Wants to delay their mid-take. It's rain up into the apartments and rotations in from Alexi and JL.
May as well go the full gamble.
Wow, that is a mega gamble.
Well, Blade extremely far forward.
That's the bomb site they've decided to completely vacate. And on a partial buy, no less, Ime's death. Is it really going to be the fumble that puts the 12th on the board?
Oh, that flash, very well timed. They're about to pick middle, and now they've opted for this banana play. Defensive smoke out of Alexi, and here they come. So there will be a flank. 3 players.
Carrigan.
Jeez. What is that?
That is a flying Tech9 through a smoke.
And this
Carrigan.
might be 12.
Yeah. And the boys are into the site. Clears the smoke, does Blade. Nothing to report. But still, with only these pistols, Karrigan's got a rifle. Rain as well. And Rain's gone. It's going to have to be the pistols. Maybe JL and Bit, with their powers combined, can recover this one. Brokey, solid find onto JL.
3 bullets, needs a reload.
It's 1 versus 2 for Karrigan, trying to catch it by surprise. A chance.
God.
An opportunity. Onto Bit there. Blade and Bit pull it across the line. A great retake for Navi.
This is only a 4-round game now.
Yeah.
And that was just a 5-on-3 retake. Oh.
Okay, he's got his angles all ironed out.
Beautiful find from Rops. You ain't getting away, Imma. JL with a lot of work done on the way back in. It's another one of these situations where FaZe just played the bomb. Probably their round to have. And JL finding that surge of energy now.
Yeah.
Unleash the beast. Navi, how far can you push the issue?
All it takes is an uncomfortable round loss. Nice from Twist to avoid the molly spread. He knows, oh, there's another one to deal with and contend with.
Not perfectly placed on either side. Both just missing the mark, and both would have been very important if placed perfectly. Blade close again. He's definitely hearing the steps over towards second mid of Rain. The mailman on the letterbox right now as banana control has not been secured for FaZe.
Blade recedes as FaZe encroach. Smoked off on long side. Fancies himself a quick nade into that smoke.
Yeah, everyone's so horny just to use the nades on the smoke.
Yeah. Responsibility on JL to keep control of the B side of the map as Imet, ooh, down to Rain. And Blade swings through to add another to the advantage for FaZe. Looks like 12 could be imminent here. They're not rushing things. And Karrigan goes wide out. Wow, Bit was going for some taps there, and it's going to be a spotless one, it seems.
That's been a nice shot from Rops there, just JL. What can he do this time round? Nothing. Twist removes him. 12-7. Just one more round now, and FaZe will live on in the lower bracket of Group A. We know their opponent, a familiar one.
Yeah, Gamer Legion, the very team that sent them to this lower bracket in an overtime affair in the opening round of their group stage. See, there's still frustrations considering just how competitive this game has been on 2 of the 3.
Well, using their timeouts, making sure they discuss their options through. Have been able to muster a fair few rifles into what is likely the final round for Navi.
Rain, Rops, Twists, top of the scoreboard and top of the tables in the server. In the teens. Will there be more for Navi? Can they find another? Far from idyllic in the buy department.
Look how quick Rain is just thrusting himself up middle. And it's 2 of the weaker weapons on A. 5.7 MP9 for Blade and Imma respectively. Lots of control across the map. Karrigan already towards the half wall. Rops posted in boiler.
They're probing mid now. No one from Navi interested. It's going to be Blade tucked in here. Oh, Rain reacts so quickly, but doesn't find the frag immediately. Instead, it's a bait and switch. JL. He takes down Rain for the first blood. Brokey, however, finishes off Blade. 4 on 4. Karrigan.
This corner ain't as deep as you think it is, Karrigan.
Yeah, and Alexi B in that power position on first orange.
Yeah, he could clear that once this smoke fades. They might come in first.
American does go down to Alexi B, tucks in as well, relocates, reloads, and does do a lot of damage to Twist, but Twist wins that duel. JL, what can you do? Nothing. Wow. Twist gets off that, or gets that bomb down, covered by his teammate, and it seems like FaZe Clan will meet Gamer Legion in that lower bracket final. A spot in the playoffs up for debate between those guys, and that's coming up tomorrow. But in reflection, Navi most definitely have a lot to celebrate considering the situation. They've come in, and every individual, they didn't just bow out. They didn't go down quietly. They gave it a real go. They gave it a real showing. If anything, they got FaZe nervous.
Yeah, more than impressive to win a map, and not just win a map. They absolutely dominated FaZe on Mirage. That was a 10-2 T side from Navi. That right there is enough to put a smile on the face, and for Blade to get back in the server, a chance to tussle with some of the world's best. That must have been a fantastic experience. Not one that I'm sure he wanted to have to pull up for the CS2 Tier 1 LAN debut, but one that he definitely did his absolute best. Unfortunate scenes for Navi. FaZe will move on. They will play again tomorrow. But the woes of Mirage, that is something which should leave a sour taste in the mouth. That's something that they should go home tonight and have a big discussion about. I'm going to throw it over to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Chad. That is absolutely correct. We will be keeping FaZe on board. Navi will be going home, and that is the end of the run here in Sydney. So, anything off the top, Kasad, that's sticking out to you?
I mean, it's pretty much like we expected. The third map is gonna go. Complete control from the first round. They got it rolling, and then they closed out Banana. They were aggressive on middle with the smoke that we saw them use in a couple of maps before. They used to play, and it's just, they just take care of business.
Yeah, just kind of handle it as it would. We do have a very special guest here. He has been hailed as sort of the future of Counter-Strike and also the past of Counter-Strike at the same time. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Blade, commiserations, my friend.
Thank you.
So how was that? How does that feel?
Well, a little bit stressed, nervous, but yeah, like it's good, like good emotions, excitement. Like whenever you do like smart move or something, like you always feel really like good deep inside,
A little bit nostalgic about the playing days.
Yeah. Also, you don't have like a lot of pressure, obviously, and I don't know, like you don't blame yourself a lot, something like this.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, did you guys have any, was this was super last minute? You didn't have any other options? You just had to sort of get in there and you felt like, hey, I at least know what we want to do. This is the least painful option for us?
Yeah. We couldn't we approached ESL, they said we couldn't do any stand-in. Like we even tried like some Australian guys. And they said we can't do anything. And when we landed like here, we understood like that we will play like with me only after that.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. And also like as a team, like we had with Simple, I mean like we had like 3 days of practice in CS2, only 3 days. So it's not like we are deep in meta or something, like we're just trying to learn every day.
How much did you learn from these couple of days, playing? I always know it's always a different feel when you're on the server. Like, sure, you watch a lot of times and everything. So what is the feeling after these couple of games that you got to play, you and the team?
I think that we need a lot of gimmicks. We need a lot of like, let's say like combos, like, or how you say it, like
trick plays, small plays with like nuking.
Yeah,
the
like a
smoke.
lot of elements in the middle of the round, elements at the beginning of the round, like a lot of to discuss, to go through, like in detail, like to be precise in everything. Like people can say like let's do like this combo, like the counter with this combo, and without this, like I think it's really hard to play in this meta, and you just try to do things in like the same in CS:GO, and I think a lot of teams trying to do this, and I'm pretty sure it's not like it will look like in 1 month for every team.
Yeah, first of all, commiserations. You guys made the best of it.
Thank you.
It's like many teams would actually crumble in the situation like that, but I don't want to put you on a too big of a spot here, but can you share any kind of information with us? It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but at least, what the future holds for Navi. You have to rethink some things. What's going to happen in the next few months?
Well, we had a really nice bootcamp before EPL. It was like our first complete bootcamp, and we believed in it. Like we thought, like guys, let's criticize ourselves like only after this bootcamp, after we show something. We didn't have like super hard and difficult bracket, but we still showed good result, like 2-0, 2-0 everyone on EPL. So this event we don't count like as anything, because for CS2 we for sure need to do like another like long bootcamp and to do something. So yeah, we just switched to international, right? So we just trying to make our new players like to get them in the system. So we're like, I mean we're doing steps now. Like we're just focusing on this.
Speaking of new players, let's focus on something positive that happened this event. You have JL, right? He is a new player. He seems to be the real deal. He seems to be delivering a lot of impact, a lot of numbers. Tell us something about him that we don't know.
About
like
JL? I think he played this event much more confident than usually, and he was. Obviously, he's not so experienced like as, for example, Simple or even Beat. And that's why like sometimes you see he's trying, he's believing, but you like me, like as experienced guy, understands that it will not work, but I'm not saying this to him. I want him to go through this by himself, not to ruin like his confidence. But I like the approach, his personality, obviously, and approach like how he want to become like a better. He's a really positive guy. He always try to get mood like on point for us.
He's always smiling around here, that's for sure. And that's great. It's all welcome. Hey Blade, man, you've seen just about every version of Counter-Strike. Anything you want to say about this version of Counter-Strike before we get you out of here?
I like this version because it's more tactical depth here for sure, and it's all about it's for sure like a next step of an evolution of Counter-Strike for sure. They just need to fix it. I think the main thing is that they need to fix it.
Yeah,
they must, because we only like relying on something. Like everyone say, "Oh, we will play this event, well we'll fix." But we hope that they will really start to fix something, because a lot of things are like spray from, for example, from like A47. Valve used to say before, like if you see any gap, like you see any like OP, just use it, because don't expect and wait for us to fix it. Just use it. But I think like this version must be fixed for sure.
Yeah, so still got a little ways to go. Hey man, sorry it didn't really pan out for you. It did look like you were having fun there a lot of times. You did get some cool multi-kills, so.
Yeah, actually, we smashed like FaZe on Mirage, we smashed mouse sports on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely did. You guys really.
And Apex as well.
Apex, Yusik was smashing. JL was smashing.
Well, look, we'll get you out of here, Blade, and I see your guys over there waiting for
you. See you guys, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's Blade. Y'all going to put some respect on Blade's name. Y'all going to do it right now so that we can go over round 5 together. Isn't that right, Yanko?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an example of what Blade was talking about, that his team needs a little bit more of. You know, we're already calling this the FaZe smoke, the really deep mid smoke covers the small pit, deep mid, all of that good stuff. And this time they actually use it. You can see Robs, he's playing right close to it. He hears the sound cue from Alexi. That's going to trigger, you know, the move from Carrigan to get over the top of it, get the kill. That's the timing for him to sneak. I know Blade was not happy about this death, right? Like, that's just great reaction from Robs. And then now you have Twist pushing to take over second mid, as well as they're trying to help Robs out with utility. And it just, you know, the aggression that we've sort of gotten accustomed to from FaZe in terms of just like taking the fight to the enemy, and an early example of them just being innovative and coming up with some new things. And that's going to be pretty important for this tournament. You know, down the line, there's going to be less and less things that you can come up with. But for now, you can add a couple of different variations, you know, for the second game and so on. And yeah, early on, we talked about winning pistols, and early momentum is a necessity for Navi in this game to be able to have an opportunity. And when it goes the other way, it's a pretty comfortable situation for FaZe.
It is. And as these brackets start to take shape, I mean, it's not really a clear cut and dry thing here. I mean, we've got a team like FaZe who are borderline out of here on the loss of a best of 3, and that could be to Gamer Legion just tomorrow. Obviously, this takes shape. You look at Mal's, Bet Boom, they got that upper bracket, Complexity, Cloud9 somewhere along the way on the other side, but Group A, Kassad.
Listen, that's a rematch from the very first round on the new guy. I think FaZe is going to look at that game and try to like see what went wrong and try to probably beat and beat probably Gamer Legion to get to that playoffs. But we have Group B on your screen, Ence against G2. That's the match of the tournament so far. I think Ence is playing great. G2 obviously played great today against Complexity. They delivered a 2-0 swift and easy. And in the lower bracket, you can see that Cloud9, who progressed against Lin Vision, is going to face that Complexity lineup. And the very first game tomorrow, I believe, is going to be Monty against Fnatic. That's going to be a very interesting game. I think that can easily go to 3 maps because these teams know each other. And I think, Janko, you said it in the green room, they played in the Pro League against each other.
Yeah, I think they met in the playoffs too, and we'll see how things pan out in CS2, compare some of those games at Pro League. Also 2 games tomorrow for those teams, you know, in Group B. So we'll see a bit of a endurance test as well, Trace.
Yeah, it is that. It is very much that. We do approach that later hour. I know that Janko just landed, and we do have a schedule I can just run you through here real quickly. Janko, what's on your mind?
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to say, man, I feel the suffering of the Australian, you know, community and the scene here, not really in terms of jet lag as much as in terms of finding games, because we've had G2 and Ence players, you know, in Premier queuing up together just to be able to find some competition kind of, which is funny because they play against each other tomorrow, so.
Yeah, so
The schedule, Kassad.
Yeah, A-Stream, like I said. A-Stream, like I said.
Do something, man.
1:30 Fnatic against Monty, and then we have FaZe Clan against Gamer Legion following up on that, and then we have obviously the winner.
What are those times in Europe? Convert it for me real quick.
-9 hours, -9 hours, whatever it is.
So that would be the Complexity Cloud9 game. When does it start?
3:30?
4:30. I got him.
No, it starts in 14 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds, just to be exact, from this moment right now. But after that, it's obviously 19.
Betboom versus Mouse as well. You know, another interesting game. 2 very young rosters. Maybe we'll see a lot more of them in the future when it comes to CS2. So we'll see who books that spot straight in the semis.
Yeah, and all eyes are on the prize here in Sydney. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, Janko, for jumping off of the airplane, or jumping out of it and then getting here. I don't know how you did. That's kind of cool, though, regardless.
Oh.
Cool party tricks, something to learn new every day here at the Intel Extreme Masters. But this day is very much done, and we all know it can't always be the night, right, guys?
Hey!
Just kidding. We'll see you all tomorrow, where we go ahead and put some loose ends and make them meet each other. We'll see you there. It's the Intel Extreme Masters. Good night.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win! GG!
And it's all done! And Charlotte's winning! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One plus.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door, one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
You hear the sound